Before I start this video, I want to first talk a little bit about the video. I don't normally do this, but considering the length of the retrospective, I found it necessary to do so. If you want to skip ahead to the actual retrospective, there are timestamps in the description to do so. I started reviewing Bob's Burgers about 5 months ago, splitting each retrospective into 4-season chunks uploaded publicly, with each individual season being uploaded as members-only videos as they were finished, and these videos themselves being split into individual episode reviews. These episode reviews are why I've opted to call the video brief, because there are so many other videos online that will take a single episode and discuss it for upwards of 10 minutes, whereas I only spend 2 to 3 minutes on each one. In this way, this video really is brief, not because the runtime is short, but because the runtime could be much, much longer. That said, the sheer number of episode reviews do still make this video a large commitment to watch, but they also have the upside of creating a myriad natural breakpoints. You are not required to watch the entire video in one sitting, nor are you expected to. Also, you're not even expected to watch this video. The visual aspect amounts to little more than a slideshow with my narration and analysis in the background. The better way to consume this video is not to give it your full attention, but to leave it on as background noise on a phone or second monitor or another window, while you cook or clean or play a video game. I even recommend you play your own music as well if the lack of BGM in this video becomes jarring. Sitcom families used to like each other. They used to be the unit on which the dom-com was built upon, a solid foundation, where the father was a Renaissance man of morals and life advice, the mother was supportive and doting, but not too doting, and the kids were spaced apart just enough to give a variety of nostalgia to a wide audience, and plenty of miscellaneous relatives to fill out as many celebrity guest spots as the network could fill. And then, The Simpsons happened. Sure, there were plenty of shows that put dysfunction on the air prior to that yellow family, but no show was quite so genre-defining as Matt Groening's masterpiece of television. I've already written before about how the landscape of the medium can be defined into a pre- and post-Simpsons era, so if you want to hear me rant for 11 hours about that, you can look at the rest of my channel. But needless to say, the deconstruction of so many genre conventions caused a fundamental shift in the way audiences viewed television. But was that shift really an entirely positive thing? Art reflects reality, and reality reflects art. We started to see ourselves in television just as much as we saw television influencing ourselves. And then TV dads all became bumbling Homers, the moms became nagging background dressing like Marge, and the kids had to one-up whatever Bart Simpson got up to last week. And as this absurdity arms race ramped up, we saw just as much gained as lost. Sure, storylines were becoming Mozart-esque in the sense that the absurd allowed the realism to stand out more, but these factors affected one another in a way that caused some of the relatability to be lost. Namely, people who actually liked their family stopped seeing TV about themselves. People who stayed more domestic in their lives stopped seeing TV as anything but a form of escapism rather than introspection. And so it would take a real show to come along and put everything back into place without immediately rejecting all the other changes made over the previous decade. In comes the Belcher family. This retrospective will be split into individual episode reviews, which themselves are split into 2 sections. The first to recap the episode's events, and the second to cover themes and motifs and whatever else comes to mind. Season 1. During the development of home movies, showrunner Lauren Bouchard began working on the concept that would become Bob's Burgers. It was a direct response to the lack of what he referred to as blue-collar creatives being seen on television. Most families depicted were often upper-middle class or in some unique financial position, meant to be relatable in as many aspects as possible, rather than having a closer focus on character dynamics. In his attempts to create this sort of aesthetic in his work, Bouchard teamed up with Jim Dotree, best known for his production work on King of the Hill, and a show that is very similar to Bob's Burgers conceptually in its focus on realistic, character-driven narratives over shock humor or gross-out gags, something many other adult comedies were notorious for at the time. And perhaps this notoriety ended up doing Bob's Burgers some harm as collateral. The first season of the show is distinct from the rest not solely in its use of Adobe Flash animation, but in the shaky tone and characterization of the cast. The Belcher family got into situations more similar to the darker scenes one would see in a contemporary show, and the togetherness they were known for in later seasons wasn't quite there yet. In fact, the series was originally planned to have the Belchers a family of cannibals, serving human flesh in their restaurant. This was scrapped in favor of the later concept for the show that was much lighter in tone, though many early episodes still kept some beats from this initial premise. Overall, Bob's Burgers' first season had mixed reviews upon its release, despite the high viewership numbers the lead-in from The Simpsons gave it. The concepts behind many episodes were viewed with hesitation by its critics, and this was a criticism that was taken to heart, giving the first season a distinct vibe from the rest of the show that itself stood out for most television tonally anyway. Human flesh. Celebrating their grand reopening on Labor Day weekend, Bob tries to give the family a pep talk in anticipation of what needs to be a busy day, though Linda starts to grow upset with the fact that it's their anniversary and Bob has forgotten. The kids are set to do various tasks around the restaurant, but mess them up in various ways, culminating in the health inspector, Hugo, arriving on rumors that Louise started about the food containing human flesh. But when Hugo finds out that his ex-fiancée Linda is married to the restaurant owner, he puts up a warning about human flesh in the burgers, driving customers away. This is made worse by Linda's attempts to talk Hugo out of displaying the warning going awry when a corpse from Mort's crematorium next door winds up inside the restaurant. An angry mob starts to protest outside the restaurant, which Bob attempts to placate, though his attempts only make them believe he's defending cannibalism, and soon the window is shattered by a thrown snow globe. Bob laments his failure to run a restaurant, but his family reassures him that they're still proud of him regardless, and the day is later saved when a group of exploratory eaters arrives, inquiring about the human meat. Ultimately, Bob is able to use the sales from that day to take Linda on a proper anniversary date. As I stated before, the initial concept of Bob's Burgers was that the family would be cannibals passing off human meat to their customers. This episode's plot is a relic of that initial concept, as well as containing reference to the direction the show took instead. Here, the Belchers are disgusted at the accusations made towards them and set out to disprove them to calm down the crowd. And yet this is an accusation made not to them, but by them. Louise was hoping to impress her classmates and came up with a more interesting story about her family, something much more interesting than the mundane life they lived in currently. And yet this mundanity is precisely the point of the show. Rather than cannibals, they're real. It's not that there's a credible threat to their business's reputation, but a scorned former lover who was trying to go on some sort of vindictive rampage. But in the end, it wasn't logic or a calm emotional response that saved the day. In fact, Bob's attempts to calm the crowd only backfired, but an embrace of the absurdity that managed to fix the issue. A bus full of cannibals saves the restaurant. An uncanny end to an uncanny story about a normal family. Crawl space. Linda's parents, Gloria and Al, are coming over to visit Linda and asks Bob to fix a leak in the ceiling in anticipation of their arrival. While he's up there fixing it, Bob finds a hole in the ceiling that he can use to get into the crawl space between the walls, that he climbs into, then proceeds to take advantage of the fact that everyone seems to think he's stuck back there. The kids use the situation to get into trouble in various ways, with Gene sampling his grandparents in their bed together for a school project, Louise pretending her father is dead, and Tina sneaking into her school's walls to nap. After turning Teddy away when the guy comes over to get him out, Bob finds out that he's actually stuck back there, and Linda decides to leave him there to teach him a lesson. Bob slowly starts to go crazy inside the walls, taking to Louise's Coochie-Copy flashlight and hallucinating a la The Shining. Eventually, Mr. Frond, the school's counselor, comes over for a wellness check where he finds out that Bob isn't actually dead, just hiding from his family, and Gloria decides to take matters into her own hands, calling the fire department and getting Bob out of the wall. She then defends the family's dysfunction to Frond, calling him out for not knowing how crazy a family can make you act. Just because you love somebody doesn't mean you have to like them. Bob is a family man in this show, the kind of guy who would never do anything to harm his family, at least not directly. This kind of mentality is best shown early in the episode, the kids pushing the ladder around as he scolds them, or later when he apologizes for insulting Linda for nagging, only for them to bond over some of the insults actually being pretty funny. Even through the arguments they have with one another, they still have a deep-seated respect for each other, enough that nothing ever seems to be permanent. But then how do you resolve the two ideas of not wanting to hurt your family and not wanting to spend time around them? Here, Bob is able to find a middle ground of faking an incident beyond his control, that he's not actively avoiding Linda's mother out of a desire to hurt her or a lack of caring about her feelings, which she's clearly nervous about trying to ensure things are perfect. And while this is more of an early seasons Bob type of a tribute and outright running from his problems, there's still a bit of him shining through. though there are still clear signs of other characters being implemented in an incomplete way, like Gloria actually coming to Bob's defense, and Mr. Frann being much more skittish and manipulated by the kids. Sacred Cow. The Belcher family is on their way to celebrating their 100,000th burger served, only for a documentary filmmaker, Randy Watkins, to arrive on their front doorstep with a steer named Moo-Lissa and a countdown timer to when the cow will be ground into meat. The family's nonplussed, Gene attempting to get his music used as the film's soundtrack, while Louise tricks Tina into thinking the cow is trying to communicate with poop emojis. And the stunt of having a cow outside the restaurant only winds up driving even more business to Bob's. But later on a rainy night, Bob sees Moo-Lissa out in the cold and rescues her from the elements, with the cow staying inside the house. He tries to pretend that Randy's guilt trip didn't work on him until Linda manages to get the cow out of the house, where she is stolen. So the family and the film crew team up to rescue Moo-Lissa from a nearby petting zoo whose owners stole the steer, and they're all reunited back at the porch front. Then Moo-Lissa has a heart attack after almost getting hit by a car. Bob passes out and hallucinates that Moo-Lissa is giving him his blessing to create his 100,000th burger out of the dead cow. Bob ends up seeing a cow up close and begins to feel a closer relationship with it, a natural response to anybody with repressed guilt seeing a problem up close. Most people know already that every large meat industry has inhumane treatment of the animals, not purely in terms of eating them, but the way they live leading up to their slaughter. Because this is not something that one has to confront on a regular basis, however, it's also something that's easy to ignore until it's directly in front of your face. Bob feels guilty about serving beef in his burgers, and yet he's really only a small cog in a much larger machine, made up of far too many moving parts to make any one party culpable, not even oneself. If he didn't sell burgers, the demand for beef would simply be filled elsewhere. If he tried to source his meat from more humane businesses, he would have to raise prices to accommodate, and then the demand for cheap beef would simply be filled elsewhere. The Belchers are an average family, powerless to create large-scale change, but not to await an opportunity to make smaller ones. Bob's guilt over creating burgers is enough that he's open to change later, even if the opportunity doesn't present itself. And so all he really has to do is all he can do, which is basically nothing. Sexy dance fighting. Tina is lamenting the fact that she's going through puberty, as well as Bob making her work the grill as father-daughter time, while the younger kids are out having fun. But when they discover a capoeira class taking place nearby and bring Tina along, she immediately falls for the dance instructor, Gyro. Tina enrolls in the class much to Bob's annoyance, as she continuously skips her work obligations to spend more and more time dance fighting. And when he goes to the dance class to pick her up, Gyro becomes insulted about Bob's lack of support for his daughter and the fact that he's compared capoeira to jazzercise. Gyro attacks Bob and knocks him to the ground where he voids his bowels, becoming too embarrassed to show his face around there again when it's time for Tina's Troika de Gordoes. But when Teddy compares the ceremony to the moment where Tina becomes a woman, Bob decides to go over there anyway, only for Gyro to fail Tina when he sees her father arrive, as he still hates the guy. Bob steps in to defend Tina, only to get attacked repeatedly, knocked down again and again, as the onlookers stop rooting for Gyro and start to root for Bob. In the end, despite losing the fight, Tina appreciates that Bob stood up for what she wanted and announces that she's not going to capoeira anymore, as the instructor was a jerk. Bob is hoping to spend more time with Tina while also being pragmatic about his intentions in doing so, keeping her working at the restaurant alongside him to bond on proximity. But Tina is growing up, and a part of getting older means drifting away from your parents and their lifestyle. Bob takes offense to this, as if this universal truth to puberty was something inherent to his and Tina's relationship instead of the natural curiosity a teenager is bound to have. This curiosity, combined with Tina's already confusing puberty and lack of fulfillment from mundanity, manifests as a fascination with sexy dance fighting. Yet Bob's real issue with Tina's new obsession is not so much that he finds the new dance form abhorrent, but rather that he finds the very fact that she's seeking new hobbies as a sign that he's no longer able to keep her interest. Teddy misinterprets the Troca de Cordoes as Tina's coming-of-age ceremony, and despite being wrong about the ceremony itself, he's correct in what it represents. If Bob doesn't support Tina in this, then will she even bother to notify him when she really does come of age? Because it's not about her doing the same things as him, it's about doing these things together. Hamburger Dinner Theater. Linda goes out to a dinner theater bachelorette party where she's bit by the dinner theater bug and decides that she wants to put on her own dinner theater performance after a bit of prodding from Mort. Bob is against it, but lets her put on a 3-day performance involving the kids anyway, with each one being assigned a part, including Tina, whose stage fright usually prevents her from speaking in front of others. The first night is a disaster when Mort overdoes it with the gore effects, but after tweaking the show a bit, they're finally able to put on a performance that the audience hates due to the poorly planned twists and lackluster delivery. That is, until a man breaks into the restaurant mid-performance and demands the money in the register, eventually breaking into song when Gene plays him off. Linda is happy about the success of the performance, but Bob is angry that they were robbed, with the robber getting away due to the police thinking it was part of the show. But later, the robber returns to the scene of the crime to try to hear the reviews, and Bob calls the police, who get him this time. Linda's upset that the star of the show is arrested, and the next night, she puts on a soulless performance until Bob arrives to steal the show by reenacting the robbery from the previous night. Although the guests aren't pleased with Bob's performance, Linda is still happy that she finally got her husband to act. Bob seems to hate the idea of dinner theater, not so much because of the theater itself, but due to the effect it has on Linda. It distracts her. She sings everything, she dances in the restaurant, and she works less efficiently. Namely, Bob views it as a distraction, something pointless. He doesn't like it, and he doesn't get why other people like it. In fact, the dinner theater fiasco even starts to actively hurt the family business as it provides cover for them being robbed and drives a few customers out of the store before that. This is part of why Bob is incredulous when Linda views the theater as a success. They lost a day's worth of sales during the event, meaning the entire ordeal was a total financial failure, money being the only objective measurement of success one can place. But after seeing the difference between the mentality of a post-robbery Linda and the post-catching Linda, Bob finally finds out that some things aren't meant to be measured in such objective terms, not even his own performance as the robber. The play ends up being a flop, but it was never about the performance, but the idea of one. Sheesh, Cab Bob. Tina's 13th birthday is coming up, and she wants the party to be big, including her crush, Jimmy Pesto Jr., coming over to give her her first kiss. Bob knows he can't afford the party, so he gets work from his landlord driving a cab overnight to get the extra cash. While he's driving, he's repeatedly exposed to the underbelly of the town, and eventually befriends 3 transvestite prostitutes, as he's one of the only cabbies in town who will pick them up. After several nights of driving, he's eventually able to raise the money for Tina's party, only to find out that Jimmy Jr. cannot come due to his father's long-standing rivalry with Bob, and the fact that he refuses to allow his son to go over unless Bob shaves his mustache. Tina gets angry over the fact that her father refuses to humiliate himself in front of his business rival for her sake and sulks about it the whole party, at least until Bob unwittingly invites the prostitute over and they mention how many sacrifices Bob has already made for her sake. Bob ultimately gives in to shaving his mustache with a bit of help from maybe drugs, but Tina says that he never needed to do this. In the end, Bob learns from the prostitutes that Jimmy Pesto is a diaper enjoyer, and Bob is able to blackmail him into letting his son come over, where Tina is able to use the kissing training Louise gave to her to enjoy her ascent into womanhood. Tina allegedly goes from a girl to a woman in this episode, and her mentality towards her father's sacrifices matures as she does. Early on, she acts like a spoiled child, demanding more and more out of Bob that he's eager to give her in order to ensure that she has everything she wants. But as she gets to her later years, she starts to reduce the number of demands she makes as Tina learns that her wants are not as important as her needs. She doesn't need to kiss Jimmy Pesto Jr., but she needs a father who's willing to put in the work to get her closer to him. It's not as though Bob is needlessly losing out in this exchange either. As much as he drives himself, pun not intended, to the point of exhaustion in this episode, he's also doing so in the interest of proving things to his daughter during a time when she's reevaluating her thoughts on life. Maybe an adult shouldn't be babied so much, but it's nice to know that somebody is willing to go through with things they ought not to have to for you. That the exchange of common courtesy can be a little bit rigid between people. Sometimes you give more than you can for another person, and as long as they recognize the sacrifices that you're making and acknowledge that they are temporary, then you have a solid foundation for any relationship. Bed and breakfast. Bob and Linda rent out some of the rooms in their house as a bed and breakfast over the weekend in spite of Bob's warnings that Linda tends to take these things overboard. They host Javed, an entomologist studying beetle mating habits, and the Samuels, who mostly want to be left alone in their room. Linda attempts to get the guests to socialize with one another, but they're too busy to play board games or participate in social events. And when complaining about this, Teddy says that he would be a perfect guest. With no rooms for the guy, Linda leases out Louise's bedroom, something she does not take well as she begins to plot her revenge by using Javed's beetles and some pheromones. But Teddy doesn't seem to mind having his face stung by insects, as he mentions that nothing gets to him, except for costumed characters, making Louise hatch the idea to invite a bunch over to the house to harass him. After the house is infested by beetles, the guests all try to leave, so Linda locks them in their rooms, with plans to let them out for the ice cream social later that day. It's not until Teddy starts assaulting the costumed characters in the bug-infested hallways that Linda finally breaks down, as Bob points out she was not a great host, though she was at least able to blackmail a good review from the Samuels after they were trapped following a failed escape attempt. Linda has a habit of trying too hard in most of what she does, a habit that often winds up making situations far worse than they ought to have been, even if they start out well. As she continuously puts more and more of herself into a project, Linda grows frustrated when she does not get the same amount out in return. She expects her passion to be contagious and expects the people around her to recognize her hard work, no matter how misguided it is, and this sort of mentality is not always viewed in a negative light. Bob's actions through this episode are largely about taking a hands-off approach to the B&B, to let Linda manage the project in spite of his misgivings about it. He recognizes his wife's passion projects for what they are, and never considers this passion to be negative, but also knows that it's up to her to manage her responses should something not go according to plan. He doesn't swoop in to clean up the mess when Linda's B&B goes wrong, merely talking her into finishing what she started. It shows that you can support a person emotionally without condoning what they do with that praise. Art Crawl. It's the annual art crawl, with various paintings being displayed across the boardwalk. This stretches to Bob's Burgers, that is currently hosting a series of paintings made by Linda's unstable sister Gail that, to Bob's horror, are all various portraits of animal anuses. As nobody wants to eat at the Butt restaurant, Bob schemes to replace the portraits with art made by his children, though when Edith Cranwinkle, the chairperson of the art crawl, compliments his removal of the Butt paintings, he grows indignant and places them back around his restaurant. But the next day, Bob is horrified to discover that somebody has painted underwear over all the works in his restaurant, and he demands that Edith acknowledge and apologize for doing this, culminating in a rampage where he paints anuses on all the art in her shop. Bob is nearly arrested for the vandalism until Linda confesses that she was the one to paint underwear on the animals, as she didn't have the heart to tell Gail that she did select her works. Louise is able to pay for the damaged art using money she made by exploiting the labor of nearby children, and the episode ends with everyone agreeing to be more honest with Gail, at least until she shows off her new, much worse paintings and they lie about the quality. At the end of the episode, Linda is shamed for lying to her sister about her artistic abilities, and it's pointed out that the whole conflict could have been avoided if she was more honest up front. And yet, even before the twist of irony at the episode's end, Bob was still trying to circumvent the truth with schemes to get his children's artwork over the anus pictures. He himself was lying, not only to Gail, but to Linda about his intentions. And then he's untruthful later on when he's told not to put the pictures back up, despite that being his goal in the first place. Through both of those encounters, it's clear what the real motivation behind Bob's actions were from the start. He just wanted control over his restaurant. While having anuses on the wall scaring customers away is clearly something any business owner would want to avoid, he reveals that he didn't actually care too much about the lack of business in the first place, as he's willing to continue to scare off customers in the interest of not doing what he's told with what he owns. Bob values the idea of his restaurant more than he values the restaurant himself, and he has every reason to do so, as it's the culmination of his life's work. Spaghetti Western and Meatballs. After pulling a few strings, Linda is able to get Bob's Burgers the job of catering a charity for Tina's Conflict Resolution Club. Meanwhile, Bob is busy spending more and more time watching old westerns with Jean, much to the annoyance of Louise, who is no longer the center of his attention. So when Jean starts to mimic the actions of Banjo, the hero of the film series they're watching, Louise riles him up in order to convince him to attack his rival Choo Choo for finishing all his jokes, starting a food fight that gets them both detention. When Bob goes to pick up his kids from school, he ends up fighting Mr. Frond and losing the catering gig, much to the annoyance of Linda, who was hoping to rub the success in the face of Colleen, who catered last year's event. So the kids are sent to detention, where Louise starts egging on Jean even more, resulting in him getting into a fight with Choo Choo after school that Bob has to break up. But his breaking up the fight is misinterpreted by Choo Choo's father, who tries to fight Bob. Bob, Louise, and Jean end up hiding from the others, where Bob admits that he's not doing his best as a father to all his kids, while Louise is also acting too childish. Then he fixes everything the only way he knows how, by serving spaghetti at the event anyway, where the food's able to break up several ongoing fights. The ABS system is made fun of repeatedly through this episode, from Tina's half-assed implementation during the conflict resolution skit, to Mr. Franz's failure to abide by his own rules when given the chance to use them. But when Bob tries to fix things, the first thing he does is try to access his feelings, and that's all it takes to stop a bunch of fights. One reading of this ending is that people through the episode have always eagerly taken the low road in their conflicts. Tina picks a fight with Jocelyn over a perceived slight involving Jimmy Jr., Louise tries to pit other people against one another out of jealousy. Jean is quick to exaggerate his conflicts with Choo Choo, and yet none of these actions do anything to make the conflicts any better off. Tina gets hit back, Louise gets caught up in a chase scene, Jean ends up getting into a fight. And even Bob gets his catering gig taken away when he responds to Mr. Franz's provocations. It's not until he makes an attempt at an apology, not even a full apology, just being open to one, that all the conflicts end as people realize they've been taking the low road the whole time. Burger Wars. After nearly choking to death in the restaurant, Mr. Fischoeder, the landlord for the boardwalk, tells the Belcher family that they have 2 days to come up with their missing rent money or else he'll sell the store to Jimmy Pesto across the way. Bob tries to confront his business rival about the attempted takeover and their rivalry, but the children of both families don't seem to share this sentiment. Tina just wants to slow dance with Jimmy Jr., who seems to have forgotten that they're dating. Jean wants to play his first real gig, and Louise wants to use voodoo to save the restaurant. But Bob and Linda hand out flyers instead for half off, which backfires when Jimmy Pesto puts up an offer to match the prices, and then some, while also expanding his menus to sell burgers. Bob has had enough and heads over to confront him again, finding the rest of his family at the other restaurant as he calls them out for being traitors. And when he attempts to hand out free samples of his masterpiece, the meat saya, Pesto fights him, which spills out into the street. Mr. Fischoeder sees the fighting and takes bets on it, and when the fighting turns into a draw, he goes to Bob's Burgers to deliver the news. But when he tries one of the choking hazard-free samples, he's in love with what he considers art, so much that he gives them a bit more leeway in the end. Mr. Fischoeder is an eccentric man. The narrative even mentions this explicitly. And yet, for all of his weirdness, they still have to put up with his antics due to the fact that he's rich. If Fischoeder was working class, he might be labeled as crazy, and his antics would be dismissed as a lunatic's attempts at fun, but he owns a lot of property, so the rivalry between Bob and Jimmy gets ramped up at his prodding, all something simply hand-waved as a reasonable demand to make. And it's ultimately this eccentricity that saves the restaurant at the episode's conclusion. Bob only gets to keep the store because his burgers were viewed as an art form by the man, despite this art form being something that's not at all profitable. This conclusion plays a lot into the tropey endings, where the humble artist is able to show up the soulless profit monger by putting care into their work. But the messaging is underlined by the fact that it's not the people at large demanding quality, but one guy who happens to have a lot of power over who thrives and who starves. Weekend at Mort's. Green mold is found inside of Bob's Burgers, and Hugo orders the restaurant closed for the weekend while it's decontaminated. They're invited to spend the weekend at Mort's, with the mortician even volunteering to watch the kids while Bob and Linda get to enjoy their honeymoon that they never got. But Bob mostly wants to lounge around in sweatpants, building model kits instead of going out to do things. But when the kids encourage Mort to send a message to a woman he met on a mortician's dating site, he invites the other couple on a double date at Jimmy Pesto's, while Tina is put in charge of babysitting. Louise takes advantage of the opportunity to pull pranks on her siblings while they explore the morgue, culminating in a real fright when a drunken Bob stumbles home from a boring night out to take a nap, finally falling asleep in one of the coffins. When the kids hear him snoring in there, they think he's a zombie and push the coffin into the crematorium, nearly burning their dad to death. Enlightened by his near-death experience, Bob realizes he shouldn't have left Linda alone at Jimmy's and rushes over to salsa dance with her, discovering some green mold on the wall there in the process. Bob is, on the surface, a pretty simple guy. He has his dreams, and he's living them, running a burger restaurant with his family and continuing in this lifestyle for, according to Linda, the past 10 consecutive years without any days off. This sort of life is Bob's comfort zone, the thing that he wants to do forever. But this is not a sentiment shared by the rest of his family, who have dreams and ambitions of their own, often working against some of Bob's own desires. Linda wishes to explore the world, take salsa dancing classes, go out for a honeymoon, and enjoy their life together instead of stagnating. Tina, too, has a sort of comfort, but coming from the opposite end, in the sense that she doesn't know what kind of life she wants to have, and is paralyzed with the number of decisions she could make, more often than not assuming that any change may make things worse, so they're not worth doing. Trying to take charge of an adventure when babysitting is far too much for her to do until she's egged on by Louise, and then she starts to fear a zombie attack so much she almost burns her father alive. This experience affects Bob just as much as it affects Tina. Both characters realize that living the dream can sometimes mean not living at all, and that changing things up, even for the worst, at least makes their life more interesting. Lobsterfest. It's Lobsterfest, a holiday that Bob resents so much that he forbids his children from ever eating lobster or attending the festivities, as it's a holiday where everyone is consuming seafood and nobody wants a burger. But when a tropical storm blows in, the festivities are closed, and Bob, being the only restaurant open, finds himself sheltering dozens and dozens of patrons who all want a drink and a meal. He celebrates intensely at his success despite the fact that the power is out and they can't charge for any of the burgers. The next day, however, he wakes up to a thrashed restaurant and no money raised from the previous night, though he's still optimistic about people returning to help fix the damage, at least until he sees that Lobsterfest is back on. Meanwhile, the kids sneak out to go looting, although all they really manage to find is a lobster who they're unsure about eating until it falls into their boiling pot. Back at Lobsterfest, Bob takes to the stage and asks for people to fix his restaurant, but when he's rebuked, he grows angry and threatens to contaminate the butter, falling in on accident. When the mob threatens to throw him into the shell pile, Hugo steps up and calms him down by testing the butter and finding it within acceptable range, something he only did as he remembered Bob wingmanning for him the night before. Like trying to fight a windmill, declaring war on a concept or event rarely turns out well, especially in small numbers when no one agrees or sympathizes with your plight. A more profit-minded person would have used Lobsterfest as a chance to go out of their way to appeal to the seafood-hating family members dragged along on the trip, by having a mobile grill or taking orders and giving numbers. But Bob's approach is to simply stick to his guns and silently resent the event as he stews in his restaurant. This can be considered an emotional low point. An emotional high point would come later, when the event is not only cancelled, but the patrons are moved into his restaurant. He gets everything he wants all at once, while the people he resents are distraught. In this split between the two emotional states, Bob ends up going overboard as he starts to celebrate victory too much, getting the restaurant into trouble while surrounded by people who don't get where he's coming from, as they went from a highlight to a highlight. But thankfully, Bob is saved by a reciprocated act of kindness from Hugo, his payback for when Bob used his euphoria to briefly cease reveling in his own happiness and to instead help out someone else with their own. Torpedo. Bob takes the family to a baseball game to see an advertisement they put up, only for Gene to instead discover the sport of mascot racing, and Bob to learn that his favorite pitcher, Torpedo, is in the minor leagues. He's able to convince Torpedo to pull strings to get Gene into the mascot races, where Gene is able to win, a good chance to advertise the restaurant, although Gene forgets the name of Bob's Burgers. But what is good advertising is Torpedo enjoying one of Bob's burgers so much that he invites several players over to eat there, encouraging Tina to get him food before every game. Bob is happy that his favorite athlete is promoting his restaurant until Torpedo's real motivation is revealed. He was simply using the burger grease to cheat by coating the balls in it. Mr. Fishodor convinces Bob to look the other way and allow the crowd to enjoy the spectacle even if it's dishonest, and this lesson is passed on to the children, who encourage Gene to push the other mascots over to win using the same logic. But when Bob tries and fails to convince Torpedo to stop cheating, only to learn that the guy's been cheating his whole career, he takes it upon himself to tell Gene not to cut corners, only for Gene to get shoved over instead at the end of the third race. It seems as though his lesson on doing things properly is going to fail until the Piers roller coaster falls over due to lacking supports, and Mr. Fishodor declares that he admires Bob for not doing things the way he himself does. A slightly schmaltzy ending to the episode that comes from somewhat of a contrivance, not insofar as the coaster collapsing, but the fact that it fell at just the right moment to have Gene learn a lesson that he was barely receptive to in the first place. Torpedo has a successful career from cheating with various forms of grease. Gene is able to win by sabotaging the other mascots, and Fish Odor wins at life by cheating at safety and standards. Bob is the only person who doesn't get to win in this episode because he plays fair and legitimately, with his offers to share his ideology all being rebuked. But while this is the sort of thing that makes Bob look good, part of it is also done out of necessity. Fish Odor owns so much of the area that if something breaks, he can afford to fix it, often at less of a cost than the money he made from cutting the corner in the first place. And Torpedo was able to build a whole career and signature move out of cheating, the only person to be hurt being Bob when he realized his idol was a fraud. So when Bob cuts corners, he has more to lose, as more of his wealth would be built upon that lie. No washed-up career to lose, no slight loss of profit, just a tank to his reputation, which is all he has. Season 2. After the mixed reviews of the first season, Season 2 came out looking stronger than before, with the cast of side characters starting to come into their own spotlights as the showrunners finally figured out what really made the show click. It took the first season to iron out character traits and details, giving the cast much more consistency moving forward, something reinforced by the fact that Bob's Burgers as a show saw very little movement of its cast and crew. People who were on board from the beginning more or less stuck around through the present day. The other big change from Season 1 to Season 2 is the shift from flash animation to Toon Boom that gave a moderate increase in animation quality. Although Bob's Burgers was never a show about impressing anyone visually, actually going to the opposite extreme of using flat simulations of a single camera format to give the family a more grounded aesthetic that reinforces the more human aspects of the characters. The Belchies. Caffrey's Taffies, an abandoned taffy factory, is set to be demolished when the Belcher kids learn from Teddy about a treasure hidden beneath it in the old bootlegger's tunnels. They sneak out to find this treasure, with Tina inviting Jimmy Jr., who invites Zeke and the twins, and the 7 of them enter the factory where they quickly find a secret elevator shaft. They're trapped inside for a bit until Louise and the twins manage to crawl out of a hole and begin to explore. Eventually, the rest of the group is able to sneak out as well, only to find that they're all lost and that Louise is trapped in a pit with a taffy dummy she names Taff. Bob and Linda, having found no success with a pair of sexy dice, realize that their kids are missing and set out to find them after reading Tina's diary, eventually managing to locate Louise as the demolition of the factory begins. Tina, tired of pretending to be helpless like a romance novel protagonist to attract Jimmy Jr., comes up with the scheme to have the group create a human ladder to rescue her, and Gene is able to find a hollow space they can kick their way out of. In the end, the whole group winds up safe, assuming that the treasure wasn't real because the map was shaped like a butt. The Belcher family is incredibly supportive of one another, almost to the point of absurdity, but usually manifesting in a way that allows each character to be a more exaggerated version of themselves without the repression of guilt or shame. Louise is convinced that just because the map is butt-shaped, it doesn't mean that there's no real treasure somewhere, and the other kids are with her on that, leading to the treasure hunt in the first place. Gene consistently makes excess noise by testing the acoustics of the sewers the whole time he's down there, and while another show might have had a character tell him to be quiet, Gene's noise-making here is shown to be just the thing to escape from a dead end. Bob and Linda hear that their kids aren't being loud, and instead of taking advantage of the situation for scheduled lovemaking, check up on them instead of showing relief over peace and quiet. Even Tina gets to learn this lesson as she represses herself in order to try to be more attractive to Jimmy Jr. When she stops holding back, she immediately formulates a plan to rescue her sister so they can get out of the sewers alive. Bob's not even especially upset over the pill Linda slips him at one point, simply asking her not to do it again, though this is likely in part due to wanting to focus on the kids. It goes to show that this support is what makes the Belcher family functional, that they work well together not in spite of their differences, but because of them. Bob Day Afternoon. After failing to get an extension on his loan from the bank, Bob returns to the restaurant only to find out there's a hostage situation going on there. The police set up a temporary headquarters inside of Bob's Burgers, which Bob hopes will get a bit more attention to the store, paying off when the hostage taker, Mickey, demands food with Bob delivering it. But when the police open fire, Bob is trapped inside and becomes another hostage. While inside the bank, he begins to serve as the go-between for the police, as well as Louise, who is writing a paper on Mickey, Gene, who wants to be a drone pilot, and Tina, who wants to get her money out of the bank. But when the police announce that they plan on tear gassing the bank to get everyone out, Bob takes it upon himself to evacuate the building before then, ultimately convincing Mickey to go out on his own terms. So Mickey makes the hostages form a human shield so he can get to Bob's to have one last burger, celebrating when he's tackled by the police without losing his pants in the process. After the hostage situation, Mr. Dowling announces that he might give Bob the extension on his loan after all, until a die pack left over from the hostages playing banker explodes in his pocket. This is the sort of ending that many of the financially focused episodes of Bob's Burgers have had. The family's money problems never go away, and the writers eschew the narrative of everyone living happily ever after to instead imply that the struggles will go on. Some episodes even end with the restaurant being closed down by a vindictive Hugo or some other force. And while continuity resets will always ensure that the audience can expect the store to be open again before the next episode begins, the one thing that is not reset is the cast. Bob's financial situation might not improve, but his friend circle always seems to catch a few more people from season to season. Mickey gets introduced in this episode and later on becomes a regular presence in the show, popping up from time to time just as so many of Bob's other new friends do. This show is somewhat of a priority when it comes to what sort of wealth the show wants for its cast. That, as sappy as it is, the real measurement of success comes not from how much you're selling, but to who you're selling. Synchronized swimming. Hoping to get out of their gym class obligations, the Belcher children convince Mr. Frond to allow them to take a synchronized swimming independent study class that they fake their mother's signature to allow. But when Linda discovers that the kids have been skipping class in this way, she internalizes an argument she had with Bob over the fact that she's taken advantage of, and decides that she's going to teach them to swim for real. Bob is upset about this as he recently purchased a soft surf machine and was hoping to have the kids run it over the summer as it's too much work to do it himself. This culminates in an issue where Mr. Frond sets up a graded performance of the kids' swimming skills, threatening them with summer school if they fail it, which also means they won't be around with Bob during peak ice cream season. Bob attempts to guide the class himself, but Louise continuously tries to sabotage the performance, eventually pulling a Caddyshack but for real to get the pool drained. Mr. Frond insists that they dupe the performance in the drained pool just in time for Linda to show up, saving the day by having the kids and Bob do birthing exercises. Linda at first coddles her children too much, happily doing their assignments and keeping them out at the pool instead of working. This creates a sort of feedback loop, where the kids get so used to taking advantage of their mother that they start to develop the life skill of getting her to do the work for them instead of actually learning how to do certain things. After realizing how her kids are treating her, Linda decides to cut them off, to make them fix their own problems for once, until this ends up getting the whole family into a bad situation as they potentially get sent to summer school, making Bob lose a labor source and the kids losing their summer freedom. So there's a conflict set up between Linda's desires to be there for her kids and her desire to set them free so they can learn to fix problems themselves. It becomes clear in this episode that they can't solve the issue alone, they need their mother's help, and part of the reason they can't is because they're so dependent on that help. But also because they don't really have a desire to learn. Why do so when mom is there to do it for you? So Linda finds the best possible option. She helps save the day, but does so in an embarrassing way. Her kids can still depend on her for help, but it would probably be better if they tried to do it themselves first. Burger Boss. Bob gets an arcade machine in the restaurant, Burger Boss, and he starts trying to set high scores. But when Jimmy Pesto comes over to play the game, he not only sets a high score, but does so with the name Bob Sucks, prompting Bob to obsess over beating his score to remove it. But in his obsession, he gets carpal tunnel and has to wear wrist braces and take pain pills to keep playing. Linda removes the machine to stop Bob's obsession, but he tracks it down to a local arcade and brings his kids with him to get inside. The kids are bored of waiting around, so they begin to crash various birthday parties, eventually working their way up to crashing bigger parties like a ball at the local yacht club. Meanwhile, Bob is getting coached by Daryl on how to improve at Burger Boss so he can beat Jimmy's score, somehow agreeing to beat up Daryl's bully for him. Bob, high on pain pills, hallucinates that Daryl's bully is one of the enemies from the game and chases him out of the arcade and onto the yacht club his kids are crashing. Linda's called over to defuse the situation, happy at first because she believed Bob was taking the kids to boating lessons, but when she arrives and sees Bob making an ass of himself, she scolds him and drags him home. In the end, Daryl decides to give up gaming so he doesn't end up like Bob, but not after getting paid to simply beat the score himself. Bob tries to show off his gaming skills to his kids, only for Jimmy Pesto to show up and show him up in short order. As a result, he feels like a loser, though it's in his follow-up actions that actually make him a loser. He gets 2 wrist braces, starts popping pain pills, and eventually chases children around with a paddle. All things that could have been avoided if he had just taken the high road, or even if he had taken the low road, just a slightly higher one, and called Pesto a nerd for being good at a video game for kids. People often find their fates on the road they take to avoid them. Daryl hopes to get Bob to fight his battles for him, only to get bullied even more for avoiding the confrontation. It's not until he decides to give up on trying to define himself by a hobby that he gets made fun of for that he's finally able to presumably overcome the bullying from the other kids. And while it's normally never a good thing to give up on your dreams because of outside pressure, if your dream was only something you were following because you wanted to be famous or popular in the first place, then you're not really giving up anything at all. Just as Bob eventually gives up on his crusade to overwrite a score on a video game, and the problem immediately becomes moot. Food truckin'. Food trucks start parking around the boardwalk, stealing business from Bob's Burgers. So at the advice of Randy, the filmmaker from Sacred Cow, Bob gets a food truck of his own that's little more than a fire hazard on wheels. They don't manage to make much money parked outside their own restaurant, stealing customers from themselves, until Randy points out that the real money is in the circuit, traveling to where people are. So over the next few days, they go from location to location, running the food truck while Linda stays at the restaurant, bored, before deciding to join them on the road at the Lollapalooza, a food truck festival. Tina starts going by Dina after a customer mispronounces her name, and she walks around the festival lying about what's in her samples. Jean and Louise walk around sampling the other food trucks and writing insults about the food there. And Linda starts to develop a road rage habit, knocking the windows off of several other trucks. Eventually, Bob's Burgers wins the Best Truck contest, only for the festival goers to start an angry mob and flip them over. The Belchers wait until the mob dies down, only to wake them up in their attempts to re-flip it, barely managing to escape an inferno before walking home. Bob has a habit of getting in way over his head without realizing it, then doubling down once he notices that he's gone too far, as it hurts his pride too much to back down. Here, he feels as though his burgers are being overshadowed, and, not wanting to stand by and watch his life's work be ignored, buys a truck he can't afford and has it fixed up with money he doesn't have, all in the interest of showing off his food to people he doesn't even respect. His family takes after him in this, with the kids getting involved in various grifts involving their promotion of the truck. Dina, starts to adopt a new personality, never admitting it was a pointless idea and blaming her past actions on a moved hair clip. Louise and Jean likewise have no issue with lying to the hipsters at the food truck festival, as in their own words, they don't find a problem with lying to vegetarians. It's not until the family starts to notice that their actions are hurting their family that anyone begins to show any amount of remorse, backpedaling out of their actions and obligations when the truck is flipped over. While their egos are too large to ever admit any wrongdoings for following their beliefs, they will quickly pivot if someone they care about has their welfare put in jeopardy as a result. Humorously, this manifests as the whole family scapegoating Randy for all their troubles, despite the fact that all he did was enable Bob's desires at the start of the episode, while offering genuinely good-hearted advice throughout. Dr. Yap. Gail visits the restaurant while Bob is at Dr. Yap's, the family dentist, and she volunteers to pick up the kids while Linda manages the restaurant. But while picking up a thoroughly drugged Bob, Gail is confused for Linda and Bob kisses her in the car, leading her to believe that she and Bob are now having an affair. Bob tells the truth to Linda in spite of Gail's warnings not to, and Linda is happy as she believes their fake affair will build Gail's confidence to the point that she's comfortable asking out another man. And they select Dr. Yap as that man when he shows interest in bringing the family to his ski lodge timeshare. Bob tries to keep up the charade long enough for Gail to fall for the dentist, but this fails as the dentist's approach to flirting is a method he learned from a pickup artist. Eventually, Bob starts to ski out of control, being chased by Gail, being chased by Dr. Yap, being chased by Tina, and Bob winds up crashing into a snowman created by Louise as she's been in a contest with Jean to see who gets to have a jawbreaker. The jawbreaker breaks one of Bob's teeth, requiring dental care to have it pulled, something Dr. Yap does without anesthetics as he believes Bob was trying to steal Gail away from him. In the end, Linda pretends to be obsessed with Yap, so Gail will try to steal him away, her plan working out after all. This is an episode about miscommunications and dysfunction in relationships that's made much more interesting by contrasting it to the way in which a past or contemporary sitcom would have handled the plot. Most shows would have had Bob kissing Gail as the instigator for the whole plot, and his increasingly desperate attempts to hide the affair getting him into trouble. But here Bob admits the truth to Linda as soon as he finds out himself, and the plot ends up playing off of the surprising acceptance for the action that Linda has. But Bob's honesty ends up getting punished, as he's accused of genuinely trying to seduce Gail by Linda due to a misunderstanding, something he ends up with a pulled tooth for. However, more honesty is what solves the issue, as Linda admits that she was merely acting out of passion after seeing her husband near another woman, and the characters who act more morally ambiguous are the ones who really suffer. Everything we've seen from the two characters implies that Dr. Yap and Gail are extremely unstable people who will no doubt end up making each other miserable, while Bob gets to return to a happy, functional relationship with kids who learn from his actions, Tina getting over her crush on the dentist when she sees him being unnecessarily cruel. Moody Foodie. Some of Bob's fellow restaurateurs warn him of the Moody Foodie, a critic who has been leaving bad reviews of restaurants that can often lead to them being outright shut down. He tries not to panic over the potential disguised critic until he notices a man in costume using his iconic blue handkerchief, and the whole family goes into a panic as they botch taking and then making his order. The ensuing review is negative, and it starts to drive business away, with Bob taking it especially personally. But when Tina suggests that he try to have a do-over on the review, Bob goes over to the man's house to force him to eat a burger. The critic refuses to eat it, though, so Bob ends up tying him to a chair, with the other restaurateurs coming in to harass the guy as well. Eventually, they wind up taking the mailman hostage as well when Bob finally realizes that he's gone too far, ultimately choosing to bribe the men to stay quiet, where it's revealed that he's never seen the movie Tin Cup because he read a bad review of it. In the end, Bob's Burgers survives by offering a promotion for half off any customer who brings in a negative review, and the Moody Foodie doesn't press charges after actually having Bob's do-over burger. Bob loves burgers. This is key to his character, that everything he's doing is all in the interest of his restaurant. It's where his family lives, it's where he's raising his kids, it's where he puts his passion into. So when a food critic insults his restaurant, he's not merely insulting Bob's food, but Bob's very essence, who he fundamentally is as a person. We've seen how little offense he takes to various things throughout the show up to this point. People will call Bob fat, they'll insult his sense of decor, he's even willing to have a tooth pulled without anesthetics, or have an attack documentary made about him without holding much of a grudge. But to insult his restaurant comes with disproportionate retribution, because to most people, a restaurant is just a store, not a lifestyle. People will survive having a failed business venture and can move on with their lives. But Bob goes after a person with everything he has, completely ignoring the fact that tying a man to a chair and force-feeding him burgers is a bad idea, as there's something greater at stake in the conflict. But just to Bob, hence why the retribution seems disproportionate. Bad Tina. Tina is put in charge of welcoming the new girl, Tammy, to the school, with Tammy getting her into trouble, eventually sent to detention. When Tina returns from detention with a new vocabulary and tells her parents not to have a crap attack, Linda starts to worry that she's losing her daughter and puts new rules on her when babysitting the other kids. But Tammy invites herself over, as well as Jimmy Jr. and Zeke, who Tammy has developed a crush on, and the four get into Linda's margarita mix, pretending to be drunk afterwards. But when Tina has misgivings about this, Tammy steals her friend fiction from the bedroom and begins to use it as blackmail to make Tina do what she says. Worse in that Jean and Louise are also using her party the previous night to make Tina do their chores. But when Tina gets caught sneaking out with more margarita mix, her parents ground her, causing Tammy to decide to read Tina's friend fiction aloud the next day at school. When Linda learns about all of this, she convinces Tina not to be ashamed, and Tina vows to write a new story that she herself will read aloud. But Bob points out how bad this idea actually is, and they rush over to stop her. Jean and Louise manage to steal Tina's journal back before Tammy can read it out loud, but Tina reads hers anyway, becoming the laughingstock of the school until Tammy laugh farts in front of everyone, with the attention turning to her instead. Tina discovers the secret to fitting in during this episode, doing whatever anybody tells you to do with no regard for your personal wants or whether it's a good idea. If you do what people tell you, they'll enjoy spending time with you. Maybe you won't enjoy the time, but if you don't value yourself especially highly, then this is the sort of relationship that you'll be drawn to. And so Tina ends up being manipulated by Tammy, and with the same mindset, manipulated by her siblings as well, until she ultimately decides to take matters into her own hands in the most Tina way imaginable. Because that really is the best solution to her current woes. Part of what makes her situation with Tammy so bad is not the fact that she's being manipulated, but the fact that she's losing a part of herself in the process. So Tina stops being Tina and starts being Tammy 2.0. So to be aggressively Tina is the best way to get back to being herself. She says something stupid in front of the crowd, while her father, currently obsessed with caking, shows up to embarrass her further, but embarrassing or not, no one can deny that she's her own woman instead of somebody else's. Beef Squatch. A daytime talk show, Get On Up with Chuck and Pam, hosts a segment for local chefs, with the Belchers sending in a tape that includes footage of Gene running around in a Sasquatch mask he acquired. They're brought on to the show with Gene steals with his Beef Squatch antics, eventually getting Bob a permanent segment alongside his son. Bob grows jealous of Beef Squatch's popularity, and eventually he starts to hire Louise to sabotage Gene, who is also using Louise to sabotage Bob. Their attacks against one another ramp up, much to the fear of Linda, who's heard about show business ruining families, and she tries to get them taken off the air, only to be thrown out alongside Tina, who was Bandwind Nathan, a boy who pretended to be interested in her so he could smell Pam's hair, disguised as her to sneak into the dressing rooms. When a network executive visits the studio to scout Beef Squatch for his own spin-off, Chuck encourages Bob and Gene to fight each other for the audience's entertainment, prompting Louise to throw a garbage can through the window so Linda can stop the show the only way she knows how, flashing the camera so the FCC fines the show into bankruptcy. Gene becomes obsessed with celebrity status in this episode, drawing the ire of his father in spite of the fact that Bob himself also wanted the same status. Their rivalry here is driven by both of them competing for attention, as they view one as stepping on the toes of the other. And yet the only reason either one got any break in the first place was due to the fact that they were working together. Bob never would have had his audition looked at if Beef Squatch wasn't running around in the background, and Gene's Beef Squatch act needed a straight man to play off of. The only thing that they really failed at doing was the fact that they never realized they played well off each other, the same way that Chuck and Pam recognized. Although even then this wouldn't have been an ideal symbiosis, as it was never Bob's dream to be famous, but for his burgers to be famous instead. Bob just wants a platform for his art form to be taken seriously. The antics of his son only distract from that without giving proper attention to the burgers. So much so that he's even willing to start placing strange ingredients inside just to harass Gene when he eats them for his act. This is also a relationship shown in Bob's success as a restaurateur. The Beef Squatch bit is bringing in customers, but he doesn't care about the success as they're not interested in the food, but the rubber mask. Season 3. As I've stated before, very little changes from season to season in Bob's Burgers. The staff remains very consistent with very few exceptions, and the overall point of the show, after being ironed out a bit early on, stays the same for several years of its run. Given this fact, I will likely not be doing seasonal introductions moving forward unless there's something unique about the upcoming episodes that needs to be pointed out. Even then, this will often be better suited to an individual episode retrospective. Earsy Rider. A group of bikers called the One-Eyed Snakes goes next door to Mort's to have the funeral for their leader, Horny Dave, crashing Bob's Burgers afterwards. Bob is hesitant to serve them, but does it anyway, and their new leader, Critter, pays for the damage to his restaurant and afterwards gives them their insignia to place in their window as a sign of protection. Meanwhile, Louise walks through a staircase that a group of teenagers led by one, Logan, have taken over, and he retaliates by stealing her hat. Louise freaks out a bit over having her hat stolen, following Logan around and repeatedly trying to get it back before eventually telling his parents what he did. But when Logan says that he threw the hat away and Louise tracks it to an incinerator, she decides to get revenge by cashing in the favor the One-Eyed Snakes gave to the Belchers by having them cut off Logan's ears. Giving in to the threat, Logan reveals he still has the hat and returns it, but Logan's parents go to Bob's Burgers to complain about the character of the patrons and a fight breaks out, eventually resulting in Horny Dave's jacket being torn. The bikers prepare for a brawl until one of theirs, Mudflap, starts to have contractions and Logan's father delivers the baby in the restaurant. In the end, nobody's ears are cut off and Bob ends the episode with a speech about how it's better to be a good neighbor than it is to complain about bad ones. Logan is tired of being around kids, so he starts to chase them away from a staircase. Louise is tired of being told not to walk somewhere, so she taunts Logan, who steals her hat, so she has the bikers threaten him, so the parents try to close down the restaurant, so a gang of bikers threatens to kill them. Every character in this exchange is simply sick of other people acting rude to them, getting revenge against a perceived slight by escalating events while justifying their actions to themselves as a fair response, as they consider only their own pain and not the motivation of the other party. Bob points out that, in order to justifiably complain about the state of your neighborhood or town or the world, it helps if you yourself are actually on the high ground of the situation. If you're part of the problem, then you shouldn't be complaining about the problem. But very few people actually want to acknowledge if they're culpable for any of the issues that surround them, indirectly or not, and so they tend to view their complaining as part of the solution while actively alienating their neighbors and contributing to a less friendly, personable society. Bob worries about what might happen to the wharf if the bikers start hanging out around there, but rather than shutting them out, he serves them at the restaurant anyway, not because he wants to do it, but because he acknowledges that the world would be a better place if fewer people got turned away. Full bars. The kids decide to go trick-or-treating without Bob this year, leaving Bob and Linda free to go to Ted's costume party. They wander around for a while but don't get any good candy, mostly just leftover condiments from the various restaurants nearby. So the decision is made to go to King's Head Island, the rich neighborhood, where they start to get much better candy, including full-sized chocolate bars. But the kids are warned that if they stay out too late, they'll become victims of the Hell Hunt, where the teenagers roam around to harass the kids once their parents are too drunk to stop them. The Belcher kids manage to avoid being captured and prepare to take the ferry back, but Tina realizes that they owe the kids of the island for showing them where the best candy was, and they plot to free their fellow children by stealing a teenage girl's cell phone and texting the boys to leave the kids to skinny dip instead. While hot-saucing their underwear, the boys discover the ruse and chase the Belchers out into the street, where they're ambushed by the now liberated kids who want to get their revenge by chucking pee balloons at their tormentors. Meanwhile, Teddy's party turns into a murder mystery as he tries to deduce who stepped on his guinea pig, Frances, with Linda discovering that Bob squished her when trying to put on a fat suit. Bob confesses to the murder but points out that Teddy spray painting his pet couldn't have helped. In the end, everyone arrives back home and Linda shares the story of their night with the kids. A Halloween episode that plays with many of the conventions of horror by placing them into a more conventional populist lens. There's a murder mystery afoot with an exaggerated danger, as it's merely Teddy's paranoia that puts the partygoers at risk. One that's ultimately resolved by Bob himself admitting to it, but also pointing out that Teddy could not have been that close to Frances to have let her roam free and covered in spray paint. The kids also get into a scenario in which they have to evade a group of teenagers who are hunting children, going back into the dangerous area as they feel an obligation to the people from whom they extorted candy bars by pretending to be locals. It's also interesting to see people in both plots are going along with traditions and actions out of a performative sense of honor instead of the more logical approach. The teenagers are doing their hell hunt, not because they actually care about it, but because it's more or less what they're expected to do. When a girl starts talking about it, their leader flip-flops on whether he actually likes the hunt, and they're quick to drop it when they think they have something more interesting to do. Likewise, Teddy is aware that he's not a great caretaker for his guinea pig, but makes a showing out of his grief in order to make this less obvious. Bob fires the kids. Bob finds his old box of toys from when he was a child and realizes that he had a bad childhood due to constantly having to work in his father's restaurant. When he catches himself telling his own children to get back to work, he realizes he's denying them a childhood of their own, and so, in the interest of ensuring his kids don't wind up like him, Bob fires the kids. Now free from work, they don't know what to do with themselves, and wander about on their bikes until stumbling upon a blueberry farm, where they receive jobs. Meanwhile, Bob is struggling to find a replacement for his kids, willing to work for cheap, and ultimately settles on Mickey, the bank robber who took him hostage, to run the restaurant in their stead. But it turns out that Mickey, for all his enthusiasm, is actually just planning on tunneling underground to re-rob the bank, and Bob fires him. He tries to rehire his kids, but as they're already working, they refuse the offer. However, one of Tina's customers complains about the quality of his blueberries and leaves the box at the restaurant where Bob and Linda discover the fruit is actually a cover for marijuana. Mickey takes the Belchers to the farm to get their kids back, with a DEA agent following them there, busting in to take the couple running the farm into custody when everything goes back to normal. Bob realizes that his childhood wasn't miserable due to the fact that he had to work, but rather due to the fact that he had to work for a humorless man who refused to allow him to goof off or enjoy himself ever. His first misattribution is what he enforces on his children, though, kicking them out during the summer in an attempt to force them to have the happy childhood he didn't. But as soon as he does this, the kids assume it's a bluff, as they can't comprehend why their father wouldn't want them around, and neither can Bob himself. Since he wasn't close with his father, he doesn't know the type of happy relationship other kids might have with theirs. It never occurs to him that perhaps his kids actually want to hang out around the restaurant, and that is their version of fun. It's telling that the kids' first attempt at finding something else to do with their time is to go find a different couple to work for. And yet, because of their work being a necessity of their parents' restaurant, they don't actually have a proper relationship with what labor is supposed to look like, resulting in the kids selling drugs for an elderly couple of hippies. While this can mostly be attributed to their ages, it still reinforces the idea that the Belcher children work at the restaurant not because they're forced to, but because they want to. Mutiny on the Windbreaker. The Windbreaker comes into town and the captain, Captain Flarty, notices Bob. At first he offers the family a 10-day all-expenses cruise on the condition that Bob be his personal chef. But when Bob can't walk away from his obligations at the restaurant, he cuts the offer down to a single meal. But after this meal, Bob notices that they've left the harbor and are out at sea, with Bob being forced to work alongside the other chef Duval for the whole trip anyway. Louise gets her nails sharpened, Tina tries to get a massage, Linda gets a tan, and Jean falls in love with the ventriloquist's puppet who tries to seduce money out of him. But Bob refuses to be a prisoner, and when he's locked in the walk-in cooler, breaks out and tries to formulate a plan to escape by starting a mutiny. These plans are delayed as he tries to prevent Duval from serving expired oysters, ultimately getting caught and threatened with expulsion from the boat. But when the whole cruise gets sick and Duval feels guilty, they start a mutiny for real, and the boat is finally returned to the harbor. It's interesting how much more realistic Bob's Burgers is than so many other shows in this episode, not so much in the fact that an insane ship captain with a pet capybara is taking his entire crew hostage, but in the fact that the family cannot actually take a free vacation due to other obligations. So many TV show families seem to have the 1-hour work week. They only go to work when it's relevant for the plot. But here the work Bob does is a constant consideration in his mind, in the same way that it would be for anyone who does have to work for a living. Vacations are planned around work schedules. Outside activities only happen when there's a reason they can get attention. Nobody is able to drop everything to go on to something more entertaining for the audience. They've got to run the restaurant. So Bob's Burgers is able to get away with certain unorthodox plots without ever losing the audience's ability to relate. The Belchers, too, get to have exaggerated characteristics without losing the audience's ability to relate either. We don't relate to Jean's love affair with the puppet or Louise's super long nails, but these are things close enough to what the kind of mischief that a kid might get involved in that we can understand their motivations. So Bob getting captured due to his chef's code of refusing to let somebody serve spoiled food is actually the most absurd thing in an episode where being shanghaied is comparable to a luxury vacation. An indecent Thanksgiving proposal. Mr. Fishodor is trying to sleep with a retired sharpshooter/homewrecker, Shelby Schnabel, and he offers 5 months' rent in exchange for the Belchers pretending to be his family for one Thanksgiving dinner. Bob goes along with this in spite of Thanksgiving being his favorite holiday, as he still plans to sneak the Belcher traditions inside of the other holidays, so he might still spend time with his family. But Fishodor offers the kids tickets for good acting, and the promise that they can get a prize for having the most of them, resulting in the children getting hyper-competitive over showing off how much they love their pretend father, much to Bob's annoyance, as no one is spending time with him, so he drinks absinthe alone in the kitchen. Eventually, Bob starts to hallucinate that the turkey, who he's named Lance, is talking to him, and falls asleep through his toast. After discovering this, he storms into the dining room to do his toast anyway, where he decides he doesn't want anyone else to have his turkey and runs off with the bird. Shelby starts to hunt him down with her old rifle in hand, eventually shooting Lance and causing Linda to break the illusion. Shelby rejects fish odor as she only wants to sleep with a married man, and the Belcher family sits down to enjoy their bullet turkey. Bob loves Thanksgiving. It's his favorite holiday, even if this sentiment is not shared by his children. He gets so excited every year when he gets to cook the turkey and do the toast that naming the turkey and him talking to it like it's speaking back to him isn't even considered that strange of a behavior to exhibit. He also loves his family, tying into the amount that he loves Thanksgiving, as it's a traditionally family-oriented holiday. So when Mr. Fishodor offers him a few months' rent in exchange for missing out on a Thanksgiving with his family, he turns down the offer immediately, and then accepts it when that offer is extended to 5 months. Because as much as Bob wants to be sentimental in his love of his family members, he is occasionally forced to be pragmatic about his wishes, taking a side in the fight about what his children want, what he wants, and what actually makes sense to do. He's willing to sell his favorite holiday tradition to Fishodor on the assumption that he'll still get a little bit of the original hopes for the night. But as the night goes on and he gets more and more drunk, Bob eventually realizes that he's the only one who wanted to celebrate a traditional Thanksgiving holiday, and so he's the only person who really gave anything away. But far from taking any silver lining in his children getting a better life for very little, he instead cracks down on their lack of understanding what it is that they're giving up for a bit of rent. The Deepening. Mr. Fishodor is looking for a new attraction for the wharf and gets the idea from Bob to buy the animatronic shark from the movie The Deepening 3, which was filmed in the town decades ago. In spite of Teddy's arguments against the idea, the shark is loaded with diesel and set up in the middle of the park, chomping away at nearby guests with no regard for safety. Tina starts to fall for the shark as she believes it's just misunderstood, but Jean and Louise want some of its mechanical fin, and in their attempts to cut it off, the shark is let loose. As block captain, Bob is put in charge of putting a stop to it, and he calls a brainstorming meeting to come up with the various schemes to prevent it from going further down the street, all of which only make the shark more dangerous until eventually it's buried underground, where it burrows into Bob's basement. Bob goes down into the basement to confirm if it's dead, with Teddy going along after he reveals that he was once a minor actor on the set of The Deepening 3, and that the shark animatronic ruined his chances with the girl, making him turn to food for comfort. When entering the store, the shark bursts through the ground and eats Mort, trying to eat Teddy as well before Tina points out that they could destroy it by using the soft serve machine it's eating to overload it from the inside. The shark is finally stopped, Mort reveals he's okay, and Tina chooses her father over an animatronic killing machine. Bob's Burgers takes on Jaws, the entire episode being a parody of that movie beat for beat, with the differences being in the much more mundane execution of the gags. Fishodor wants to keep the animatronic shark active during operating hours instead of keeping a beach open for the holiday weekend. Bob works alongside a man whose beef with the shark is that it made him spill a drink on a girl he was flirting with. And the finale involves an ice cream machine exploding instead of a harpoon welded to a rocket, and I might have the Lemon Demon version of Jaws in my head. But aside from the parody aspects of the episode, it does allow us to see characterization come out as a result of a stressful situation the cast is put into. Bob is the first person to volunteer to check on the shark after taking charge of the situation, due to his responsibilities to his role as block captain. Jean and Louise are the ones who make the shark situation worse in their attempts to make some mischief, and Tina, of course, falls in love with an animatronic, fitting for her personality as the world's most confused teenager. Tyrannosaurus Rex. After picking up some napkins, Bob decides to let Tina drive the car in the almost empty parking lot, where she gets nervous and hits the only other car there. Bob convinces Tina to lie about the crash to their insurance adjuster, Chase, though Tina is a bad liar and comes up with an elaborate story instead of the simple one Bob planned to tell. Chase accepts their claim and offers to have Bob cater a barbecue he's hosting. But while Tina's put in charge of the grill, she sets fire to the house and the whole thing burns to the ground. Tina feels extremely guilty over this and eventually confesses the first lie to her family, so she and Bob set out to go to Chase's office to admit the truth. But Chase not only says that he knew they were lying in the first place, but that the house burning down was an intentional sabotage, and he blackmails the family into flooding their basement for yet another insurance scam they can all get in on. At first, they try to scare Chase out of the insurance fraud game by pretending to drown the kids, but when he doesn't believe it, Tina simply uses Jean's keyboard to record him admitting to the fraud, and they turn him in. While this is going on, Mort is chauffeuring the family around, upset at the amount of work it is until he notices a thank you package right before he was about to go on an angry rant. After Bob convinces Tina to lie about who was driving the car during the time of the incident, she starts to fear that the situation might spiral out of control, her immortal soul being at risk due to this singular fib. And as the episode progresses, this is exactly what comes to pass. Later on, she's culpable for burning down a residency and afterwards roped into committing more and more acts of insurance fraud at the insistence of a man who recognized their lie for a sign that he had found two people willing enough to go along with his schemes. Bob is at first willing to go along with Chase's schemes for insurance fraud, masterminding the first one and hesitantly accepting the second after it's already happened. And he's not so against the flooding plan as to try to shut it down, rather than to counter one of his own. Being outdone by a more experienced scam artist, Chase is voiced by Bob Odenkirk after all. It's Tina who recognizes the slippery slope they're going down, and thus, it's Tina who has to be the one to shut down the whole operation. Otherwise, she would never have been able to forgive herself for her passivity, the same passivity that caused her to crash the car in the first place. The unbearable likeness of Gene. Gene learns that a girl from his school, Courtney Wheeler, has a crush on him. Unfortunately, Courtney is the most annoying girl he knows, constantly chewing on her necklace and blaming all her habits on a heart disorder, and he wants nothing to do with her. But when her friends pressure Gene to accept her confession, he ends up going through with it. Louise and Tina try to explain the situation to Bob, who at first doesn't understand it, but later, after spending a few minutes in the car with the girl, completely agrees that Gene should break up. But Gene struggles to actually do this, made worse when he meets her father, Doug, who writes commercial jingles and has a house full of musical equipment. Gene continues to date Courtney in order to get closer to Doug, in spite of how obnoxious she is, until her birthday party, where Gene intends to perform a jingle of his own to impress Doug. But when Courtney tries to sing over his song, he snaps and tells her that he finds her annoying, which gives Courtney a heart attack. Gene visits her in the hospital and tries to break up with her for real, giving her another heart attack that kills her, until Courtney, her family, and the doctor reveal that it was just a trick to get back at him. In the B-plot, Linda tries to lose weight by only eating the skins of things, only to snap out of her weight loss obsession when a pervy old man compliments her at the doctor's office. Gene is told that the longer he waits to break up with Courtney, the harder it will eventually be to do so, and it's not something that's easy in the first place. But this is advice that applies more so to relationships in which both parties have some sort of fondness or dependence on one another. When you spend so much time around another person, you find it harder to live without them in your life due to the fact that they are slowly becoming more and more normal, and thus you start to fear the sudden change in lifestyle even if you feel no love towards that person. But Gene and Courtney never actually felt that love or dependence throughout the episode. Gene barely tolerated her and only stuck around because his sisters exaggerated a worst-case scenario. At least, in the first half of the episode. Once Gene discovers that Courtney's father is working his dream job, he starts to invest his dreams into his future with the girl, no longer forcing himself to date her out of momentum, but because he thinks he can get a jingle record deal. It makes the situation more complex when Courtney is no longer the bad guy for pressuring Gene, but both parties behaving terribly for taking advantage of one another, instead of relying on actual feelings between the two. Of course, in an ironic twist, this actually makes the real breakup, not the shouting match at the party, much easier to go through with, so much so that Courtney is even ready for it before it happens. God rest ye merry gentlemannikins. While telling his kids that he can't afford any of their Christmas present demands, Bob discovers that he's inherited a storage unit from a distant uncle. When they check out the inheritance, the family meets Chet, a homeless man who used to work for that uncle by doing displays in his windows. So he doesn't have to take over the lease, Bob lets Chet stay in the family's basement until the end of Christmas, and Chet repays him by putting on elaborate Christmas displays in the restaurant's window, where Chet himself poses as one of the mannequins. These displays continue on over the days leading up to Christmas, driving a lot of business to the store. But before Christmas Day comes, Chet is spending time with the family when he mentioned his lost love, Nadine. As it turns out, Nadine is a mannequin who used to be part of the displays with Chet, who himself used to be a mannequin. And the two fell in love until the mall was built, closing the store and separating the couple. Bob is skeptical of the story as he believes that Chet is just a crazy homeless guy, but when he says as such, Chet gets upset and creates a gruesome display for Christmas Day. So the family sets out to find Nadine and cheer up their guest, eventually tracking her down to a sex shop where they steal the womannequin, cheering up Chet enough that he puts on a proper display. at least until he starts to make out with Nadine, making the excited onlookers leave in disgust. Bob's Burgers does Christmas, their version of a holiday spirit being the type of guy who appears in their life, enriches the season, and then gets helped out in some selfless deed by the kids as they all learn the true meaning of Christmas is to unite lost lovers, a man and his mannequin. The usual Christmas miracle-esque story has some small degree of magical realism involved, an ambiguous situation where the audience never knows whether the events were really supernatural or if there was a logical explanation after all. Not that that was ever the concern when the holidays are involved. Despite the absurdity of some of the set dressing, this is still a very straightly played Christmas story between the kids giving up their gifts for a less tangible reward and a Scrooge who refuses to accept the magic of the situation. But that set dressing is what allows each character to play its part in their usual roles. The kids ask for far too much, except Tina, and so the things they give away are objects they realistically never had. They were merely giving away the idea of the gifts. And of course, Bob can be the designated Scrooge without being unlikable, as his ghost of Christmas past is just a dude living in a storage shed who thinks he's a store mannequin. Mother-daughter laser razor. Linda tries to connect with her kids, only for Louise to be more interested in spending time with Bob than with her. She tries a few things to get closer to her daughter, following the advice of the Phenomamom, a motherhood blogger, and ultimately decides to take Louise to a mother-daughter healing seminar. Louise wants nothing to do with this event, so Linda has to bribe her with money to go through with the various events that the Phenomamom, a man named Dakota, puts them through. But while they're there, Linda gets competitive against Cynthia, Logan's mother, over who will win a most valuable mom sash, resulting in Louise and Logan getting upset with the competition and locked in the Uter room, where they have to watch Freaky Friday on loop. They plot to escape the room by faking stomach aches, locking the mothers away while they go play laser tag next door. Once the moms break out, Linda tries to confront her daughter only to instead get caught up in the game of laser tag, where she eventually makes her peace with Louise to team up against Dakota instead. Meanwhile, Tina is worried about her leg hair, and failing to get Linda's attention enough to shave it, asks Bob to go with her to get it waxed, Bob also getting his legs waxed, as Tina was too nervous to do it alone. But after doing this, she feels bad about killing her leg hair due to peer pressure, and vows not to give in to pressure again in the future. Louise's position as one of the boys in this episode starts to cause Linda some jealousy, as she starts to feel like a failure as a mother due to her child not wanting to share the affection. This is made worse by the fact that her obvious favorite parent doesn't really do anything that causes the attention to build up around him either. So with Bob effortlessly being Louise's favorite and Linda's efforts getting her no closer to that status, she starts to fear that her very best efforts can't compare to Bob's indifference, that no effort of hers can reach what Bob and Louise have, and it's a personal failure. And yet it's not the right message for her to have taken from the experience. Linda's best efforts are merely the best efforts that would have impressed herself. No matter the effort she makes in this direction, she'll never impress Louise as she's not actually finding middle ground between the two. Ironically, it's her acceptance of not being able to relate to Louise that finally lets her find this ideal situation. She gives up and begins to open fire inside of the laser tag arena, at last letting Louise know that she's not driving a wedge between the two any longer. Nude Beach. Hugo makes Bob go to a hand-washing seminar, placing a large sign outside his restaurant until he completes it before leaving to judge a nude beach. But when Linda visits the beach later out of curiosity, she discovers that Hugo has given up on the health inspecting game to become a full-time nudist instead. His replacement is Tommy Gironda, a wannabe rock star who immediately cozies up to Bob by wiping his health inspector slate clean. But he does this in exchange for being allowed to perform his music in Bob's restaurant, music that's profane and drives away customers. Bob tells Tommy that his music is bad, so Tommy plants rat feces around the restaurant to shut it down. Realizing that they need Hugo back, Bob goes to the beach to try to convince him to return, only for Hugo to declare that he'll only go back if Bob beats him in a nude cathalon, a series of sporting events. Meanwhile, the Belcher children create an overlook to spy on the beach, selling tickets to the other kids to watch naked old people. But they're horrified when they see their own father at the beach, only to turn around to cheer him on when they see the competition going on. Bob ends up losing to Hugo, though the event reminds Hugo of how good it feels to beat Bob at stuff, so he returns to being a health inspector, reopening Bob's Burger so he can shut it down on his own terms. As regular of an antagonist as Hugo has become, he's also become a fitting villain for the Belcher family insofar as the show ceases to work without him. He has a hatred for Bob and wants his restaurant shut down, which is somehow supposed to drive Linda back to him. And if he gets replaced by somebody else, so much of the show stops working insofar as the relationship between Bob and his health inspector. To replace him with someone else would not fit the show Bob's Burgers, but to replace him with a similarly interesting character would not fit the in-universe version of Bob's Burgers. It's worth mentioning that Hugo's very first visit to the restaurant in the series began with him giving a series of legitimate criticisms of the store, all things he wrote down before ever finding out about Linda living with the guy. So Hugo is an unfair health inspector, but he's unfair in a way that's fair not for the characters in the show, but the format of the show itself. He's antagonistic without being too evil, just enough to be interesting without being frustrating, and the fact that he's willing to find happiness and then throw it away all in the interest of continuing to make Bob miserable is proof of the fact that Hugo knows what's interesting for him as well. Broadcast Wagstaff School News. Tina auditions for the local news but fails to make it because of their total lack of charisma and a bit of sabotage from Tammy. She ends up being the staff intern, mostly getting juice for the other news crew, while her suggestions to run stories on anything other than what Mr. Grant considers important, which is generally just gossip, are ignored. But when Tina talks with the janitor and discovers that someone has been tracking feces into the school, she teams up with Louise to discover the culprit, eventually deducing the deuce is man-made. Tina's legitimate news starts to overshadow the news broadcasts made by Wagstaff, so Tammy and Mr. Grant plan to sabotage their competition by framing Tina as the butler. She's brought to the principal's office while the rest of the school is at an anti-smoking seminar, only to realize that the mad pooper is likely going to strike again at this event. Meanwhile, Gene realizes that he takes after Bob physically and decides to accept his future by having Louise give him a makeover to look like Bob. He then proceeds to do a Bob impression for the next few days that annoys Bob but impresses everyone else with its accuracy. He maintains the impression until the mad pooper is about to strike, throwing out his old man personality to watch someone poop. In the end, Tina is able to expose the mad pooper as Zeke, and her reputation is saved, with Tina getting her own news segment. Tina takes an objective approach to journalism, trying to find stories that are informative and important to tell, compared with the rest of the newsroom following the modern media mentality of telling people what they want to hear. This approach is the kind meant not for the benefit of the audience, but the shareholders profiting off of that audience. More people are willing to watch the trivial matters on the first channel until Tina is able to tantalize the student body not with sensationalism, but genuine intrigue. So for a brief moment, drama and relationships take a backseat to actual news, purely because that actual news happened to be the bigger story at the moment. Recognizing this, the Wagstaff student news attempts to sabotage both Tina and the story by combining them into one, accusing her not just of being the mad pooper, but, worse, being a bad reporter. But Tina still has her ideals. She doesn't simply try to deny the lie, but to find the truth as well, maintaining the informed status of the class as priority number one. This is what allows her to come out on top in the end, both in terms of her show's popularity, but her journalistic integrity as well. It's harder to do, but legitimate news can win out as long as they're going out of their way to find something worth reporting on, instead of making things up to patch up a slow news day. My Fuzzy Valentine. Bob gives Linda a heart-shaped pancake for Valentine's Day, a gift she's less than enthusiastic about. On the way to school, the kids point out that Bob has a history of bad gifts, so they try to get him to remember his most romantic moment, and he recalls a date with Linda where they wound up at a bar with a love tester. So the kids help Bob track down this love tester, mostly so they can get out of school, and they find that it's been sold to one of the restaurants Hugo is inspecting later that day. They tail him for a while until Ron eventually gives them the schedule, where Bob goes down the list before discovering the machine at the final restaurant, where Hugo has already purchased it to stop Bob from giving it to Linda. Bob ends up having to overpay for the device, only to remember that the romantic date he remembered wasn't actually with Linda but a different woman instead. Meanwhile, Linda has been running a Valentine speed dating service out of Bob's Burgers, though it's commandeered by Sergeant Bosco when he starts challenging Linda's games, convincing the others to show off their worst traits instead of their best. Eventually, Linda takes the officer's gun, almost getting arrested until Bob and the kids return, where he explains where they were. Louise calls in a faked suspect that draws the attention away from Linda, and the family makes up as Linda actually thought that Bob's trip was romantic after all. Bob is not the type of man to do a big romantic gesture, as his version of love is not to do a few big things, but hundreds and hundreds of small ones. So his version of romance reflects this. He does something small for Valentine's Day because that's just what he's used to. If he constantly reaffirms to Linda that he loves her, then there's no reason to do that exact thing once a year, except more expensive and less sincere. It's to the point where the biggest romantic thing he's ever done was an accident, and this is what he hopes to achieve. But indicative of his romantic relationship with Linda, this memory was not a memory of her, but another woman instead, and yet this ends up making him come out looking better rather than worse. The fact that Bob attempts to remember something romantic and automatically assumes that Linda was involved shows his outlook on their entire relationship. Another thing that contextualizes Linda's view of the relationship is how she treats the speed dating seminar. She feuds against Bosco over whether relationships ought to be defined by the best traits of the couple or the worst, and she takes the side of positivity. Bosco takes the side of people tolerating one another as the main source of success in a relationship, and yet he's separated from his wife and miserable in the relationship. So Linda disagrees with a miserable man on how to be happy, making her opinion appear much more valid. Independent woman. While trying to figure out which services they can bounce checks on this week, Linda suggests that she get a part-time job, ultimately finding one at Fresh Feed, a nearby grocery store. Bob struggles to run the restaurant without all the little things that Linda does, nor can he balance the budget his own way. But Linda refuses to come back as her efforts at her new job are more appreciated, as she gets promoted to shift manager after her first week. But while she's working there, all the other employees start to come up with excuses to take time off, with Linda taking over their jobs one by one, until eventually she's the only employee left in the store. She tries to have the kids take over some of the other jobs, but this doesn't fix anything, and eventually, Bob comes over to try to ask Linda to return once the power gets shut off. He confesses that he would rather be broke together than getting along separately, and Linda feels the same way. So they both return to the restaurant, leaving Fresh Feed in chaos. In the B-plot, Tina is hanging out behind the milk when she meets a boy with a bandaged hand, falls in love, and tries to meet up with him again, finally finding him in the chaos as she gives him her phone number while stuck on the shelf. Linda works alongside her husband in order to keep the family afloat financially, but she doesn't get much out of it other than a bit of time with Bob, who recognizes her efforts as being something done out of necessity rather than passion. But because Linda is a passionate woman, this is not enough for her. She wants to put a lot into a job and get a lot out, and as usual assumes that others would share that sentiment. But they don't. The other Fresh Feed employees treat the grocery store like a job and nothing more, so when Linda shows a bit of passion, they take advantage of her and have her do the work instead of them. Linda is eager to do this at first, realizing that it gives her a chance to shine, but when the store falls into chaos, she learns the value of half-assing it. Sometimes a realistically motivated leader is what it takes to ensure they're delegating work down instead of taking on all the responsibility themselves. Bob too realizes that he had been forcing his ideology onto the rest of his family. He assumes that everybody working for him is doing so because they have to, much in the same way that he views some of the details as obligations, otherwise he would be doing them himself. So the episode's plots come down to two miscommunications about workplace mentality. Bob needs to accept the fact that Linda wants people to love her work as much as she does, and Linda realizes that Bob does not default to that form of thinking. OT, the outside toilet. Gene fails a home ec assignment by dropping his flower baby 3 times, and while sulking about it, stumbles across a fancy toilet in the woods. Gene and the toilet quickly become friends, with the toilet telling jokes while Gene feeds it water. But when he brings his siblings over to see the toilet, he learns that it's low on battery and has to be charged. They return to the restaurant to find extension cords, where they meet a man who introduces himself as Max Flush, the man who lost the toilet and is searching for it once again. They make a plan to sneak out around Max and return to their toilet, lifting him with their bikes before ultimately stumbling into the road where Gene and the toilet are discovered. Meanwhile, Bob borrows a suit from Mort that was left there with a body and wears it to contest a traffic ticket, then realizes that the suit makes people respect him. So he takes Linda on a date where the two get so many free drinks that they forget to eat anything and have to take a taxi home, the same taxi that discovers Gene. The family rushes to a coffee shop to charge their toilet, only for Max to trap them, until he's arrested as the toilet was originally stolen. As Gene is saying his goodbyes, a man nearby notices the familiarity with Bob's suit and discovers that it was originally his father's, and everything goes back to normal. Gene struggles to take care of a flower baby, but gets the chance to make things right by taking care of a talking toilet. As the toilet can mostly manage itself at first, this provides the boost to his confidence that he was looking for, as Gene starts to become attached to his intelligent new friend. When Max Flush, actually Tim Jones, tries to take the toilet away, Gene isn't merely losing a friend, but a sentiency that he's putting some of his self-worth into. His chance at a redemption is sullied by his failure to protect the toilet until the very end, when the porcelain seat is finally given to its rightful owner. A loss of this companionship, but a loss that happens on his own terms, and thus one that's acceptable. Of course, this episode is really an extended reference to E.T., down to many of the shots and plot beats. As usual, the parody is given a more absurd tone, as instead of protecting an alien who's misunderstood, Gene is taking care of a talking toilet. But the character beats remain the same as Gene and the kids start to view themselves as the only ones who know what's right for the seat, until it can return home. And this tracks too. While Gene has put his self-worth into the toilet, metaphorically but not that metaphorically, the others just think that a talking toilet is kinda cool. Topsy. Louise gets a substitute science teacher, Mr. Dinkler, who is obsessed with Thomas Edison. When Louise tries to resubmit last year's volcano to the science fair, he shoots down the idea and tells her to do a project about Edison instead. While researching, the librarian suggests that she looks up Topsy the elephant, and she learns that Edison once electrocuted an elephant for spectacle. So Louise plans to do a mock execution for her project, recruiting Gene to make the music and play Edison, while Tina plays Topsy. The project grows in scope, recruiting Mr. Fishoder and Gale to sing the music, while Teddy sets up a Van der Graaf generator to make the electricity. But Mr. Dinkler discovers Louise's plan to sully the name of his idol, and he sends her to the principal's office. Without Louise, Tina and Gene are put on the spot to perform their song Electric Love anyway, with the performance ending when Louise sneaks out and gets Teddy to turn on the machine, where Tina is seemingly electrocuted. But this was actually just her putting on a convincing performance after having a vision of the original Topsy. In the end, the winning science fair project turns out to be a Spice Something, one of the projects that Bob and Linda made to compete with one another. At first, Mr. Dinkler takes a pretty logical approach to teaching the science fair, trying to prevent students from submitting a generic project with very little thought put into it, in favor of being unique. Right up until the point where he eschews this logic in favor of blind support for his idol, so blind that he even goes out of his way to justify some of the man's actions when they're placed into a negative light. His obsession is viewed as a thoroughly negative trait, even through the point of the episode where it starts to rub off onto Louise. She becomes as obsessed with discrediting Edison as Dinkler does at supporting the guy, and it's not until Tina is nearly killed that the true version of this argument is revealed. There was no right or wrong side in the argument insofar as whether the man's behavior was acceptable, because both parties took extreme actions to support their role. In the end, neither Louise nor Dinkler actually cares whether or not Edison's behavior was ethical. They're simply trying to prove a point about their hero and making themselves look bad in the process. The language of one's ideology often takes a back seat to the way in which this ideology is enforced, with the only good people in the episode being those who cared more about the message than being correct, like Tina and Gene. Two for Tina. Tina asks Jimmy Jr. to the dance and gets a maybe from him. Later on, she stumbles upon Josh, the boy from the milk aisle in L'Independent Woman, and learns that he's a dancer at the Performing Arts School. He asks her to a dance at his school, and she accepts, deciding to go with the boy who said yes instead of the boy who said maybe. But when Jimmy Jr. learns that Tina already has a date, he gets jealous and recruits the help of Gene and Louise to win her back. These attempts all fail until he goes to the Performing Arts School himself to win back Tina by challenging Josh to a dance-off. But Tina, not wanting anyone to get hurt, tries to date both boys simultaneously, only for them to be weirded out by this, where they both decide not to date Tina, but to keep dancing with each other instead. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda are chaperoning the Wagstaff dance despite Tina not going to it, with Linda egging on Bob after finding out that he didn't go to his dances because a girl he had asked changed her mind at the last minute. Linda proceeds to get upset when Bob notices a more attractive teacher than her and runs off to the bathroom, only to reveal that she was merely trying to give him an authentic middle school experience. In the end, the couple is thrown out after getting too drunk on the schnapps that Linda snuck in. Tina, like most teenagers, has never had a proper romantic relationship with any of her peers. And then when she's able to get two at the same time, it's worth pointing out that neither of these relationships is exactly proper, but also worth mentioning that there really is no such thing. Whether you met someone in the milk aisle, or fell for them in a warehouse set to be demolished, or you won them over while dressed as a horse, the idea of a standard relationship is one of those things that people learn about through cultural osmosis, despite the fact that they never really happen. Just as every person is weird in some way, every relationship between two people is weird in some way as well. But there are some things that are consistent between relationships no matter how bizarre the circumstances surrounding them are. Tina is destined to get into trouble, much in the same way that Bob was harmed by a girl in his past, leading him on as well. No matter the circumstances, basic respect for your partner is something that is going to be consistent. So Tina was destined to lose her man as soon as she encouraged him to get involved in a dance-off. That sort of blasé attitude towards pitting the two against one another shows a lack of respect for the men as individuals. It snakes a village. While the restaurant is being fumigated, the Belchers go to Florida to visit Al and Gloria at their retirement community. The kids are excited to go to the pool there until learning it's been drained, so they find an old woman, Helen Kellerman, who is playing the harmonica while grieving her dead dog. She offers them $100 to find video evidence of the python that ate the dog, which Louise eagerly takes, recruiting Tina to go with her as Jean is too afraid of snakes. But when night falls and they get lost, Jean winds up chasing them down in a golf cart, finding the dog alive and well as they escape. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda find out that the retirement community is actually a community of elderly swingers, and that Gloria and Al are going to be kicked out for not participating in the community events. When Linda offers to let her parents stay with them, Bob sets out to ensure that it doesn't come to that, solving their lack of a sex life by convincing Gloria to wear headphones so Al's balloon popping fetish doesn't spook her. In the end, Linda's parents are able to salvage their romance, keep their house, and the Belchers vow to never visit Florida again. Bob dislikes his relatives enough to the point that he's willing to do a selfless act for a selfish reason to keep them away. He has a thoroughly uncomfortable conversation with Al about the old man's fetish for popping balloons, and brings this information to a woman he wants to avoid explicitly to keep them both away. Bob manages to save the sex lives of Linda's parents, and this was an issue that came up in the first place due to a selfless act. Al knows about Gloria's fear of sudden loud noises, and out of respect, holds back a desire of his from her in order to prevent potentially upsetting her. So Al almost gets them evicted to keep his wife happy, while Bob saves their marriage to keep them out of his life. Likewise, Louise sets out to rescue a lost puppy, or at least to provide some closure to the dog's owner, all in the interest of getting some money. Jean refuses to go along with this adventure, not as he finds it to be a waste of time or exploitative, but because he's afraid of snakes. This is a phobia he overcomes not because he loves his sisters, but because he doesn't want to be an only child himself. The kindest actions here are all done for selfish reasons, whereas others end up inflicting harm in the interest of avoiding it. Family fracas. While walking to the movies after their car breaks down, the Belcher family is invited to the filming of a TV game show called Family Fracas, which is hosted by Chuck Charles, the TV host who lost his job during the events of Beef Squatch. They're brought on the air when another family cancels and ultimately win the show, though they don't get the minivan they were hoping for. Over the next several tapings, the Belcher family wins again and again, with Bob rubbing his victories in Jimmy Pesto's face repeatedly. Eventually, Jimmy goes on the show himself, with the vindictive Chuck assisting them by helping the family to cheat. Bob loses the game, and his pants, and Jimmy Pesto starts to brag, but when reviewing the footage, Bob starts to believe that the show was rigged, and goes on to Pam's Court, another show hosted by the other half of the duo from before, in order to make his case. When he asks for evidence of the cheating to be shown, Harry, the executive in charge, simply destroys the tape so a person working for him doesn't get exposed, and the Belchers lose once again. In the end, Bob sees the Pesto's van broken down and tries to rub it in, but his family convinces him to help change the tire. Bob wants justice in this episode, not merely looking for justice from Pam's court in regards to the rigged game show, but looking for justice from his financial situation early on. His car breaks down, leaving the family without any reliable form of transportation, despite the fact that he himself did very little to justify this. So when they get the opportunity to win a replacement vehicle on the game show, it's viewed as a way to wrap up the story in a way that's narratively satisfying. The underdog who needs the prize is the one who gets it over the loud-mouthed braggart and the corrupt TV show host. But this kind of justice is a narrative concept, not a natural law of the universe. It's something TV show writers include in their stories to please the audience. The later type of justice is a human concept as well, something governments tell their citizens in order to keep them assuaged. In both cases, it's something recognized as a positive trait. Justice is something needed for both a polite society as well as a good story, and is likewise something that people assume will exist in both of these scenarios, to the point that they feel upset if it's not present. But Bob, although a character in a story, is searching for justice in the wrong place, trying to get a fair trial from a TV show run by the people who benefited if the family ends up worse off. And at the end of the episode, he does something else that's not just. He helps out Jimmy Pesto with his broken down tire. It would be justice to leave him stranded there, but it would not be the right thing to do. The kids run the restaurant. While preparing for the lunch rush, Bob is distracted by his kids and accidentally cuts his finger crotch open. As he's hemophiliac, Bob is rushed to the hospital and the restaurant is shut down for the afternoon, with Tina babysitting her siblings. But Louise and Jean insist on opening anyway, and after failing to run the restaurant normally, decide instead to open a casino out of the basement. This casino, the Meat Grinder, has Jean running a girls' group that falls apart when they realize they never practiced, with Jean stepping in to perform himself, Tina serving drinks as the eye candy, and Louise managing the money. But when Mr. Fischoeder discovers the casino and starts to place huge bets, they quickly run dry as the guy wins big at the rock-paper-scissors table. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda are at the crowded hospital where their doctor reveals that Bob is his first patient, and that he has to look up a video on how to perform stitches. The stitching fails and they have to return to the hospital to get a nurse to do it, but eventually Bob and Linda are able to make it home, just in time to discover that they owe Fischoeder $5,000. Louise comes up with one last scheme, to play him double or nothing using Bob's injured hand, assuming Fischoeder will think that he can't throw scissors with the stitches, and then they manage to break even. With Bob incapacitated, the kids are expected to remain away from the restaurant, not to open it as he doesn't trust them to manage the front competently without him present. After all, he only cut open his hand because the kids were distracting him and the others in the first place. This fear is well-founded as they immediately give up on the restaurant to run an underground casino instead. And yet, this casino is actually surprisingly well-managed considering it's being run out of the basement by preteens. Louise is able to gather a large crowd and manages to keep them more or less in line, with Tina showing off her desire to be a gal, and Jean getting a chance to put together the girls group he's suddenly always wanted to have. So, if anything, the thing that Bob has to fear is not that his kids can't run the restaurant, but that they might run it far too well and simply manage it in the wrong direction. Bob is eager for the simple sort of lifestyle that he has, while the kids are far more ambitious, with this ambition being the scarier thing than a sheer lack of competence. Because, as ambitious as the Belcher children are, these ideas aren't tempered by life experience and are therefore prone to be exploited by a bigger fish, or Fischoeder. Boys for now. Jean goes to a tablescaping contest with Bob and Linda, while Gail takes Tina and Louise to a Boys for Now concert. Though when she pepper sprays her cat and has to go to the vet, the girls end up with no plans. But seeing how distraught Tina is, Louise decides to take her to the concert anyway, hitching a ride from Zeke and Leslie. But while hate watching the concert, Louise sees Boo Boo of the band and becomes obsessed with him, wanting to learn more about the guy and eventually confessing that she wants to slap his face. So with Zeke's help, they sneak onto the tour bus and hide in a laundry hamper, bursting out once the bus leaves, and they see that Boo Boo has to sit in a booster seat. Louise is able to slap her crush, getting kicked out afterwards, where they're driven home by Gail, having a conversation about how bad it feels to have feelings for a boy. Meanwhile, Jean manages to impress with his magic-themed tablescape, with even Bob getting into the event after another parent tries to trash-talk their setup. But when Jean learns that he was expected to make a second scape for the contest, he panics and cobbles something together out of whatever Linda had in her purse. His feminine hygiene-themed table doesn't impress, but Jean is still happy to have taken home 4th place. As I've said before, Louise considers herself to be one of the boys, never interested in girly things and preferring the company of her father over her mother or other women. But part of this can be attributed to her age. She's still too young to have taken a notice in boys and the like, but this is not something that you can maintain forever. It's an inevitability, due to the passage of time, that she would eventually become as curious as anyone that age, possibly more so considering her shared DNA with Tina. So as Louise begins to develop feelings for a boy, she starts to confront not only these feelings, but the fact that she's no longer the child she once was. These feelings become compounded by the fact that she started the episode viewing boy bands in general as stupid, the same way she views so many other girly things in life. So it's not just about having a crush, but dealing with the fact that she's starting to become a person she doesn't recognize, and thus, she's going to hate becoming older. But while she hates the idea of puberty, she doesn't hate her sister, Tina. The Belchers actually get along with one another remarkably well, so instead of Louise becoming something she hates, she can retextualize puberty as becoming more like her sister. Carpe Museum. Wagstaff goes to the local museum with Bob volunteering as a chaperone, the role Linda usually plays. But while watching the restaurant, Linda starts to miss her old responsibilities and rushes over to the museum to take over, only to be caught up in the strike nearby until her semi-profane chanting gets the museum employees to chase her out. Louise is excited to see the Amazon exhibit and sneaks away from the group alongside her assigned buddy, regular-sized Rudy, forcing Bob to chase them down. But when Louise accuses Bob of being a buzzkill, he decides to sneak higher up in the exhibit, only for the trio to get trapped as Rudy needs his inhaler. So Bob ziplines down from the tree and saves the day after hearing Louise accidentally admit that she looks up to her father. Gene is paired with Zeke, who has a list his cousin made of all the boobs in the museum, though Gene is more interested in the foreign sands exhibit. And Tina is partnered with Henry, both of whom assume the other is the biggest dork in school and tries to teach the other one to be cooler, only to finally admit that they're both dorks, leading to a chain reaction of the rest of the school chiming in to say what they're a dork about. The Belchers go to a museum where they become split up by the field trip, with each member of the cast getting a chance to stand on their own, rather than having their plot affected by one of the others. Linda gets involved with a group of striking museum workers as she can't stand to see their half-hearted chanting. As they start to catch more and more of her contagious energy, their chanting improves, until the point where she starts to create a feedback loop of making weirder and weirder chants before being driven off. Gene finds someone who's more obsessive over something than he is, his hunt to find the perfect sand taking a backseat to Zeke's boob hunt, with the latter being more organized and becoming the main project. Louise tries to sneak off from the group, getting into trouble as she requires Bob to come over and not simply rescue her, but to convince her that she needs rescuing, something she doesn't realize until they're trapped high up with an asthmatic regular-sized Rudy. And finally, Tina meets a person who puts her perspective of herself into, well, perspective. She meets Henry, a guy who's just as dorky as herself, but totally unaware of this fact. And his lack of awareness forces her to confront her own awareness before ultimately concluding that it doesn't really matter if you're a dork as long as you're honest with yourself about it. The Unnatural. Gene is excited to start a baseball season until it's time to actually play the game, where he winds up disappointing his team because he's afraid of the ball. Linda tries to encourage Bob to teach him to play ball, only for their attempt to fail, so Linda instead finds a baseball training camp nearby, led by the pickup artist from last season's Dr. Yap. Unable to come up with the money for the camp, Linda sells Bob's new espresso machine to pay the deuce of diamonds. But not before Tina becomes addicted to coffee, running her mouth constantly until the sale of the machine causes her to go through withdrawal. Bob, hoping to get his money back, rushes to the phony baseball camp where the kids are playing without balls while the deuce narrates the hits they're making. But the Belchers find an empty field, as the instructor has taken them to his motel to threaten the manager there after he failed to pay. Bob arrives at the site of the kids failing to break a vending machine with bats and asks for his money back on the convoluted condition that he receives it if Gene is unable to hit a fair pitch in the game they put on nearby. But in spite of his cheers against his son, Gene manages a fly ball and the deuce runs away with the money. Gene begins this episode loving baseball and ends the episode loving baseball, the only obstacle to his enjoyment of the sport being the brief moment where he actually has to play it. At first, Gene is more than eager to hang out in the dugout with the other boys as he makes jokes while drawing on his face. but when the competitive spirit comes his way, he suddenly becomes very self-conscious about his lack of ability, as it's costing his team the very thing they came for. Ironically enough, the very thing he was lacking was what he got out of the training camp, and the episode even points out how Con Man is short for Confidence Man, and that all Gene really needed was confidence. And this is partially what caused Bob to be so opposed to the training camp in the first place. He was hoping to get Gene some baseball skills as a way to get confidence, instead of having the confidence training outright. The other reason Bob was opposed to the camp was the fact that he lost his espresso machine, a symptom of the fact that Linda went behind his back. And while it's completely reasonable that Gene's next excursion into the sport will probably result in another failure, he can still maintain the positive attitude that children's team sports leagues are supposed to instill in the first place, at least for the time being. Season 4. As I've mentioned before, Bob's Burgers was a show that managed to keep things realistic due to the fact that it kept a lens on the aspects of life that were the most relatable. But as of the next few seasons, Bob's Burgers starts to take on a less grounded tone. It's still by far the most realistic cartoon on the air in the vein of King of the Hill before it, but some of that immediate humanism is less present than it was before. A river runs through Bob. The whole family goes camping in order to make up for Tina missing a Thunder Girls camping trip. Bob is excited to show off his camping skills, planning on foraging and hunting all the food for the trip, but the rest of the family simply borrows some food from a nearby couple who reveal themselves to be survivalists. Later on, Bob and Linda decide to try skinny dipping in a nearby warm spring, but get washed away by the currents, winding up far downstream. They attempt to walk back to camp to reunite with the kids, but only get even more lost when they follow Bob's directions. After saving him from a pack of squirrels, Linda takes charge and leads them back to camp, only to discover the kids are missing. They borrowed some snacks and inner tubes from the survivalists and went downstream to find their family, eventually coming across a group of Thunder Girls where Tina renounced her membership as none of their guidance prepared her for living in the woods. Linda's guidance is able to get the couple back to camp, where they're lured into the camper of the survivalists, who invite them to a revenge orgy that they try to sneak out of, only to see the kids. Then, taking a lesson from the survivalists' own guidebook, they throw a hive of bees inside the camper to flush everyone out, leaving the woods behind for civilization. The great outdoors have always been viewed as a proving ground by people who like to believe they can thrive without the amenities of modern living, that showing off how well you can survive without infrastructure can also show off one's value as a person. But this is far from a pragmatic truth, because the real value of a parent would come from how effectively they can raise their kids in the conditions in which they're living. You don't live in the woods, you live in society, so a good person is one who fits into that society and can guide others in doing the same. So different groups, still clinging to this ideal, each come up with their own version of how to combine these two desires. Some folks are like the survivalists, fetishizing a post-apocalyptic scenario in their head where they can show off how well they do off the grid, in part because they failed to survive on the grid. Others create a commodified version of the outdoors, like Tina's Thunder Girls camp, where they sing campfire songs and sell cookies while pretending their organization is any more than a business in which they're the low-ranked pawns. And then there are people like Bob, who replace their failures in business in the financial realm by fishing and hunting. It's ultimately those like the rest of the Belcher family who have the right way to explore the outdoors, people who are just having a good time, enjoying what they can in life without trying to prove anything to anyone. Fortnite. It's Halloween night, and the kids are planning on collecting candy in a massive dragon costume that Bob and Linda are making. While planning their trick-or-treating route inside a fort they've built in the alleyway, a truck backs up to the cardboard boxes and traps them inside, with their only contact with the outside world being Millie, a stalker obsessed with Louise who revels in the fact that her friend is trapped. But after Millie refuses to get help and Louise snaps at her, Millie starts to actively sabotage their attempts to escape, shutting the nearby dumpster and redirecting Bob and Linda from nearly discovering that they're trapped. This results in Bob and Linda deciding to take their hard work out on their own, trick-or-treating as a duo despite people recognizing them beneath the costume. Ultimately, the kids are able to formulate an accidental escape when they nearly crush themselves beneath the truck's hydraulic lift, barely blocking the lift with piled-up garbage before they're able to crawl out. In the end, they hide on top of the truck and convince Millie that they're dead, spooking her into leaving her candy behind for them to enjoy. On this second Halloween episode, Bob's Burgers makes an affectionate parody of horror stories like Stephen King's Misery, not so much in the actual events of the story, but in the terror of the situation without holding back from the more terrifying implications of the situation. So while the episode has the same humor that defines the rest of the show, it's still a Halloween episode spiritually, because it holds back from trivializing the actual danger or claustrophobic environments. Millie is introduced as a foil to Louise, a character who is totally obsessed with her to the point of obnoxiousness, in spite of the fact that Louise regularly employs others for her schemes and would no doubt benefit from a toady willing to go along with her. The difference in dynamic here, however, comes from the fact that Millie is not a blind fangirl of Louise's, but rather she's the one to try to take the lead. She plans things without the consent or input of Louise, putting the dynamic into reverse as Louise is suddenly the one having roles and ideas put in front of her instead of the other way around. And so this is something that Louise hates most of all, not being the one in charge. Seaplane. Tired of going on the same date over and over, Linda signs herself and Bob up for seaplane flying lessons. But Bob refuses to go, so Linda goes alone and is enjoying herself. But Mr. Fischoeder arrives and notices the flyer, telling Bob that the seaplane lessons are taught by a man known as Upskirt Kirk, who usually fakes engine troubles and a crash landing to sleep with the woman using adrenaline as an aphrodisiac. So Bob takes the kids with him to make sure Linda is not being seduced, rushing from island to island to make it to Kippakisset Island, ultimately rowing there in time to see that Linda has rejected all of the pilot's advances, as well as the fact that their seaplane is missing due to rising tides. But Mr. Fischoeder arrives with his boat and the plane in tow, offering the family a ride in the plane as he and Kirk take it back to shore. However, as they're sailing home, Fischoeder goes too fast and the seaplane takes off, just before they're about to pass under a bridge. So Bob climbs out onto the wing and severs the rope with a wine cork with enough time to spare for Linda to fly them over it, ultimately landing the plane with the lesson she got from Kirk during his fake emergency. The surest way to tell when a relationship isn't going to work is when the couple never fights or argues, because it's impossible that any two people would have absolutely no disagreements between them. So some sort of argument is inevitable at some point, and the way that the couple resolves the disagreement is indicative of how many of these fights they can possibly survive. If they never fight, it means that the resentment will only fester, or worse, that they can't communicate. Obviously, bad communication means a relationship will fail, but bad communication is not just a lack of it, but a hostile version too. Bob and Linda start this episode with a fight that results in the two of them going their separate ways for the next date. And while someone like Upskirt Kirk might view this as a sign that they're vulnerable, to Bob and Linda, it's anything but. They've fought before, but they've never broken up over these disagreements. The two love each other far too much for a minor thing like where to go on a date to cause any considerable strain on the relationship. Kirk is operating on the idea that any couple who fights is weaker for doing so, and as a guy who's poor in terms of his own love life, this would be the case. My Big Fat Greek Bob. Bob is substituting as the cook for the Beta fraternity for a week, and while there, meets the other members and gets involved in their culture, assisting with a prank against the Alpha House and drinking out of their taxidermied iguana, Beta. Later on, he meets a frequent donor/alumni, Dr. Yap, aka Slowhand, who grows angry that Bob is involved with the fraternity more than he is. But when Slowhand gets his head shaved by the Alphas, who also leave behind embarrassing photos of their mascot, the rest of the frat vows to go on a prank war as revenge, ultimately ending up with a probation notice from the dean. But Slowhand insists that they go through with a huge prank anyway, setting up 6 months' worth of dentist spit to spray the head of the Alpha frat at a charity award ceremony. Meanwhile, the kids have been trying to sneak into the Room of Secrets inside the fraternity, ultimately discovering a secret stash with evidence that Dr. Yap has been behind all of the Alpha pranks up to that point, even shaving his own head. And when Bob learns of this, he rushes over to stop the prank. While on stage trying to talk the rest of the Beta House down, Slowhand rushes over and sets off the spit tank, spraying the stage and getting Bob and Slowhand banned from the fraternity, something the rest of the brothers are grateful for as they were tired of the dentist's antics. Meanwhile, Linda and Gretchen sell lady goods out of the restaurant, with their last meeting being crashed by the frat boys showing up during a sale to a bunch of cougars. Bob never went to college, as he never saw a need to do so. He's learned the burger business already, so why bother with something as irrelevant? And yet, there's a large amount of cultural influence placed on the college experience, especially in American pop culture. A sort of brotherhood as formed by the frat houses and class organizations that people use to propel their social lives into adulthood. Or at least, that's the pop culture version of events. The reality is that most people who go to college are there to attend classes and get a degree, not to get drunk. After all, you don't have to spend thousands of dollars to do this. But not everybody has gotten this memo, least of all Dr. Yap. He wanted the pop culture version of the college experience only to have instead discovered a group of people who are living together while studying, with the crazy prank wars and partying being a very small aspect of their culture if it exists at all. But instead of accepting that he was wrong to have such expectations, he doubles down on the prank wars, using it as a substitute for his social life as he predicates his social activities with an in-group people want to be a part of, instead of a more naturally forming friendship. And he even knows this, even in the back of his mind, as he was jealous of Bob for having the same thing he wanted, without Bob ever having to lean into pop culture traditions and unrealistic expectations. Turkey in a can. Bob is doing a 3-day brine of the Thanksgiving turkey, trying to balance that with his family. Tina, who's trying to sit at the adults' table, Jean, who's trying to write a holiday song for Linda to sing during dinner, and Gail, who has brought 3 cats over for the holidays. But the next night he wakes up to see that the turkey has been thrown in the toilet, and everybody's a suspect, though they agree to blame Louise and get on with the holidays. So Bob prepares a 2-day brine instead, politely rejecting the offers of the butcher, only for that turkey to wind up in the toilet as well. Louise starts trying to clear her name, searching for potential suspects as Bob buys 2 turkeys, hiding one in the walk-in and only telling Linda about it. But when both turkeys wind up in both toilets, Bob starts blaming people as Linda reveals that she told everyone else about the secret turkey. So Bob ends up buying a turkey the day before and stays up all night until he's finally able to serve it properly, ignoring Louise's conclusion about her siblings conspiring against her. But when Bob falls asleep at the table, he picks up the turkey and carries it to the bathroom, hallucinating that the bird is Tina and she's still being potty trained, a result of the fact that Bob was afraid Tina was growing up too quickly, and the allergy medication he took to deal with Gail's cats. Bob's love of Thanksgiving makes a comeback here, this time being presented in the context of his desire for consistency in his life. He wants to keep things as similar to last year as every year, and so he shoots down any changes, like Jean trying to create a new tradition, or Tina changing tables. The entire plot of this episode being a result of his subconscious desire to relive the early years of his oldest daughter's youngest years, as though they never passed. If the kids don't grow up, then nothing can change. But a basic understanding of linear time proves why this won't work. Eventually people do grow older, and they do change as the years go on, and Bob not only rejects this idea, but rejects even acknowledging that he's rejected the idea. He blames others for sabotaging the turkey, despite the fact that, if you grabbed a turkey brine with your bare hands like that, you would have salty fingers. Bob had to, on some level, known it was him. It's not until he's caught in the act that Bob finally accepts that he's resistant to this change, and in seeing how many turkeys he's ruined in the interest of pushing back, he's forced to acknowledge why he's fighting so hard in the first place, and that his reasons aren't enough to justify holding back his family. Purple Rain Union. Linda's old band, the Tatas, gets invited to play at her 25-year high school reunion, despite the fact that their previous performance, a high school talent show, ended with them being laughed off the stage. Linda gets the whole band back together, including her sister Gail, though she has to agree to allow Gail to play one of her songs at the concert, despite how weirdly sexual they are, and the band practices in the basement. But on the day of the concert, Bob gets a massive pimple on his face, wanting to stay home because of its size. They go anyway, only for the band that beat them in the talent show, the conventionally successful Bad Hair Day, is able to play after all, and Linda starts to panic over the fact that she might relive that dreadful talent show. Meanwhile, Jen is hired to babysit the kids after Tina lost her babysitting privileges due to incompetence. But a jealous Tina coordinates with Louise, who wants to see the train wreck of Linda's performance, to threaten Jen with tickling unless she takes them to the high school, and Jen reacts badly, giving Tina a black eye. So they all give each other black eyes to keep Jen's job after Tina regrets the act and go over to the high school anyway, only to see a sobbing Linda walking down the street. Jin gives her a motivational speech about doing things even if she knows they won't turn out great, and she returns to the reunion, ignoring Bob, who's been having a great time, and Gail performs her weird sexual song only for everyone to love it. The things that are important to high schoolers are almost never important in real life. That is to say, teenagers care far too much about certain trivial matters to the point of being overly dramatic about whether their band is good or their zit is noticeable. Bob thinks the high school reunion will be just like high school. If he shows up with acne, people will make fun of him. But he arrives, and instead of being a mark of shame, the zit is instead the topic of conversation, many different people approaching him and making a big deal out of it, but in a good way. Far from making fun of him for it, they're instead fascinated, and the pimple is even smaller later on in the night as the treatments they suggest actually work. Linda, too, becomes obsessed over playing second fiddle to the much more popular Bad Hair Day during her teenage years. This paranoia results in her assuming she's about to relive the worst parts of high school, when the reality is that she got to relive the best parts. As awkward as Gail's song was, it was well received by the audience due to the genuine message it had. The song even successfully managing to attract the man it was about in spite of the copious focus on neck hair. Bob and Deliver. Bob learns from Mr. Frond that the home ec class is being shut down while the teacher is on paid leave, and Bob offers to substitute. Tina is eager to become a teacher's pet in Bob's class, but Bob quickly learns that the class is little more than a room where problem kids watch VHS tapes to keep them out of trouble. But Bob can't stand for this, and after an unsuccessful day of teaching, returns with the intention of giving more practical lessons to the students, such as cooking popcorn. Soon the students start to love his class, and even Zeke discovers a passion for cooking, with the class becoming so popular that Bob opens up a home restaurant inside the school to sell meals to the kids. But Kafko, the business in charge of selling meals in the cafeteria, catches wind of the home restaurant and shuts it down by going directly to Frond. Undeterred, Bob sets out to run one last meal before he's banned and manages to gather the class, as well as Tina, who transferred to Metal Shop when it was clear she wasn't Bob's favorite, so they can run the home restaurant in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Linda tries to teach Teddy how to dance, with the guy ultimately learning everything he can from her with the help of alcohol. The home restaurant is far more successful than Bob's Burgers, not merely in the fact that it's consistently a packed house, but in the sense of the satisfaction from who is working there. In part, this is because Bob was able to overthrow an existing system to replace it with something more pure-hearted. Kafko is a business with a greater concern for money-making than selling food. Nothing about their business model has the students' best interests at heart, or even to help other teachers with their lessons. But the home restaurant is something that only makes money as a side effect of Bob's real intentions, to teach kids in a way that's engaging. Because the previous home ec teacher simply put on a video and then tuned out Zeke's commentary on it, instead of bothering to teach the class for real. And this creates a feedback loop where the students have no interest in learning because they don't understand the value of what they could be taught. So Bob is able to act in a passionate way about his craft, and that passion is just as contagious as the indifference of the Kafko workers and management. It's caught by the students in the cafeteria and the home ec courses. Christmas in the car. Linda gets the Christmas tree way too early, resulting in the tree dying before Christmas Day. So Bob and the rest of the family head out on Christmas Eve to get a new one out of the runts that remained untaken. Bob is nervous about going out, as he has a ham in the oven, but Linda assures him that they'll be home in time to take it out. This goes awry when Bob accidentally cuts off a man driving a candy cane-shaped truck, and the truck driver proceeds to harass them on the road, driving them into a ditch outside of a diner. Bob tells Teddy to come over and turn off the oven, then tries to get an officer's help while Linda orders a Dutch baby, and Gene waits on hold to get his favorite Christmas song played on the radio, which eventually uses up the rest of the phone's battery. The family leaves the diner and are then chased by the candy cane truck again, eventually hiding the car in the woods, where they end up stuck in some snow. Realizing they're going to spend Christmas in the car, Linda tries to lead them through some carols before the candy cane shows up again while they're cornered. Bob confronts the driver, who's actually just a small man who's had a more stressful day than they have, and being cut off was his last straw. Bob allows the man to punch him in the stomach, and Linda gives him the Dutch baby in exchange for being towed out of the snow, and they return home to find Teddy trapped under the fridge because of the kids' Santa trap. The holidays are a stressful time of the year. There's a ton of planning that needs to be done, and then the inevitable last-minute changes to those plans once they go awry. The further in advance you plan things, the more likely it is you're not sticking to those plans, like Linda getting 2 trees too early. And through all of the stress that we ourselves go through, it's common to forget that everyone else around you is going through the same thing. The cop in the diner that Bob tries to get the attention of is unhelpful, but was also off duty, working on Christmas Eve, and had a guy with no evidence trying to get him to stop a vague crime. And the villain of the episode is just a man who's been pushed past a reasonable limit by one tiny thing, a thing he even recognizes as such, who takes out his anger on the first family car he sees at the expense of being late for a Christmas parade he already thinks he might not make. Decisions made in anger cannot be undone, but neither can decisions made out of sympathy. At the end of the episode, everything gets resolved when Bob and Linda offer the man in the candy cane truck some pancakes and a tree. Actions done to bring peace to the situation that end with them being unstuck, their reward for not escalating the situation to further violence. Slumber Party. When Linda finds out that Louise hates slumber parties, she decides to host one herself and invites a bunch of other girls from Louise's class over. Louise does not want to have this party, so she convinces the girls one by one to leave by exploiting their fears, telling Jody that her mother has an infection, Harley that Jean has a grotesque twin brother, and Abby that she won't let that girl braid her hair. But the last of the girls, Jessica, went to bed early only to disappear and begin hiding around the house, taunting Louise through a walkie-talkie while she searches for something. Meanwhile, Linda has been observing the raccoons in the alley, only to notice that her favorite, Little King Trashmouth, has been kicked out of the dumpster by a much larger raccoon named El Diablo. So she and Bob work with Teddy to trap El Diablo while Trashmouth stays in their bedroom, until he escapes and heads into the bathroom where the girls were tie-dyeing shirts. He steals the thing Jessica was looking for, evidence of her bedwetting, and Jessica is mortified about the reveal until Louise tells her that she has no interest in telling the rest of the school about the incident, as they genuinely bonded during a pillow fight. Louise, who has never had a sleepover, hates sleepovers. She assumes they're boring and typical girly fare, the kind of thing she's constantly rejected her whole life. Louise, who doesn't know Jessica very well, hates Jessica. She assumes she's a boring and typical girly girl, the type of person she's consistently rejected her whole life. As much as Louise has always wanted to eschew the mundane and normal lifestyles of the people she looks down upon, there's something to be said for looking down on people you don't know, because from all the way up on a pedestal, one tends to lose touch with reality. She ends up inadvertently pushing Jessica into a rough situation that mirrors her own, being pushed to go to a sleepover you don't want to be at, and then being pushed away from that sleepover while you still have unfinished business to cover up. The other girls are all tricked into leaving early, leaving before Louise gets the chance to know them, not that she would have taken that chance in the first place. But when she and Jessica start to fight, the two grow closer due to the shared stress of the situation, and out of this, Louise learns that there are no boring events, just boring people at the events, but also that there are no boring people, just people you haven't gotten to know yet. Presto Tina-O. A festival of magic is in town, and Bob prepares for the swarm of magicians by offering a discount, hoping that it will attract a few people willing to do magic tricks. But a magician, Mars Sazerac, comes in and picks Bob's pocket as a trick, later bringing his magician friends over to take advantage of his hospitality by taking up the whole restaurant without ordering much. So Bob bans all magicians from the store and gets his name placed into a book of magicians' enemies. Over the next few days, a series of weird events strikes the restaurant, leading him to believe he's been cursed. Meanwhile, Tina is trying to become Jimmy Jr.'s magician's assistant, but grows tired of the fact that his magic act is mostly just dancing. So she sets out to make her own magic act, and when she finds he's replaced her with Tammy, to sabotage his performance. But during the show, after replacing his dance music with something in 9/8 time, she feels bad about the sabotage and takes the stage to try to get out of a straitjacket to save his show. Meanwhile, Bob sneaks backstage to lick all the meat in Sazerac's dressing room while also tearing his name out of the Magician's Enemies book. But Louise picks Sazerac's pocket, only to discover that Sazerac was a step ahead all along, having farted on the meat before Bob entered. Bob's love of magic from Boys for Now shows itself again, only to vanish into thin air upon meeting a magician up close and having a bad experience with him. He bans the whole career path from his restaurant in what would have been considered an overreaction if Sazerac didn't immediately justify it with a series of magical pranks without much of an explanation outside of breaking and entering. Bob's Burgers is a show very grounded in realism, so an actual curse is out of the question here. Meanwhile, Tina starts the episode loving Jimmy Jr. and wanting to get close to his magic act, mirroring Bob's magic obsession. But once she actually gets some exposure to the hobby, she likewise realizes it's overblown and sets out to take down the guy with the competing act. She ramps this up when she becomes further offended at Tammy taking her old spot, only to regret her actions later. Seeing a person that she likes suffering doesn't make her feel any better, but feel worse for having taken the low road. So while Bob licking fart meat, weird sentence, comes across as justice, Tina learns from her mistake and tries to make peace, letting her win an award for onstage synergy and an equally satisfying conclusion to the episode. Easy commercial, easy go-mercial. Hoping to one-up Jimmy Pesto's Super Bowl festivities, Bob gets the idea to run a local Super Bowl commercial starring his family. They have Louise write the script, with Jean writing a song for Linda to sing, and get to work on the filming itself, only to realize they don't really know what they're doing. So Bob hires Randy to direct, taking the position from a jealous Louise, and they get to work on creating a commercial that's a terrible mess. Realizing this, Bob asks Teddy to use a connection to a former NFL player to get them some celebrity recognition, and Teddy brings in Sandy Can Fry to do a segment. When the new commercial is finally done and makes it to air, the rest of the Belcher family is horrified to find out they're barely in it, and Bob's horrified to learn that Fry has done another similar commercial for Jimmy Pesto's. So Bob heads over to shut down Pesto's party, only to get food thrown at him by the angry customers, who accuse Bob of ripping off Jimmy, and when Bob realizes his mistake out loud, his family is glad to see him come around. Finally, after several days of holding in a super bowel movement, Jean uses the toilets at Jimmy Pesto's, flooding the bathroom and making all the customers leave, with a few showing up to Bob's Burgers. The family's commercial was bad, not just in its construction, but in the sense that it barely even advertised what it was supposed to do. Bob makes a new commercial to replace it, only for that commercial to also fail at what it needs to do. Not so much in the sense that it failed to bring people to the restaurant, but in the sense that it failed to sell the appeal of Bob's Burgers. In-universe and out, Bob's Burgers is a show/restaurant about the family. Having everybody contributing in some small way is what makes the show work. It's about their relationships to one another. But this isn't something that makes food sell, just stories. So in-universe, Bob's Burgers will always fail for the same reason that we, the audience, love it. But there are some things in life other than family, either necessities or desires. Bob can spend as much quality time with his family at the restaurant as he wants to, but that won't feed them or keep the doors open. He wants to spend time with his family, but he needs to run a business. He also wants to one-up Jimmy Pesto, the entire reason he went all out for the Super Bowl in the first place. So when these conflicting desires all meet up with one another, Bob ends up being forced to decide where his priorities lie, and he ultimately settles on siding with what his family wanted too. The Frond Files. Wagstaff has an essay exposition, and the Belchers are unable to find the essays their children wrote. So Bob and Linda confront Mr. Frond to ask him where they are, and he reveals that the essays they submitted were too creative, and reads them as proof. In a futuristic reference to The Terminator, Louise's essay is about a futuristic robot being sent back in time to prevent Louise from pranking Frond by putting a brownie on his chair, the man locking himself away to enact his revenge. She runs away from a killer Frond bot, receiving exposition from Daryl before hiding in the cafeteria with her siblings, eventually discovering that hot creamed corn can melt his skin. So Louise lures him into the kitchen, where he falls into a vat of the stuff, only to reveal several other Frond bots that force the Belcher kids into hiding, where Louise writes her essay. In a reference to Rock and Roll High School, Jean's story replaces Wagstaff with the Fart School for the Gifted, where Jean is playing fart noises on his keyboard before getting it confiscated by Mr. Frond. So he teams up with his siblings to sneak into the office and rescue the keyboard, where Jean's able to break into a song about farting that literally blows everybody away and also destroys the school. Finally, it's Tina's story, another of her erotic friend fictions, where she's a hall monitor flirting with the JV basketball team. But when a jock itch serum goes wrong before a pep rally, the school becomes infested with jock zombies. Tina and her siblings try to go to the teacher's lounge for safety, but Mr. Frond locks them out before getting bit himself. Cornered, Tina ends up noticing that she can stop the zombies by flipping her hair, and she diffuses the zombie infestation by flirting with them, eventually dating an entire zombie basketball team before Bob and Linda decide to stop reading it there before it gets weirder. Ultimately, Mr. Frond reveals that his real reason for not showing the essays was the fact that he was the bad guy in all of them, and that he wants the kids to like him for once. Bob and Linda give some half-hearted suggestions before discovering that Mr. Frond sat on a brownie Louise placed there before. Mazel Tina. Tammy is having her bat mitzvah, but Tina isn't invited, so she arranges to have Bob's Burgers cater the event in order to get an invitation, an arrangement Bob accepts despite knowing that his family tends to wander off during events like this. The Tammy-themed bat mitzvah starts, and Tammy is a batzilla, being extremely demanding of everyone around her, especially the overworked Janet, who Louise convinces to quit in order to get away from the girl. Not wanting the party to get off schedule, Tammy recruits Tina as her replacement assistant, giving her the schedule and headset to take charge. But later, when Tammy catches Louise trying to pour guacamole out of the giant papier-mâché Tammy head, the two wind up trapped inside, with the music being too loud to hear their cries for help. Tina proceeds to replace Tammy as the star of the event, eventually ignoring Louise's cries for help when she fixes the headset to continue to be Tammy. Meanwhile, Linda sneaks off to eat all the other food at the party, with Bob joining her until they realize they've wandered into a completely different reception hall entirely, with Gene left to manage the catering stand himself, serving raw hamburgers to the attendees. In the end, Louise and Tammy manage to break out of the giant head, only for Tammy to be lifted away before Tina can face any consequences. Tina, once again, becomes Tammy, the same story we saw from the episode Bad Tina where the character was introduced. But here, the plots change through the fact that it's Tina who wants to take over instead of Tina being pressured to do so. Early in the episode, Tina is upset over the fact that she doesn't get invited to social events and isn't popular enough to hang out with the other kids. She tries to convince Tammy to let her family cater as a way to work her way up the social ladder, but ultimately ends up taking a shortcut that presents itself in the form of taking over for Tammy entirely. But it's not Tina who's popular here, but Tammy 2.0, just as it was before. Except the lesson is flipped, as it's no longer Tina blindly doing whatever other people tell her to do, but rather Tina telling other people to do what she wants. She hasn't merely adopted Tammy's position, but her personality as well, for all the faults she has, which are put on full display when she and Louise are trapped inside the giant head. Louise being so annoyed by the other girl that she actively sabotages the rescue attempts just to make sure she suffers. Uncle Teddy. Bob and Linda are going to an in-person meetup for a burger forum, but their usual sitter is out of town. So Teddy volunteers to watch the kids while they're away. He struggles with getting them interested in any of his planned activities and eventually gives up to leave them alone while he instinctively fixes a few things around the house. Soon he's able to get their attention by unclogging the sink drain and letting them name and adopt the hairball down there. But Tina is less interested as the sandwich delivery place nearby has a new driver, Jonas, and she tries to flirt with him, eventually resulting in Jonas inviting a few friends over to crash in the empty restaurant. But when Teddy kicks them out, they go to the lighthouse instead, with Tina following along, eventually getting into trouble with a park ranger after her new friends abandon her there. Back at the burger meetup, Bob discovers that none of the other attendees like him due to his behavior online not reading as sarcastic, and they shun Bob and Linda. This results in a scuffle where they refuse to leave the hot tub after the rest of the cooks demand they leave until hotel security kicks them out. Bob and Linda pour condiments into the tub and run off, coming back home in time to see Teddy and the kids on the side of the road, Teddy having just rescued Tina and the others. Teddy goes into watching the kids with expectations of what child rearing might be like, a list of things he wants to do with them, only to find out that it's significantly more boring than that, as well as the fact that what the kids want to do is not exactly what he's prepared to deal with. But what he is prepared to do is to go to work normally, fixing a few of the plumbing issues around the house and immediately getting the younger kids to treat him as though he were their father. This is no different from how Bob treats his kids, working alongside them as they all bother him with whatever interests them about his workplace at the moment. All Teddy needed to do was what Bob did all the time, and stop forcing it so much. Bob himself struggles to make friends with his friends, meeting up with people he's only ever known on the internet, only to find out that nobody really likes him. Offline, there are plenty of facial expressions, body language quirks, and vocal intonations that one can use to identify tone and the like, adapting the way you speak and are spoken to make more clear communication. But online, a lot of this goes out the window as certain tonal indicators are gone, and a person used to speaking that way might struggle to communicate without realizing it. Bob is a nice person, but he doesn't act like one, indifferent to his kids despite deeply caring about them. But online, that does not come across clearly, so Bob has no idea how abrasive he can be. The kids rob a train. Bob and Linda go on a wine train to unwind, taking the kids with them. But Jean, Louise, and Tina find out that kids on the train have to stay in the caboose, alongside regular-sized Rudy, something they especially don't want to do as they passed a chocolate fountain on the way there. So they make a plan to sneak out, with Louise stealing not the chocolate fountain, but the chocolate bars from the kitchen. This plan almost works, but when trying to retrieve Louise, the rest of the kids fall out of the train and wind up stranded, barely making it back in time to enjoy the chocolate that they had to stash on the roof, which melts into a makeshift fountain of their own. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda invite a wine enthusiast, Rick, to taste with them, but Bob is put off by his snobbish ways, and they enter a wine-off. Bob is losing badly, but gets the chance to take home everything if he can guess one wine correctly, and he lets Linda choose. After a bit of tasting, Bob reveals that the answer was the spit bucket, with Rick throwing his wine in Bob's face, resulting in the whole car starting a wine fight. In the end, the wine-soaked adults meet up with the chocolate-soaked kids, and they return home before the staff on board the train can do anything about the theft. A heist movie with the Bob's Burgers twist on it. The kids stealing a bunch of chocolate in order to get back at a train attendant who locked them in a room so they wouldn't annoy the adults trying to wine taste. Thinking logically, it's likely that had the kids been allowed to roam free, they inevitably would have been getting into some trouble involving the chocolate fountain, or wound up getting everyone messy as they did to themselves in the happy ending. Though the idea is also pragmatic from a writer's perspective as well, a means of getting the kids away from the feud between Bob and Rick. This feud over who can appreciate wine the most comes with an extra bit of irony due to the fact that Bob is as obsessed over burgers as Rick is with wine, his own traits and desire to turn things he's good at into a contest becoming the exact type of trait he finds annoying in another. As this argument evolves, the methods in the argument devolve, turning a metaphorical contest into a literal one before finally throwing glasses at one another's faces. Ironically, in a plot where the adults are separate from the kids, the adults end up acting just like the kids did independently. I get a sidekick out of you. After Linda bumps her head on the counter, she's able to predict where Mort left his wallet and that an incoming call is a telemarketer. She starts to believe that she has psychic powers, much to the annoyance of Bob, who doesn't believe. Linda then proceeds to make a series of predictions for the regular restaurant patrons, including helping the kids to pick out a horse in the upcoming races, and the fact that Bob will fall down the stairs. The kids then convince Teddy to take them to the tracks, where he believes he'll find the woman of his dreams while placing a bet on the Belchers' behalf, while Linda is recruited by Sergeant Bosco for her help in locating a missing statue. She's taken to the Wharf Arts Center to catch the little boy bandit on a hunch of hers later, but can't seem to pick up any leads. After all the predictions Linda made before failed to come true, and Bob learns that Teddy is with the kids at the racetrack, he rushes over to save them, only for Tina to try to get the autograph of a horse whose jockey accidentally ousts himself as the little boy bandit. Bob calls the police to the race, and they arrest him just before he would have won. In the end, Linda admits that she doesn't have any psychic powers and simply used common sense without realizing it. And then Bob falls down the stairs. Most psychics' powers work the same way that Linda's powers worked in this episode, by playing off whatever the person being scanned wants to hear, while throwing in a bit of common sense as well. How did Linda know the statue was in the ocean? It's a big statue, it couldn't have gone far. How did she know Teddy would meet a woman in yellow? She just sort of guessed based on what he was saying. And how did she manage to predict so many things for everyone else? She didn't. The fact that people like Teddy went so far out of their way to make their predictions come true shows just how likely it was she could err on the side of being correct. Anyone can be proven right by a person stretching the definition of correct to better fit their beliefs. But once these predictions start to involve third parties, they start to become less accurate. Linda might be able to inadvertently affect Teddy or Gretchen's behavior, but you can't change the outcome of a horse race or behavior of an ex-lover. People are quick to play word association when you start talking to them with random words, but these associations only go two ways. Except the person interpreting the vision is also the one who is subconsciously trying to make it happen and prove themselves right. If not for believing in the prediction, then at the very least because they spent money on one. The Equestronauts. The Belcher family attends a convention for Tina's favorite show, The Equestronauts, only for Tina to feel as though she doesn't belong at the convention due to the fact that most of the other fans there are middle-aged men. But some of these men, led by a man named Bronconius, approach Tina and befriend her, only to use this as leverage to convince her to trade her rare misprinted chariot doll away. When the rest of the family learns she's been swindled, they come up with a plan to have Bob take the doll back by going undercover, memorizing as much about the Equestronauts as possible and using a homemade costume to infiltrate the group to discover the whereabouts of the doll. Bob is able to befriend Bronconius and becomes a part of his inner circle, eventually getting invited to an after-party where Bronconius shows him his collection of toys, as well as the fact that he believes that kissing the toys will make him eternally young. But Tina suddenly realizes that part of Bob's Equestronaut training included reading her zombie horse fanfiction, and she rushes over to stop him before he ousts himself as a fake fan, only to catch him mid-to-two as Bronconius figured out the ruse and is trying to punish him. But Tina appeals to the rest of the group's sense of decency and love for the show, convincing them to put a stop to the tattooing and calling over hotel security to retrieve the ill-gotten toy. This episode makes an obvious parody of the modern My Little Pony fandom referring to themselves as bronies. But rather than going after the low-hanging fruit of simply pointing out how silly it is for adult men to like a thing for young children, it actually portrays the majority of these men as reasonable actors, simply coming together to celebrate their love of a media franchise. The villain of the episode is a single guy taking out his obsession too far, something that exists in any fandom, and he's ultimately taken down by the good-natured people of the Equestronaut fandom who far outnumber him. But what is it about fandoms like this that can breed this sort of individual? There are types out there who value themselves by their participation in another group. The more you fit in, the better you are at being you, and the only way to prove that you yourself belong is by gatekeeping others from the circle. A true fan of something would be eager to accept others into the group, excited to be someone's guide into the fandom that they love so much, to talk about your favorite things with a person who has the capacity to appreciate it. So the only people who try to force others out of their hobbies are the people who never really liked the hobby in the first place, but still valued their participation as a part of their identity, or crazy people. Ambergris. While walking around at low tide, the Belcher kids find a weird-smelling chunk that they decide to take home, only to learn that they've found ambergris, a substance that whales produce to help them with digesting squid beaks, and that a chunk of it, that size, is worth up to $30,000. But as whales are endangered, it's illegal to sell ambergris, so Louise arranges to have it sold on the black market through Mickey at the pier. But when Mickey tells them the name of a buyer he's arranged, Louise plots to cut him out of the deal and go to that buyer directly. But Jean and Tina get concerned about Louise's behavior and swap the ambergris for a cantaloupe before she does something stupid. Tina then plans to get rid of the ambergris before it can tear them apart even further, eventually throwing it into a deep fryer where it melts. Meanwhile, Mr. Fischoder's brother Felix comes over as his inheritance has run out, and he passes the landlording duties on to him. When Bob asks Felix to call a plumber to fix the hot water in the bathroom, Felix goes overboard and throws an elaborate unveiling party for a new, modern bathroom, and doesn't actually fix the water. Louise's mentality in this episode is one obviously motivated by greed, but her mistake is not simply in her own greed, but in assuming that everyone else's mentality won't reflect that, on either extreme. When she plans to cut Mickey out of the plan, she doesn't see an issue with doing so, confused as to why her siblings wouldn't be on board with the same thing. Then, when she hands over what she believes is the ambergris to the nose, she gets it stolen as she's by herself and very small. Likely something that wouldn't have happened if she hadn't gone out of her way to cut other people out of the deal up to that point. It's also beyond Louise to imagine that her own siblings would have plotted behind her back, in spite of the fact that she herself admitted to wanting to cut them out as soon as she had reason to do so. The one thing that prevents her from being scammed out of a lot of ambergris money, but not from losing everything entirely. Elsewhere in this episode is Felix attempts to fix up the bathroom in Bob's Burgers, something later revealed to be a replacement for an inferiority complex he has with his brother. As he puts so much of his own self-conscious thinking into the project, he ultimately winds up taking it too far, revamping the bathroom without addressing the original issue, as the original issue wasn't his concern in the first place. The kids run away. Louise is afraid of the dentist, which gets worse when Dr. Yap discovers that she has a cavity that needs to be filled. Rather than going through with the procedure, she runs out the window, eventually winding up at Gail's when she fails to check out a hotel room with Bob's credit card. Bob and Linda find out she's there, but also know that Louise likely won't want to come back with them to get the cavity filled. So they make a compromise by placing a bet. If Louise can last the entire week with Aunt Gail, she won't have to go to the dentist's. They drop off Tina and Jean, with Tina offering to serve as an inside woman, texting updates to her parents and scheming to flush out Louise by having Gail be extra annoying. This includes urging Gail to read her poetry and having the family play a board game she invented. Bob and Linda plan a stakeout outside of Gail's flat as a contingency plan in case Louise tries to run away, only for Louise to last the whole week. So as a last-second plan, they give a celebratory ice cream breakfast to her that hurts her cavity, with Louise realizing she needs to go to the dentist anyway as Gail plans a game of make-believe to convince her to go along. Louise is afraid of the dentist, but not quite as afraid of that as she is of her parents beating her in a bet, such as whether she can stand Gail for a week or not. So she puts up with her aunt in the interest of doing things on her own terms, being annoyed by her poetry and board games while covered in cat scratches. But it's all her decision to do, so it's better than going to the dentist. The one thing that Louise values above all else is having this level of control, and so this is why she's able to be brought to the dentist at the end of the episode. While she still dislikes the idea of going to Dr. Yap's again, she's also begun to recognize that it's a necessity to do so when eating ice cream hurts. But she's still stalwart in her refusal to admit that her parents were correct, so another plan is needed. Ultimately, Gail is able to use imagination to get her to go, pretending it's a game of sorts that, despite Louise not really being into it, still gets her into the dentist's chair. Not because it's fun to do so, but because she can pretend it's just a happy accident she got the dental work afterwards. It was her choice to play the game, not her parents', and thus, it's her victory when Gail convinces her to accept being parented in this way. Gene it on. Tina is excited to try out for the cheerleading squad, but not as excited as Linda is to be a cheer mom. Tina ultimately does not make it, but Gene's enthusiasm as he cheers on his sister ends up attracting the attention of Mr. Ambrose, and he makes the team instead. As Mr. Ambrose admits that he wanted to coach drama but got stuck with the cheerleaders instead, he decides to artificially create drama by pitting Gene against the former Yell King, Todd, which results in the two getting into a cheer battle that Gene wins. Ambrose then tries to have Todd plan revenge against Gene, but drops this when the squad gets invited to regional finals, where he creates drama again by leaking their routine before the event. So Gene, after having a falling out with Linda, decides to make up with her by using a routine she invented the day before, involving a massive wheel of cheerleaders that predictably fails, crushing Mr. Ambrose, who pretends it was a selfless act of heroism. Meanwhile, Tina's tongue is swollen after biting it during her cheer tryout, and Louise follows her around as her interpreter, lying about what her sister is saying, which ultimately gets her a date with Jimmy Jr. to a revolving restaurant. Louise takes advantage of her sister being unable to speak to order more and more pie, and then she ends up eating too much and vomiting as Jimmy Jr. is finally able to start to understand Tina. It's interesting to consider the more overt messaging of this episode compared to the message that was actually sent, and then to compare this to what a normal show would have done with this sort of plot. Ordinarily, this would be a straightforward plot about discovering the spirit of competition, or what it means to be a cheerleader. Then Linda and Mr. Ambrose would have realized that they were wrong to try to force their dreams onto the kids, and that they should have been more supportive of the event itself instead of obsessing over image or drama. And yet, this fabricated drama and character obsession is also a part of what it means to be in an event. While Ambrose may have sabotaged their chances at the cheer meet, it was a cheer meet they didn't even know existed, and all of it was in the interest of making a more overall enjoyable experience. Linda obsesses with the idea of being a cheer mom, not because she actually values the idea of being a cheer mom, but because it's fun to pretend to be a diva for a time. Even her past feud with Monica was totally one-sided, but it's something that Linda still remembers because she was the one who played up the obsession, for worse, and surprisingly, for better. Wharf Horse. Felix Fischoeder tries to convince Bob to convince his brother Calvin Fischoeder to sell Wonder Wharf to develop condos there. Bob and Linda are hesitant about this deal at first, until Felix and his girlfriend Fanny convince the other couple that nice things are nice, and that rich condo people's money will enrich them all. Bob takes Calvin out for lunch, where he convinces the guy with the musical number. Meanwhile, the kids are at the wharf trying to enjoy the rides when Tina discovers her favorite merry-go-round horse, Mr. Goiter, is being destroyed with the rest of the ride. So Louise chains Tina to the ride, and the protest attracts the attention of the media, whose swarm of the area starts to draw the attention of the wharf's destruction. When Bob sees the protest and realizes how important the wharf is to his family, he changes his mind and takes Calvin on the roller coaster where they see the whole wharf from above, and Fischoeder changes his mind too. But Felix is still intent on selling the wharf, so he kidnaps Bob and Calvin at gunpoint, tying them up beneath the wharf to let the high tide drown them. World War II, The Wharfening. Bob and Calvin are tied up beneath the wharf, desperately trying to escape the situation by sending a message to the family on Bob's old phone. The family gets this text and starts to wonder about what it means, with the phone calls being garbled due to the noise of the wharf, while the texts are unreadable due to Bob not being able to see what he's sending. Eventually, they resort to simply asking around the town, ultimately winding up back at Wonder Wharf, where they meet Felix, who has been getting increasingly guilty, and his nervousness tips them off to the idea that something's wrong. Ultimately, Linda is able to identify the noise of the wharf itself as being part of the background noise from Bob's calls, and they deduce that he's beneath their feet. So they rent some boats to search for him, eventually discovering the duo just before the tide comes in. But Fanny arrives with a gun to stop them from shattering her dreams of having her own nightclub, and she's stopped by the wharf itself collapsing on their heads. In the end, the Fischoeder brothers pin the entire thing on Fanny while paying off the Belchers to keep quiet. Mr. Fischoeder, the other one, Calvin, has always had a hidden soft spot for the kitschy appeal of small businesses and honest work, such as what one can find at Bob's Burgers. But just because he has this soft spot doesn't mean he's not a shrewd businessman at his core. And these two ideals clash with one another during the episode as Bob serves unknowingly as his moral compass. At first, Bob represents the hard-working aesthetic of what Calvin enjoys about the wharf, but when Bob himself is the one to try to appeal to Calvin's sense of greed in order to have the wharf sold off, this foundation is shattered as he sees the representation of those values rejecting itself. But when Bob has a change of heart and Calvin is able to literally put his work into perspective, he goes back into the mentality of believing there are some things that money can't buy. Tina's memories of her favorite horse on the merry-go-round, Gene overcoming his fear of a roller coaster after it nearly crushed him in the first season, and Louise being eager to make new memories just as her siblings have all made, make him realize that once you have enough money, you can afford a few bad financial decisions in order to purchase happiness, if not for himself, then at least for others. But this is still a burgeoning feeling. He hasn't quite figured out why he finds this appeal to exist where it does, and clashes against Felix, who is likewise becoming more like his brother as he too starts to realize how many dreams he's crushing in order to support his own. Felix feels guilty for what is likely the first time in his life, his inferiority complex manifesting fresh as he starts to realize that his brother has things he does not, and that by getting even more money, he's not actually getting any closer to that thing. And all of this is put into an episode that marks the show itself accepting its transition into a quasi-musical. There have been diegetic songs in Bob's Burgers up to this point when a character singing represents their singing, and if there's an in-universe concert. But Bob singing to convince Fischoeder, while acknowledging the show as a song, is still used in the same context as a musical, or an elevated expression of a character's emotions or desires, and it's acknowledged as such. Work hard or die trying, girl. The episode begins as twin flashbacks in Mr. Franz's office regarding the fate of a school play. Gene tells the tale of how his thunder was stolen by Courtney when she ripped off his idea to create a musical version of an 80s movie in Working Girl, while Courtney claims that the idea was only started out of anger that Gene refused to allow her to be in his play, a musical rendition of Die Hard. When Courtney's father, Doug, promises that Carly Simon will show up to the school play, she gets the play. So Louise convinces Gene to put on a rival performance in the school's boiler room on the same night as Working Girl. But rehearsals don't go well with this play, made worse by the fact that Tina is on Working Girl to get closer to Jimmy Jr., and Gene eventually demotes everyone to stagehand so he can put on the performance as a one-man show. On the night of the show, Louise's support, as well as Carly Simon not showing up, convinces many people to abandon one play for the other, and soon the boiler room is packed while Courtney complains to Frond about no one being at her show. Frond, hoping to resolve the conflict, allows Gene to direct a combination of the two plays titled Work Hard or Die Trying Girl, and everybody gets their own role. Each person who takes their turn at telling one end of the story winds up making a self-serving version of events that paints themselves as the sole good guy in the scenario. This isn't so much an observation on events as it is an inevitability of any type of story told in the format. It's the reason the Rashomon style is even used in the modern era. But what Rashomon originally was about wasn't so much the self-serving nature of memory, but a commentary on the way in which one's social position influences the lies they tell, and how the truth can only be revealed by looking at subtext, understanding who's speaking, and why they're speaking to do so. Nobody is the good guy in the story. Everybody had some petty reason for their actions, from Gene rejecting Courtney due to their history together, to Doug trying to take over the play entirely. It's not until hearing all of these tales at once that the truth finally comes out. Or rather, not the truth, but what ought to have been the truth from the start. Gene wanted to create a performance that would reach other people, but in his attempts to do so, wound up stifling someone else's. True art is not supposed to be about destruction, but sharing and creation, and the synthesis of both plays is what ought to have happened from the outset. The opposite of stripping down a performance until it's about nothing but one man. Tina and the Real Ghost. Bob is getting the basement sprayed for bugs when their exterminator reveals that he thinks there's a ghost inside the restaurant. The rest of the family is excited to talk to this ghost, so they bring a Ouija board and a vessel, which is one of Linda's shoeboxes, to speak to and then capture the ghost. The board reveals that the ghost is named Jeff, and upon capturing it in the shoebox, Tina falls in love and starts to carry Jeff around. She takes him to school, introducing the ghost to the others, where once again, the Ouija board speaks to them. But after a few days of carrying Jeff around, Tammy gets jealous and steals the box away, writing a message in a foggy mirror that says Jeff wants to date her now. Tina mopes for a while, so Louise admits the truth to the rest of the family. She made up Jeff herself to prank Tina, and didn't expect it to go this far. When the other teens plan to go to the cemetery for Halloween, Louise plans a prank on them, releasing some of the bugs from the restaurant inside of the box. But Tina's one step ahead, having written a message in ketchup on the walls and revealing that she's known the truth about Jeff for a while. Meanwhile, all the discussion about a ghost in Bob's Burgers has led the exterminator to call in a few ghost hunters, whose presence attracts extra attention to the restaurant as they scan the store in various ways. Nothing about this episode is real. Tina's ghost boyfriend is just a box Louise convinced her had a spirit inside. The popularity of Jeff is predicated on others saying that Jeff is popular. Even the ghost hunters who enter Bob's restaurant are really just two hobbyists pretending to detect stuff for entertainment and to skip out on a bill. Bob's perception on ghosts changes through the episode, starting out by thinking the entire ordeal is stupid, but later embracing the ghost hunting culture when it starts to bring customers into the store. The teens at Wagstaff don't believe in the ghost either, until they notice opportunities for self-serving interpretations in Jeff's existence, be it a more philosophical interpretation like Zeke discovering there's more to life than the time we have, or Tammy's idea to steal the box for attention. But then what really is the problem with a bit of make-believe? Sure, Jeff wasn't real, but the desire for Jeff to be real certainly was. If somebody finds comfort in the idea of Jeff, then that comfort still exists, even though Jeff doesn't. Tina even admits that she stopped believing in ghosts a while ago, and simply went along with it due to seeing the effect of a shoebox on so many people's lives. Friends with burger fits. Teddy goes to Bob's Burgers after a doctor visit where he announces his high cholesterol. Bob starts to feel guilty, thinking that his burgers are killing Teddy, so he decides to cut the guy off. But Teddy doesn't take this well, so Bob has to convince him it's for his own good by saying they're best friends. To prove he's in good shape, Teddy decides to go jogging with Bob in the mornings, and at the park they see a stuntman training camp that Teddy signs them both up for. Bob is miserable at this camp and announces that he only signed up for it so he wouldn't feel guilty about killing Teddy with his food, and Teddy gets angry at the fake showing of friendship enough to go to a competing restaurant. But when Bob learns that this other restaurant sells a 5-pound burger, he rushes over to stop Teddy from eating it, only to get thrown through the store's glass for real when the manager tries to stop him from taking Teddy's food. In the end, Bob relents that Teddy really is his friend after all. Meanwhile, the kids are trying to freeze a fart in a jar when they realize they can freeze the freezer's floor and skate on it. With Linda's help, they start an ice pushing tournament, with Louise making it to the finals and defeating Zeke with the help of the jar of farts. Bob's idea of his best friend was at first a guy he hasn't spoken to in about 6 years, while Teddy's idea of a best friend is a person he spends the most time with without obligation. And while Bob has a point in trying to keep his professional and personal lives separate, it's not realistic to assume there would be no overlap after so many years have passed. Bob is hesitant to throw out that label, as the label means very little to him, but to Teddy, the admission is still important, which is why he reacts so negatively to finding out that Bob doesn't think about him that way. Except for the fact that he does. Bob is willing to go through with stuntman training, so getting tackled through sugar glass and running around without any sleep, all to assuage some feeling of guilt that he has over Teddy's heart condition. And you don't really feel that guilty about hurting someone if you don't care about them that much. It's not until Bob can prove his affection to Teddy that Teddy realizes that the label was unimportant all along. It doesn't matter what a person says about your relationship nearly as much as it matters what they do with the relationship. The label is meaningless without actions to back it up, and the actions have meaning without the label. Dawn of the Peck. The family goes to the wharf without Bob, who stays at home moping that no one is celebrating Thanksgiving by getting drunk. Linda participates in a turkey trot with Teddy, running in front of a pack of released turkeys while the kids go on discounted rides. But these turkeys go mad, chasing down people on the wharf and causing a panic as everyone runs away, with Mickey abandoning the kids on a whirly ride while Linda and Teddy take shelter. But when she finds out her children are trapped, Linda straps stuffed animals to herself to go rescue them, eventually shutting off the ride with the help of Rudy. They escape the park in the Tickle-mobile and make it home, only to learn that Bob has decided to cook dinner anyway, and he's currently at the store. They rush over to save him, finding him surrounded by turkeys, where Linda finally concludes that Teddy's theory about the turkey pecking order was right, and she pecks the turkeys into submission so they can return home for a Thanksgiving dinner, though nobody is in the mood for turkey. Bob's Burgers celebrates Thanksgiving with the good old zombie story, complete with all the trappings we would expect from the genre. Sure, the zombies are turkeys here, but stories are less often about what happens or why it's happening than they are about who it's happening to or why. So the story has people fleeing from the horde and leaving children behind as they look out for themselves, only for one person's pre-apocalypse attachments to keep everyone sane and on task. The Fishoder brothers wind up mixing far too many species of birds together, throwing their natural instincts out of order and causing them to assault anything and everything nearby as they no longer have social structure. It's not just the birds who think this way, but the people trapped with them. Not even animal control, the people who ought to be in charge, manage to maintain order in the light of the incident going on. And the only sort of hierarchy that remains is Linda's motherhood, and that's what winds up saving the day. Best Burger. Bob is in a burger competition that he drunkenly signed up for, and is making a black garlic burger, though this is complicated by the fact that he doesn't have any black garlic due to Jean forgetting to pack it. So Bob has the kids rush back home to pick up the garlic, only for Jean to squish it under his chest. They then have to run to a fancy grocer to pick up a new clove, even though the kids are banned from that store. They wind up stealing it and using Mickey as a getaway as he races against a rival pedicab cyclist. When they arrive back at the fair, Jean insists on being the one to take the clove to his father to prove he can avoid distractions for long enough. Back at the contest, Bob is attempting to ignore the taunts of Chuck Charles, the MC of the event, who is enamored with a celebrity chef who is also entered. As he worries about Jean not making it back on time, Linda suggests that he actually likes the fact that the black garlic is missing, because it gives him an excuse to fail. But Gene gets there on time and Bob serves his burgers, only to get second place. While trying to keep his head up on the way home, he realizes that most of the audience from before have come to his restaurant, hoping to try his black garlic burger. If you never try, then you'll never fail. At least, not to fail by the standards you've set for yourself. Half-assing a task and then failing at it doesn't feel like a failure in the same way that putting your full effort into something that you fail does. So as long as you never put in effort, you can tell yourself that you would have achieved great things if only you tried harder. This is really just a method of coping, however. One only starts trying to avoid failure in this way if they have enough of a fear of it in the first place, a fear typically born from experience. And even then, success is something best measured not by potential, but from achievement. Just because somebody could do great things doesn't mean they're a great person. You're only talented if you have an expression of that talent. So while Bob might be able to tell himself that he could easily win the contest if nothing went wrong, the fact of the matter is that something did go wrong. The failure aversion is just a way of denying the idea that that failure might actually be more frequent than he imagined. Linda points out that Bob had to have known that Gene would err in some small way, and that giving him the responsibility was in part a deflection on his part, so he can push blame somewhere else if there's blame to push. Father of the Bob. The Belcher family visits Big Bob's Diner, the restaurant Bob's father owns, but Bob insists that they only stay for 15 minutes as that's the maximum amount of time he can stand to be around the guy, due to the fact that Big Bob never supported Bob's creative menuing. But Linda is hoping to let holiday magic repair their relationship and has them work in the kitchen together well beyond Bob's 15-minute mark. Eventually, when one of Big Bob's regulars orders his usual, Bob remembers the "baby, you can chive my car" burger he never got to serve, and makes that instead, fighting his father to serve it to the man who loves it. Humbled, Big Bob leaves the restaurant to go next door. Bob's kids are busy in the basement, trying to come up with a gift for their father among all the junk stored down there, and making it into a competition. But when they wind up destroying each other's gifts, they settle on wrapping old newspaper around a snow globe, which Bob discovers is the first newspaper review of his restaurant. Realizing his father still supported him, Bob heads over to apologize and the two men make their peace, returning to the restaurant that the other Belchers have been managing. Big Bob is the type of guy who does the same thing again and again. After so many decades, he still has the same menu and the same regulars, all of whom have the same orders. Bob is the one who wanted to change things up and to experiment with new items, making a burger of the day and expanding the menu. While Big Bob is a man who appreciates consistency, Bob is wild and eager to try new things. Except Bob is absolutely not that kind of guy. Everything we've seen from him indicates that Bob prefers consistency in his life and likes to do the same thing day after day. In this way, he takes after his father in more ways than he might imagine he does, the feud between the two being over a trait of personality that's not really so different from one man to the other. So Bob's rebelliousness streak is over, but the feelings brought on by that streak are still around so thoroughly that Bob is still seriously affected by it. His children take after him as a child in how they live their lives, and Bob's never tried to stifle their curiosity that makes Tina tape a battery to a chair, or Gene take a bean bath. The kids are the same as they've always been in this family. It's the adults who are different, not in what they believe, but in what they insist that others believe. Tina Taylor, Soldier Spy. Tina's old Thunder Girl troop leader, Ginny, asks her to return to Troop 119 in order to find a mole in the organization, someone who's been leaking secrets about their cookie-selling locations to their rivals, Troop 257. But while donning her old uniform, Tina lets slip to Louise that she's on a mole hunt, and the other girl becomes excited to join in, quickly trying to flush out the mole by turning the girls in the troop against one another with whispers. But Tina doesn't like this method and asks Louise to quit, which she does, only to join Troop 257 instead, to learn secrets from the inside. This culminates in Louise being brought along on a cookie lead they received, delivering to Bob's Burgers, where Tina reveals her trap. She gave a different fake lead to each member of the troop in order to accuse a girl based off where the other one arrived. In the end, Louise is able to get the mole out by tricking her into doing the secret handshake of Troop 257, saving her old troop. In the B-plot, Gretchen accidentally dyes Linda's hair blonde, and she embraces it, only to begin to believe that the blonde hair is making her dumber. At first, Tina quits the Thunder Girls due to a combination of her motives from last season as well as the fact that she's starting to feel left out due to being too old. This is something that lines up with her earlier motivations. In Tina and the Real Ghost, she's also trying and failing to reject childish things in an attempt to move on. But not all of her really wants to go through with this. When she gets an opportunity to rejoin the Thunder Girls, it's not just a chance to go back to her old troupe, after all, Ginny surely would have let her rejoin at any time, but a chance to have an excuse to do something childish without guilt or shame. But this opportunity is complicated by Louise's presence in the meetings. Her younger sister is a better fit age-wise with the old group, but not so much a better fit socially. So when Louise starts to tear the group apart, this offends Tina for two reasons. It's not just her old life being demolished, but her old life being demolished by someone younger. But the idea that emotive thinking can be outdated is just an idea that exists in your head. So long as the idea still works, it doesn't really age. Linda thinks this way as well, thinking that being blonde will make her happier, but also thinking that it's making her dumber despite Bob's logical explanation. She's simply paying too much attention to her hair instead of anything else. Midday Run. Tina is showing Rudy the ropes of being a hall monitor, even writing up her own siblings, when she gets the chance to escort Zeke to the principal's office for a suspension after he's caught breaking into the coach's office. But Zeke manages to escape from Tina, something she tries to cover up by lying to Mr. Frond, and then she tries hunting him down. Tina recruits the help of her siblings, bribing them with a permanent hall pass and interrogating Jimmy Jr. for information of Zeke's whereabouts. She eventually catches him, escorting him back to the principal's when Rudy, whose idol worship of Tina's been broken, reports her for lying. But Zeke maintains his innocence, claiming he was only trying to borrow the mascot costume to cheer up his grandmother before her surgery. And Tina believes him, recruiting Louise and Jean once again to break him out so he can finish what he started. Mr. Frond doesn't believe this, as Zeke has a history of lying, but when they arrive at the nursing home, Zeke shows up to prove his good intentions after all. Meanwhile, Linda decides to start putting napkin art on the wall, though Bob's not artistic enough to make anything wall-worthy. So he goes to Edith for art lessons and winds up doing a nude gesture drawing that's finally good enough to hang. Zeke is, after all is said and done, guilty of what he was charged with. He even mentions that he tried to do things the right way by asking to borrow the mascot outfit, but was rejected due to his past behavior. But Tina's assertion to Mr. Frond to give him the benefit of the doubt is not something based off the guy's actions, but the intention behind the actions. Whether someone broke the rules is often different than an assertion of whether or not they are guilty. The law can't be so rigid as to prevent it from being broken ever. For example, it's okay to speed if there's a woman in labor in the back of your car. Just broken by people without a good reason. So Zeke is guilty of breaking the rules, sure, but he's not guilty of being a bad person, and more often than not, this is what punishments for crimes are actually supposed to prevent. Tina at first enforces the rules to the letter, but learns from her near demotion that this is not actually something that makes the world better, just safer. So as Tina is doing the hall monitor version of Midnight Run, she winds up learning that the law is more of a guideline than it is a rigid rule set, and that healthy interpretation can only be done on a case-by-case basis, even if this occasionally means that a troublemaker can slip through the cracks. Speakeasy Writer. The Belcher kids go to a racetrack and discover go-kart racing, buying an old bumper car from Mr. Fishoder and having Critter fix it up to a raceable state so they can beat Bryce. They argue over who should drive, with Louise winning Jean's hairy mole and getting the honor, though she's not great and keeps bumping into walls. So Jean leaves to learn how to wave flags, while Tina takes a test drive, impressing a competing team and getting the driver's spot for KIS. Tina and Louise both work their way up to the Grand Prix on King's Head Island, in spite of their constant arguing over Tina's betrayal and Louise's selfishness. On the day of the race, however, the age of the bumper cart shows itself when Bryce hits it and Louise spins out. Tina, remembering that they originally started racing as a team, decides to throw the race instead to push Louise across the finish line, giving them both first and second place. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda start to sell a homebrew that Teddy's been making, and while trying to keep it a secret from Hugo, they make and sell bread to cover up the yeast smell. In the end, it turns out to be too much effort to maintain the lie, and they quit the operation. Everybody going into the race is doing so with different intentions, from the King's Head Island speedsters trying to find a replacement driver to beat Not Nice Bryce, from Tina accepting to make Louise jealous, to Louise holding onto a position she's not the most qualified for. Everyone is more or less self-interested when it comes to deciding who ought to win. In the spirit of competition, this is a fine way to think. It makes competing more valuable when everyone's trying. but sometimes you ought to consider why you want to win so much in the first place. Tina ultimately concludes that a victory built on betrayal and abandonment is worse than a second-place prize that keeps everyone happy. And she learns this lesson aggressively enough that it rubs off onto Louise as well. Normally, these sorts of everybody wins endings come across as sappy or contrived. Trying to make sure that the characters we root for get everything they want can make the accomplishments feel less valuable because of how easily they came to be. Louise winning despite racing in a bumper car, or Tina being a prodigy, makes the episode's ending less realistic, but that's only a detriment if realism's all you care about. The real message is the message about why they want to win, and because the ending with Tina pushing Louise comes across the finish line would still have worked whether or not they got first or eighth, it can come across as a happy ending without being contrived or sappy. Late afternoon in the garden of Bob and Louise. Bob's application to the community garden gets rejected, and he learns why. It's run by Cynthia, the mother of Logan, who's still upset about the time Louise convinced some bikers to try to cut off his ears. Bob agrees to give Logan a job at Bob's Burgers in exchange for a spot in the garden, with the understanding that it's all fake so his mom can write an essay about hardship that makes his college application look good. But the Bush family's presence starts to grate on Louise and Linda, who eventually start a fight that results in Bob giving Logan Employee of the Month to appease his mother. Louise, upset about Bob always siding against her, hides in the crawl space to shoot spitballs at Logan, and when Bob tries to talk her out of it, she sneaks out to destroy Bob's plants. Bob runs away to stop her, but while doing so, he calls the plants his babies. Realizing that he's valuing the garden plot more than his family, Bob and Louise pull up the plants to grow them back at the house, while Louise gets to fire Logan herself. Bob runs a restaurant for his family. His food is what provides them with their livelihoods. So to have a personal garden plot that increases the quality of their ingredients is, just as Bob says, the thing that's best for everybody. However, this is a purely pragmatic approach to raising a family. Just because his garden's making him happy doesn't mean that it really is improving the quality of their lives as a net gain. If one person has to make a great sacrifice to support the others, like Linda and Louise being forced to put up with people they hate, then you have to reconsider what the actual cost of the garden plot is. And at the end of the episode, it's clear where the priorities lay with Bob's garden. He thinks of the plants as his children while ignoring the real ones. And Louise backs this up at the end of the episode. It's not just the fact that Logan's driving her crazy that makes her so opposed to Bob's arrangement. It's the fact that Logan is driving her crazy in the family's restaurant. What was once the family's happy place is being traded away for Bob to have his own happy place. So all it takes for him to give it up is being informed that he's given away one for the other. And if something with years of nostalgia and sentiment can be traded away so quickly, then it devalues that side of the arrangement, something Bob learns he's actually unwilling to do. Can't buy me math. Tina is one low grade in math away from being sent to remedial classes, so she recruits Daryl's help for tutoring on the condition that she pretend to be his Valentine's Day date to impress Rosa, another girl he has a crush on. Tina gives him advice on how to fake date her, but after all the lessons, she ends up falling for him for real. They break up, and Daryl is able to go out with Rosa, with Tina getting a date with Jimmy Jr. as well. But seeing Daryl with another girl makes her jealous enough to reveal the ruse. Realizing what she's done, Tina tries to set up Rosa and Daryl in spite of the deception, and the two wind up together after all. Because she spent so little time actually learning math, Tina winds up bumped down to the remedial class, only to wind up sitting next to Jimmy Jr. after all. Meanwhile, Linda has created a Valentine's Day advent calendar for her and Bob, though trying to act out the various things in the calendar mostly ends up backfiring. This culminates in Bob trying to do a striptease for Linda without realizing the curtains are open, but when some onlookers taunt them, Bob doubles down and does the dance anyway. Tina falls for Daryl in this episode, not because she actually has anything in common with him, but because he was enough of a romantic blank slate that she was able to impress her own perfect partner onto his lacking personality. It was a pretend relationship built on pretend emotions. The other major relationship of this episode is the one between Daryl and Rosa, two people who had a lot in common that Daryl simply believed wouldn't be able to get together due to the age difference. So he made the same mistake twice, forming two relationships based on false pretenses while assuming that both of them would wind up differently, that cutting off one would be simple as there was nothing really between them. But it's not as though a relationship is built on the symbols between them or the words that started out. Bob and Linda try to do something romantic for one another but continuously fail in all their attempts at expressing this romance. But just because they can't put words to the idea doesn't mean that there's nothing behind the lack of verbalization. At the end of the episode, Bob is being made fun of for how bad he is at expressing his love to Linda, but he reaffirms that he loves her by ignoring the shame and committing himself further to an awkward expression of this love. Even though his best efforts are lacking, it's still his best effort, and Linda recognizes that fact through the strangeness of it all. The Millie-Churian Candidate. The student body presidential campaigns are ongoing, with Jimmy Jr. leading in the polls by an extreme amount. But when Millie gets the idea to run for president so she can control Louise, Louise starts to panic that she might win, and sets out to support Jimmy's campaign, running a series of harsh attack ads that wind up tanking his chances so dramatically that Jimmy Jr. drops out of the race entirely. So Louise, upon learning about a bestie system that Millie will be enforcing, along the lines of adjacent first names, enters the race herself. But her reputation from associating with the Jimmy Jr. campaign is poor, and her ranting about Millie's insanity doesn't make her look any better. When a mysterious note leads Louise to break into Mr. Franz's office, she learns that Abby is short for Maddie, and that she won't be Millie's bestie after all. Millie breaks down, declaring that she'll change the rules to force Louise to be her friend, only for the onlooking student body to see this breakdown that culminates in trying to strangle Abby. Mr. Franz disqualifies her for assaulting a student, and Louise is disqualified for breaking and entering, leaving only Henry, who everyone forgot was running, as the only viable candidate. Meanwhile, Bob buys a $300 knife and shows it off to Teddy, who counters with his expensive hammer. Their argument results in the hammer smashing the knife, and the two agree that it's a pretty good hammer. The entire presidential race subplot is underlined by the actions of Henry. He was the one who initially proposed that Millie enter the race and that Louise destroy all of the opposing campaigns. He was the one to give Louise the hint about Abby's real name and the one who orchestrated Millie's public breakdown. Also, the competition would be eliminated and he would be the last man standing. Louise even admits after the fact that he would make a very good president, not just manipulating people into acting on his will, but doing so in such a way that they believe they're acting of their own accord. A good leader should be the type who rarely gets any notice while still being able to enact their will for the good of others. Charisma is often a cover for incompetence, and in this case, the decidedly uncharismatic Henry must get by on his intellect alone. On the opposite end of this type of self-control is Louise, a character who loses her mind at the thought of Millie, and Millie, who doubles down on someone's resistance to her actions. As these two characters play off of each other, they double down. Millie becomes more and more demanding, while Louise becomes more and more obstinate to the unwanted advances. So Henry ends up winning due to the fact that, despite constantly being ignored and made fun of, he remains calm instead of demanding attention, rising to the top by waiting for everyone else to sink. The Gale Tales. The Belcher children are grounded for an unknown reason when Gail enters the restaurant, complaining that her date has canceled and she's alone. She then gets the idea to take one of the kids, who have to write essays about her to impress her enough to get out of being grounded for the evening. The first essay is by Gene, where he's a country singer alongside Linda, who gets scouted by Louise as a soloist. Distraught his partner abandoned him, Gene goes to a bar where he meets Gail and asks her to sing with him instead of cleaning vomit off the floor. She agrees, and the duo enters a sing-off, competing and winning against Linda's act with a song about loyalty. In the end, Linda has to marry the drunken Bob, while Gail goes to Hollywood, where she flirts with Scott Bakula. The next essay is Tina's, about a group of Jane Austen-esque sisters who are waiting for Gail, the oldest, to get married so they can go off to date as well. But Gail is too shy to meet men until the day of a ball hosted by Bob. But despite dancing all night with Gail, his romance is interrupted by his loud American wife, Linda, who Bob's only marrying for the money. Upset by being dumped, Gail falls very ill, with no remedy able to cure her. That is, until Scott Bakula arrives to fix her with his romance. The last essay is by Louise, who borrows from Game of Thrones to tell a tale about Gail, the queen of a kingdom backed by her cat dragons. But when an illusionist, Gene, arrives at the behest of Linda, he kidnaps the dragon cats. So Louise and Gail set out on a quest to hunt them down, with Louise narrowly losing her attention span to the wandering teddies before winding up at Linda's castle. Linda and Gail's champions have a fight that Louise wins, but when Linda demands their execution anyway, Bob stands up and throws her into a pit of ceramic babies. As they're flying home, Scott Bakula joins them and Bob dives away so as not to third wheel. In the end, Gail announces that she doesn't need to go on the date after all, as her family has taught her the value of the people already in her life. And then her date arrives and they head out together. The kids beg their mom to unground them, revealing to the audience that they were only grounded in the first place for scaring Linda into falling onto a maxi pad display and farting. Little hard, Dad. While Tina is too distracted by catching up on a book she didn't read, she doesn't notice a pair of shoes falling on her head until Bob saves her. Jean, upset that he saw it happening but froze instead of saying anything, wants to be more like Bob by being more active, and follows him on a crusade to get a refund for a defective RC helicopter. This crusade leads them to the house of a man named Sheldon, who opens fire with a series of small BB gun carrying drones. So Bob goes to the hobbyist store that Sheldon was recently fired from to arm himself and prepare for a war against the man. This war escalates to Bob hanging from a rooftop while encouraging his reinforcements to continue the battle instead of getting him a ladder. Seeing how out of hand the conflict has gotten, Jean gives a speech by remixing a recording he made of Bob being manly before and convinces everyone to drop the conflict and to get Bob a ladder. Meanwhile, Tina gives up on finishing her book report on time, so Linda teaches her how to fake it with a musical number. But when Tina gets too nervous to remember her lines for the number, she throws a fit, making a better performance of The Call of the Wild than she had expected. There's a thick line between total passivity and overly aggressive anger, but this is a line that often gets crossed very quickly anyway, due to people's emotions overtaking them before they realize they're even close. Bob wants to set a good example for Jean by complaining about his helicopter instead of allowing the slight and following insults to his competence to remain uncontested. Jean is able to recognize that he needs to be more of a man of action, but in trying to prove the value in this, Bob winds up going too far in the other extreme. It's something that comes about as a result of Sheldon egging him on. Bob at first knows that it's best to be the bigger man, but that doesn't mean letting others push you around constantly. And yet, as the other party in a conflict continuously takes the low road, it becomes an easier and easier task to convince yourself that you are in the right, especially when the other person is so wrong. And yet, if all you're doing is comparing yourself to other people, you eventually sink to their level if you allow them to drag you down there. Sheldon's not a great guy from the outset, but Bob allows himself to be even worse, and vice versa. It takes Jean, who has little to no stake in the conflict, to finally bring them to their senses by remaining stoic and passive throughout, if only to show the others how far they've stooped from their original argument. Adventures in Chinchilla Sitting. Bob and Linda have a date night, leaving the kids in the care of Tina while Louise is watching the class chinchilla. But the kid who usually watches the pet, Wayne, stops by the house to check up on it, only for Princess Littlepiddles, or Shinobu, or Atlas, to run out the front door and get scooped up by Jonas. The kids then sneak out to track down Jonas, recruiting Tammy's help to stalk him online, where they find a party he's at. Learning that he gave the chinchilla to a girl he has a crush on, they follow this girl to the roller rink, asking around before locating the pet on the floor, having a seizure due to the strobe light. Louise dives in front of the animal while Wayne dives in front of Louise, and they rescue the pet. But once it's time to part ways, Wayne seems broken up about Shinobu choosing Louise instead of him, so she asks Bob to help her return him for the weekend. On Bob and Linda's date, they go to a trivia night, much to Linda's disappointment. But things turn for the better when Linda finds the answer sheet and the two start to cheat, until their cheating's discovered and they get thrown out. Despite being thrown out, Linda is still happy with how things went. Wayne and Tina both attempt to prove their maturity and capability in this episode, hoping to take charge of certain matters to prove their competence and thus how adult-like they can be. But both of these characters are ultimately proven wrong as they fail in their basic duties. Wayne takes care of Atlas, his name for the chinchilla, with a sort of mentality that he's attached his self-worth to. By properly raising the animal, he can prove that he is capable. If someone else takes over and does a bad job, it undoes his hard work. This is in part why he breaks down when the chinchilla chooses Louise over him. It means it was all for nothing. Louise, on the other hand, uses raising the animal as an act of rebellion. She is shown in a flashback to only care about the class pet because it was someone else's job. The fact that Wayne wanted to raise the animal only made her want it more. The more he pushed to keep it, the more she pushed back. This is a trait shared by Bob and Linda. They have a disappointing date at a trivia bar that neither person is especially interested in, until they are insulted by the man hosting the event. Being told they're bad at trivia makes them want to try harder, and barring that to cheat. More than it would have had they simply been allowed to fail in silence. But the fact that both Bob and Linda then doubled down against this resistance shows the way in which they share motivations, if not ideas, of what constitutes a fun night out. The Runway Club. 7 kids at Wagstaff have Saturday morning detention on the day of the Wharf's Cotton Candy Festival. They're in detention because of a fight that broke out over Tammy and Tina wearing the same bracelet. So Mr. Fraun decides to have them rehabilitate their fashion disaster with a fashion show, pitting them against one another over the prize of being let out of detention early. They start producing various costumes while Mr. Fraun attempts to sell his idea to the principal, but the principal is not convinced that Fraun's rehabilitation will work and shuts it down, only for Louise to convince him not to give up and to do one last round. In the end, the children are pitted against Mr. Fraun, and they win after Jean's lettuce suit is held together by Tammy and Tina's wristbands, the girls giving them up and overcoming their differences, more or less. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda are being sold magazine subscriptions, but Bob is convinced it's a scam and doesn't order any. When the adult in charge of the magazine fundraiser comes back to threaten them, they wind up buying a bunch of magazines, only for Jimmy Pesto to get jealous and buy even more, making Bob content that, although he got scammed, Jimmy Pesto was scammed more. The Breakfast Club was a 1980-something movie about a group of stereotypes getting to know one another to the point that they understood that they were much more than just the label society had placed onto them. This episode borrows a lot, both in-universe and out, to create this plot. Mr. Fraun intentionally tries to evoke some of the trials of the cast in that movie to have them grow closer and more rehabilitated so he can play the role of the gentle guidance counselor, and then fails at this due to a fundamental misunderstanding of why rebuking those stereotypes was so vital. He makes them do a fashion show primarily about pandering to various teachers who are still at school after hours, and of course, fashion is one of those industries so co-opted by greed that it winds up making much more money by enforcing these stereotypes about how a personality must dress by telling people what they want to buy. And then the narrative of the episode eschews this message by having the students forcibly remove Tammy's bracelet to make their costume come across as a symbol of their newfound bonds, only for the relationship to end not by being fragmented back into their cliques, but because there's cotton candy to eat. Itty Bitty Ditty Committee. After a jam session attracts Rudy and Peter coming home from an orchestra practice, Jean gets the idea to start a band called the Itty Bitty Ditty Committee, that later gets the gig of playing at Lenny DeStefano's birthday party. But they need a singer and recruit Daryl, who starts to clash with Jean when it's revealed that Jean only knows 3 chords on his keyboard and has no music theory knowledge. He's kicked out of his own band, inspired to then become a prodigy with lessons from the school's music teacher, only to lose interest when practicing would take too long. Jean is depressed and briefly gives up his music career until Louise and Tina trick him into believing they've destroyed his keyboard. And when they show him that it's fine, they're able to get him back into music with another impromptu concert, even having his old band ask him to rejoin once they realize music's not fun without him. Meanwhile, Linda has to stop shaving or wearing sleeves when an armpit rash won't go away. After Hugo orders her to wear armpit hairnets, she finally decides to shave it, but Bob tells her not to and vows to find a working remedy for the rash, ultimately getting it to fade away on its own when Linda realizes that she doesn't really mind having hairy pits anymore. Jean has been shown to be a competent musician before, able to make musical numbers and create captivating performances. In this episode, he struggles with the basics of music. The offered reason is that he has no knowledge of music theory, the type of person to hack out a melody based on instinct and natural talent, rather than hard work. But being able to competently perform something without resorting to hard work is often a liability, as natural talent is something hard to teach or share with others. When you only know chords by how they sound, it's difficult to explain to another person what you want them to do, forcing talented but lazy artists to exist as solo acts. This episode then presents another dichotomy of practical knowledge versus the more improvisational style that Jean uses. Music theory is often seen as a restrictive art, a series of rules for music that can hold back the truly great artists. The reality is that music theory is more ambiguous than that. It's really just a series of vocabulary terms designed to allow a person to share the ideas in their head with someone else. So people who view it as the law have a tendency to lack creativity in their works, not because of a flaw with the school of thought, but in their interpretation of these schools of thought. Good artists learn and then follow the rule, bad artists break them, and the truly great learn all the rules first and then break them. Eat, Spray, Linda. It's Linda's 40-somethingth birthday, and the family is celebrating with breakfast in bed and a planned spa day. But as Bob and the kids need extra time for the spa, they ask Linda to go out and do some grocery shopping while they're preparing. But Linda ends up getting into an argument with the cashier, and later on locks her keys in her car, as well as ripping her pants. She attempts to find a phone to use to call her family or a locksmith, but when the cashier refuses her, she simply takes a bus to the wharf. But this turns out to be the wrong wharf. Resigned to walking home, she steps in some mud and gets sprayed by a skunk twice, hitching a ride with the farm trailer as it's the only vehicle that would stop for her. Finally, she is chased through a chalk walk after scuffing one of the drawings belonging to the woman she argued with at the grocery store. Meanwhile, Bob and the kids are on a search for Linda, going to the places she normally goes with the kids, where Bob learns various fun facts about her that he didn't know. They wind up arriving back at home at about the same time she does, giving her a spa day to unwind after what she claims was the best birthday she's had in a long time. Despite the terrible series of events that happened to Linda, she managed to make it home to her family, overcoming so many things it probably would have made anyone else break down. After starting the episode lamenting how old she is, this amount of flexibility and adaptiveness to a bad situation was something she thought she no longer had. After all, old people tend to be very boring and set in their ways. The fact that Linda was able to prove her initial perception wrong is proof that her age really was just a number, and she's only as old as she is miserable. It's not just Linda who's learning the extent of her character, but Bob as well. He follows the kids around, learning bits about her from the various people they've encountered, some who hate her guts, and some who love her presence. Bob defending Linda when the man at the candy store explains why she's banned proves the extent to which Bob cares for her, and how he doubles down in loving his wife if given any glimpse into her worst sides. He doesn't just love the good parts about her, but the bad too. Bob mentions at the episode's conclusion that he loves all the new things he's learning about Linda, and that the true sign of the strength of their relationship comes from the fact that every time he learns something new about her, that makes him like her more and not less. House Trap. The Belchers volunteer to move some patio furniture for Teddy, only to instead be drawn into the nice beach house they visit, where they start to poke around. But while looking around inside the house, Linda starts to piece together bits of information about the resident, a man with a clock fortune who divorced his wife and remarried Helen before falling off the roof to his death. Linda tells the story about how she thinks the murder happened, only for Helen herself to show up at her own house, and the rain is coming down far too heavily for anyone to leave. Linda is still convinced that Helen is a murderer and tries to find more information on the woman, in spite of Teddy's insistence that she's far too nice to have done such a thing. But Bob, loopy from painkillers he's taken to deal with Linda injuring him in a murder reenactment, lets slip to Helen that Linda believes she's a killer. So Helen takes Linda to the roof where she confesses that she didn't do it. Linda is now convinced of the other woman's innocence, and Teddy confesses to her with everyone ending up happy. Even Bob, who finds buried set of incriminating tools in the yard. Linda and Louise start to snoop through the house because they're looking for a story, and when they find the clock room and the wedding photos, they're convinced that they found just that, a good story. But sometimes the desire to find a narrative can override common sense as people begin to look for something to talk about rather than validating the statements they're making. It's a case of making a conclusion and then working backwards to find evidence that supports the conclusion. When you're only looking for specific things, you tend to ignore everything else. In this case, the contradictory evidence that indicates that Helen's not a murderer. But once the situation changes, the evidence hunt goes the other way, or rather, it goes the same way but with a flipped tone. When they're looking for evidence that Helen is a killer, they're happy to find it, but when they're trapped in a house with her, the evidence she killed her husband is now worrying, giving a sort of karma for hoping they got to be next to a murder case by putting them closer to the middle. But the episode ends with the evidence supporting a different conclusion than the narrative, to no difference of matter. Helen saves Linda to convince her that she's not a murderer, though the more accurate explanation might be that she just doesn't have a reason to kill Linda, just as she has no reason to kill Teddy, being that she murdered her husband for money and Teddy's far from a rich man. Hawk and Chick. While out shopping, Bob and Louise meet Shinji Kojima, the actor who plays Hawk of Hawk and Chick, a series of samurai movies that they love watching together. After accidentally, on purpose, following him around, they learn that he's only in town because he's tracked down his daughter Yuki, who played Chick, to the wharf. Louise then suggests that they put on a Hawk and Chick film festival in order to trick the two into reuniting, not telling each actor that their family will be present. After a bit of running around to get the venue and the original film, they learn that the copy of the movie they have is in the original Japanese, so the Belcher family dubs the movie themselves, badly enough that Yuki begins to leave. But when Bob as Hawk begs her to come back to make up, with his daughter as Louise as Chick imploring Koji to make his peace, the Belchers realize that they were doing this for themselves. Koji and Yuki make up, and the film festival is more or less a success. Bob and Louise go on an elaborate journey to try to reunite the duo of Hawk and Chick as a parallel for their own anxieties about the future. The discovery that a father-daughter duo could go 30 years without contact terrifies them, as they see their own relationship the same way. Their present closeness means nothing if the acting duo could also break up and go no contact over an unforeseeable conflict in the same way. So getting the pair back together is a way of proving that such a far-fetched thing is possible, if they ever get into a similar argument with one another, that's not the end. But just because a problem is fixable doesn't mean that it's not a moot point. 30 years without contact is a long time, far too much for Bob and Louise to even consider. They've impressed themselves onto Koji and Yuki, and those two have gone from a loving family to cold and isolated, Yuki working as an accountant and hardly even thinking about her old life. So throughout the episode, Bob and Louise work to try to fix a relationship that they wish wouldn't break down in the first place, experiencing the heartbreak of losing a close loved one without their relationship in the moment being affected. The Odor Games. Bob calls every business owner on the wharf to a meeting regarding a recently announced rent hike, declaring that the tenants will go on a rent strike unless Fish Odor calls it off. They make a mob and approach his mansion, only for Fish Odor to announce that he will halve the rent of the last man standing in a water balloon battle on the premises. Bob tries to keep the people together, but they all split off and begin to hide, preparing ambushes. He's able to get Sal on his side, but no one else, and even then, Jimmy Pesto's able to convince Sal to betray the Belchers, with Linda taking the balloon for her husband. Finally realizing he can't keep everyone together, Bob changes strategies to win, having his children take over the treehouse that Felix has been living in to prepare to eliminate Jimmy Pesto, who's using his kids as human shields. The contest comes down to Bob and Jimmy, with Bob holding the final water balloon. But when he decides not to throw it, Fish Odor changes the rule so that anyone who soaks Bob will get $50 off their rent, with Bob covering the difference. He tries to hide for a while, but Linda convinces him to come out of hiding after he's surrounded, guilt-tripping the rest of the wharf into giving up on their greed. In the end, Fish Odor admits that he was only raising the rent to get a pool installed, and he can delay the rent hike by a few years as everyone celebrates with a water balloon fight. Collective bargaining is often the only way to get anything out of an uneven situation. When it's one big guy versus one little guy, the big guy will win every time, i.e., Bob trying to stand up to Mr. Fish Odor always ends with Mr. Fish Odor getting what he wants. But if the entire wharf stands up to him, he loses power over them, as it was the residents of the wharf that gave him the power in the first place. Mr. Fish Odor's just a man. He's not inherently better than anyone else, he just has more money. Take away that money and he loses the leverage, the very thing that he was using to get the money in the first place. So naturally, the person at the top of the social ladder will make an attempt to ensure that those at the bottom of the social ladder never try to tear him down. And what better way to do that than to offer them a shot at being in the middle? If the person on the middle thinks it's okay to kick down at the people at the bottom, then the person in the middle will also think it's okay for the person at the top to kick down at them every now and then. People will betray their own kind the second they start to view themselves as different from their own kind. The residents of the wharf stepping over each other to have a shot at being different, at being better. But the minute the little guys realize that what's good for one of them is good for all of them, they can use their numbers to an advantage. Basically, this episode wants you to join a union. Sliding Bobs. After a workout, Bob realizes that his mustache is starting to thin out, and Linda tells the story about her wedding ring from Hugo got caught in his mustache, which is how they met. The kids then speculate on what would have happened if Bob never grew out his facial hair. Gene makes up a story where Bob is taken to the doctors to treat the cut on his lip. He gets put under and wakes up in the basement of the police headquarters, a robotic mustache on his upper lip. Bob then goes around the wharf assaulting people for minor infractions before encountering Linda. The two date for a time until Bob starts to remember who he was, eventually asking about his history and learning Fischoder's plan to drive people away from the wharf with pedantic policing until he can replace it with a massive amusement park. Bob and Fischoder fight, but Fischoder's eye proves too powerful for Bob's mustache, and he dies in Linda's arms. Louise then tells her own version of events, where Linda and Bob meet with Linda saying Bob would be more handsome with facial hair. So Bob goes to Teddy, who's working on a mechanical genie, to wish for more facial hair. He gets this wish and gets the girl, dating Linda for a bit before he starts to become hairier and hairier, soon becoming a fuzzy monster. The couple try and fail to mitigate Bob's hair growth and find no success. Realizing he won't fit in with society anymore, Bob abandons Linda to join Mr. Fischoder's freak show. Tina then tries to tell a story about how the two were fated to be together, mustache or no mustache. But because Bob and Linda keep acting out of character in her tale, she changes things more and more until eventually Linda marries Hugo instead, and they have 3 kids who act nothing like the Belchers. An unsatisfied Linda tries to cope with all of this when Bob, who's now the health inspector, arrives to shut down Hugo's hot dogs for using actual wiener dogs in the food. When trying to reenact the pilot episode to dissuade him, she briefly sees Bob with a chocolate mustache and almost falls for him again, though the episode ends with them still apart. In the end, the family realizes there's no such thing as fate and that the universe simply lined up randomly, just happening to wind up well for them. Also, Bob's facial hair was only falling out because the exercise bike he was using was damaging his testicles. The Land Ship. The Land Ship Parade is coming to the wharf in honor of a historical battle won by placing a boat on land to fool the British into crashing. Bob's Burgers is preparing for the extra business, but a row of porta potties are placed in front of the restaurant, driving customers away. Bob tries to call the city about this, but gets nowhere with them. Meanwhile, Wagstaff is concerned with Ghost Boy, a prolific graffiti artist who keeps drawing ghost boys all over the city. Tina discovers the identity of this artist, Jordan, and confronts him, but wanting to be more popular and less boring, she decides to date him instead of reporting him. When Jordan declares his intentions to tag the land ship before the parade, Tina has second thoughts, helping him out but returning later to paint over the ghost boy. When Jordan argues with her over her removing his graffiti, the other kids learn about her nights out and decides it's cool that she at once follows and breaks the rules. During the parade, a line of people is outside Bob's Burgers waiting for the toilets when Bob gets the idea to sell burgers to the people in line, making good business in spite of the potties. After a bit of taunting by her peers, Tina starts to fear that she is boring due to being so adherent to the rules, that there's nothing interesting about a person who simply goes along with what the authority figures in her life ask her to. So she reinvents herself by dating Jordan, assisting in his graffiti and breaking rules in the process, creating a new persona for herself as well. But this is a persona that only exists in private, shared with a single person, rather than being expressed in front of the very people she was changing for in the first place. It's clear then that Tina was not trying to become a different person for her own sake, but for the sake of others, and yet doing something to fit in doesn't do all that much to dispel the idea that she's a person who simply goes along with what the other people in her life ask of her. So she winds up throwing away her old personality without having any difference in the way she's treated by those around her. Tina gains nothing by becoming an assistant to a graffiti artist outside of an altered self-perception. But what's the point of changing who you are on the inside if you're the only person who really knows this about you? To so quickly throw away one's old self means that that old self, that true self, is worthless. And so Tina defies her attempts to change, in the process making herself look better, as people at once see that she's willing to be a bit rebellious but still principled enough to do the right thing. Not because someone told her to do the right thing, but because she wanted to. The Haunting. The Belchers have prepared for Halloween by setting up a haunted house with the intention of scaring Louise, who's never felt scared before. They drive out to another neighborhood while Bob and Linda walk them through a series of cheap tricks that don't have much of an effect on any of the kids. Bored, they prepare to leave only to discover the car has a flat tire and there's no cell reception, on top of a man with a gardening shear staring at them. They retreat into the house again to check for a landline when the power goes out, with mysterious noises coming from the basement. After retreating upstairs to the site of a mutilated doll, they escape onto the roof, where cultists appear to light a fire surrounding the family. When the man with the gardening shears opens the window behind Louise, she freaks out and the rest of the Belchers reveal that it was all an act to finally scare her. The cultists were just people from the restaurant, using Mort's mother's house as a prop. In the end, they watch the new Boys for Now video while singing along. Fear is generally seen as a negative emotion, and yet when Louise says she craves the feeling of genuine fear, her whole family plus a few strangers are willing to set aside a ton of effort to let her feel that. This is in part due to the fact that it's Halloween, the season where we all volunteer to be just a bit scared. But deeper than that, it's because of the fact that just because an emotion is negative doesn't mean we have to avoid it entirely. Feeling fear in small, controlled doses helps us to learn to regulate our emotions, and not just the ones we're experiencing. On top of that, these controlled emotions being expressed around those we're close to can help to teach coping mechanisms. How better to deal with anger or sadness or whatever else you don't want to feel than by going to friends or family to vent. We see that Louise follows her family when she starts to feel scared. At first, she's the one to suggest hiding in the leaves to spook her parents once she's bored, but she becomes a follower when the tables are turned. So, from all of this, Louise becomes closer to her family as they all learn that it's okay to depend on one another if things get tough. Or spooky. Gail makin' bobsled. It's Thanksgiving, and Bob is heading out in a snowstorm to pick up Gail due to her injured ankle. But when his car is buried by a snowplow, he tries to find another way to transport his sister-in-law and resorts to tugging a kiddie pool with a garden hose while she holds her hypoglycemic cat, Mr. Business. Bob calls Linda and asks her to prepare the turkey while he's gone, ramping up this to asking her to prepare the entire meal with the kids doing the side dishes. Mr. Business runs away during his feeding time, and Gail chases the cat on foot, revealing that she was faking the ankle injury for attention because Mr. Frond broke up with her. Bob injures his back falling from a tree while rescuing the cat, and Gail has to haul him through the snow, eventually winding up back at the restaurant, where the kids have smothered the sides with candy, while the turkey was under and overcooked while also being torn up. They convince Gail that Mr. Frond probably didn't actually break up with her, and then decide that the food isn't safe to eat. Bob has always handled Thanksgiving dinner himself, never allowing anyone else to assist in enough of a way to learn from him until he's forced to try to give instructions over the phone to Linda, who's in over her head as a result. He insists that he go pick up Gail alone, citing an incident from Season 4's Christmas in the Car as to why she can't drive in the snow, in spite of Bob actually being the one behind the wheel back then. He ends up partially responsible for having to drag Gail through the snow to get back to Thanksgiving dinner, but most of the responsibility is on Gail, who faked an injury for attention and proceeded to be difficult to work with, practically on purpose. Linda fails to properly cook the turkey because she's too proud to call Bob back and ask for help with the instructions, and she even attempts to cover up her failure until it's far too gone to undo. So much of the conflict of this episode comes down to characters making things harder on themselves, be it from refusing help or trying to guard their ego. But part of the motivations come from the fact that these behaviors get enabled. Bob never accepts help with the turkey and no one tries to learn his techniques. Gail acts out for attention and then gets that attention. And Linda doesn't even question why the kids are turning the potatoes into an ice cream sundae. But it's not portrayed as a purely negative thing that people are enabling these behaviors, as it's nice to have a person around willing to let you be a slightly worse version of yourself instead of needing to be perfect all the time. Because what else is family for? Nice-capades. The Belcher kids kick a man out of a massage chair at the mall only to learn that that man was a mall Santa, and they worry that he might send a report to the real Santa about their behavior. So Louise leads the others in trying to apologize to him, but only managed to spill milk and cookies on his lap while getting banned from Santa's village. Distraught that they may end up on the naughty list, Louise plans on making a musical ice skating number, recruiting Mr. Fischoeder and Teddy's friends to put on a show where the Belchers lie about how good they've been in front of Santa. On the day of the show, Santa goes on break, forcing Bob to do his holiday shopping for him, so the mall Santa can see the musical numbers put on by the kids. But when it's Louise's turn to go out, she realizes that she can't go through with the song because she made up most of the good deeds she's done. Mall Santa then skates over, saying that her honesty was a good enough deed, and he promises to put in a good word, though she winds up getting a goldfish instead of the pet shark she wanted. Louise has a conflict with herself over whether it's better to be good or to be seen as good. She obviously doesn't care about actually doing the right thing when she harasses an old man out of a massage chair, but she cares deeply that that man might tell Santa. Rather than depending on her past actions to vouch for her actual goodness, she attempts to fake it, putting on an elaborate performance of her kindness and encouraging others to do the same. But when she realizes that this performance is, performative and not genuine, she admits that she doesn't actually care about being seen as a good person if she feels guilty the whole time she's doing it. It's harder to emotionally lie about being a good person than it is to actually change yourself until you can just tell the truth. At least, it is if you really are a good person. A bad person would have no issue with telling others how great they are, gassing themselves up constantly without any guilt because they simply don't care whether or not they're making the world a better place by being part of it. So Louise ends up proving that she's a good person by the simple fact that she's concerned with whether or not she's actually a good person, as well as the fact that she feels equal guilt for lying as she does for getting others on board with the lie. Bad people are bad because they don't care that they're bad. Good people have to first care about their positive traits before they can work on them. The Cook, the Steve, the Gail, and her lover. Gail is coming over to the Belchers with her boyfriend for a second date, while Bob invites a guy crush he made at the restaurant named Steve. Steve is trying to meet new people alongside his son after his divorce, while Louise is horrified to discover Gail's boyfriend is Mr. Frond, who recently confiscated her grabber toy. She works with Tina and Jean to sabotage their relationship with a faux Spanish song, and later on by stealing a doll Frond knitted of Gail that he planned to give to her. But when Gail breaks down over Bob's roast, the kids are guilted by Linda to return what they stole, which is now missing as Steve's kleptomaniac son took it. They track him down to the sewer outside where he's stuffing the evidence down the drain, and Louise offers to let him kiss Tina in exchange for confessing to the theft. But Tina talks down Louise, who uses her grabber to retrieve the filthy toy and admit what she did. Meanwhile, Steve is having a bad reaction to the cream Bob used in his food, and is in the restaurant's restroom, where a jealous Teddy is doing a walk-by and sees what's going on. He yells at Steve and tells the guy to be more open with Bob, and forces them to hug it out, while Gail and Mr. Frond make up and make out. Louise and Mr. Frond both have personal issues pitting them against one another, and their inability to put these issues aside ends up hurting their chance at happiness. This would ordinarily be something tolerable for those around them, assuming that the conflicting parties were the only ones involved in this fight. But when it spreads, it recontextualizes the actual cost of such a feud. Mr. Frond learns that he's dating the aunt of a student he doesn't get along with, and has to accept and tolerate her presence, not just for his own sake, but for Gail's as well. And Louise learns that trying to avoid Mr. Frond means sabotaging the happiness of Gail, a bystander to their personal feud. So the relationship ends up demanding an extension of their relative comfort zones. Louise cannot simply continue to fight with Mr. Frond if she cares about her family, something she doesn't quite realize when it's Gail who's breaking up and only connects the dots on after she tries to sell out Tina as well. But often, accepting that you're going to have to leave your comfort zone is the only way to expand it, just like how Steve is a bit reserved with Bob at first, until admitting that he'll end up lonely if he doesn't try to meet new people after his divorce. Because new people are just new experiences. The Jean and Courtney Show. Bob forgets to order the carnations for Wagstaff's Valentine's Day charity drive for Tina, so he tries to rush out to get last-minute flowers on Valentine's Day. Meanwhile, Tina starts to panic over the fact that she can't tell if she's gotten any flowers gifted to her, so with Louise's help, she tears up all the envelopes looking for someone who likes her. Linda then has to match the handwriting on the envelopes to the writing on the letters to fix things. Meanwhile, Jean and Courtney are scouted for the morning announcements once they start talking over Miss LaBonze's droning each day, getting the Jean and Courtney show that they work on together for a time until realizing that they're starting to redevelop feelings for one another. They start flirting during the show, hurting their ratings for a while and ultimately concluding that they have to break up to preserve the quality of their morning show. But Jean is unsure about this and ultimately writes a song about their relationship that he sings on Valentine's Day, about how he'll try to get over it. Bob ends up rushing to a florist's market with Teddy to get overcharged for the flowers, and Tina finds out that Jimmy Jr. meant to give her a flower, but was too nervous to ask while she was manning the table. Love and passion are two different but similar concepts, and they become mixed together in this episode. Gene has a passion for his entertainment and his music career. Being able to go onto the morning announcements after having been scouted is his dream. But he falls back in love with Courtney while doing this, and it's quickly revealed that his relationship is getting in the way of his passion, as he does not have the self-control to do both and remain professional. Gene tries to choose love over passion, while Courtney chooses passion over love. And like a romantic prisoner's dilemma, the best outcome only occurs with a bit of trust and coordination. Recognizing this, Gene accepts that his love is going to be in the way, and he gets rid of it not for his own career, but Courtney's as well. In sticking to the passion dynamic of the episode, Tina becomes passionate about her romantic chances, going overboard and tearing up the envelopes she was supposed to have maintained for the carnations of everyone else. It takes love to fix this. Not romantic love, but familial. As Linda offers to spend the whole day matching handwriting, and Bob spends the whole day searching for expensive flowers while pretending he doesn't know Linda is sorting envelopes, and Linda pretends she doesn't know Bob forgot the flowers. Sometimes the best thing we can do for those we love is to hold off on the I told you so's they deserve until after their stress levels are back down to a point that they're ready to hear that. Sexy dance healing. Unable to come up with a burger of the day, Bob goes for a walk to find inspiration when he slips and falls on spilled oil outside of Gyro's capoeira studio. He learns that the surgery to fix his shoulder will cost more money than he has, so a lawyer advises that he sue the man for damages. But when Gyro learns he's been served, he offers to fix Bob's shoulder with massage and stretches instead of surgery. On top of this, Gyro also encourages Bob to give up on the burger of the day, as it stresses him out. But when Gyro's evicted for not paying his rent to Mr. Fishoder, he stays in the basement of Bob's Burgers, which is converted into a studio. The rest of the family starts to feel concerned about Bob's changes, and so the Belcher kids takes matters into their own hands, using the fake lawsuits they've been threatening people at their school with to convince Fishoder to give an extension to Gyro, something they get when he lets slip that his union crushing was done illegally. Later on, Linda calls in a fake burger of the day order that causes Bob to stress over what to do before making the running out of time burger in his panic. When Gyro learns that Bob is back on his burger of the day kick, he's also informed by Fishoder that he can go back, and both men return to their old lifestyles. Gyro is revealed to live a life totally free from stress. Without concerning himself with money, he's able to pursue his passions and teach a class that he wants to, instead of focusing on maximizing profitability. He's in shape, he's popular, he knows an art form, and he's being evicted. Because avoiding stress means avoiding stressors, and most things that cause stress do so because they're mandatory. Paying bills can be stressful, maintaining a healthy bank account can be stressful, and so can running a business. So to avoid stress means avoiding so many of the things that keep you alive. Living stress-free is a nice ideal to strive for, but not all stress is avoidable, nor should one strive to make it so. So the better option is to identify why various forms of stress exist and whether it's worth it to worry. Bob makes fun of Gyro's capoeira studio at first, but the man doesn't concern himself with trying to impress the guy, as it would be stressful to do so. That's an example of something that people make more stressful than they ought to, and this is almost mirrored in the way that Bob stresses himself out with the burger of the day. But overcoming the stress of maintaining so many puns ends up being worth it, as Bob finds satisfaction from overcoming that difficulty every morning. Stress feels bad, but overcoming stress feels nice enough to make the initial feeling worth it. Sacred Couch. Bob and Louise try to convince Linda to replace the old family couch due to its stains and smells, but she's too attached to the couch to want to remove it. So Louise, assuming Bob was trying to give her a hint, sabotages the couch to collapse the next time the family sits down, ultimately convincing Linda to visit the sofa queen to buy a new one. She selects a couch while Gene and Tina try to fit into booster seats, but when Louise lets slip that she broke the old couch, Linda gets mad and breaks down in the store. The sofa queen convinces her that it was for the best, as their old couch was a piece of junk, and the family returns home, only for Louise to suddenly feel guilty about abandoning the old couch. That couch goes missing before they can bring it back up, though, and with Teddy's help, they track it to a group of teenagers who have a band called the Couch Burners. The Belchers meet with them at the railroad and convince the teens not to destroy their old couch in exchange for burning their new one. Humans will pack bond with anything, from pets to favorite objects to furniture. The ability to treat something like it's a member of your family just because it's been around your family is the process by which humans have domesticated animals in the past. And the Belcher family's attachment to their couch, metaphorical, not just because of the sticky stains, isn't just because of the memories, but because of the associations those memories have. But the family shows an inability to detach themselves from the couch after it's declared dead, getting it brought back and reupholstered rather than getting a new one, and then proceeding to make brand new memories with that one. This episode marks a strong departure from the earlier seasons, where the family's financial troubles were a more pressing concern that painted so many of the plots that got involved in. Now, the Belchers can drop $500 on a couch only to let some teenagers light it on fire, also they can pay, yet again, to have the old couch reupholstered. What was once the driving force behind the demand that was being filled, that is, the idea of the Belchers as blue-collar creatives, is now an afterthought, pushed aside in favor of the plots being written. Bob is more concerned with his family's happiness with the couch than he is with the family's financial situation, much more than in earlier seasons that winds up making the family's poverty come across as a conscious choice. Lice things are lice. Tina is assisting the school nurse for a day to get a Thunder Girls patch, though Nurse Liz is mostly complaining about how bored she is with how trivial the kids' problems are, such as Jean and Louise entering to skip out on assignments. But when Tammy enters with a new hat, Liz suspects that she might have lice, and because she shared her hat with most of the other kids in the nurse's office, the nurse declares a quarantine and blocks the door. After a bit of thinking, she's convinced that the school is infested with super lice, and she's going to shave heads to end the epidemic. Louise tries to convince Nurse Liz that she's infected as well, but when Liz shaves her own head, the children make a run for it. Louise and Tammy end up in the library, where Louise finds a medical encyclopedia with a page on how dandruff can be confused for lice, something Tina corroborates by pointing out Liz is not wearing her glasses. In the end, no one but Liz and Mr. Frond has their heads shaved, as Louise tries to fake a broken leg to get out of a pop quiz. Meanwhile, Bob orders new stools for the restaurant that are just like the old stools, except they fart when you sit on them. So Bob offers free beer to get all the fart noises out before a funeral party comes over, managing a close call that turns out to be the widow breaking wind. Nurse Liz expresses dissatisfaction with her job stemming from a disappointment with where she ended up in life. Throughout the episode, she keeps bringing up a class reunion she's not looking forward to, as she has nothing to present there. No recent accomplishments to wow her peers, who are sure to be sharing their own stories. So when a person can't find satisfaction with their career, they often wind up seeking a false sense of accomplishment, to create a difficulty to overcome not because they actually care about their work, that was something that stopped a while ago, but because they want other people to think that their job is important. A dissatisfaction with one's job can often come about as a dissatisfaction with one's life. If you have some outside hobby you can define yourself by, then the lack of interest in your career is usually something that can be overcome. Rather than defining yourself by an emergency at work you mitigated, you can instead introduce yourself to peers at a class reunion by mentioning a personal accomplishment. Of course, even a person like Bob can still feel a bit of insecurity. When he hears the fart sound his new stools make, he worries it might damage the restaurant's reputation, making Bob come across as far too silly for anyone to believe he's doing well in any other field. House of 1,000 Bounces. Rudy is having a birthday party at the park on the same day as a girl named Dahlia. But due to a mix-up with the bounce house people, there's only one bounce house and it's at the other party. Rudy doesn't seem to mind, but Louise insists that they steal it, even recruiting the help of Sasha to work as a double agent. They steal a bit of duct tape to seal the fan and push the house out to the lake, getting free rein to bounce until Dahlia leads a boat charge to get it back. After sinking the inflatable ship, the kids are arrested by the park ranger, who keeps them in a traffic cone jail cell while he discusses paperwork with Rudy's dad. Rudy is upset that his birthday party was ruined in this way, so Louise decides to do things his way, putting on a puppet show with various office supplies. Meanwhile, a pigeon flies into the restaurant, revealing that Bob has a phobia of the bird. But when he describes the traumatic event that initiated the phobia, Linda and Teddy tell him that he's misremembering a scene from a movie, and Bob's able to overcome his fear enough to bathe with the bird. Louise has always been the type of person to double down on any effort when she faces some resistance to it. If she gets excited for a bounce house, she'll become even more determined to get a chance to jump in one, much more than if she hadn't been given the chance to dream of one in the first place. So when her birthday party ends up having a mix-up and Louise finds out that the party nearby has what she wants, she changes the point of her birthday to sabotaging the happiness of the other group. And while Dahlia was rude to them, it's not as though she owes a turn in the bounce house to anyone else, be it Louise's birthday or not. So when she doesn't have the perfect party for herself, she changes gears to try to take away the happiness of someone else, because sometimes having the cake is better than eating it. In her mind, being able to deny anyone from jumping was, more than any other feasible outcome, a better way for Louise to celebrate her birthday. Except, of course, it was not Louise's birthday party. It was Rudy's. She got so hung up on figuring out how to get what she wanted, she failed to consider if that was a desirable outcome for anybody else. Louise gets everyone involved in ruining Rudy's birthday because she couldn't comprehend that her wants might not line up with the wants of everyone else. Rudy himself was even okay with the lack of a bounce castle at his birthday party. So long as all his friends were there to do a spoon puppet show, he would have had a great time. Something proven right at the end of the episode, when the puppets are all that can be salvaged. Stand by Jean. While looking for change beneath the wharf, Jean overhears a rumor about a goat with 2 butts. He tries to encourage his siblings to go see it, and manages to get several of the students from Wagstaff on board, with Louise going along running a bet that the goat doesn't exist. Tina goes with them, believing that she will meet someone at the end of the journey, and Jimmy Jr. goes along as he's becoming jealous of the attention Zeke is giving to Jean. They cross through cornfields and a river before getting to a field of poison ivy, with some of the group giving up at this obstacle. But Jean offers to carry everyone else through the field as it was his idea to see the goat in the first place, and they eventually arrive at the farm, where the farmer introduces him to his 2-butted goat. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda are playing horse with balled-up napkins, while Bob gets increasingly competitive, eventually bringing in backup to try to beat his wife at the game. But after planning to sabotage her last throw, he realizes he should be cheering for his wife and not against her, and he celebrates her victory in time for Louise to return to the restaurant where she has to clean up the whole thing. Jean mentions a few times through the episode that no one ever goes along with his suggestions in favor of Louise's charisma or Tina's seniority, and when he finally has the opportunity to lead a crusade across the town to see a 2-butted goat, it's not just about the goat itself, it's about his ability to be a leader, and for others to believe in him as much as he believes in himself. His self-worth is tied to this mission so much that he's willing to accept poison ivy on his legs, and willing to go along with getting shocked by an electric fence, if it means finishing up. And through all of this, Jean isn't even sure that the goat really exists, just like he's not sure if he's worthy of having others follow him. But it's better to find out than it is to spend your whole life wondering what could have been, so it's important to go on the journey whether he sees the goat or not. Bob starts to fear that he's going to keep losing his made-up games to Linda through the episode, and tries more and more elaborate schemes to make her lose, so much so that he stops concerning himself with a victory altogether. If Bob can't win, it's better that his opponents lose. But once he realizes that his gaming is more focused on tearing others down than supporting himself, he has the epiphany that if you can't beat Linda, then you should just marry her, something he did a long time ago. Wag the Hog. Critter calls Bob from jail saying that he needs to pay off a bunch of delinquent parking tickets to get out of jail before his first shift at an electronics store, and Bob needs to sell his bike to pay for those tickets. Bob agrees, but only after hearing that Critter is trying to get his life back on track to care for his son. But after transporting the bike to a preppy investment banker named Kenny, it gets stolen by Carl, another preppy guy who Critter was originally going to sell to. Bob tracks it down and tries to threaten the man on Critter's suggestion, but the bike ends up being damaged in a scuffle between the two potential buyers who no longer have an interest in buying the damaged bike. Bob takes it back to the One-Eyed Snakes and convinces them to fix it up for Critter's bail money by making them see things from the perspective of a new father. Meanwhile, Linda is taking care of Sidecar, Critter's son, and takes him to a baby play place. She gets along with the other moms for a while until Sidecar throws a tantrum before Linda can put him to bed. In the end, Critter thanks Bob and Linda for their efforts by giving them a printer. Bob spends this episode running a series of escalating errands around the city, trying to appease a criminal by selling his stolen bike. This is something that he ordinarily would never do. Bob even rejects the offer to go on this errand at the outset of the episode. but changes his mind on it when he realizes the core of what's actually being asked. It's not so much that he owes a favor to the old critter, but that he wants to help out the new one. Bob is a family man, and as much as he complains about his kids, he loves them enough that he's more than willing to go to extreme lengths to let others feel the same reserved joy and satisfaction that he does. Linda pretends to be the mother of a newborn in order to impress the cool young moms at the play place. The idea of blending in with them means that she's a young adult herself, no longer worrying about her age physically, because she can keep up with the young ones herself through their acceptance. Kenny and Carl are the same way, eagerly hoping to achieve acceptance in life by buying an expensive biker gang motorcycle. If they can fake their way into being accepted by the people they think are cool, then they can start believing that they themselves are cool as well. The motivation being not so much about impressing others, but about impressing yourself. The Hormoniums. When a student in the Hormoniums, Wagstaff's puberty-themed choir, falls sick with mono, Mr. Frond gets permission to do a mono-themed musical number and offers Tina the position as lead soloist. She accepts this offer happily until the advertisements for the play start to be put up, labeling Tina as mononucleosis with warning that she should never be kissed. The other students start to make this association, culminating in Tina being uninvited to Jocelyn's Spin the Bottle party, as everyone thinks that kissing her will make you die. When she expresses her dissatisfaction about the harsh tone of the play to Mr. Frond, he threatens to have her kicked off the soloist position for quitting. But after a pep talk from Bob about her right to do what she wants with her lips, Tina changes the lyrics of the play to be about smart kissing instead, and she's re-invited to play Spin the Bottle. Meanwhile, while auctioning off lost and found items, Linda comes up with the idea for a wine shoe and wants to franchise it. She asks the Fischoeder brothers to fund the idea with a Cinderella-themed play, but they reject it, and Linda later learns that the idea has been done before anyway. Mr. Frond is eager to put on a play about the dangers of mono, despite knowing full well that he's exaggerating the danger for the sake of showmanship. This showmanship gets in the way of being factual, and as a result, scares the audience so thoroughly that it starts to affect and ostracize those in real life who are associated with the message. It's a bit like the media's sensationalization of AIDS in the 90s, how news networks fearmongered so thoroughly that people started to argue against any sort of treatment or prevention due to fear overpowering the logic of the situation, turning on basic decency because some TV stations wanted higher ratings. The other message of the episode comes down to bodily autonomy. Bob's conversation with Tina has undertones of this, but he even pauses mid-sentence to correct himself by restating that this is about Tina being able to do what she wants to with her lips, not to say a message she doesn't believe in, or to support a play that will hurt people while pretending to inform them. Because the worst type of information is edutainment misinformation. When someone is more interested in telling a story than being informative, they can catch people who believe they're watching the news instead of a more oblique thriller channel. When the news can't be trusted, people end up seriously hurt. Pro-Tiki, Con-Tiki. Bob's old friend, Warren Fitzgerald, visits the wharf to catch up with the Belcher family. He's always been the envy of Bob due to being more popular and more wealthy than he is. While having a burger at the restaurant, he offers Bob $100,000 to renovate the restaurant. Bob accepts this money, ecstatically making plans to fix up several things the restaurant needs, only to learn that Warren has already made a series of planned changes, mostly along the lines of adding a ton of tiki-themed gimmicks to the interior. This starts to attract new customers to the store, but Bob is upset over the idea of losing control over the restaurant and decides to give the money back to remain honest. Warren refuses to accept this money, however, and the two end up fighting until he explains why. He's jealous of Bob's family and wants to buy his way into their hearts. Eventually, Warren accepts the check and sells all the tiki stuff before saying his goodbyes. Bob spends the first half of this episode talking about the way that Warren was the guy of his old friend group, how everybody looked up to him, and the way in which Bob still looks up to him so many years later. But by the end of the episode, we learn that both men had an opposite interpretation of the past. Warren looks up to Bob because he's doing better than he is, a loving family, and a business he's in full control over. Warren tries to trade money for a close familial relationship, but finds just as much ground as Bob could have managed by trying to sell out his family for cash. It's still a bit disappointing that Bob is willing to throw away some success with the tiki theme, however. Whereas the finances of the Belcher family have always been a concern since season 1, moments like this drive home the idea that Bob is poor by choice, something that fundamentally opposes the parts of himself that care deeply for his family. Knowing that they won't be able to afford a healthy, enriched childhood because of his obstinance to selling out gives a layer of depth to the character, sure, but one that makes each aspect of his psyche feel weaker rather than stronger. Bye Bye Boo Boo. Boo Boo leaves Boys for Now to start a solo career, and the band breaks up as a result. Tina's Boys for Now fan club holds an emergency meeting to decide what to do, and they plan to boycott his solo work to denounce the boy. But when Louise learns that Boo Boo is hosting a competition to turn a Boys for Now fan club into a Boo Boo fan club by collecting emails, Louise and Tina get to work on making their own club to win the prize of a ride on a roller coaster with Boo Boo. But the old club president, Chrissy, discovers this plan and makes her own attempt at winning the ride, so she and her friends can overindulge on snacks and vomit on the guy. Louise ramps up her efforts, but still refuses to admit she actually cares until Tina gives her a motivational speech about not being embarrassed by things. Louise blows this off until the contest is over and she loses, running on stage to try to save Boo Boo from the spew while confessing that she actually cares about him. Meanwhile, Bob gets a plaque commemorating a bootlegger who was assassinated in his restaurant, only for Jimmy Pesto to steal the thunder by inventing a mob hit for his own. Cringe as a descriptor has done irreparable damage to modern discourse insofar as it's normalized the idea that offending someone else's sensibilities is your problem instead of the problem of the person being offended. And here, heavily internalized feelings in this way are what cause Louise to spend the whole episode in denial about the way she really feels about Boo Boo. She constantly lies to herself about her fandom of the guy, so much so that when the fan club starts to plot terrible things, she doesn't bother to speak up. This is also because of the exaggerated obsession the others have of their respective favorites, that being incapable of controlling your obsession can only hurt others and make yourself more isolated, instead of having people relate to your experience. The fan club, unlike so many others, do have reason to be ashamed, but they're not likely to know this because of the idea that a hobby being cringe can be an isolating factor on both ends. Once somebody accepts that they are cringe, then they're more likely to double down on how much they claim to enjoy something. If you're going to be unpopular anyway, you might as well go all the way with it, instead of expressing yourself to a reasonable extent. So, with cringe culture isolating fan bases from non-fans, you get a self-perpetuating behavior that, in this case, results in a group of teenage girls thinking it's a great idea to vomit on a boy because he broke up their favorite band. The Horse Rider. Tina is excited for a horse camp that's too expensive for her family to afford, as they're saving up to fix their deep fryer. But when Tina mopes enough, they decide to put off the repairs to send her to a discount horse camp. She says her goodbyes to her imaginary horse, Jericho, and saddles up, showing off her horse knowledge to the camp counselor and getting paired with their difficult horse, Plops. Tina tries and fails to tame Plops, even getting lost in the woods with the horse before the exhibition at the end of the camp. When it's time for the family to show up and watch her ride, she decides not to ride Plops but to ride Jericho instead, with her family cheering her on as she pretends to ride an imaginary horse around the field. Back at the restaurant, Linda puts the kids through restaurant camp, so they don't get jealous. But when she hears them telling the Pesto twins that they're only going along with the activities to get out of work, she gets upset until Bob shuts it down. Realizing she has the chance to do the classic camp movie story, she puts on a show to win over Bob to save the camp. Tina loves horses right up until she gets to ride one. While she did receive a horse that was much more difficult than she was likely prepared for, the fact is that all the issues with that horse were things that horses do, just packaged into a single animal. What she was expecting was majestically riding across the beach with an animal she's deeply connected to, or all the other things that are promised by horse girl media. From the difference between her desired experience and the actual experience, it's clear that Tina does not actually like horses, but rather the idea of one. So at the end of the episode, Tina gets to live out her dream, not to ride a horse, but to ride the idea of a horse, something that she was able to do from the beginning that she only gained an appreciation for after seeing the harsh reality of the situation. Something similar happens with Linda, who wants the other kids to have a fun time at a camp that she's running herself, only to instead realize that her kids liked the reality of the camp, in that it got them out of work, rather than the idea of the camp. So when they finally have to go back to work, they learn that they ought to go along with the idea if they want to fully reap the benefits of it. Secret Admiral. Tina is visiting an old woman named Meryl and reading her mail to her when she sees a letter written by Admiral Wilcox, stating how he regrets not dancing with her at a ball decades ago. She calls over her siblings to help them prepare for a big reunion, but as they're making Meryl up, they notice that the pearls she used to wear are missing shortly after a visit from her nephew Joel, who shows up once a week to collect an annual birthday check. Louise suspects Joel of having fabricated the entire story, as a way to get his great aunt to reveal the location of her pearls so he can sell them. But Tina still wants Meryl to feel love. So they dress up Bob in Admiral's clothing and have him pretend to be Wilcox, only for the real Wilcox to show up, as it's revealed the pearls were simply in her purse the whole time. Meanwhile, Bob is perpetually exhausted by his new friends, a group of young chefs who go out drinking every single night, dragging Bob along with them as he realizes that he's too old for this. In the end, he doesn't want to hang out with his friends anymore, so Linda tells him that he's dead. Tina spends much of the episode trying to hide the suspected theft and fake romance from Meryl due to the fact that she wants the woman to believe in love the same way that Tina herself does. This is after Louise tries to warn her that she has a tendency to look too far into things like this and find romance where there is none. As such, Tina ends up falling for a scam, at least suspecting that she has, because she was too naive. But rather than accepting the cold, hard truth, Tina declares that reality ought to be better. One shouldn't simply give up because things are bad, but instead, you should try to make the world into the type of place that you would want to live in. At the end of the episode, she learns that she was right all along. The love story was exactly what it seemed, and there was no deception aside from what the pessimist Louise was able to convince everyone of. Bob goes through a similar story in trying to hang out with the younger, crazy party chefs. By spending time with them, he can convince himself that he belongs to the group. From the amount of revelry they get involved in and the good times Bob speaks of, it's clear that he really does fit in, but just mentally. His body is too old to keep himself awake and alert while also partying with younger guys, so it's clear that the fantasy of being a young adult is long since over, and he has to have Linda help him to accept that just because someone has a lot in common with you doesn't mean that they would make a good friend. Glued, Where's My Bob? Skip Marouche, the celebrity chef Bob impressed last season, sets Bob up with an interview with Coasters, a magazine with a section on up-and-coming restaurants. Bob is prepping for this interview, only to get glued to the toilet by his children's goop prank. They call Teddy over to dissolve the glue and Gretchen to prep Bob's makeup, all while Jimmy Pesto alerts the entire town to Bob's predicament. In spite of the door being broken down, Bob attempts to stay positive while Louise attempts to deflect blame from herself. After a few more failed attempts to remove Bob from the seat, the magazine shows up and gives a half-assed interview, which causes Bob to snap at them while Louise finally apologizes and tries to turn the crowd that showed up to Bob's side. In the end, Bob is finally able to get off of the toilet, and months later, the magazine arrives with a section involving Bob being stuck to the toilet, encouraging readers to ask him in person how it happened. Bob is about to have a great day, getting scouted by a magazine and having his hard work finally pay off without having to resort to a cheap gimmick or sell out his ideals. And then Louise glues him to the toilet, making the whole situation instantly make a turn for the worse. But such a large leap in expectations for the day is a completely normal event for Bob, who's used to the idea of being disappointed in life. At the end of the episode, he rants about the fact that the interviewers didn't actually encounter him at a bad time because there's no such thing as a bad time for him. Being glued to the toilet is, in the grand scheme of things, a normal day for the Belcher family. Louise isn't used to facing consequences for her actions, and this is perhaps a part of why Bob having his day ruined is so normal of an experience. So when Louise apologizes for gluing Bob to the toilet, it's not just the glue she's apologizing for, but years and years of being herself. It's refreshing then to see how much of an outpouring of support there is for Bob when the whole town shows up to see the glue incident. People are all gazing, but rather than Bob becoming the toilet guy to his friends and neighbors, he's still Bob. Bob was right. This is a normal thing for him to go through, and as such, the people who know him the best barely have their perception of him changed for it. It's only strangers who know Bob for anything other than his food now, and even then, he's able to spin this into a positive thing, just as he's done to his friends so many times in the past. Flu-ese. Louise is homesick with the flu, and Linda takes care of her. Louise asks for her Coochie Kopi doll, but Linda accidentally drops it in the toilet, placing it into some rice in the oven to get the water out. When the family heads to Louise's room to try to force her to take her flu meds, the process takes too long, and they realize the toy's been in the oven for far longer than they planned to leave it there, and Coochie Kopi's face is squished. Louise throws a tantrum and then falls asleep, drifting into a bizarre fever dream where her smushed Kopi leads her to a large fortress on the horizon, as the rest of her dolls, with the voices of her family, urge her not to shut herself off from the outside world. Meanwhile, Teddy tries and fails to fix the toy, so he takes Bob to a toy store to buy a new one, the two men being forced to sit through a book reading about the toy's backstory. Back in Louise's fever dream, she fights her way past her family to shut herself off, only for good Coochie Kopi to arrive and tell her to tear down the walls. She does, and then wakes up in time to forgive her family for lashing out at them. Louise has somewhat of a reputation for being annoying among viewers due to behavior similar to what she exhibits during this episode. Even the finale of the previous season had her glue Bob to the toilet and then sing a musical number about how she did nothing wrong. Many of the actions of the people in her life are done as affordances to get her out of trouble or to find ways to excuse her actions. But this is just something that comes with the territory of being the youngest child and, the fact that she's 9. But kids don't stay 9 years old forever, and it's inevitable that they grow up. And as you become more mature, it's important to realize the consequences of not only the actions you perform, but the ones that you don't. The Belcher family acknowledges that they messed up by baking Coochie Kopi and consider Louise to be in the right when she snaps at them. In the last episode, she was technically not at fault for gluing Bob to the seat, as all 3 kids were pranking each other, and she didn't know it was glue, and she didn't know Bob couldn't check the toilet before sitting, and so on. But ultimately, no one is going to remember the fact that you were technically correct, but rather they'll remember how much effort you went through to convince everybody that you were, even if it would have been so much easier for all of the people involved had you just said, "It's okay." See me now. Teddy invites the Belchers onto his boat, See Me Now, for a day on the ocean. But once they're out, he reveals that his real plan is to do a slow ride by the restaurant of his ex-wife's current boyfriend to show off how well he's doing. But while attempting a ride-by again and again, he crashes into a pier twice and tries to sail away. But because he cut corners on the boat he repaired, they wind up taking on water while not having any flares or a radio. The Belchers and Teddy head to a nearby island, one formerly owned by Mr. Caffrey, only to find it's been overrun by cows. After splitting up, Linda attempts to assuage Teddy's anxieties by telling him it was a good plan, in spite of Bob trying to wake him up to reality. They make it to the mansion for safety, only for the groundskeeper to threaten them, and then give them a tour where it's revealed that Caffrey bought the island to try to win over a woman, but that he ultimately died alone. Bob and Linda compare Teddy to Mr. Caffrey, and he realizes that he shouldn't remain hung up on his ex and that moving on is the only way to move on. He destroys his boat to force himself out of his slump, forgetting that their stuff is still on board. Teddy reveals he's been working on a boat off-screen for the last few years as a revenge project to show off to his ex-wife. It's pretty common advice that the best way to get even is to live well. If someone hurts you, then having a good life will show that that person can't keep hurting you. But in a situation like Teddy's divorce, it becomes clear that most of the pain Teddy felt was self-inflicted. His ex-wife barely even recognizes him and shows little interest in reliving or revisiting her old relationship. All the conflict is now one-sided, as one character has moved on and the other hasn't. So when you try to improve your life as a form of revenge against another person, this comes with the caveat that you yourself need to move on, lest the person you're getting revenge against turns out to be yourself. Bob and Linda differ in their approach to calming down Teddy during this plot. Linda tries to keep him into his delusions, telling him that the pass-by was a good plan and that it had a chance of working, while Bob tries to force him to accept the fact that he never should have tried it in the first place. Linda is too optimistic, but Bob's idea is too pessimistic. Teddy was in a fragile emotional state, and breaking the news to him should have been done with a more careful hand, and also not while he's piloting a dingy boat out at sea with their lives at stake. The analogy of Mr. Caffrey presents a third option, to accept that the idea was bad not because it had no chance of working, but because Teddy was focusing on the past instead of genuinely trying to improve for his own sake. Because if you live in the past, you'll stay in the past. Teen a Witch. Tina is planning on entering the Wagstaff costume contest as a hot mess, only for Tammy to steal her idea. So at the last moment, she plans on being a sand witch instead, heading to the library to research witch costumes. But Mr. Ambrose tells her to research real witch spells instead, and hands her a book of them. Tina goes down the list, granting a few wishes for her siblings and herself before eventually going through the entire spellbook in a few days. But after returning it, the crossing guard grows upset with her new attitude and curses her instead. Tina starts to panic as she looks for a way to undo the curse before the costume contest, but unable to come up with anything, she simply apologizes to the crossing guard and learns that all the spells she cast could be explained by coincidence or confidence. Meanwhile, Bob is trying to figure out who keeps stealing his jack-o'-lanterns, suspecting Jimmy Pesto of doing it, before noticing Mr. Fischoeder taking it, assuming that people were leaving things on the sidewalk and that they actually belonged to him. All of the spells cast in this episode can be explained away by coincidence or a boost in confidence from believing that the spells worked. Despite this, there are still several people who think of themselves as witches, in part because they understand this idea well. When you're casting a spell on yourself, you're really just trying to visualize a way in which the things you want will happen, and then more often than not, pretending as though they did happen regardless of the truth. Tina thinks that she's cast a spell to make Jimmy Jr. fall for her, and then starts to act more confident around him, believing the spell to have worked because he sat next to her at lunch. If she hadn't cast a spell, she would have viewed this seating arrangement as nothing significant and all the other events as pure coincidence. So during this episode, she starts acting cursed because she thinks she's cursed. The idea that she's going to start knocking things over as a result of some chanting is all in her head, but just because something is in your head doesn't mean it's not real. One symptom of nervousness is a loss of balance, among other things, so Tina really was cursed by the knowledge that she had been cursed. With an added bit of irony from the fact that the curse placed on her was only done as a retaliatory action against her own spree. They serve horses, don't they? Jimmy Pesto brags about his meat supplier, a man named Jack, and how much money he's saving by using the guy. Bob and Linda decide to buy a bit of meat from him, if only to see how much they can save, though Bob's not happy with the quality of the meat and plans on not following up. But Hugo enters the store and declares that Bob has sold horse meat, and that he has to wear a wire to catch Jack in the act, or else he'll be shut down. So Bob wears a children's toy taped to his chest, but fails to get any sort of confession until he's eventually invited to Jack's birthday party due to all the meat he's been buying as part of the failed stings. While there, Tina tries to stop a heavily sunburned Jimmy Jr. from eating horse-meat hot dogs, while Bob is eventually able to get a decent enough confession. But he and Linda struggle with whether or not to actually turn him in, as Jack seems like a decent man who just happens to be committing meat fraud. Eventually, Hugo does get his hands on the tape, and Jack is hit with a series of fines that encourage him to write a book about his experience. All the while, Teddy is now hooked on the horse meat Bob served him before. To save money on meat, Bob temporarily humors switching suppliers despite the fact that he's comfortable with his existing supplier already, and he's skeptical of the quality of the new food. Jack is a guy who is willing to cut a corner in his supply business by selling horse meat as though it were beef, for basically the same reason. The only real difference between the two men is that Bob's conscience for quality got the better of him before Jack's did. They're both family men, they both know their work well, and one guy just happened to be more pressed for money than the other. So Bob has to struggle with the idea of ruining a business of a man who he sees himself in to an extent. It's easy to see a criminal and then to associate every aspect of their personality with the one thing you know about them, but with each botched sting operation, he unlearns more and more of the stereotypes that have been assigned to the other guy before finally concluding that one bad deed does not make a person all bad. You would only think that about a person if it's all you knew about them. It isn't until Jack tries wrestling the tape away from Bob that he even is sure he's doing the right thing, as that was the first time he could be assured that he was wrong for anything but the right reasons. Large brother, where fart thou? Bob and Linda go to their accountant's office to get their taxes done, leaving Jean and Louise home alone together as Tina has intentionally sent herself to detention to make more eye contact with the boy. While they're at the accountant, Gerald's office, He offers them cookies from a client only to later realize they were laced with marijuana, and they start panicking over being high. After Linda accidentally lets slip that the accountant's jokes aren't funny, Bob convinces Gerald to keep making them not to make the clients laugh, but for his own sake. Back at the house, Louise and Jean find a rotten melon and toss it off the balcony, only to hit Logan with it. He decides he's going to make Louise's life miserable for the rest of the day and tricks the two into leaving the house. They're chased into Lobster Fest, where they don shrimp costumes before ultimately being cornered, where Logan threatens to give Louise a reverse Norwegian stink hold, holding her in place to smell his armpits. But when Jean sees how scared Louise is, he volunteers to take the stink hold for her, saving his sister before they return home. Jean has always been considered one of the girls, never really behaving in an especially manly way, nor caring about how he comes across. But it's not as though this is a concern that he regularly thinks about. In episodes like Little Hard Dad and this one, it's revealed that he does feel a bit like a failure of an older brother, not so much in the way that he views himself, but in the way that he's perceived by others. Jean wishes he was tougher, not because he cares whether people think he's tough, but because he cares that Louise has a tough guy to take care of her. He's ultimately unable to achieve this in the conventional sense, but that doesn't matter. Rather than being able to fight off Logan or scare him away, he simply accepts a punishment meant for Louise himself, achieving the same effect, just through a different means. Fighting for the defense of someone else is not the kind of person Jean is, but that doesn't make him a lesser person, just a different one. As long as a person you are is good enough for the people who care about you, then the small details, like how you're perceived by people who don't matter, don't matter. The Quirk-Deucers. The Belcher kids are upset about losing the first half day of their Thanksgiving break to one of Mr. Fran's plays until Louise gets the idea to put on the play herself, making it so offensive that it gets shut down early and everyone gets to go home sooner. She accomplishes this by adapting one of Tina's erotic holiday fiction stories for the stage, hiring only the most incompetent actors and getting Jean in on the scheme. But while prepping, Tina overhears the plan and complains, only for everyone else involved to also learn of Louise's real intentions and agree that it sounds like a good idea. They prep a bunch of animal guts to be launched into the audience at the end of the first musical number, only to spray the crowd and realize that maybe they took it too far. But before Mr. Fran can shut down the play, Louise convinces him to let Tina finish her story, singing a song about how it takes guts to be yourself and turning everything around, though the Belchers still have to stay late to clean up the guts. Tina is concerned about her quirkiness in this episode after she is made fun of by some of the others for it. She vents her frustrations in her writing, hoping to create a personal story about how the traits others resent her for are actually a positive thing. Then, she gets the chance to show off this tale on a larger stage, something Tina believes will amplify the message and put it in front of a larger audience. So she's happy for the opportunity to prove she's not a quirky person, or that quirkiness isn't a bad thing, only to find out that the entire play was merely a scheme to overdose the audience with that eccentricity, so Mr. Fran would shut it down. While trying to prove there's nothing about her to be ashamed about, she ends up supporting a message that she ought to be ashamed of herself, as who she really is too offensive for the stage. Louise ends up so consumed by her desire to skip out on school by using Tina's play that she never stopped long enough to consider why Tina was writing it in the first place, assuming she was just weird without considering whether her self-perception was a healthy one. So when Tina ends up finding out that even her own family views her as a weird out the counselor type of person, it justifies what the others were saying about her. But rather than trying to dispel this rumor, she instead doubles down, saying that there's no shame in quirkiness. And this is the message that the awful coded audience ends up getting. At the end of the episode, the other Wagstaff students still think Tina is quirky, except now they love her for it. The Last Gingerbread House on the Left. The Belcher family decides to go Christmas caroling this year, though Bob has to drop off a delivery to Mr. Fischoeder before they can go. When he arrives with the food, Fischoeder reveals the real reason Bob was invited over. He'll get a month of free rent if he intentionally loses a gingerbread house contest, as Fischoeder is tired of losing year after year. The rest of the family leaves to carol without him, listening to Teddy tell them rumors about a murder house while they have a disappointing evening out due to none of the families offering hot cocoa or cider. They eventually carol at the murder house, only to find a friendly man who offers to carol with them after they stop for drinks. Back at the contest, Bob starts to grow irate with the insults that Fischoeder is making about him and changes his mind to win the contest for real, as the reward for victory is a cuddle session with an albino polar bear that he wants to win for his kids. As the competition ramps up, the rich guys at the gingerbread house contest open fire on one another, destroying every house but destroying Bob's the least, giving him the victory. Bob has to choose between caroling with his family or being able to afford presents for them, and with little deliberation he chooses the option that will allow for the financial stability. Throwing a contest he only just learned about is a small price to pay for an assurance of his family's happiness, even if he has to sacrifice a bit of the optics behind that happiness to do so. But the toxic behavior of Mr. Fischoeder, not just to him but his guests and immediate family, reminds Bob of what he's missing out on, and he changes his mind on throwing the game, using the tickets to cuddle a polar bear to remove the leverage that made him sign up to lose the contest in the first place. Because for Bob, it was a choice on what to do for his family, but for Fischoeder it wasn't. The Belcher family's financial situation is poor, and as such, Bob often has to choose between happiness and survival, the only reason he would eschew caroling with his family in the first place. But once he no longer has to choose, he goes for the option that's best for his family. If money were no object, Bob would be a great father anyway, but Fischoeder gets to live in that version of reality, where he doesn't think about money at all, and still avoids being a good guy, even though doing the right thing would come so much easier. Ex Mach Tina. Tina twists her ankle, and Mr. Frond uses this as an opportunity to test a new program to allow disabled students to control a robot from home to attend their classes. But when Tina is accidentally locked in the AV closet, she winds up alone with Jimmy Jr., and the two talk together for hours. Soon, Jimmy Jr. and Tina start to date, though people are unsure about how they feel about Tina's robotic body. He invites her to the 8th grade bonfire at the beach as emotional support while he reads his musoums aloud. But Tina's worried about her ankle because it's starting to heal and she might have to go back to school in person soon, as well as the fact that the robot can't leave the school without assistance. But Louise and Jean have been controlling the bot at night for fun, befriending the night security guard and convincing him to allow them to go free. Tina Bot arrives at the bonfire only for Jimmy Jr. to start embarrassing himself with his musoums until Tina shows up for real to cheer him on, and Bob, having been searching for a banjo moment all episode, arrives just at the end. Tina struggles to get closer to Jimmy Jr. in spite of her schemes to have a better relationship with the guy, but talking to him through a screen eliminates some of that awkwardness and finally allows the two to open up. Sometimes being a degree removed from another person is all it takes to break down some of the other barriers, as it makes the relationship you have with that person feel so much more casual. We occasionally tell strangers things about ourselves that we would never share with our closest friends, as when it comes to strangers, you can much more selectively choose when to deal with the fallout of your actions with them. But having this natural distance between yourself and another person comes with this exact drawback, because when you have the ability to shut off the monitor at a moment's notice, so too do they. There's a mutually acknowledged gap between the two of you that's as liberating as it is restrictive, because how close can you actually be to a person when you have the opportunity to restrict contact at any moment? Part of what makes close relationships close is that you are inexorably tied to the other person, and that you both accept and embrace that fact instead of holding each other at arm's length. Bob Actually. It's Valentine's Day, and Bob is planning on dancing with Linda to surprise her. But he hasn't found the time to take any lessons, so he and Teddy go to a local gym for classes, only to take hip-hop dancing as it's all they had left. He's challenged to a dance-off by the instructor's son, who falls off a chair and hits his face, giving them the okay for proper lessons that result in a performance outside the restaurant. Linda has been comforting a friend who came to the restaurant after a breakup, only to learn that the breakup happened over a year ago and her friend's been stalking her ex by watching him through the window. When she tries to get the woman some closure, she returns to the restaurant to discover that she's very quickly moved on with the stranger. Jean sneaks into the cafeteria and discovers a substitute worker there who only speaks Italian, who's been preparing chocolate for her lover. Dean is distraught over the fact that this mysterious woman's not single, but does eventually learn to love the bitterness of dark chocolate. Tina is asked to go to the gym by Jimmy Jr., only for a surprise that turns out to be a trampoline he wants to jump on her with so they can do a mid-air sky kiss. But Tina has diarrhea from a chili eating contest and doesn't want to bounce with him. So she goes to the supply closet to produce 2 large stilts so she can still kiss Jimmy Jr. without having an accident in the process. Louise learns that regular-sized Rudy is planning on giving somebody flowers and a card, and suspects that it's her. She tries to let him down easily until she learns that the flowers are not for her, but meant to be a gift for a girl in Louise's class. Louise gives this girl Rudy's flowers, but the girl shows no interest. When Louise fails to threaten her into reciprocating Rudy's feelings, she goes to the playground after school herself to kiss him, and makes him promise not to tell anybody. There's no business like Mr. Business. Gail goes to the restaurant to ask for more money so she can mail professional cat headshots to Chef Cat in the hope that her cat, Mr. Business, can become the new spokescat for the cat food company. Bob tries to ask Ian, the man who's serving as the cat's manager, to return the money as Gail has been borrowing too much, but Ian informs Bob that this could be the chance to make Gail financially independent of the Belchers. But when Mr. Business attacks Ian during their training, he gives up on the cat, and Bob resolves to train Mr. Business to knock things off the counter himself. He succeeds, and they meet up again at the audition, taunting one another until Mr. Business goes missing. Bob suspects Ian of having stolen the cat, but finds out that it was actually Gail who took him, citing the fact that her cat is unhappy starring in commercials, and she doesn't want to lose him. So Bob agrees to pull him out of the auditions and reunites with his family, who have all been hiding the fact that they're eating cat food from each other. Tired of Gail constantly living off of borrowed money, Bob sets out to make her more financially independent, only for this quest to get ignored for a more personal squabble with a cat trainer, after it's implied Bob can't do it himself, and he learns that he has a talent for cat whispering. But the original purpose of the entire Mr. Business was to get Gail out of the family's bank account, and this is something that Bob never thinks of the implications of until the end of the episode. To Gail, Mr. Business is effectively her child, so to send the cat off to show business is a rejection of sorts of the animal. It's like if Bob were to send one of his children away for his own financial success, a choice he's been adjacent to before. We've seen a few times that when choosing between something good for the restaurant and something good for his family, he chooses the family every time. And by now Gail has essentially become one of the kids. She's certainly as financially dependent on the Belchers as one of them. Like it or not, Bob always tries to do what's right for his family, and he sees the parallels between Gail and her cat, as he does to himself and Gail. A Few Girt Men. Wagstaff is having mock trials, reenacting fairy tales despite the outcome being more or less predetermined, with Jean as the prosecution and Louise as defense. But when Mr. Ambrose accuses Mr. Frond of having stolen and eaten his yogurt, the guest judge, Conklin, agrees to hear out this case instead of what they have planned. But Louise is less than enthusiastic about defending Mr. Frond and puts forth very little effort to ignore the evidence of the discarded cup being inside of Frond's trash can. But Mr. Frond's dejection that he's going to be found guilty despite his insistence that he's innocent causes Louise to feel bad for all the times he's falsely accused her, and she puts forth a greater effort in mapping out the school and coming up with an alternative list of suspects before realizing it was Judge Conklin himself who ate the yogurt, only hearing out the trial as he saw potential in Louise as a lawyer. Meanwhile, Bob and Jimmy Pesto have a customer complain about a hair in his food in order to get his meals comped, and they team up to get revenge for being stiffed, hiring him as a celebrity impersonator to perform at Mort's mother's birthday party, only to fail to realize that he was prepaid. Louise and Mr. Frond hate each other, and Louise winds up defending him from an accusation of yogurt theft. This ends up being the perfect opportunity to get revenge by doing nothing, letting all the arguments in their past come back around as she feels he's getting some sort of poetic justice for all the times she's been falsely accused just because she's usually guilty. But part of their feuding comes from the fact that Louise believes herself to have been mistreated. And while the episode makes a point about the fact that she's not as innocent as she claims to be, this is irrelevant against the idea that two wrongs don't really make a right. If she says that being profiled and being punished for that is bad, then doing it to Mr. Frond doesn't make her any better. If you really dislike somebody's behavior, then mimicking it is not the right way to express that. It can't be that bad if you condone the action after all. And if you don't condone the action but do it anyway, not only does it make you no better than the person you're upset with, it makes you worse, since you are a hypocrite on top of everything else. So Louise takes the high road instead of stooping to the level she accuses Frond of being at, hopefully convincing the guy that he's in the wrong before he starts fighting with her again in the future. Like Jean for chocolate. While stressing over a poor grade on a half-finished school project, Jean turns to Chunky Blastoffs, his favorite candy, for comfort. But he discovers that the formula has changed and they're not as good anymore, so he plans on complaining to get the snack changed back. Linda goes with him to a factory tour with the intention of buying discounted candies at the gift shop, while Jean sneaks off and finds Ferdy Spratt Jr., the current CEO of the company, convincing him to fight with him to change the candy. But Ferdy is lazy and barely does more than goof off, while Jean attempts to brainstorm, eventually taking it upon himself to barge into a board meeting and admonish the people there for losing their childlike sense of wonder. They agreed to change Chunky Blastoffs back until realizing it would cost too much to change the branding and nothing changes after all. Though the CEO at least rewards Jean with a box of surplus original formula candy for his efforts. Meanwhile, Teddy is making money by diving inside the hazards at a golf course and reselling the balls he finds, convincing Bob to go along with him until they're chased out of the park by security. Jean is the type of person to start a lot of projects out of passion, but to abandon them when he meets the slightest resistance. What this means is that anytime he wants something, it either has to resolve on its own, or he doesn't get his way. So he usually just accepts the outcome of events and rolls with the punches. But after a long time of rolling out of the way, you start to feel dissatisfied with life, as it takes passion to really make it worth living. And how can you consider yourself a passionate person if you've never felt committed enough to a cause to see it through to the end? Jean eventually finds a cause worth fighting for, and is stonewalled by himself. Not as in Gene Belcher, but himself as in a man who embodies all of his worst traits. Ferdy Spratt Jr. is a passionless individual who's never had to try because he's never really wanted anything. He's the type of person Jean would end up becoming as an adult, minus the fact that Jean is far from inheriting a large business anytime soon. And the sight of him makes Jean fearful of growing older without growing up. The Grand Mama Pest Hotel. Tina is going on a heroin conference, that is, a trip to listen to Bernadette Baker, a female astronaut / karate master, and Linda is chaperoning. But after another chaperone warns Linda that teens tend to stop hanging out with their parents, Linda starts to grow concerned over Tina spending more time around her new friend Dylan than her own mother. So she abandons her chaperone duties to try to be more fun, encouraging the other girls to sneak out and pour shampoo into a fountain, something that gets her banned from the hotel. Meanwhile, Bob is alone with Jean and Louise, who learn that he's never had a bachelor party and plan on throwing him one, a party that's interrupted when Bob gets the call from Linda to come pick her up. But Linda doesn't want to give up there, and they stay at a nearby motel, with Linda returning in the morning to infiltrate a Q&A session to convince Bernadette to give Tina a pro-mom answer to her pre-selected question. But when the astronaut / karate master doesn't answer the way Linda wanted her to, she hijacks a microphone and tries to apologize to her daughter, with Tina admitting that, while she finds her mother embarrassing, it doesn't mean she doesn't still love her. In Linda's attempts to bring Tina closer to her, she winds up pushing her further away, failing to acknowledge the rule of teenagers. They do the opposite of what the authority figures in their lives want them to do. But even ignoring this fact, Linda tries to get closer to her daughter by over-involving herself in her life, trying to prevent a change in their mother-daughter dynamic by changing their mother-daughter dynamic. Because there wasn't really an issue with the way the two spent their time together. Linda merely listened to Dylan's mom as though her experiences were universal instead of personal. Obviously, it's not normal to take pictures of your kids while they're asleep to make a scrapbook of memories, and it's not as though Tina ever expressed an interest in vandalizing water features or sneaking out after curfew without a reason to. Linda's fear of losing her daughter caused her to act irrationally, assuming things would change even though she and Tina hadn't. This is an easy mistake to make considering that Tina is spending time around a new girl instead, something Linda assumes is new behavior when it's really just an expression of a desire she's always had and only just now been able to act upon. Aquaticism. Tina learns that her favorite aquarium is about to be shut down for being unable to pay their taxes, and she tries to come up with a way to save the business, eventually getting the idea from Mort to make a fake religion so the store becomes tax exempt. The Belcher kids walk the owner, Judy, through the process of formally creating a new religion called aquaticism, but the IRS sends an agent named Roger over to investigate the validity of this religion. It's not going well until Tina gives a speech about the sea cucumber that sways him into accepting their application. But Roger seems intrigued by the idea and returns to the aquarium for a singles mixer, one that the regulars at Bob's Burgers are invited to make the place look legit, and one that Bob goes to as Linda's been trying to make him more charming. When the Belcher kids see that Roger is becoming more and more interested in aquaticism, they try to scare him away from the religion by making up an initiation ceremony that involves diving into the jellyfish tank. But he actually does this, and Tina finally reveals that the whole thing was just a way to cheat on taxes. The aquarium loses its tax-exempt status, but Roger comes back anyway to ask out Judy, giving her a few tips on how to keep the business afloat. The kids attempt to fake a religion and do such a good job that they convince someone to pursue the faith in earnest. This isn't accomplished by giving Roger a religious experience or telling him what he wants to hear, but by association with another thing he wants, love. Roger's not actually swayed by aquaticism, he merely falls in love with Judy as she represents something that he's lacking in his own life. Roger's conversion isn't about aquaticism, but himself. We see that he's not happy at his job, and he seems to be going through the motions more than anything else. After all, the kids are able to convince him that aquarium worship is real. So he's desperate to find a new lease on life and gets the chance to reinvent himself with a new religion, however dubious it is. It's not as though there's anything inherently wrong with telling people what they want to hear, though. Bob and Linda try to work on the charm that Bob exudes to his customers, which is basically just that. But when Bob fails to learn anything, Linda simply fakes that he's been given some good tips to make him feel better despite no real improvement occurring. It does make him feel better, and he's not jumping into a jellyfish tank, so as long as no one's being manipulated for the worse, then there's no harm done. Ain't misdebatin'. Tina is scouted for the debate team as they're required to have at least one girl on board. But as she's a poor public speaker, the coach requests that Henry tutor her on how to find something she's passionate about to speak more effectively. But as they're working on her debate skills, Henry starts to fall for Tina, and the two begin to date. At first, Tina's content in the relationship as Henry is punctual and respectful, but she still feels like it's lacking something that she discovers when Wagstaff goes up against the King's Head Island team and meets their New Zealander student, Duncan. Sasha notices that Tina is staring at Duncan and conspires to get the two alone, where Tina ends up kissing the guy. During the debate, she uses their allotted time to confess to kissing their rival and breaks up with Henry. But once it seems like they're about to lose, Tina uses the last of their time to argue that she broke up with Henry for being too robotic, winning the debate on the con side of whether a robot could be president. Meanwhile, Bob drops some meat, and Louise creates a meat man out of it, creating stop-motion movies until the meat starts to rot, at which point they blow it up. Love, passion, and the like are illogical things that benefit very little from trying to apply logic to them. Tina has a type of boy she prefers, incomprehensible and a bit weird on top of that. But these kinds of boy have never been especially attentive partners. Her on-again, off-again relationship with Jimmy Jr. is evidence of this, as well as how taken aback she is when Henry actually makes promises and then attempts to follow through on them. But in spite of the two being good to each other, there's no assurance that they're good for each other. And thus it's actually illogical for Tina and Henry to end up together because there's no chemistry. Henry's attempts to use debate techniques to argue that he and Tina make a good couple are manipulative at worst and ineffective at best. It's a manipulation of what points there are to make in such a relationship to make a specific point instead of allowing a more natural development, even though natural developments are rarely logical. And these contrivances are mirrored in the relationship budding between Tina and Duncan, also predicated on a series of false emotions manipulated at the hand of someone who just wants an obstacle to a competing team. Something Tina correctly identifies as being no better than the way in which Henry is only dating her out of a sense that he ought to. Eggs for days. The Belcher family is having their annual Easter egg hunt, with Bob and Linda competing to see whose egg can stay hidden the longest. But as they drank jelly bean schnapps the day before hiding the eggs, Bob and Linda forget where they hid them. This results in a single egg being unaccounted for as it starts to rot inside the house, forcing the family to continue searching even longer until Linda smells the schnapps again to recall that it's inside the air vents. They call Teddy over, but Teddy is attacked by a creature while trying to grab the egg, which is now starting to stink up the restaurant. So Bob and Teddy go inside of the crawl space to find this creature and discover a raccoon named Big Baby Pudding Snatcher inside with babies. After a few more failed attempts, Teddy is able to guide Linda through peeling up the floorboards to lure the animals out of the attic with pudding, so they can safely grab the egg where Teddy is able to throw it into the ocean. The Belcher kids hate their annual Easter egg hunt as it delays when they're able to get their holiday candy by several hours, as they spend the whole day searching for eggs. The only reason so many eggs are hidden in the first place is because Bob and Linda are so competitive. To them, it's a holiday about trying to one-up one another that's ramped up to an extreme extent. But this extent is far beyond what the kids are willing to put up with, and the only reason they haven't confronted their parents about this before is because they recognize that the competition is important to them. It's not until this competition results in a rotten egg threatening their livelihoods that the kids are finally able to make their point. Bob and Linda are shouting at each other over whose fault it is that the restaurant smells like rotten eggs, their competitive spirits being directed away from fixing the issue that they themselves caused, because neither adult ever stopped to think if the egg hunts were something everyone enjoyed, or if they were only doing it for themselves. It's a disaster born out of a desire to win at a holiday. Zero LARP 30. Linda wins a contest to spend a weekend at a LARP, live-action roleplay, of her favorite period drama, Winthorpe Manor. But when they arrive, each participant is randomly assigned the role of a character, and Bob and Linda wind up as servants to the wealthy upper-floor patrons. They're upset with the poor food and working conditions they're forced to endure when Bob speaks up about the low pay and gets invited to drink and smoke with the other men. Linda puts up with more servants' business all in anticipation of a walk through the tulip gardens until she gets fired from her position for not being enthusiastic enough and she's forced to cut wigs instead of frolicking. So she declares a workers' uprising, and the other lower floor workers make a plan to steal the automobile and eat the fancy dinner at the end of the weekend themselves. But the upper floor patrons break into the library where the others have barricaded themselves off, and everyone shovels food into their mouths before they are banned from the event, with Bob now obsessed with Winthorpe Manor. Back at the house, the kids are being watched by Teddy until he throws out his back and has to lay down. The kids make the bathroom door into a makeshift gurney and wheel him to the quinceañera of his chiropractor's daughter to get it fixed. People who look to the past for inspiration often tend to miss out on experiences that were typical due to the bias of what's considered interesting. The rich of older times had far more interesting lives than the common people living near them, and thus they're the stars of topics of so many works of the era, as well as those whose experiences are immortalized in art and the later inspirations from it. This is what has influenced our perceptions of so many eras of history, from Roman history being written largely through the lens of the wealthy who could afford to learn to read and write, up to novellas of the mid-19th century, targeted at the idle rich with the spare time to sit around reading fiction. So this is a lesson that Linda learns in this episode, as she learns that her historical fantasies ought to be just that, fantasies. When looking to the past for escapism, it's best to imagine what history could have been, rather than what it was. Leave the historical accuracy to the historians, and allow the aesthetic to be something adoptable by all. Because if somebody needs the classism, racism, or sexism present in their fantasy in order to enjoy it, then that's a problem they ought to sort out personally instead of dragging others down with them. The Laser Nth. It's Bob's birthday, and he wants to see the final showing of a laser show at the planetarium to celebrate, bringing Jean along with him while the girls visit Gretchen for dinner. But the laser show proves to be too loud for Jean, and he leaves the theater with Bob following. They then sit in the car as Bob tries to explain the plot of the show, basically 2112, convincing Jean to give it another chance. But they can't get back in the normal way as the tickets are sold out, so Bob has to sneak in by getting the phone number of the man running the concession stand, with Jean using a rock-rolling technique he learned from Bob's explanation of the concert to distract the security, just in time to catch the ending of the show. Meanwhile, Linda, Tina, and Louise visit Gretchen, who is doing doll makeovers in a doll store that creeps Tina out. Louise is uninterested in any of the dolls until learning that one of them has a backstory about being a Cold War spy, and that she'll be discontinued soon and put into a shredder. So they work with Gretchen to disguise the doll as a mainline girl so they can sneak her out of the restaurant and into freedom. Both plots of this episode are about hobbies clicking for people who aren't normally interested in what they're seeing. Jean is at first terrified of the loud noises and flashing lights of the concert, as both men realize that perhaps Jean was too young to fully appreciate what was going on. Louise thinks that the dolls are lame, and Tina thinks they're scary. Once more, a story about how neither child is into the hobby the adults in their lives have dragged them into. But rather than forcing the others to sit through something they aren't having fun with, or accepting that the hobby's not for everyone, Bob and Linda both take efforts to try to introduce the things they love to their children in a more palatable way. Linda by explaining the lore behind the dolls and engaging Louise through the fascinating Cold War story and empathy for the doll being thrown away, while Jean hears the story first before experiencing it. Rather than admonishing someone else for not immediately meshing with the things we love, it's best to try to explain the appeal instead of forcing it, because when you do this, it helps to spread the fandom you enjoy so much. Thelma and Louise, except Thelma is Linda. Louise gets a day of in-school suspension for pantsing a student who was bullying pocket-sized Rudy. But Linda doesn't want to send the message that her daughter ought to be punished for doing the right thing, and she sneaks Louise out of the school to get ice cream and spend the day having fun. Mr. Frann nearly catches them outside the school, a problem as it might result in Louise getting an even longer suspension, while Linda could lose her position running the bake sale. Though they scheme to hide from him long enough to get Louise back at school in time to pretend the notes her siblings have been sliding under the door are the essay she was supposed to write. Back at the restaurant, Bob is getting swamped because of a bike race using his store as a stop, and he has to ask Teddy for help to run orders and clear tables, though Teddy ends up rubbing jalapeno in his eyes and crashing into people instead. Sometimes the right thing to do is not the legal thing to do. This is referred to as the bad cop paradox. If a law is unjust, then it's a bad cop who enforces the law, but it's also a bad cop who ignores his responsibilities. The no-tolerance policy of the school winds up serving as a way to enforce the bystander effect, making sure nobody stands up to a student who's acting out, while punishing the victims just as much as the perpetrators. Meaning that even so much as reporting your own harassment will get you in trouble. It's the sort of policy that works on paper. If being a victim of assault gets you into trouble, then no one will report when they're being assaulted, and so from the perspective of the school's administration, it's a policy that works because nobody is reporting bullying, so it must be less common. If a system is created where a punishment can only be done by breaking the rules, then the system means that rewards can only be doled out by also breaking the rules. Linda has to go behind Mr. Frann's back to reward Louise for her good deed, which winds up reinforcing the message that she's known from the beginning. Just because you're being punished doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Mom, lies, and videotapes. Linda's too sick to attend the Children's Mother's Day play at the school, so she asks Bob to record it so she can watch the performances later. But the camera is bulky and old, and as a result, Bob doesn't actually manage to record anything. Upon returning home, Linda is upset about not being able to see the plays, something that the kids are happy about because their performances were subpar. So they instead decide to simply describe what happened with a few additional embellishments. Louise goes up first, describing an elaborate Western performance about the town with no moms, where a villainous cowgirl steals the sheriff's badge and then locks up all the moms in town, forcing the sheriff to ask his own mother to make peace with him so they can return order to the town. There's a rubber band shootout that results in peace being restored, but only at the cost of Louise herself being shot in the stomach and developing asthma. Next is Jean, who tells a mythological story that's a mishmash of Greek, Roman, Pokemon, and Tex-Mex, where he plays one of a trio of gods who lament that the world is too boring of a place, and come up with the idea of moms. But not wanting somebody to restrict their TV time, the others steal Jean's staff of creation and toss it across the universe. So Jean searches for it, only to have a vision of a mom that he asks the audience to help manifest into reality. Then, Tina tells a sci-fi story about a group of alien hunters on another planet who track a mother alien to their lair, where she and Tina switch bodies. Tina enjoys her new massive alien body until the eggs start to hatch, and she worries she can't look after all of them. So she asks the alien to switch back, eventually convincing her to do so when their fight makes its way over to the babies and she becomes overwhelmed with maternal instinct. In the end, the school sends the parents a link to their own recording of the plays, and Linda says that she doesn't want to watch the real ones because the kids' fake plays were better. Paraders of the Lost Float. Teddy tells the family about the Bog to Beach parade that includes a contest for the best parade float, with the top 5 places each getting $500. As there are only 4 participants, Bob gets the idea to enter with a hastily cobbled together float that guarantees them prize money, at least until Jimmy Pesto finds out about the contest and makes his own cobbled together float. As they're parading, Jimmy Pesto gets the idea to pass Bob's float so he can bribe the judges with pizza before Bob gets there. So Bob retaliates by taking what he thinks is a shortcut, only to wind up in a funeral procession before ultimately hitting a dead end right before reconnecting with the parade route. The rest of the family gives up on trying to win the parade, and they simply join the rest of the parade goers in dancing alongside the others. Bob, realizing he's not enjoying anything, decides to strip off his pickle costume and blast disco music, which gets the attention of the rest of the paraders, and they push the float across the finish line just in time to take 5th place from Jimmy Pesto. The Belchers have to talk Bob into riding a parade float, ultimately failing in their arguments about how it would be fun to do, and instead depending on the argument that they can win money for showing up. Bob then starts to command the float in such a way as to win a race against Jimmy Pesto, something that wouldn't have had to happen if he had taken the float seriously in the first place, or alternatively, that wouldn't have had to happen if he didn't. Bob is willing to put more effort into not having fun than he is to relaxing and letting fun happen to him. But this is also something motivated by his competitiveness with Jimmy Pesto. Both men are trying to win at a parade, specifically a parade full of people like Gretchen and Marshmallow who are just having a good time, instead of the intended experience. Bob wants the money because he wants to support his family, or at least he tells himself as such. But sometimes doing the right thing for your family means listening to them, instead of assuming what it is they want. From the beginning, the Belchers are excited about the parade, not the prize money, and when Bob finally accepts this, he's able to let loose and have fun with it, with even Jimmy Pesto's kids abandoning him to do what's more enjoyable. Into the Mild. Bob hears about a clearance sale at an outdoors equipment store and leaves early to go there and shop around. But when an eager employee named Austin starts to follow him, he takes shelter in a tent where he falls asleep. Bob wakes up in an empty store with all the security cameras disabled and the doors locked, alongside Austin, who has been sleeping inside the store to avoid paying rent before a trip. The movers will arrive in a week, but Bob doesn't want to spend 6 more days inside the store, so he makes a plan to climb out of the building. But when Austin goes first and his knot breaks, he admits that he doesn't really know what he's doing, and Bob has to use the rock climbing wall to escape instead, slowly making his way up the side of the building before shattering the glass ceiling and calling for help. Meanwhile, Gail is visiting the restaurant to preview her autobiographical one-woman show to the Belchers. But when Gail adds a section dedicated to the time Delta Burke winked at her in a store, Linda points out that it actually happened to her instead, and the two argue before calling another friend who was there, who confirms that the woman wasn't Delta Burke at all. This may be looking too far into things, but Bob claiming to want to be an outdoorsman despite having little to no experience may be reflected in the way in which he's trapped inside later in the episode, a metaphor for him being trapped in his urban lifestyle that allows for very little opportunity to explore his desire to be more openly manly. It's not until he meets a man who seems to embody everything he wishes he did, who then fails at actually following through on his claims to such an extreme extent that he winds up hanging upside down, that Bob finally realizes that he's not the failure he thinks it is because of his inability to climb a rock wall or grapple up a rope shot by a crossbow. And when he accepts that being an amateur isn't so bad, he's able to get over himself and start to learn. In the other plot, Linda and Gail are arguing over who it was who had a run-in with a celebrity. At first, Linda is willing to let Gail believe that it was her experience as a favor of sorts, until she starts to be annoying about it, at which point the two women start to argue over what really happened. It's not until they learn that they were both wrong that Linda and Gail are able to start accepting the other as having been finger-gunned at, once the experience is confirmed to be worthless after all. Brunch Squatch. This episode was guest animated by fans, resulting in a rapidly changing art style from scene to scene. The kids try and fail to convince their parents that they're responsible enough to take care of a dog, though Bob is more concerned with Jimmy Pesto's long lines across the street. He's serving brunch, and business is booming. So Bob decides to open for brunch himself and plans a menu, though not well enough when a blogger named Jane Judy Brunch points out that they failed to include a meal minimum or water down their mimosas, resulting in a group of brunch skunks staying for the bottomless booze while being too drunk to leave. Meanwhile, Louise finds Felix in their garbage and agrees to hide him in exchange for money as part of the brothers' annual hide-and-seek game. They keep him warm and fed inside the basement freezer until Calvin shows up, declaring he knows where his brother is hiding. They try to smuggle him out inside of Gene's brunch squatch costume, but he gets caught up in busting tables and is eventually tackled by Calvin, resulting in a riot breaking out until the police arrive to break up both the fight and the brunch skunks. In the end, the Belchers don't get a dog, but Linda invites Dame back, and he brings his pet. In their attempts to prove that they're capable of taking care of a dog, the Belchers get the opportunity to watch after a Mr. Fishoder instead, to show that they have the experience needed. But to say they failed at protecting him is an understatement, as he froze while eating unwashed lettuce in the basement. Although to say that this is atypical is wrong, as the other plot of this episode involves Bob and Linda trying to run a brunch rush with a similar level of experience. The guests take advantage of the unlimited alcohol that's not watered down or drunk with food, and they soon become far too much responsibility for the family to take care of. They're only saved when the Fishoders break out into a fight that the police clean up. Of course, the family was never going to get a dog, as someone would need to watch it, and they all effectively work full-time, not to mention how obviously unsanitary it is to keep an animal walking around a restaurant's kitchen, especially when owned by kids who often forget to take out the garbage. All of this on top of the fact that it's a standardized show, meaning some level of status quo needs to be maintained. So this episode's plot was more about how they'll fail to prove they can raise an animal, rather than if they'll fail. The Silence of Louise. Mr. Franz's dolls are mutilated, and as a result, he cancels an upcoming trip to the water park the students had to read 500 books to earn. Louise takes it upon herself to investigate who destroyed Franz's dolls, and teams up with Millie to do so, as she's just crazy enough to get in the head of whoever did it. But Millie insists that Louise go on playdates with her in exchange for her cooperation, and she goes along begrudgingly at first, but later more enthusiastically. They call off the investigation when Zeke turns himself in, despite not really knowing what he was turning himself in for. But when another doll attack happens, Franz cancels the trip again, and Louise has to apologize to Millie in order to get her to explain the latest theory, that Franz himself is destroying the dolls. When confronted, he admits that he's only destroyed the dolls due to the fact that the teachers dipped into the water park trip money to pay for their coffee, and they never expected the kids to actually hit the goal. The teachers are blackmailed into finding another way to pay for the trip, and Louise returns to holding Millie at arm's length. Meanwhile, Teddy teams up with the woman from the stationery store to sell a slogan he came up with on a picture that she took. Though, in spite of Bob having an epiphany while looking at the poster, they're still shredded up for hamster cages. At first, the teachers' expectations of how much the kids will prove able to read surprises them as the class achieves the 500-book threshold. Later, they prove to be too noble for their scheming when Zeke volunteers himself as the guilty party for the sake of the rest of the class, despite the teachers and students knowing full well he didn't do it. And finally, their expectations are surpassed when two students manage to break the code and figure out exactly who had the means to commit the crime in the first place, as the staff is accused in this conspiracy. Part of what made this accomplishment so impressive was the fact that Louise had to get over her hatred of Millie to achieve it. In a parody of The Silence of the Lambs, she uses the criminally insane to better relate to the perpetrator in order to learn the why so she can get closer to the who. But Millie is untrustworthy, using Louise's desire to find the truth in order to effectively blackmail her into spending time together. Later, she uses this same truth-seeking desire to encourage Millie to finish their detective work after Zeke's confession is proven to be faked, proving that it really was the only reason she spent time with her in the first place. The Wolf of Wharf Street. A wolf is spotted around the wharf, causing most families to spend Halloween inside instead of trick-or-treating. But as the kids want to go anyway, Linda accompanies them in spite of their complaints that she's too lame. Eventually, they wind up candyless and bored, so Linda takes them into the woods to search for this wonder wolf, coming across Randy instead, as he's also hunting for footage of it. Meanwhile, Bob is at home with a broken knee, and Teddy stays home with him to make sure he's alright. But Bob's pain pills are making him paranoid and delirious, resulting in Bob having the belief that Teddy is a werewolf. He tricks Teddy into getting handcuffed to the coffee table and then tries to flee, getting cornered in the park, where the wolf approaches him only to be caught by the fish odors, who lure their pet wolf into a van. Back in the woods, Linda prepares to fight the wolf for her children, but reveals that the sound they were following was merely an alpaca missing from the petting zoo. After being blown off as a trick-or-treating partner, Linda starts to feel like her kids don't want to spend time with her anymore, as she's not the cool parent she believes herself to be. So she tries to prove them wrong by not going trick-or-treating in a lame way, but being the cool parent who never lets her kids down no matter how much sense it would make to do so. She takes them into the woods to find a wolf, only for it to dawn on her that this was an extremely bad idea once the group starts to believe more and more that they might actually find one. But nobody wants to be the first person to admit that they're the lame one, so they continue to push one another forward until they luck out by encountering an alpaca. So sometimes it helps to be the lame person in your friend circle or in your family, the person to decide independently that being stranded in the woods with a savage animal is a bad idea actually, and to tell them to go home for their own sake. What happens when you don't have somebody around to talk you down is that you wind up like Bob, who, admittedly with a bit of help from pain pills, starts to convince himself that Teddy is a werewolf before running into the park to actually encounter the wolf that's been haunting everyone. Sit me, baby, one more time. Tina starts a babysitting service, insinuating that others like Tammy couldn't do it themselves, which results in Tammy starting her own competing business. They both wind up babysitting Kendra, whose parents are new in town and are having trouble with their daughter adapting to the new location. Kendra is quickly revealed to be strange, making the babysitters compete against one another before Tina finds a bunch of letters from her school that reveal she's a bully. When Tammy invites Jimmy Jr. and Zeke over to make Tina look bad, they wind up stranded in the treehouse, where Tina finds new resolve to face the child, ultimately realizing that they're not too different, as Tina is a bit of a bully herself. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda take Louise and Jean out to a restaurant where the kids meet an embarrassed Teddy, who's trying to cover up the fact that he's eating a competing burger. But the family points out that Bob can be weird about other people's burgers, and Teddy is forced to lie about hating the food to keep Bob happy. Also, Linda pretends to be a bathroom attendant. To Tina, the conflict of this episode begins when Tammy starts trying to erase her babysitting service after starting her own. But to Tammy, the conflict began when it was implied she couldn't do the job herself. We have a tendency to ignore the negative or unintentional effects of our actions while only looking at the end results of the actions of others, meaning it's not uncommon to hear somebody say that a fight began the moment the other person started trying to defend themselves. This kind of thinking leads people to develop victim complexes. When you think you've done nothing wrong and other people are attacking you for no reason, then you can claim innocence in any conflict you're involved in. People who are unaware of this fact then view their own escalation as self-defense instead of trying to get to the root of the problem. When people consider themselves to be victims, they can often do more damage as a result, not just to the other party, but to themselves when they give the other party reason to get angry. And when this behavior becomes internalized to too far of an extent, it often results in lashing out at others before they've even wronged you, just because you assume they're about to. Thanks, hoarding. Teddy is having his family over for Thanksgiving and is panicking as he has no experience hosting people. He invites the Belchers over for Bob to prep everything for the next day while the rest of the family sets the table. Though as they are looking for dinnerware, they discover that Teddy is a hoarder. His house is full of miscellaneous broken junk. So they bring a dumpster to the house and start sorting things for the garbage as Bob finishes writing instructions for the next day. But when Thanksgiving comes, Teddy is unable to follow any of the notes Bob left for him, and so the Belchers arrive after their lunch to help out yet again. As Bob finishes up cooking, they discover Teddy hiding inside of a dumpster, panicking some more until his family calls and says they're not coming over after all. Linda then concludes that Teddy uses the broken things to feel better about possibly fixing them one day, and they bring the junk back inside, sitting down to their second Thanksgiving dinner. Teddy is the type of person who has to fix things, and in this episode we learn that fixing things does not stop at physical objects. He wants to fix people too, their relationships, their expectations of him, and any sort of interaction that he messes up. He persists in trying to fix. And so a refusal to abandon any project, no matter how ill-advised, reflects his inner desire to keep working on himself. Because if he decides that the waffle maker he's found is beyond salvaging, then it's possible that he himself is beyond salvaging as well. Most people's issues wind up being internal in this way. Hoarding isn't done because a person has trouble throwing away objects or deciding what's worth keeping. It's done because a person forms a physical attachment to an object as a substitute for loving themselves. Obesity isn't just a person who loves food. It's using food as a source of comfort when they have nothing and nobody else to turn to. The Belcher family all have their own problems, but they also have each other to lean on. As long as they do, then there's a way for the Belchers to resolve their internal issues without resorting to some sort of coping mechanism. But Teddy doesn't have such a luxury, and so he hoards. The Bleakening. Linda has a dream about throwing a Christmas party to bring up everyone's spirits and invites all the Belcher family friends over, only for the top half of their tree to go missing after the party ends. She makes a list of everybody who attended and goes to them one by one to track down the thief, but each person who was there has an alibi. The kids have their own theory, though. The Bleaken, a sort of anti-Santa who steals Christmas cheer from families. The police don't care about this theory, though, so the kids set out to triangulate the location of the Bleaken themselves. They track the crime spree to a warehouse with a series of hidden entrances, though Tina calls Linda on the emergency cell phone when she gets nervous about wandering into a series of dark alleys alone. The whole family meets up underneath a hidden staircase where they discover an underground Christmas rave, as well as their tree. Linda tries to admonish the punks for stealing her ornaments until seeing a few people she recognizes and hearing that they were merely trying to throw a Christmas party too, as well as an insistence that the decorations were going to be returned after. After a performance, Linda reveals that she called the police to their location before seeing the rave, and that squad cars were on their way. So Bob borrows a man's costume and runs into the street to lead the police away, hiding inside an inflatable Santa that Teddy has been using to stake out his house in case he caught a visit from the Bleaken. The underground rave at the end of the episode is the reincarnation of a gay club that was shut down at the start, the patrons there searching for a means of having their annual party, in spite of the city telling them they can't. This is part of why Linda has noticed a lack of the regular Christmas cheer that's usually there around the holidays. Enough of their family friends are involved in the nightlife that she'd pick up on their melancholy, in spite of the fact that they're understandably hesitant to discuss the reasons out loud. And it's particularly for this reason that Linda winds up accepting the theft of her Christmas decor. They couldn't legitimately find decorations in the allotted time frame without the secret location being made unsecret, lest the entire thing be shut down. A crime committed by a handful of vandals for no reason other than the crime itself is one thing, but a crime committed out of desperation and with good intentions is another. All of this is helped by these good intentions aligning with what Linda's original motivations were. She didn't so much care for the tree that was stolen as the ornaments attached to the tree, the sentimental value they had, and her Christmas spirit. Linda wanted to cut off the tree to maintain the spirit of the holidays, and later learns that that's just what happened. The tree was used to make a bunch of people have a good Christmas, in spite of the attempts of others to prevent that, something directly alluded to in the song Twinkly Lights. V for Valentine Detta. It's the day before Valentine's Day, and Tina is depressed about Jimmy Jr. going out with the girl who's not her, named Becky. Bob and Linda had planned a few couples activities, including a limo for their date, but Tina's too depressed to babysit, so they decide to do a girls' night out together, while Jean and Bob do the other planned couples activity. The girls meet Nat, a very enthusiastic limo driver, who gets behind their plan to distract Tina from any Valentine's Day-related activities. But after makeovers and frolicking, they learn that Jimmy Jr. also defiled a gift picture frame Tina gave her to put Becky's face on it instead. So Nat prepares a few stink bombs to throw into the restaurant they're dating in. But after Tina gets the opportunity to throw one, she changes her mind as she has no desire to punish Becky for something anybody would have done. Jimmy Jr. then breaks up with Becky, so they bring her along with them for the rest of the night out after stink bombing Jimmy Jr. Meanwhile, Bob and Jean go trapezing together but are too afraid to let go after managing to connect hands, staying in the air for over an hour before Bob slowly accepts falling down. Tina ultimately has to choose whether to display toxic femininity or express her girly ways in a healthier manner. When she prepares the stink bombs, she has a change of heart, seeing that Becky is just another girl like her and understanding that it's not right to blame somebody for doing something you yourself would have done. To view other girls as your enemy only justifies their status as such. It's better to bring yourself up than it is to tear someone else down. Tina starts the episode by tearing herself down, moping to such an extent she cannot live her life normally. Then she learns the value of empowerment from her girls' night out that ultimately allows her to conclude that it's better to be nice than it is to be mean. Other women are not your enemy just because they're closing opportunities to you, assuming they are done innocently. Becky dated Jimmy Jr. because he asked her out, not because she was trying to make Tina feel bad. And when Jimmy Jr. breaks up with her, that becomes the last straw in viewing the other girl as antagonistic. They have much more in common with each other than not. It helps that Jimmy Jr. was able to turn himself into a target for Tina's ire, but to react to indifference with a stink bomb doesn't make you the more morally righteous party. Y tu gaga tambien. Mr. Frond introduces a new game to the playground, Gaga Ball. The Belchers are at first resistant to playing it, with Jean busy clipping a shrub into what he calls Monkey Booby Man. But slowly the rest of the family gets involved, and soon Jean is the only person not playing the game. Because of the success of Gaga Ball, Frond has more pits installed on the playground, knocking down Jean's Monkey Booby Man in the construction, which makes him mad enough to finally enter the tournament, as the winner will get the attention of the whole school. He's able to make it to the finals, beating out Rudy in order to take Frond's megaphone and announce that, while Gaga Ball is fun, it's not as fun as spending your recess doing whatever you want to, and that people shouldn't feel peer pressured into joining a group activity. Meanwhile, Linda finds out about an opening at the library to read to children and tries to come up with a persona to use. She creates Punky Bookster and challenges the old reader to a read-off, with both acknowledging that reading should be for the kids, not each other. And then Linda is banned from the library for bringing a switchblade. Not all peer pressure is obvious, be that to the person being pressured or the person doing the pressuring. Sometimes it's as simple as everyone getting really into a trend that you don't want to enjoy or see the appeal of, then going along with the crowd so as not to be left out. And while it's true that nobody is directly forcing you to go along with what they're doing, the threat of becoming a social outcast is often enough to convince you otherwise. Jean recognizes this and takes a stand against Gaga Ball. Despite actually enjoying the sport, he doesn't like the conditions by which he got involved in playing it in the first place, something that other students didn't get the chance to express. Because to Jean, the fun part of recess is having the freedom to do whatever you want. If everyone is doing the same thing, even by choice, then that starts to grate on the students who suddenly find themselves not part of everybody. Being left out because you're in the minority of people who enjoy a given sport or topic or game makes you feel as though you're not a person, because you're being left out of the demographic of everybody. The Secret Ceramics Room of Secrets. Linda asks the kids to put more effort into their handmade gifts for their grandmother's birthday, but rather than do that, Louise decides to search for a secret ceramics room that was walled over after a fire broke out and the school didn't want to look bad during an inspection. They search for former students who may know about what happened, and are led to a woman with a yearbook from that time showing the location of the pottery room. After lining up the photos, they're able to discover the lockers outside the former room, and they borrow power tools from Teddy to begin an excavation. But Mr. Frond catches them and confiscates the tools, only to head to the abandoned ceramics room himself, where the kids catch him trying to take a vase containing a bunch of votes for another candidate for 7th grade secretary. He reveals that he's been keeping it a secret that he didn't really win that old election for decades, and agrees to let the kids take anything from the room if they promise to keep it secret. But Tina realizes that a gift taken from the room would mean less and take more effort than something genuinely handmade, so they take the kiln out of the room and make clay gifts for the whole family. Meanwhile, Teddy starts to fix phone screens inside of the restaurant, getting in Bob's way for a while before ultimately concluding that he should work back at his own house. It's interesting to see just how much effort Louise is willing to go through just to do less work, so much so that she's fine with doing more work just to prove a point. It's a prime example of the sunk cost fallacy, where the wisest move is backing out of a situation to save yourself trouble, but you keep pressing forwards because the end seems so close. Louise could have made something out of crafts and been done with it in a fraction of the time she spent on finding the secret room, but maybe that's not the point. It's clear that, to some extent, she was enjoying herself when it came to the hunt. The search for the ceramics room was a fun project in and of itself, certainly more fun than creating something with your hands that you don't care about. But therein lies the problem, that she doesn't care about the alternative activity, which is supposed to be preparing something for her grandmother. So the more she tries to find the ceramics room, the more she's declaring that she would rather not do something thoughtful for a family member. How good or nice of a person can you really be if you're willing to go through with a ton of effort just to make sure you don't have to do something for someone else? To put a bunch of effort into not caring means that you really, really don't care, and that can be applied to the task at hand as much as it can to the person for whom that task was meant to benefit. Sleeping with the frenemy. It's spring break, and everybody is going somewhere except for Tina, who's stuck at home alongside Tammy, who missed her cruise. Tina, hoping to get a merit badge for the Thunder Girls, offers to allow Tammy to stay with the Belchers, though she quickly gets on everybody's nerves. When they ask her to work at the restaurant, a boy named Brett from out of town meets Tammy and falls for her, as he considers her down to earth. But Tammy doesn't know how to talk down to earth over text, and Tina offers to text him for her, escalating to a setup involving headphones and Tina feeding words directly to her friend. But soon Tina gets sick of Tammy getting the attention that she wanted, and she starts to sabotage their talks, eventually confessing to being the person who's really been talking to him as Tammy pushes the two to go on a date. Meanwhile, Linda is excited to get Jean's last baby tooth in order to have a full set, but when a seagull steals it, he has to work with Bob and Teddy to fix up a tooth they bought from Dr. Yap in order to convince Linda it's a real one, though he accidentally swallows it, and then Linda admits that she doesn't actually have the full set after all. At first, it seems as though Brett's disgust with the reveal that Tina and Tammy have been lying to him stems from a bit of shallowness, that he prefers the girl with the blonde hair and makeup to the more nerdy-looking Tina despite clearly meshing better with her personality. But this is more so due to the fact that Tina is willing to go along with the lie to get close to him, and that his first impression of the girl is the fact that she's manipulative. Then an additional layer gets added to the relationship due to Brett completely failing to pick up on the manipulation, despite it not being done in an especially competent way. If he's unable to realize that the person he met is not the same person he's been talking to for 3 days, it's more on him than anyone else. But there's still something to be said about the idea that a person would go to such an extent to be closer to someone else, even if this is done to the point of being dishonest. Bob and Jean put a lot of effort into falsifying a lost tooth in order to keep Linda happy for having the full set, that she's not even upset when she learns it was all faked. Partially because she'd lost a few herself, but partially due to an appreciation of the effort done on her behalf. The Hurt Soccer. Louise is asked to play the final game for the Golden Dragons, a soccer team Bob and Linda forgot they signed her up for. She really doesn't want to go, but Bob takes her anyway, and finds out last minute he's coaching. The opposing team, the Blue Dragons, is hyper-competitive, and goes up to an early victory, with Louise and Bob both learning about a shutout rule immediately ending any game with the score of 10-0. Hoping to make it back in time for a TV marathon, they continue to throw the game until Louise realizes that the rest of her team doesn't like getting shut out, and she changes her mind. Now on goalie, Louise uses the steamroller, a move she saw on TV, to confuse the other team, where they leave the goal open long enough for the Golden Dragons to not get shut out, losing 21-1 instead. Meanwhile, Jean and Linda turn the restaurant into a piano bar, attracting Miss Merkin to play a bit on Jean's keyboard while lamenting that she lost a spot in a community theater performance because of her sister's bickering. Linda attempts to get the two to make up and succeeds, but in her fervor to watch the drama play out, forgot she had food on the grill and the fire department has to come over to put it out. Winning and losing are relative terms, the baseline for what it means to enjoy yourself in a competition, but not the standard that everyone uses to measure success. Some teams care more about the other team losing than they care about winning, and this ends up being the fault of the Blue Dragons and how they're able to have a worse time than the Golden. Louise celebrates her team scoring a single goal in a game that's otherwise one-sided. But due to having the mentality of only trying to avoid a shutout, her team winds up getting everything they ever wanted, while the haughty Blue Dragons manage to win a game by 20 points and still go home feeling like failures. It's impossible to win when your goal goes too far beyond winning, and into the realm of patting your ego. but it's an easy win when all you're looking to achieve is a good time. Like Gene and Linda's piano bar, all they wanted was to have fun playing music while watching some catty theatrics play out like a drama, and burning down the restaurant was a small price to pay in order to achieve their real goal. It's impossible to lose when your standards are internal instead of being based off the actions of others. Cheer up, sleepy Gene. After bonding over their hatred of gym class, Gene's new friend Alex invites him to a sleepover. Gene is afraid of sleeping at someone else's house for a night, but his parents make him go anyway after a bit of a pep talk. Once there, he has an underwhelming time eating healthy and helping with the dishes before Alex wakes him up so the two can sneak out, heading to a cabin in the woods that's little more than a bunch of sticks and trash bags. Alex is more concerned with licking sugar packets than the collapsing structure, so Gene takes him back to his house to recruit the help of Tina and Louise in running away before Alex's parents wake up. They make it back to see Alex's mom eating ice cream in the kitchen, and Gene tells him that every diet comes with cheat days, just in time to make it to sleep despite his anxieties. Bob and Linda accuse the other of being a loud snorer, and they borrow a tape recorder from Teddy to find out who snores the most. But when the recording comes back showing both of them equally obnoxiously loud, and that they can't sleep normally without each other snoring, they decide to drop the contest. A recurring aspect of Gene's character is his immaturity, that he's afraid of growing up due to the coddling that he gets, which in turn removes the expectation for him to grow up. He usually does manage to come through in the end, giving him that bit of development when things push him to his limits, and here he gets to meet another character who shares so many of those traits with him. Alex is extremely similar to Gene, from the diet to the pop culture knowledge to their interests. But Alex is resentful of his parents' attempts to force him out of his comfort zone, something that puts Gene's behavior into perspective. Bob and Linda tend to let Gene develop his own schedule. If he doesn't think he's ready for something, then they don't push him. But here, Alex gets a small shove towards eating better and rejects it entirely, threatening to run away in such a dramatic fashion that even Gene is able to see that there's something clearly wrong with the boy independent of his relationship to his parents. So instead of outside forces pushing Gene to grow up, Gene gets to be the outside source pushing another kid to grow up, not to reject the diet altogether, but to take a few cheat days and approach the habit on his own terms. The trouble with doubles. Linda meets another parent at the PTA meeting and agrees to go on a double date with them in spite of Bob's reservations, and she leaves Tina in charge of babysitting. But this other couple turns out to be neurotic. Nicholas brings an untrained emotional support dog who drools all over Bob's lap, and he constantly talks about trauma from an a cappella group that stops him from doing anything. And Ruth Ann orders too little food while constantly taking charge of things without asking anybody else. They end up in a jail-themed escape room with their cell phones confiscated, just after Linda accidentally sends a text to Ruth Ann complaining about the couple that was meant to update Tina. They refuse to cooperate on the escape room solution until a rat breaks in, spooking the emotional support dog and rousing the couples into finally working towards a solution, and ultimately, towards a bit of friendship. Meanwhile, Louise invites a bunch of kids over to watch a zombie movie, only for the kids she invited to become too afraid to go home after. So Tina takes charge and shows them a video of her singing to her poop from when she was a child that lightens the mood enough to stop the kids from being afraid. Nicholas and Ruth Ann have a dog who accompanies them everywhere who runs amok without listening to his owners, who are powerless to stop what he's doing. Ruth Ann insists on running things her way, ordering food based on what she can eat and not understanding why there's not enough to go around, then redirecting the couples to gelato and an escape room without making sure everyone's on board. Bob and Linda have 3 kids who accompany them to most places who run amok, getting themselves into trouble with a zombie movie while their parents are unable to stop them. Linda insists on taking Bob to a couple's date without asking if he's okay with it, and then insults the other couple behind their backs. As much as the two couples are at each other's throats, it's clear that they've really just made poor first impressions and that they're not too different after all. So many of the things that went wrong only went wrong because it was the other couple who set the rules. If Bob and Linda had planned the whole night out, then things would have potentially gone just as bad, only for different reasons. They set out at the start of the night assuming that things were going to go poorly, only to resign to a bad night out when the first few obstacles occurred. It was only by sheer chance that the escape room forced them to come together to make another attempt at getting along, and then they learned that the couples were not so different after all. Go Tina on the Mountain. Tina is excited to go to a school-wide nature camp to reinvent herself after getting an embarrassing nickname at school, though the entire week winds up being rained out. Not happy staying indoors, she sets out with her siblings to explore the woods, and comes across Martha, a hermit who's been living out there recently. Martha gives Tina advice on doing things alone, and remaining unbothered by others that she tries and fails to follow, so Tina resolves to climb Mount Windy Gap by herself. Though when her siblings discover this, they rush to save her alongside the camp counselor and a few others. This whole group winds up stranded by rushing water until Tina gets the idea to work together to make their way further up so they can wait out the storm, where she finally has her nature epiphany. Meanwhile, Teddy encourages Bob and Linda to use their time away from the kids to enjoy themselves instead of just passing out on the couch. So they could spray on tans and head to a club, only to drink too many Long Island iced teas and invite people over who end up trashing the house. Tina spends the episode looking for an epiphany in nature, originally hoping to use teamwork to climb to the top of Mount Windy Gap before feeling betrayed by her friends for their use of an embarrassing nickname, then resolving to do things alone instead. She gets this advice from a woman claiming to be a hermit, and for a time it seems as though it's going to work. This is in spite of Martha being a fraud, not actually surviving in the woods and merely pretending to be an outdoorswoman, for long enough that Tina begins to look up to her at least. But maybe that's all that matters. Whether or not Martha really was who she claimed she was a woman who told Tina certain advice at the right time, which is what she took away. Regardless of whether Martha was trustworthy or not, taking a person's advice because they're telling you what you want to hear is still a bad idea, and it's not until Tina stranded on the mountain that she realizes this. She didn't need to learn that Martha was a fraud to come to this conclusion, merely to experience life as a loner herself to realize she was wrong to idolize a person whose reaction to a bad social situation was to completely shut herself off from the world. Tina manages to cooperate with people who she felt didn't like her, and in the end, earned their respect instead of just asking for it. Are you there, Bob? It's me. Birthday. Linda realizes that she forgot Bob's birthday, and tries to hurry him out of the restaurant so she can throw a belated surprise party for him, using Hugo's inspection as a means of getting him away. Hugo and Ron then take Bob to a different inspection, making him promise to eat the food there no matter what after he insinuates that Hugo's job is pointless. After showing off a series of violations, Bob ends up holding to his side of the agreement, and he eats a wrap that gives him food poisoning, then listens to a lecture on how he should appreciate surprise parties thrown by his family because his birthday is not just about him. Back at the restaurant, Linda worries that no one has agreed to show up to Bob's party, while Jimmy Pesto taunts them for the lack of a turnout. Ultimately, she realizes that Bob doesn't even like parties anyway, so they cancel their plans to give him a night in with warm sweatpants, a western, and a vintage bacon press, something that Bob enjoys as he was expecting a miserable party. Hugo and Jimmy Pesto are generally the villains of Bob's Burgers, but here it's their specific knowledge of the things that the main cast hates above all else that makes them uniquely capable of teaching them what they need to know. Hugo harasses Bob a lot, but it's perhaps this harassment that forces Bob to take better care of his business. While the owner of the wrap restaurant was a poor businessman and Bob has a lot more passion for his work, that passion is for cooking food, not cleaning floors or talking to customers. And people like Hugo are the connecting thread that makes Bob focus on all of the aspects instead of just the ones he wants to. Jimmy Pesto is the one who teaches the family that Bob doesn't care for surprise parties. He only puts up with them because he knows Linda enjoys throwing them. But when it's somebody's birthday, you need to put them before yourself, and she ultimately scraps her celebration to do something Bob himself would want. And while it's true that Bob would want his family to be happy, this is something that needs to be reciprocated. Just as he would sit through a bad surprise party to keep Linda happy, Linda would also be happy not throwing a party for the sake of her husband. A lesson she learns by the end of the episode, as everyone manages to win just by communicating a bit. Boy Watch. After seeing a group of teenagers rolling around in the sand, Tina investigates and learns that they're the junior lifeguards, and soon after, a spot opens up that she eagerly takes. But the junior lifeguards are more serious of an organization than she's ready for. Tina assumes it's going to be love triangles and skin contact, and consistently fails at her attempts to actually run their drills. The rest of the group tries to convince her to quit, as they're punished as a group for her failures, but Tina resolves to prove she has what it takes, and declares she will do a real lifeguard drill to prove it. But when they're caught running this drill, the entire squad is disbanded, just before the fun run and sandcastle contest are about to collide. So Tina rallies her old troop together to fill in the holes on the beach before the runners get there, and she saves everyone's ankles. The coordinator agrees to let them graduate on the condition they not tell anybody about his scheduling mistake. Meanwhile, Bob's Burgers opens their Wi-Fi to customers, only for Sergeant Bosco to arrive in a badly undercover situation to search for a cybercriminal using their internet to commit fraud. Tina joins the junior guards with the single intention of getting physically closer to boys, having no regard for others who have signed on with different intentions, despite the latter group being the majority. As such, when she starts to drag the rest of the team down, she doesn't understand their anger as she's personally happy. This is the opposite sort of conclusion drawn from an episode like The Hurt Soccer, where the person who's showing up for a good time is actively hurting the fun that the people with more competitive spirits can have by refusing to engage on their terms. So the difference comes down to the personality and intentions behind each group. The Blue Dragons were obnoxious, and so we root against them as they start infighting over winning by less than they had hoped for. But the junior lifeguards, as antagonistic towards Tina as they are in the right. Tina's the one who's oblivious to their desires, which are ostensibly about saving lives. As such, their antagonism is justified, and they can be considered the ones who are in the right. Tina is the person who changes to be more like them, rather than the other way around in this episode's happy ending. As I walk through the alley of the shadow of ramps. While riding their bike in the alley, a woman, Alice, who drives a smoothie/hair removal truck, starts aggressively demanding that the kids move, while making fun of Louise's tricycle. They get their revenge by writing insults on the back of her van, so she throws her smoothie in their faces the next morning. Louise then invites Rudy and his ramps over to throw a fake benefit in order to block off the alley further, and the next day, Alice throws out the ramps and runs over Louise's trike. The kids follow her for miles, pointing out that the mean green machine is caught in her truck's grill, and she breaks down, apologizing for being rude as she's merely stressed about her smoothie/waxing truck not taking off, and offering them store credit for the ramps and the trike. In the end, Louise gets over her fear of learning to ride a two-wheeled bike and has Bob teach her. In the B-plot, Gail is bored with her new art museum guard job, so Linda has her pretend to stake out an art thief to make it more fun. But when Gail tries to arrest a guy for real, Linda has to fix the issue by getting them to talk, where she learns that the guy likes cats too, and then Gail tries to date him. It's not best to judge other people by the way they act at their lowest. Alice snaps at a group of children, throwing smoothies at them and having little concern with destruction of their property, and explains this away as the result of feeling stress over a business venture not being successful and the anxieties over if it will ever be. This is then put into direct comparison with Louise's anxieties about learning to ride a bike, how it's less about the fear of riding one, but the fear of failure that prevents her from doing so. But just because somebody admits that they're at a low point doesn't mean they should be absolved of their behavior from that time. There's a saying, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. This is somewhat of a dismissive way of talking about your own faults while rejecting anything you may have done wrong in favor of focusing on your strengths. The idea of having to handle somebody at their worst in order to deserve better treatment means that their faults will continue to be ignored for the duration of time that they have no consequences for them. It's not until Alice realizes that her anger issues may result in a manslaughter charge that she finally attempts to calm down. Escalating your conflicts under the guise of stress relief just means that you can't handle your emotions, and passing the burden onto a stranger is no way of dismissing these feelings. Mo mommy, mo problems. It's Mother's Day, and Linda has declared herself momnipotent, so the family has to do whatever she says for the day. She wants to go to open houses on King's Head Island and pretend to be rich so they can eat all the finger foods, but this results in the family being taken to a private showing by the realtor Julia, who they learn is actually a struggling mother. The person selling the house, Spencer, knows what Bob is up to, but doesn't say anything, as he instead asks Bob and Linda to pretend to be interested, in order to push another couple into making the purchase. But later, the whole group learns that Ethel, Spencer's mother, has been haunting the showings to try to prevent the sale, as she doesn't want to move out. The Belchers go with the first plan and make a fake offer so the house will sell, but Linda admits the fib, only to then learn that Spencer was trying to sell the house not for the money, but because he was concerned about his elderly mother living in a place with so many stairs. In the end, the house gets sold anyway, and everybody gets a happy ending, even if they don't get exactly what they wanted. Linda is torn between the story of two mothers, one who's at the beginning of her motherhood, struggling to raise a family on a limited income and trying to sell a house to support her child. The other is an accomplished mother at the end of her motherhood, trying to keep the house she raised her family in spite of her child wanting her to move on. And the Belchers are caught in the middle due to trying to defraud one mom and later support another's eviction. As a result, Linda is going to be the bad guy in at least one person's story. It's just a matter of choosing who. But this decision is made easier by looking not at the events unfolding, but the motivations behind them. Spencer's not trying to evict his mother out of selfishness, but concern. They even learn that he's been covering up some of the issues with the house to sell it faster. A dishonest action done out of concern for a loved one is forgivable, just like lying about being interested in the house in order to help out a new mom supporting her family, or even Linda lying about being rich to defraud who she assumes are spoiled rich folks while having fun with her kids. In the end, there's a lesson learned that if you really love somebody, sometimes the best thing to tell them is no. Mission Impossible. Louise is close to completing her collection of Burobu cards and plans on using a few fake cards to trade for the last few she needs. But when Miss LeBons walks in on a study buddy group that Tina's tutoring Louise in, Tina winds up snitching an after-school trading session Louise is involved in, and the cards are confiscated. Louise refuses to talk to Tina afterwards and attempts to track down the cards herself, eventually learning from Tina they're at LeBons' house and attempting to break in during the teacher's drinking party. Louise asks Mr. Frann to make a distraction while she has the others lower her into the backyard to steal them back, but her arms are too short and she makes Tina do it instead. In the end, Tina is caught and told to report to detention after refusing to implicate anybody else in the scheme by climbing a hose to prove she was acting alone. Bob is asked to give a eulogy at the funeral for a pickle vendor that he had an argument with, eventually learning that the man, Harry, had forgiven him even if the other patrons of the farmer's market hadn't. There's an idea that family is always supposed to have each other's backs, that no matter what, you need to side with the people closest to you and to cover for them if they're in trouble. Louise cites this as a reason why Tina's betrayal was so devastating. She thought she could trust her sister only to be ratted out to a teacher while she was trying to trade fake cards to fuel an obsession of hers despite repeated warnings not to. And this is where the ambiguity comes in, because while Tina wants to watch after her younger sister, sometimes this means siding against her for her own good. Louise was trying to rip off her classmates to complete a collection, and later is even prepared to commit a breaking and entering to get her cards back instead of a more rational response. It's clear then that Louise's obsession is damaging her ability to function in society as she gets deeper and deeper into a crime spree for the sake of the hobby. So for Tina to snitch arguably helped her sister out. Having your family's back sometimes means doing something that might not immediately help them in order to help them out later and develop on their own. But as it's an ambiguous situation, Tina later on again lies to cover for her sister, as getting caught trading cards at school is one thing, but getting caught obsessing over them after supposedly learning her lesson would have gotten her in too much trouble to justify the lesson, while also reaffirming that Tina's been on her side from the beginning. Something old, something new, something Bob caters for you. Bob is concerned that he's not doing enough with his life by running a restaurant until a couple comes into the store asking him to cater their wedding, as they went on their first date at Bob's Burgers. Bob prepares for the catering as well as he can, despite the short time frame and Linda's reservations about two people marrying after so short of a time. On the day of the wedding, things keep blowing away from strong winds, the do-it-yourself feel, and the microphones are cutting out repeatedly. Bob tries to focus on the food itself, but accidentally smushes their wedding cake when he's panicking over missing cheese. This proves to be the last straw for Connor and Farrah's wedding, and the bride starts to cry over the disaster. But Linda takes a microphone and tells them that they've lasted much longer than most couples would have in the face of a disastrous wedding. The two then end the wedding happily, eating the deformed and mostly dirt-free cake as the kids wrap up a bet over who could get into the most wedding photos. Linda's concern with the relationship between Carter and Farrah is the fact that they're still very much in the honeymoon phase of their lives, a phase where their relationship is still fresh and new and they're learning things about each other, that their first impressions haven't worn off and they still feel the excitement of young love. Bob and Linda's relationship is characterized by the opposite. Their honeymoon phase has long since worn off, and the two spend their days in a much more boring domestic life. When you're spending your life with a person, that doesn't mean going on exciting adventures with them, but sitting on a couch together half watching TV while browsing the internet. Wedding vows say for better or for worse, but don't make a mention of the decades of middling excitement. Bob and Linda have already had their highs and their lows, and understand that while those moments don't define their marriage, they still make up a part of it. So the way they can move past arguments and disappointment says more about their time together than the first few months. It takes a bad wedding to show whether Connor and Farrah will make it, because after everything is ruined, there's nowhere to go but up. Just one of the boys for now. Boys for Now is hosting open auditions for a fourth member to replace Boo Boo, and girls are barred from the building. While out retrieving napkins, Tina bumps into a boy named Damien, who says he's auditioning there, and Tina wants to follow him. After a bit of discussion, Bob and Linda agree to let her go, and she disguises herself as a boy named Dino. She gets to the auditorium and bumps into a few guys, imagining herself serenaded by each one, before ultimately making her way to Damien, who introduces his friend that Tina also fantasizes about. She ousts herself as a non-boy and is kicked out, lamenting that she's fallen for 3.5 other guys and she's too boy-crazy. Meanwhile, Teddy gives the Belchers a baby rat from a house he's working on, and despite sanitary concerns, Bob still agrees to look after it for a few hours. But when Hugo enters the restaurant demanding water, he hears the rat squeak and searches the restaurant. Bob hides the rat in his pants as Hugo cannot legally search there, and Hugo eventually gives up. They are then called over to pick up Tina, giving her a half-hearted speech about why she's fine the way she is, boy crazy or not, and then they all see a Boys for Now concert to greet the boy who ultimately won the competition, Boo Boo. When Bob's Burgers was first made into a pilot, Tina was a boy named Daniel. From the pilot to the first episode, her gender was changed, though aside from a few visual differences, nothing else was, not even the voice. Flanderization is the process by which a character has a single trait become more and more prevalent until it reaches the point where it completely takes over their personality. This is often done in very long-running shows, and is often done as a direct result of more and more side characters being added to the cast, where their traits and the myriad others would overlap, and thus, a character only appears if and when that trait becomes necessary. For main characters, this process takes considerably longer, but it's still an ever-present concern that by the 9th season of Bob's Burgers, some of the characters would start to become one-note. But this episode addresses this concern. Tina is steadily becoming boy-crazy at the cost of so many of her other personality traits. Flanderization is often kept at bay by introducing new traits to the cast, but to begin to overlook this fact of her initial characterization would result in Tina being changed and thus no longer Tina. The writing staff for Bob's Burgers are experienced enough to know the pitfalls on either end of a long-running show's attempts to stay relevant, and this episode addresses that, no matter what happens in the future, Tina is going to be Tina, for better and for worse. But as long as she's entertaining, anything else about her will be overlooked, much in the same way that Bob keeps a rat in the restaurant because it's cute. The Taking of Fun Time 1, 2, 3. Louise is trying and failing to win a dune buggy at the family fun time when she catches the attention of Mr. Fishoder, who teaches them about prize economy, that when a specific prize is too valuable, it makes people waste less money, showing them the wheelie mammoth, one of his own super prizes. He then teaches them how to cheat at a variety of arcade games available at the family fun time, as he wants somebody to win the dune buggy to give the arcade the financial hit needed to make them reconsider offering it. The Belchers then recruit a group of kids to perform a heist, winning big at all the games at once, so the staff can't shut the machines down for maintenance before they get even more. But Louise is caught while trying to do a sweep for a blind spot to hide the tickets, and banned from the building, with the rest of the group continuing the heist without her. But before they're able to succeed, the power goes out and the group is pulled into the back room, where Mr. Fishoder reveals himself as part owner of the business. While he's lecturing the other staff about the risk of heists, Louise reveals that she pulled a counter-heist upon figuring out Mr. Fishoder would betray them, using his own techniques to win the wheelie mammoth. They take the stuffed animal home, where Bob and Linda have been trying to coax a chicken Teddy gave them to lay an egg, something it eventually does after roosting on the mammoth. Bob's Burgers attempts a heist movie. Like any good heist film, the plot is doomed to fail the moment a character starts to explain the plan in detail, and it's the plan that we don't hear about until afterwards that succeeds. What makes Bob's Burgers different, then, is the fact that the stakes in this episode are so much lower, and yet none of the fanfare surrounding it has changed at all. Louise takes her role as group leader seriously, and Mr. Fischoeder betrays the crew in as dramatic a fashion as one can, while lauding a prized stuffed mammoth as a trophy of his success while trying to foil the plans of a group of middle schoolers. And this is central to the success of Bob's Burgers as a show. It's like a reverse Mozart. Instead of bizarre extra-natural occurrences making up the plot with the characters behaving in a rational, relatable way, we have characters who are larger than life, who react to extraordinarily, ordinary situations. Winning a prize at an arcade comes with an aura of mystique, secrets, and a grand conspiracy with multiple betrayals. Raising a chicken turns into a sing-off, and after various unsuccessful schemes are over with, the family's presented with a single egg placed onto the tuft of a massive stuffed mammoth toy. This is celebrated as a great triumph, the very reason we want to root for the family. Even the smallest win is still a win if you celebrate it as such, and of course, a small failure is not the end of the world, even though many will act like it is, which is the value of camp. Tweentrepreneurs. The Belcher kids have signed up for the Tweentrepreneur class at Wagstaff, where they model running a business. Using Jimmy Jr.'s idea, they create woodchucks, wooden planks with googly eyes that the Belchers and Rudy work on while the 8th graders sit around managing, which is drinking soda and eating snacks. They soon get sick of the poor working condition, and Tina represents the workers in negotiating for better ones, though she's brought on as a manager instead, where she starts brainstorming ideas to cut corners, literally, and work others harder. Eventually, these new woodchucks stop selling, just after Tina has bought a large number of googly eyes on credit from Edith. When the workers go on strike, the company gets put into a bad situation, and eventually Tina plans on selling the business to Teddy to offload the debt. But when Teddy mentions how much he believes in Bob's children, she feels guilty and undoes the deal, eventually selling the googly eyes themselves for a modest profit, and saving the business and their grades. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda deal with a dine and dasher who keeps scamming them, but after robbing them this way 3 times, he comes back and makes a deal to pay off what he owes, as he genuinely enjoyed the food. This episode compares the difference between a good product and a good business. Just because you make a good product doesn't mean you'll make a lot of sales, and just because you've made a lot of sales doesn't mean you have a good product. It's possible to market anything well enough to break even, at least on opening night. This becomes easier if the product starts out high quality, such as the woodchucks being a popular toy at first and driving a lot of sales, with the later sales being driven by the goodwill from the first batch. But at a certain point, good business stops being enough, as you either oversaturate the market or run out of goodwill and word-of-mouth advertising. Tina is able to make much more money than usual by cutting corners and driving down costs in any way she can, but like selling a kidney on the black market, this isn't a good idea, nor is it something you should do more than once. When you do try to increase profits, the effort has to be split evenly between the employees, investors, and the consumers. Tina tries exploiting the workers to a bit of temporary success, but when she tries to exploit them and the consumers at the same time, she ends up with a product that won't sell and a lot of debt. In the end, she learns a lesson from Bob. As long as you have a good product, you can expect success. Maybe not immediately, but eventually. Even people who rob the restaurant are willing to come back to be regular customers, and ideal growth will be slow but steady. Nightmare on Ocean Avenue Street. It's shaping up to be the best Belcher Halloween yet, between a new, extra sugary candy being released and the street being blocked off for trick-or-treating. But as they're walking around, they keep finding kids who have had their candy bags stolen by whom they assume to be marauding teenagers. The kids stick together, planning to continue their trick-or-treating, but each of them has their candy stolen, until eventually the last of it is stolen by a man in a gorilla suit. They chase him to a haunted house, where Jean and Tina ultimately manage to tackle him, revealing the culprit as Dr. Yap. He says he's been trying to stop kids from having their teeth rot from the new candy, and is upset that nobody ever takes him up on his cash for candy offer. In the end, the kids save the candy from an incinerator and return it to everyone on the wharf who have had their treats stolen. Meanwhile, Teddy is trying to one-up the handyman next door, Glenn, with increasingly elaborate displays in front of Bob's Burgers. But after a chainsaw spider display goes wrong and destroys both setups, Teddy learns that Glenn was only trying so hard to impress him, and the two put the contest behind them. The Belchers spend this episode becoming increasingly concerned with the potential theft of their candy, with reactions ranging from anger to fear. But through most of the ordeal, the biggest concern is with accruing more and more candy until the tipping point when Louise's is stolen. After that happens, her concern finally shifts to where it ought to have been from the start, ensuring no one else is victimized. While Louise was mostly worried about making sure she wasn't the victim of theft, she ignored the pleas of the other kids to bank the candy they had at the restaurant, her own concerns being more important than theirs. If she had focused on the root of the problem instead of how it affected her specifically, she might have made it further into the night. And it's not until trying to chase down the thief to bring him to justice that any actual justice is doled out. And this episode's B-plot is also about characters who consider themselves first and wind up missing out on something better for it. Teddy is so concerned with the way he feels about Glenn's craftsmanship that he never thinks about how Glenn himself might feel, what motivates him, and vice versa. Glenn, too, cares more about one-upping Teddy to show off his source of inspiration instead of just admitting it directly. They need a third party to say it instead, and only after disaster has struck due to their back-and-forth improvements at the expense of a realistic Halloween display. Teddy was trying to impress Glenn, who was trying to impress Teddy, instead of either man trying to impress themselves with the flattery that was very much there. Live and let fly. In order to make up for missing detention, the Belcher kids have to star in a rap video about empathy that Mr. Frond is making for a counselor's conference. But when this video gets leaked to the school, despite Frond promising it wouldn't, the kids plan on getting revenge by flying a banner with an ad linking to a video of Frond bad-mouthing the other counselors. And they recruit the help of Kurt from the episode Seaplane to fly the banner. He agrees on the condition that they assist him in getting revenge on another pilot for stealing one of his planned moves of cutting a ribbon with the wing of his plane. After talking his plan down from sabotage to simply learning the trick himself, the day of the flight show happens, and they learn his version of the story was false, and the pilot who allegedly stole the move was actually his sister. Using empathy, the kids are then able to convince Kurt to stop trying to knock down his sibling, and the two realize their argument was pointless, with Kurt cutting the banner to humiliate Frond at the last moment. Meanwhile, Bob and Linda are planning on winning a new dryer in a paper airplane contest, with Bob making the plane while Linda throws it. But when Linda's arm is injured from working out too much, Bob adjusts his perfect model a bit to compensate for his hook, and they manage to win a blender. Mr. Frond fails to keep his end of an arrangement, resulting in the Belcher kids getting embarrassed by the music video leaking. This starts a conflict between the Belchers and their counselor that Frond doesn't really do anything to diffuse, though he partially has the excuse of being too focused on the upcoming conference to care. So they plan their revenge along the way, getting to see a possible end result of their actions. Because ramping up or escalating an argument is not ideal for anybody. It doesn't make the victims any better off, and it drags down the perpetrator as well. While it's cathartic to try to get even with the person, this catharsis would, in the end, still make the music video public knowledge among Wagstaff. And in the case of Kurt, it wouldn't make his failed stunt any more successful. The Belchers, seeing how unhinged his original plan of sabotaging his sister's plane was, immediately get the idea to de-escalate the situations as they're outsiders, and thus not emotionally involved in the dispute. Instead of trying to wreck his sister's plane, they instead help Kurt get over his fear of flying upside down, and they elevate him instead. He ignores this positivity and tries to cause a plane crash, showing an extreme example of why taking someone down with you is not the best option. Bobby Driver. Bob drops the kids off at a birthday party and finds Edith struggling to carry some bags. He gives her a ride home, though she starts having a fit and refuses her medication until Bob agrees to drive her around while she steals quilt squares from the other members of her quilting group. As she explains, she was kicked out for an offensive needlework and is plotting something before a Wharf Arts Center unveiling of the Circle's quilt. But after Sergeant Bosco gets involved and Harold reveals his wife was lying about her fits, Bob threatens to quit driving them around. Then Edith reveals that her rejected square was about the wharf's freak show members who looked after her as a girl. Bob changes his mind and takes her to the unveiling anyway, giving a speech about accepting weird people that convinces them to accept her square. Back at the party, the Belchers are hesitant to get to know Colton, who seems more interested in his presence than the party itself, and they plan to put Jean's smelly socks inside of their gift as a surprise. But when Colton reveals that he only wanted to open the presents because everyone would leave after that, and the party wasn't for him, but because his parents wanted pictures for social media, they plot to ruin every group photo by convincing every other kid there to pick their noses. Back at the restaurant, Linda tries and fails to get Teddy to like sushi before a date because he keeps eating the wasabi straight. It's somewhat of an overplayed moral to say that you shouldn't judge a person based on your initial impressions of them, but in Bob's case he gets to learn the lesson not to judge a person based off your judgments of the person. Bob has had plenty of time to get to know Edith, so when he starts to get roped along in a scheme of hers, he immediately jumps to the worst conclusion. This is a somewhat more justified response than the kids, who hate Colton for having too many other kids at his party, but is still too fast a judgment for the situation. Edith wound up not only having a decent reason for wanting to sabotage the quilt, one that makes the word sabotage appear too harsh for what it was, but also a reason that ties into having a less judgmental nature of others. It was the rest of the quilting circle who didn't approve of Edith's design, and even then, they were largely only going along with the snap judgments of one other person. In this same way, it was Louise who decided that Colton was obsessed with his presence, and the other Belchers, even Tina later on, were going along not with their own first impression, but Louise's. They then searched for evidence that supported their initial conclusion, ignoring that it pointed to a different truth, and then they made a plan to sabotage a party he didn't even want in the first place. So not only should you avoid judging a person you don't know, but you should also avoid letting other people judge strangers you do know. I Bob your pardon. The Belcher family attends a local turkey pardoning hosted by the mayor, while Bob is hoping it'll be short because he forgot the cranberries for Thanksgiving dinner. But not only does the mayor not show up, but the bored kids overhear the deputy mayor's aide, Marcia, discussing that she's not actually taking the turkey to a sanctuary, and instead to a slaughterhouse. So the Belchers trail her, with a local reporter named Ralph tagging along to get the story. Despite their promises not to, the kids break into Marcia's car and steal the turkey, releasing it into the woods where it's quickly stalked by coyotes. Louise scares off the wild dogs and they grab the turkey, taking it to the house of the farmer with the two-butted goat for him to raise. But Marcia and the deputy mayor beat them there, with the deputy mayor threatening to pull the story after Marcia quits her job for making her try to kill a turkey. In the end, Bob is able to pick cranberries from the farmer's bog, and the deputy mayor doesn't actually have the sway to remove the story from the paper, though the Belcher's name is misspelled in the article. The Belcher family goes on an elaborate trip to save a pardoned turkey from being slaughtered, not only by saving it from a slaughterhouse, but saving it from a more natural death at the hands of the coyotes. Because pardoning a turkey is meant to be more than just a symbolic gesture, when a society claims to do something, it should really see that through to the end. Like a politician claiming they want to help people, but not doing anything to help people. Pardoning a turkey, as arbitrary of an action as that is, should be done thoroughly instead of half-assing it. It's worth mentioning again that the turkey pardoning is a silly thing. It doesn't mean much for turkey kind, and the turkey being pardoned certainly doesn't understand what's going on. The Belchers even mention repeatedly that they're going to go home and eat a different turkey afterwards. But this doesn't change their mission because it's not about all the turkeys, it's about their society. Pardoning a turkey is not serious business. Saying you're going to, though, is very serious business. Because if the word of those in charge has no meaning, then nothing about society can be said to be working as intended. It's fitting that in the end, the deputy mayor's word winds up being worthless, not just in saying he's pardoning a turkey, but in that he can't actually get a story removed from being run in the paper. Roller, I hardly know her. Jean is asked by Courtney's father if he'll be her roller dancing partner, though Jean rejects this offer to play Robo-Wizard Quest, a game he invented with Alex. But later on, Jean learns that Alex has been accepted as Courtney's partner instead, and he no longer has a friend to play his game with. He mopes for a while until Doug approaches him at night, asking if he'll sabotage Alex by poisoning him with his sesame allergy, so Gene can take over because Alex isn't athletic enough to do the routine. Gene agrees in spite of his sister's judgment, but on the actual day of the contest, he changes his mind and admits to the deception. In the end, all three kids do the roller dancing contest together, with Courtney telling off her father as she didn't want to skate in the first place, before he's eventually chased off stage by Alex's mother, angry that he tried to give her child diarrhea. At the restaurant, Bob, Teddy, and Linda see a woman sitting in her car watching them, and they try to figure out why. Bob eventually asks her and learns that she's agoraphobic, trying to use the restaurant as exposure therapy to get over her fear. She steps foot in the restaurant briefly, only for Linda to come across too strong and scare her away, though the woman is at least happy that she's made progress. One very noticeable trend in Bob's Burgers is the fact that, as the show goes on, the less there is to do with Bob's Burgers as a restaurant. For the last few episodes, the A-plot has been something happening away from the storefront, while the B-plot involves whoever's left behind to deal with the business. This makes sense for a show that's run for this amount of time, though. Things would be far too repetitive if they stuck to the same location. And of course, things would be far too repetitive if they stuck to the same characters. As the show's gone on, more and more new characters have been added, to the point that a plot can involve a conflict between two of them in this way. We know the relationship between Gene and Alex, and we know the relationship between Gene and Courtney, so now we can have these two factors play off one another in a way only main characters could have done so before. And this way is through showing off that a conflict can arise from what people want to avoid doing as much as what they want to do. Courtney is forced to take roller dancing lessons because that's what her father wants to do, but it's his chance to get closer to Gene, so she puts up with it. Alex has no interest in competing, but does so anyway because he's happy to be physically close to a girl, and Gene wants to roller dance least of all because it's a sport that's, well, sporty, and it nearly took a friend or two away from him. But even Gene gets dragged into the events willingly because roller dancing is a way to get back at someone who wronged him. But as that wronging was done by taking a friend away, Gene gains nothing by sabotaging the friendship further, and realizing this is why the three are able to have fun as they disqualify themselves. UFO No You Didn't. Tina is paired with a new friend, Susmita, for the upcoming science fair, and in spite of Tina's poor suggestions for ideas, they go with Susmita's plan to create a radio telescope. But Henry tries to stop them, claiming that any attempts to contact extraterrestrial life could result in disaster like Earth being destroyed. He bribes Jean and Louise to assist him in sabotaging their project by intercepting the signal, where he then sends them intimidating messages implying the Earth is going to be destroyed. Susmita laments that she never confessed to a boy she likes, while Tina tries to get some last day on Earth kissing done. But when the younger Belchers start to feel bad about their involvement in this scheme, they apologize and reveal the truth, though Susmita still feels hesitant about contacting aliens, and ultimately Tina decides not to finish the project with her due to creative differences. But when she tries to make this point during her presentation about peanut butter, she does so by pointing out all the problems on Earth, and that there's just as much a chance that the aliens would help us than destroy us, and we're doing that to ourselves anyway. Meanwhile, Bob tries to offload a bunch of mini coat racks he purchased and can't return, but when it starts raining, he points out to some potential customers that Jimmy Pesto's doesn't have coat racks, and ends up getting more business. The overarching fear during this episode comes down to an analysis of risk versus reward. The reward of making contact with extraterrestrial life, when compared to the risk of planetary destruction, is not worth it. In this same vein of thinking, the risk of getting rejected by an aloof crush makes any attempt to ask someone out not worth it. The potential for heartbreak is too great, so inaction winds up being the safest choice. But there's something to be said for the idea of no risk and the way that this is a concept that does not truly exist. Because as much as there's a risk to contacting alien life, there's also a risk to not doing so. Maintaining isolation on Earth would result in a worse future than one with extraterrestrial contact, as the extraterrestrials are an unknown quantity, while staying on Earth is arguably a known negative. Because just as the people on Earth are doing a fine job of wiping ourselves out and don't need aliens to show up to do it for us, people like Susmita, who are fearful of asking someone out, are continuously breaking their own hearts, as they ponder something they can't get without action. The cold logic of isolation does not take into account that there's a cost to that isolation, be it on a planetary or a personal scale. And so while you gain nothing by keeping to yourself, you do still lose quite a bit, arguably more than you would lose from rejection. Better off sled. The wharf is covered by a snowstorm and the kids are eager to go sledding, though when they arrive they find that the hill at the park has been taken over by Logan and his friends for a snowball fight. After having some snow thrown at them, the kids call reinforcements in the form of Rudy's cousin, a softball pitcher, though she's warded off by a basketball player the teens know. Since she can't have the hill, Louise decides to bribe Teddy to plow the hill with his truck so no one can enjoy it. But despite doing this, there's a second snowstorm the following day, and the hill has a fresh layer of snow on it. Louise decides to sled down it anyway, by covering herself in kitchen appliances for armor. But these don't work and she's about to be pummeled before Rudy's cousin returns, alongside everyone else she knew who wanted to throw snowballs at Logan. But even after trying to use Louise as a human shield, Louise still shoves Logan onto her sled to give him a head start away from the athletes. Meanwhile, Linda decides to make scarves for the kids despite there only being 2 days left before Christmas. Bob helps her out and manages to make 2 good scarves to Linda's 1 bad one. But when it's time to open presents, the kids fight over Linda's scarf as they think that it has more character. Louise and the other middle schoolers first attempt to take back control of the hill by making the teens pick on someone their own size. But when the teens bring backup of their own, they no longer have anything to resort to try to wrestle control over the hill. So Louise resorts to a scorched earth tactic. If she can't have the hill, nobody can. In part, this is a way to get even with the others, to show them that 2 wrongs might not make a right, but it's at least a good way to discourage wrongdoing in the future. To show that nothing is so valuable as to let it fall into the wrong hands rather than be destroyed. Of course, this is only the type of attitude that comes about after suffering some sort of loss in the first place. Louise never would have accepted the hill being plowed normally, if there was no conflict in the first place. It's only after losing it that she's willing to accept its destruction. An extreme measure like that only comes about as a last resort. Of course, the episode ends with the reveal that it wasn't truly a last resort. There were plenty of people willing to throw snowballs at Logan who would fight for the rights of children sledding down the hill. In the end, the park got to be used by the people who had done the least wrong rather than the most right. And this is something earned after the fact by Louise giving Logan a head start on the angry mob, so she wouldn't truly be an equal of his poor behavior. Lorenzo's oil? No, Linda's. Linda is invited to the house of her new friend Angie for an oil party, a party where they talk about essential oils. When Gail finds out about this, she rushes over to the kids to recruit their help in stopping Linda before she signs up for the same pyramid scheme that Gail herself failed to pay off. But she gets distracted by peppermint oils while the kids are locked away in the kids' room, with Tina doing a puzzle while Jean and Louise are distracted by a puppy. They're still able to barely warn Linda about the scheme, but she comes to the conclusion on her own that Angie is only able to sell the oils herself because she's young and pretty while the rest of the partygoers were taking on debt. Meanwhile, Bob and Teddy are helping Mr. Huggins move a bed he bought up several flights of stairs, and later they assist him in shaving his back before a big date. After a whole evening of this, Bob tells Mr. Huggins that he's being too demanding of them, even though he doesn't realize it, and that he should just be himself instead. One of the biggest flaws most people have is the fact that they assume others will behave the same way they themselves do. This is both for better and for worse, but in both conditions it can cause issues. Mr. Huggins is a nice guy, the type who would, without hesitation, offer up his time for a friend. But as he realizes that Bob's patience is being tested, he starts to question whether other people would be as forgiving with their own time. Likewise, Angie is easily able to sell her essential oils without issue, and mistakenly believes that everyone else has the same assets that she does, not understanding that, in doing so, she winds up putting other people in awkward positions where they have to either admit they're not good enough or continue to accrue more and more debt to try over again. It's not as though this is a fault entirely, as the opposite surely is. A bad person might assume that others have it out for them because they themselves would never do so much for another person, and thus, any favor is presumably done out of selfishness or a desire for some payback. And a good person would assume that other people are just as nice as they are, and would fail to see how their actions could be interpreted as malicious, because they're not. But this obliviousness still causes people to have unrealistic expectations placed onto them at points, and it hurts when you see someone else so effortlessly succeed where you're failing. So while it is still a stretch to tell another person to dumb themselves down so as not to hurt another person's feelings, it's at least respectful to understand when you have some talent, and not to expect that talent in other people. The Helen Hunt. Teddy has been working with Helen again lately, searching for a Japanese antique called a netsuke around her late husband's property. The family gets the idea to search around some apartments he used to own that Teddy was once a handyman at, and they split up to look around the vents. Bob and Jean get distracted when they walk into the apartment of a blind man who believes that they're plumbers, and they try to fix his hot water despite having no knowledge or tools. Tina, Louise, Linda, and later Helen enter the apartment of an Irish widow named Kathleen, but Tina thinks Kathleen would make a better match for Teddy, and she tries to hook them up, while Linda works to set up a Cinderella relationship by having Teddy find the netsuke. Eventually, Louise and Tina find it in an old pipe, though Tina replaces it so Teddy can spend more time with Kathleen, until Linda eventually learns of its whereabouts. But as she and Teddy are retrieving it, Linda drops it onto a broken elevator shaft, and Teddy falls while trying to retrieve it. Helen is more concerned with getting the antique than with Teddy's life, which is ultimately saved when Bob and Jean go to the roof to unlock the counterweights. The family finally learns that Helen's a bad person, and they try to focus instead on Kathleen, who still has no idea what's going on. In general, matchmaking is one of those things that ought to be left up to the person whose match is being made. Sure, it's fun to speculate and then push people in a certain direction, but at the end of the day, the decision ought to be made by in this case, Teddy or Kathleen. But sometimes people really can just be that oblivious, so it helps to go a bit further and further until eventually you're not only withholding valuable objects that they're looking for, but even endangering lives. And sure, that last bit is probably not going to happen to someone just because you tried to get them to go on a date with someone you know, but this is an exaggeration of what happens when push comes to shove, comes to body slam. Linda and Tina both care more about Teddy's love life than Teddy himself does, and this ends up getting him into trouble as caring so much about someone else in this way can, if not thought through properly, result in that person being put into danger because you only care about end results instead of the process of getting there, hung up on the big picture because there are no distracting details. But while Teddy may not care, it's still nice that there are people in his life who do, those willing to pull strings and levers from behind the scenes to keep him active and happy. And the Belchers are, for better or worse, those people. Bed, Bob, and Beyond. Bob and Linda are angry at each other on Valentine's Day due to an argument over dirty laundry. The family goes out to see a romantic movie together that the kids are hoping will put the argument to a stop, as they want Bob and Linda to be in a good mood when they break the news that they broke Jean's bed by jumping on it. But shortly into the movie, a small fire breaks out and they don't get to see the end. Realizing whether they get in trouble or not is based on the ending to the movie, the kids decide to make up how the rest of the movie went themselves. Jean goes first, talking about how the British princess, Paula McCartney, falls in love with a local tour guide before getting into a bus chase with him caused by Big Ben, the guy. They drive through several obstacles based around a poor understanding of British geography and landmarks, before recreating a scene that is similar to but not plagiarized version of Speed, before halting the bus on a pile of broken beds and living happily ever after. But this version of the story doesn't stop Bob and Linda from fighting, so Tina continues it by having a royal wedding occur, with Paula inviting Scott John, the tour guide, as her date. But because they only allow fancy rich people, she has to teach him how to hide his stutter and sit cross-legged. As it turns out, the wedding is Paula's, and Scott John objects to the union, though a laundry berg sinks the boat they're on, with the two surviving on a floating, broken bed. Just as Scott John is outed as a commoner, a tidal wave washes them away, Paula retires without her beloved, and never gets mad at piles of laundry again. Until Louise realizes their parents are still fighting, so she continues the story anyway. Paula arrives at Scott John's English muffin shop, which is just a muffin shop, after the wedding, only to trip over some of his laundry. They begin to argue about this until the laundry becomes a laundry tornado, which threatens the entire city with destruction unless the two apologize, which neither one of them wants to do first. But after some more landmarks are destroyed, they agree that it's stupid to fight about, and they both apologize at once, getting married where the queen gives them a brand new bed because people should buy brand new beds every so often anyway. In the end, Bob and Linda agree not to argue anymore, and the kids use the chance to confess to breaking Jean's bed before running inside. Every which way but Goose. Tina is excited for the upcoming 8th grade dance, which is zombie-themed as per her suggestion. She's convinced that Jimmy Jr. is going to ask her out, but after a day of avoiding her, she finally learns that he's not going to the dance and runs away. Tina runs to the park and finds a goose named Bruce, who she quickly falls for after the animal stays still and listens to her vent. Tina and Bruce spend more and more time together, eventually annoying the rest of her family as her parents are concerned, and Louise and Jean were hoping Tina would clean the restaurant's bathroom as payment for taking her shifts while she was at the party planning committee, which she's been skipping. So they plan to lure Tina to the dance by trapping Bruce and coercing Jimmy Jr. to go, getting over his butt injury and the embarrassment associated with that. But after everyone arrives at the dance, it's discovered that Bruce followed them, and he gets stuck on the bleachers. Jimmy climbs up there, getting bit several times but saving the goose, and Tina snaps out of her goose obsession to kiss Jimmy Jr. on the cheek. Meanwhile, Linda tries to find a date for Gretchen to go to a family wedding, but Gretchen keeps scaring off the normal guys Linda picks out, so she goes behind her friend's back and sets up a date with the guy anyway, only for Gretchen to get angry about this and threaten to smash the restaurant window. In the end, Linda agrees that she should have respected what Gretchen wanted and offers to go as her date instead. An obsession with the concept of the self is in both plots of this episode, as two different people both reject standard society for forcing expectations onto them that they refuse to live up to. In Tina, it's a lack of what she wants out of the world manifesting that makes her turn her back on the rest of her classmates to hang out in a cross-species relationship instead. In Gretchen, it's the fact that her family's expectations of normal are getting in the way of the type of dating she wants to do. Tina expects people to be understanding enough to let things go her way, and when they don't, she gives up and stops placing expectations onto the rest of the world at all. But when her new world, the goose, doesn't live up to these new expectations either, Tina goes into a slump as she realizes that there's nowhere she can turn to find the happiness that she wants. Gretchen, too, is hoping to turn to Linda for emotional support as she tries to find a guy that will satisfy her expectations and her family's. But Linda cares more about making Gretchen fit in than responding to what she really wants. And so Gretchen feels as though she was betrayed by the one person who was supposed to understand what she wanted. And then that one person wound up being the only one who could fix both the initial problem and the new one at once. The Fresh Principal. For selling the most candy bars in a fundraiser, Louise gets the role of Wagstaff's principal for a day. She's excited to raid the Cabinet of Confiscation, a cabinet full of every toy that's been confiscated from students at the school, but is disappointed when she learns that her role is largely ceremonial. But after bribing the secretary with a picked lock to the principal's private bathroom, she's able to get the school's letterhead and starts issuing new rules for the school that make her widely popular. Then, she learns that a new guidance counselor is being brought in named Dawn, a nepotism hire related to Principal Spores, and that Frond is being fired. But after seeing Frond train his own replacement, she starts to feel bad about making him lose his job, so Louise calls a school assembly and takes counseling questions from the students that Dawn is unprepared to answer. He leaves, and Louise uses her last minutes of the day to rehire Frond instead of playing with the confiscated toys. Meanwhile, Bob struggles to flip a burger due to the yips, a psychological hang-up stopping him from remembering how. But when Teddy steals a pair of underwear from Jimmy Pesto, Bob is able to distract himself long enough to get back into his old groove. After doing the same thing again and again, eventually that thing will start to become muscle memory. And once that muscle memory replaces mental memory, you stop remembering how to do something outright and depend on the motions being automatic. When Bob suddenly has to focus on how he flips a burger due to Teddy watching, he realizes that he's completely lost the memory of how to do a simple task, and gets into his own head over exactly what it is he's supposed to do. When you forget the details or the why of what you're doing, then you stop really doing that thing for the reasons you want it to. And similar to this muscle memory is the way in which Louise hates Mr. Frond, despite not quite remembering what it was that she hated him for. Sure, he routinely gets in her way and does seem to have it out for her antics, but Louise herself also acknowledges that she has history of bad behavior, and more than that Mr. Frond's main motivation is in trying to help out students who need it the most. So after several seasons of fighting the guy, she's forgotten why they were fighting and realizes that, at his core, Mr. Frond isn't a bad person. He's just bad at a bunch of things. So after using her powers for bad all episode, she uses the last of her power selflessly, saving Mr. Frond's career the way he certainly would have if the situations were reversed, or at the very least, what he ought to have done. Roman Bob-a-Day. Bob starts to experience his annual burnout, acting weird around the restaurant and muttering to himself. So his family locks him outside to force their father to take a day off, whether he wants to or not. Bob sees Mr. Fischoeder and tries to ask him for a spare key, but ends up getting a lecture about doing nothing that he walks away from when he tries to spectate snail wrestling. He's then locked in the back of a bread delivery van and dropped off outside a restaurant called Patricia's 77 Sandwiches, where he meets Patricia and loves her restaurant so much that he volunteers to work there once she gets slammed. But after witnessing Patricia pass up on a date to work a catering order, Bob realizes there are more important things than his restaurant, and he returns to Bob's Burgers, just in time to see his family waving in an ambulance, as Mudflap has been hosting a surprise baby shower for Goldie, a woman from another biker gang. Goldie, however, keeps trying not to have the baby in the restaurant as she isn't ready to be a mother, but Linda tells her how family is something that ought to happen even if you don't really think you're ready for it, and she changes her mind, becoming the second biker to give birth inside the restaurant. It's been done before in Bob's Burgers, but the idea that the family is more important than the restaurant is a driving force behind many of Bob's actions throughout the show. We've seen so often that the restaurant is one of the most important facets of Bob's life, to the point that when he can't work there anymore, he immediately finds a similar restaurant to volunteer at instead. But no matter how valuable he finds the idea of serving other people, his family does still come first. This is how Bob is able to burn out of his job every so often, according to Teddy and Linda. But he never seems to tire of returning to his family. In fact, one of the hardest parts about being away from the restaurant for so long was the fact that he was also away from his wife and kids. His behavior is put into contrast with Mr. Fischoeder's through the musical number that they share, with Fischoeder singing about how nothing is what makes him happy, while Bob sings about how nothing makes him happier than his family. The strengths of Bob show more clearly when placed against a more nihilistic outlook of orange smashing and snail wrestling. While Fischoeder may have more fun, Bob has more purpose in his life than simply going through the motions every day, as what he's doing is not just one, but two greater purposes: the satisfaction of serving food and flexing his creative muscles, and supporting a family in doing so. What about Blob? Gene is burning off energy after getting in trouble at school for making weird noises and finds a blob of green plankton in the nearby marina. When revisiting this blob at night, he finds that it's bioluminescent, and he's obsessed with visiting it, then overhears two dock workers talking about pouring bleach over it to clear up the water before the Glencrest Yacht Club hosts an event. So Gene sets out to sabotage the bleaching by recruiting the help of Sasha and Duncan to swap it out with breadcrumbs. But they're caught doing this, so Gene plans on making a human shield to protect it, only to then learn that the plankton responds to the sound of his paddle hitting the water, and he chases the blob into the open ocean, where it gets devoured by various fish. Meanwhile, Jimmy Pesto is out of town on vacation, leaving Trev alone to insult Bob, but when Trev comes over and gets called a meanie weenie by Linda, he decides to get trained with Linda to stop high-fiving after Jimmy's jeers, eventually managing to resist the urge, though he does share all the gossip he learned about Bob with his rival. The main focus of this episode is about the plight of a misunderstood blob that very few people can see the appeal of, and a massive plankton forming in the ocean. Gene feels a bit of sympathy for the plankton, as they're viewed as a useless eyesore, despite the fact that they have a use in feeding the local ecosystem and producing oxygen. But that's not what he relates to them for. Instead, it's the luminescence that he finds appealing. It's not just that the plankton should be useful like Gene is, but that they deserve respect for the unrecognized beauty they produce. Gene wants to be judged on his music and feels depressed when his talents specifically are what people ignore. Another misunderstood character is Trev, who's been trying since before Season 1 to impress Jimmy Pesto by going along with whatever he says, following up each comment with a high five. But as we learn here, he's not actually a spiteful person the same way that his employer is, but rather someone misguided and looking for support in the wrong places. The fact that Linda is immediately down to help Trev detox from his boss by teaching him not to high-five is a contrast that shows the way in which they think differently. Jimmy Pesto would not have done something kind for a person he views as an enemy, and that's why the Belchers are happier. They view people the way they want to be viewed if that's also the type of person that they're striving to become. If you love it so much, why don't you marionette? Wagstaff goes on a field trip to the Marionette Odeum for a puppet-themed field trip that the older kids warn is boring. While there, Louise complains about the activities and eventually wanders off to discover a dragon puppet she thinks is neat, though the owner of the theater, Esther, punishes her for investigating the puppet by sending her to the sound booth. While there, she learns that Esther used to be much more interesting, before quitting to sing about stamps instead. When she tries to confront her about it, she gets banned from the theater, though Gene and Tina sneak out to rescue her from the bus and work on a plan to get her back on stage. Once there, Louise challenges Esther to a puppet battle where she gets the truth. Esther just got burned out of her hobbies and the puppets stopped being interesting. But after tripping in the fog and bruising a couple of ribs, Esther decides that the spark only burns out if you let it, and she embraces the puppets once more. Meanwhile, a man starts to hand out flyers in front of Bob's Burgers for a rave, refusing to move away as he needs the extra money for his pet ferret. But when he needs to leave in a rush, Bob hands out the flyers for him, doing a good job before accidentally dropping them all and lying to the man's boss about what happened before convincing them to move across the street to Jimmy Pesto's. Louise begins the episode trying to play with their dolls, but failing to find the motivation to do so, the story's not coming naturally and the activity feeling boring, despite nothing else really changing. But this is the very reason why she got burnt out in the first place. Nothing was changing. Playing the same game again and again will eventually result in the fun disappearing, just like running the same puppet show again and again has done to Esther. Louise challenges her not just to question her judgment, but to defend that judgment by piloting a puppet of her own design until she gains a new appreciation for the art form that she thought she had found the extent of enjoyment from. And the reason that this is so important comes out through characters like Dot and Ron. When you burn out in this way, it doesn't just affect you, but everyone else in your sphere of influence. The others are not having their talents recognized and are stagnating doing the same show so often. So Esther's lack of enthusiasm was contagious, just as Louise's abundance of enthusiasm was, able to reinvigorate the entire Marionette Odeum by relighting a single spark. Because when an authority finds a lack of interest, then everyone with less experience has their expectations lowered, as they assume that this boredom is natural instead of personal. Long-time listener, first-time Bob. Bob is lamenting that his restaurant didn't place on a list of trendy burger places due to not serving sweet potato fries, and takes the family bowling to blow off steam. While there, he recognizes the voice of Clem Clemens, a former radio DJ who got fired for running the station his way, recently replaced by an algorithm. Enticed by this, Bob heads to the station with his children and Clem to explain how much he preferred the old way, though the executive in charge does not listen to him. So Clem enters his old booth and barricades the door, taking over the airwaves and running the show the way he used to. Eventually, they're forced to leave when Louise has to use the bathroom, so they commandeer the station's van to continue to broadcast with the help of the station's engineer, who was fired for assisting in the hijack. Meanwhile, Linda and Teddy are trying to figure out what to do with the sweet potatoes Bob bought when he briefly tried to be trendy, eating a series of pies that they found gross despite still eating them, as Linda hears Bob on the radio and then rushes over to talk him down. Trends exist for a reason, and that reason is typically popularity, and trends cease for the same reason. They're no longer popular. So trend chasing usually just means you're late to whatever party is about to end. It doesn't reflect on yourself at all to follow in footsteps other people are leaving, and if anything, it reveals a lack of personality instead of the presence of one that you would so eagerly accept something others like without considering if you yourself want it. At least, this is what's true of trends like fashion and other things that are consumption-based. Bob runs a restaurant, and as such, chasing trends is a different beast for him to tackle than most people. If he wants people to come into his restaurant, then he needs to stay on top of demand, following trends as they come up and showing a sense of flexibility. Without flexibility, the restaurant's quality will suffer, and if the restaurant suffers, Bob does too. But then there's another argument to be made for the long-term effects of chasing these trends. Clem manages to get another job lined up after rage quitting his old one at his old station because of the public outpouring of support for his brief return. By sticking to his guns, he got a much more loyal fan base than he would have for adapting, in spite of the fact that he did lose his job in the first place. Trends are temporary, but the shame of selling out lasts forever. The Gene Mile. Wagstaff has the students run a mandatory mile, but some of the kids plan on cutting the course to get a free scoop of ice cream on Free Scoop Day before all the good flavors run out after school. They stash their bikes on the course and plant a cat tracker on the slowest kid in the grade, Large Tommy. But on the day of the race, Gene is caught by Mr. Frond when his bike throws its chain, and he's forced back onto the track with the rest of the group continuing on without him. But the ice cream they get makes them feel guilty as they left one of their own behind, so they combine what's left of their scoops to give Gene one after catching up on their bikes, which they only do when Doug arrives searching for his cat, stopping everyone, catching Frond's attention. For skipping the mile, Mr. Frond makes everyone redo the mile the next day, except for Gene, who finished running on his own. Elsewhere on the course, Tina and Jimmy Jr. get very competitive, though Tina starts to feel sorry for Jimmy as he runs weird and very nearly lets him win, while Bob, Linda, and Teddy try to get limited run tickets to Cake 2, though Teddy's phone runs out of batteries during the call, causing Bob to snap at him. It's one thing to get a reward, but another thing to earn it. Because from a growth-oriented perspective, earning a reward is part of the reward itself, and not earning it diminishes what it means to have had it in the first place. Louise and the others manage to get their ice cream, but because they left Gene behind, the victory feels hollow, like they don't really deserve it, and so all they feel is guilt. Especially because of the fact that ice cream is temporary, but accomplishments like finishing a mile can't be taken away. So if the Belchers had finished their ice cream, they'd wind up with nothing to show for their efforts but the guilt of failing one of their own. But just as you can do the right thing the right way, you can also do the wrong thing the right way, like how Tina and Jimmy Jr. are racing, hyping up their competition, until the day of the event when Tina realizes that the race is very one-sided. So she starts to go easy on him despite the fact that this is, objectively speaking, making a less honest competition. It's more fun for everybody involved if it's close, so she decides to let his spirits be raised if only a little bit for their mutual benefit, changing her mind when he tries to take advantage of that kindness. The other kids also rush to give Gene their remaining ice cream for the same reason. They're hoping they can undo the selfishness of leaving Gene behind if they break the rules one more time, letting him come out above everyone else by not only finishing the mile, but getting an everything scoop of ice cream for doing so. PTA It Ain't So. Linda is excited to go to a PTA meeting where she hopes to submit a theme for a science team fundraiser to impress Joanne, the PTA president. After accepting her theme suggestion, Joanne invites her to breakfast with the intention of brainstorming more ideas, and eventually proposing that Linda run for PTA treasurer instead of Colleen Caviello. With a bit of pressure from Joanne, the rest of the PTA votes her in, and Linda is soon in the inner circle, where she gets bribes in the form of the donated items local businesses have been giving. Linda feels guilty about this, but Joanne assuages her fears that it's normal to reward themselves, and then later, when she actually does the bookkeeping, Linda finds out that the company Joanne runs is the one selling the full-price science kits they've been raising funds for. At the fundraiser, she reveals this truth to the audience with the help of Colleen, and they oust Joanne from the position, but not before she warns them that PTA president is a tough job. Meanwhile, Bob accidentally offends the owner of a local hardware store about his missing bird, and tries to make it up to him by recruiting the kids to find it. But they give up and simply try to replace the bird around the same time that Teddy and Mr. Kim have the same idea too. Linda spends most of the episode trying so hard to win the approval of Joanne that she never stops to think whether that approval is something worth having or not. In this case, Joanne is a manipulative person who comes across as nice in order to justify the things she does, and then makes several efforts to avoid people who might call her out and stop them from getting closer to the truth. Recognizing how these two traits can go together, she selects Linda as sufficiently sycophantic enough to be manipulated into becoming her personal treasurer, overlooking fraud that she's in part of due to how thoroughly she wanted to get into that world in the first place. What she didn't count on was the fact that Linda would not only eventually accept losing the new position after working so hard to get there, but that she would even enlist the help of the more competent Colleen, the very person she was trying to keep away in the first place. Generally, trying to be closer to a person will also make you more like them, and in doing so, reinforce whatever positive ideas you had about them in the first place as, for as bad as people are at recognizing the faults in others, they're even worse at recognizing their own failures. So as you become a worse and worse person in the pursuit of having worse and worse company, you steadily find yourself becoming more and more like whoever you idolize, flaws and all. Yes, without my Zeke. For spilling food on Mr. Frawn's sweater, Zeke is given detention, which his father takes as the second-to-last straw, threatening to send Zeke to a correctional school if he gets in trouble one more time. Something that's sure to happen because he spelled every swear word on the ceiling of the detention room. But Jimmy Jr. doesn't want Zeke to be sent far away, so they work with the Belcher kids and Arnold Evans, a short kid who can fit through the gap in the window, to sneak into the school and remove the word before Monday. But when they enter, they find that Mr. Frawn is in the hallways as he wanted to use one of the school mirrors, and so they need to sneak around to avoid getting caught, eventually climbing into the ceiling at Tina's suggestion to make it out of the school without Zeke getting transferred away. Zeke and Jimmy Jr. celebrate him staying local by thanking Tina for her suggestion, and she even admits that it was worth it even though she can't spend even more time with Jimmy Jr. to herself. Meanwhile, Randy pays Bob to shut down the restaurant for a day so he can film a short film inside. While he's filming, he repeatedly insults the restaurant. Bob's upset about this, but when Randy needs someone to play Death, he takes the role because he gets to wear a cool robe. Tina's against the entire operation of breaking into the school to clear Zeke's name as she wants him to be sent away, under the assumption that without Zeke around, Jimmy Jr. will turn to her for the gap in his friend circle. While she never actively sabotages any of the attempts to save Zeke, she also keeps discouraging them from going further, constantly finding the most negative possible interpretation of events to attempt to convince the rest of the kids that it's a pointless task. You can even consider her to be correct, as Zeke has been shown to have some behavioral issues before, and it's only a matter of when the next time he'll cause trouble is. But the mission was never really about saving Zeke, but rather about trying to. So long as they all band together to show how far they're willing to go to keep their friend from moving away, then the main mission is complete, showing their appreciation. And it's not just Zeke who gets this message of appreciation, but Tina as well. The idea that Jimmy Jr. won't be happy without his best friend in his life ends up resonating with her enough that she eventually has a change of heart and gets behind the original mission, to keep Zeke out of trouble for another day. This is really just an elaborate way to wind up back at the older trope of somebody wanting a beloved person to be happy, even if the happiness isn't with them. Which is why at the end of the episode, when both Zeke and Jimmy Jr. show how thankful they are to Tina for her efforts, it's a subversion of the typical ending separation we would usually expect. Tina's crush gets a happy ending, but Tina doesn't have to lose him any more than she already has, just spend the same amount of time together as always. The Ring, but not scary. The kids are searching for goggles so they can go to the water park when Louise checks her parents' hiding spot and finds a ring. Gene tries it on but can't get the ring off his finger, so he hides it from Linda throughout the day. After a few failed attempts at removing it, they try relaxing and the ring falls off of Gene's finger without anyone noticing. They call Nat, who they met at the water park, to assist them in searching it late at night, and she arranges an entire search party to help out. But not before Bob realizes that the ring, an engagement ring meant for his anniversary as he couldn't afford a proper one when they got married, is missing. He heads out with the kids to search, but after a few hours, he eventually gives up. As this was going on, Linda's been trying to give Gail eye drops for her pink eye to no success, as Gail keeps fighting against her when she tries to drop them. When she comes to Bob for help and finds the house empty, she reads Tina's diary to find out what was going on and arrives in time to talk down the park's owner, confronting the group for their search. And then he agrees to open the park early for the couple's anniversary. The ring Bob wants to give to Linda is just a representation of the feelings that he has for her, something he acknowledges as no substitute for the real thing, but that he's still insistent on trying to give her as he knows that these messages can serve not just as symbols but affirmations. In his own words, he gave her a high five when he proposed because he couldn't afford anything better. And yet the two got married anyway and had 3 kids together, and they run a business. The ring never mattered, but Bob knows that. It's not about the ring itself, but wanting a chance to say what he feels about her and to do it properly. Just because you don't need to do something doesn't mean you shouldn't try to do it anyway. And the reason that Bob and Linda's marriage has gotten to that point is because they really do work together. Linda finds out about the missing ring and feels flattered by it because she knew that it was the thought that counted, and it's the thought that's still there. In a worse relationship, the loss of the ring would have been a more devastating thing that one or both partners would have grown upset about. But they've been together long enough that even something so substantial has no effect. Relationships are about the events you share together, not things. But sometimes a thing can be an experience, like gifting your spouse an engagement ring on your anniversary. So it's fitting that the episode ends with Linda finding joy in their time at the water park together, instead of a reenactment of their proposal. Boys just wanna have fungus. Bob finds woolly Neptune mushrooms at the farmer's market, but they're very expensive, so he gets the idea to go foraging for them himself, bringing Jean along to some nearby woods. While out there, they meet a few other hikers, including a woman who sprays them with bug spray, and 2 fellow foragers who give them fake directions after learning what Bob and Jean are hunting for. Bob and Jean continue through the woods, with Jean wiping the sticky cheese he kept in his socks on nearby rocks, before the 2 stumble into a clearing full of the rare mushrooms. Bob announces his find to the others, though the woman from before states that he shouldn't do this so loud, as it may attract poachers who, sure enough, arrive in the form of the 2 men from before. Bob and Jean make a run for it, following Jean's cheese trail and making it back to the car, where they learn that the woman has their key, and in the struggle to exchange the key for the mushrooms, the woolly Neptunes are all smushed by a passing car. As Bob and Jean are driving home, though, Bob reveals that he saved half of a mushroom in the struggle, and Jean shows off that he hid several in his socks. Back at the restaurant, Tina gets a new pair of glasses that Louise convinces her grant her superpowers, though she quickly learns that her vision is no better than the average person's. The intention behind Bob and Jean's trip into the local woods is ostensibly to find mushrooms for the restaurant, but even at the outset it was clear that rather than being a cost-saving measure, Bob really just wanted to go out with his son so they could find the foraging experience together. If they happened to get a few mushrooms, that was just a little bonus. The fact that they did end up getting these mushrooms added a complication, though, as once your expectations are exceeded, going back to what would have been a success before can be difficult to adapt to. When they lose the mushrooms to the extorting foragers, they're back to where they started, which is Bob and Jean having a boys' day out in the woods and spending quality time together. It was a trip done for the sake of the journey rather than the destination that was complicated by the fact that the destination made itself known. But ultimately the 2 have a positive ending, and then a second one afterwards when it's revealed that Jean squirreled away multiple mushrooms just as his father had. Bob becomes impressed with Jean's capabilities, which makes a parallel to earlier, when their expectations had been raised and then dashed in short order. They thought they had lost everything but the experience, but then managed to salvage a few mushrooms anyway. Not enough for the restaurant, but at least enough for the family to enjoy. And so the mentality going out of the trip is what made the difference between a minor success and a major one. Motor She Boat. Tina and Bob participate in a father-daughter boat race for her Thunder Girls troupe, though Tina is hesitant to allow Bob to do any of the work on the boat because he's bad with tape. But when she overhears Bob upset that Tina doesn't need his help, she allows him to assist anyway, only to snap at him during the race itself due to not understanding how much he was messing everything up. But Tina overhears Troop 257 scheming to win the race by swapping boats with a similar-looking one after inspection. And upon realizing that Karen, the race's organizer, has no intention of stopping the cheating, she makes peace with Bob to switch him back, even getting the assistance of the troop leader after she admits her girls are too competitive. They swap the boats using the desperation of the other troops' fathers, and when the race starts, Tina is able to paddle honestly to place second, with the cheating girl getting first anyway, though not appreciating it. Karen tries to punish the troop for cheating despite no evidence being available, and Bob and Tina are able to go home proud of their efforts. Meanwhile, Linda takes Jean and Louise out to a fireman's open house, despite the event being for much younger children, and they're only saved from Linda's rampaging empty nest syndrome when an actual fire breaks out and the families are kicked out. The purpose of sporting events and field days like the event that Tina's participating in is not about winning or rewards or victory. It's about making memories and learning to work together with other people. In this case, Bob and Tina enter the boat race not because they care about winning it, but because it's a chance to spend some father-daughter time together. Yet Tina forgets this at first as she is concerned with winning and fitting in instead of spending time with her dad. It's worth pointing out that the cool girls have fathers who they scoff away from sitting at the same table. After seeing the way the other girls treat their fathers and seeing that Troop 257 plans on cheating their way to victory, Tina starts to realize the true point of sportsmanship, that it's about winning honestly, otherwise that victory isn't worth anything at all. As she learns this, she starts to accept Bob's help in winning the boat race, or at the very least in exposing the cheating done by others that Karen was useless to stop. It took noticing everyone else acting the wrong way to learn the value of acting the right way. The boat race's rules aren't meant to be selectively enforced to make sure that the person enforcing them looks good, but they exist to keep the competition fair and equitable, to give families something to do together so the parents of teenagers don't feel as though they're being abandoned by their children who are growing old enough to have interests that don't involve them. The way that Linda becomes desperate to infantilize her children as she can't accept that they've outgrown the hobbies that keep them connected. Pig Trouble in Little Tina. Tina is hoping to go to a haunted hayride with the other 8th graders, but they're unsure about bringing her along. So to impress them, she joins in on making fun of a fetal pig the class dissected, and gets a spot alongside the rest. But the following night, she can't sleep as her dreams are being haunted by the dead pig, so she turns to Louise and Jean for help. They diagnose the problem as a seishin dobutsu, literally animal spirit, who will continue to haunt Tina until she can appease it by burying it intact with a drop of her own blood. After dumpster diving for the organs and overcoming Louise's fear of blood, Tina buries the animal and proceeds sleepily to the hayride. But she falls asleep before any of the kissing begins, waking up in a dream world where the pig chases after her. With the help of a 9-arms Louise and applesauce Jean, she's able to trap the pig in a coffin, but gets pulled in after it. The pig then tells her that the guilt over falling for peer pressure is causing her to hallucinate, and she can only dispel it by being positive. So she compliments the lame hayride and the pig disappears, with Tina finally getting her kiss with Jimmy Jr. Back at the restaurant, a weird ball of wax falls out of Bob's ear, and Linda tries to coax a similar one of wax out of the other one, though Bob doesn't find it nearly as erotic as Linda is pretending it is. The message of this episode is pretty overtly spelled out, that Tina is shaming herself for falling for peer pressure by making fun of an ugly piglet, something she wouldn't have done if she didn't feel like she had to fit in. As she hallucinates more and more about this pig stalking her, she starts to lose sleep over the regret that she feels for giving up a part of her own personality to be like other people who are worse. But just as peer pressure can be a force for spreading negativity, it can also be used to pressure other people into being nice, like getting a few people to thank the bus driver, thus putting pressure on everyone else leaving the bus to do a good deed as well, or else feel like they're being left out. If a few people are very confidently spreading positivity, as Tina does at the end of the episode, then that positivity winds up being the default way to act, as impressionable teenagers help one another in the interest of fitting in with the other good people. And this peer pressure comes along with the important caveat that there's no guilt to it, Going along with what other people are doing when they're doing the wrong thing won't have lasting positive effects, and after everyone has gone home, all you're left with are the memories of what you did. But ignoring peer pressure to do the right thing, even if you do it alone, will have better lasting consequences, and occasionally has the effect of sparing others from having to do the wrong thing out of a sense of belonging. Once one person breaks the cycle, everyone else who is just going along with it has a chance to reject negativity without shame as well. Legends of the Mall. The Belchers go to the mall to pick out new pants for Bob, but each of them is distracted by something else going on. Linda visits a book reading by her favorite mystery author, but keeps getting the fear hiccups and interrupting him, before ultimately guessing how it ends out loud, resulting in everyone else deciding not to buy the book. Jean and Louise rent two Animal scooters and race around the mall in them, with Louise accidentally jamming the throttle on Jean's alligator cat and causing him to be unable to stop. Bob tries to buy pants alone, but struggles, then meets Sergeant Bosco, where the two walk around the mall together, picking out options and having fun. Tina looks for boys at the mall, competing with Tammy and Jocelyn, where she finds a boy named Brian who falls asleep. When Brian's friends see the guy asleep on Tina's shoulder, she lies about being his girlfriend and spins an elaborate tale about how they met. But when Brian's actual girlfriend texts him, the others accuse the sleeping guy of cheating, and refuse to believe him when he says he doesn't know who Tina is. Eventually, Tina is able to convince them that it was a lie by having Tammy vouch that she does romance weird, and she avoids destroying the other guy's friendships. Linda gets her book signed, with the author telling her to never come near him again. Louise is able to stab the battery wire of the Animal to stop Jean before he crashes into a porcelain store. And Bob ends up with a very ugly pair of pants that Linda promises to help him return. This episode serves as a mini anthology, each character in the Belcher family having their own disconnected plot, where they get themselves into trouble due to some prevalent personality quirk that makes a normal situation worse. Bob has to pick out pants, something that should be no issue were it not for the fact that his stubborn personality makes him resist any pressure to pick an option chosen for him by anyone other than his wife. When Sergeant Bosco, a man who feels the same way, meets with him in the changing room, the two make a feedback loop of rejecting common sense to pick out a gaudy, terrible pair of pants. Linda gets the fear hiccups during a book reading and is completely unaware of the annoying effect she's having on the people nearby. But because she is so focused on the fun that she's having, when she spoils the ending for the other readers and spoils the book for them as well, she's just happy to have had a good guess, following up on that feeling by not even realizing that the author she likes is trying to tell her off. Louise gets told not to ram the other machines, which makes her want to do it even more. This results in Jean, who is seldom the type to discourage his sister's antics, going wild on his Animal and nearly crashing. And Tina, who in her desperation to be near a boy, winds up crafting a story so elaborate that the audacity of her claims makes others believe it's true, even when there's so little evidence supporting that. The Hawkening. Look who's hawking now. Bob's Burgers is hosting a screening of a Hawk and Chick movie to celebrate Shinji Kojima coming to town to visit his grandchild, with a director's cut of one of the movies prepared. But when the fan lending the restaurant the movie finds out that it's not a proper theater, he asks for a $1,000 deposit that the Belchers can't afford, ending the screening. But Louise, jealous that Rudy is getting more attention from having his cast removed than for her cancelled screening, decides to forge a check and pass it on to Dominic without telling her parents. The screening begins, but when Koji learns which movie is being screened, he grabs the film reel and runs away with it, with the truth of the forged check also being revealed. They then try to contact either of the Kojimas to ask for the movie back, but Louise notices some inconsistencies with the way Yuki is texting and rushes over herself. The reason Shinji was trying to destroy the movie is revealed. He was overshadowed by a better actor in a cut scene and used his influence to have him removed, something he regrets doing to this day. Louise then convinces him to try to apologize and not destroy the movie. Then, she herself goes back to school to apologize to Rudy for trying to overshadow his cast removal. Louise and Koji both share a jealousy in this episode that motivates their actions, with Louise fearing that Rudy's cast removal will overshadow the film showing at her house, while Shinji was afraid that an unknown actor's performance might make him look worse by comparison. And so both of these people took extreme measures to make sure that what could have been an accomplishment for a peer turned out to be uncelebrated so as not to draw attention away from themselves. Louise in forging a check to make sure that she could have a celebrity in Bob's Burgers keep her as the center of attention, and Shinji making sure a scene gets cut from a movie to prevent his career from being a stepping stone for someone else. But this sort of mentality does not go very far. When you try to slow other people down to make sure you're still in the lead in popularity. Louise knows her party, technically not hers, would have nearly been a flop, but she stopped caring about the success of the screening and more about the effect it would have on her personally. And Shinji didn't care about the potential for a movie he's involved in to gain some newfound popularity as the jumping-off platform for a potentially great actor. He only cared about the way it made him look. It's possible that when one person makes it to great places, those who supported them the most get elevated with them. Instead of viewing others as competition, you can view them as potential allies, and it's doing this that finally allows Louise to recognize the potential benefit to supporting a friend. Land of the Loft. Bob and Linda get invited to a loft party by their cool new friends Maya and Beckett, though as the party starts late and it's last minute, they don't plan on going. But that night, Linda is sick of not being spontaneous, and she calls Jin to babysit last minute so they can brave the chilly rain to attend the party. As they mingle, Bob and Linda meet all the other couples there and realize that they're not very interesting people, made worse when a performance circle starts and the two, with the help of some strong whiskey, are pressured into performing something. Back at the house, Tina grows upset that she's overlooked for babysitting and decides to act childish, encouraging Jin alongside her siblings to let them ride in the ice cream truck she drove over. But while joyriding, the slippery ice causes them to skid out, and they're stranded in the cold weather without a heater, walking to Pickles for warmth and to meet Jin's hot cousin. At the party, Bob and Linda are embarrassing themselves with their inability to perform a song when they check their messages and find out that their kids are stranded, so they rush over to save them. In the end, everybody meets up at the strip club, including Maya and Beckett, who reassure Bob and Linda that their lives are actually very interesting after all. Bob and Linda's relationship has always been presented as one very much beyond the honeymoon phase of their lives. They aren't spontaneous anymore, and they live quiet, domestic lives together, which is exactly what they want. But when they meet Maya and Beckett, they see a man who's older than Bob who still has that loose style of living, where he decides on a whim to go out to a performance circle or buy whiskey-making equipment, or meet people who make edible ukuleles. It's a revelation to Bob and Linda that their decision to live quietly was just that, a decision. It's not a natural part of getting older to become more boring and get tired faster, and maybe if they wanted to, they could be the type to stay up late and go to weird but interesting parties. But it's not as though Bob and Linda's lives are especially boring. They still lead adventures, just not the kind of adventures they see other people live. Bob and Linda's adventures lie in their children, so maybe they don't go out past 10:30 or know how to play the accordion, but they run their own restaurant and they've got kids who spin out an ice cream truck and end up at a male strip club. None of the other couples at the loft party were ever implied to have children, and I think this is an intentional part of the episode. Bob and Linda could have had the life of the eccentric restaurateur, but they chose family instead, and this is even shown to be something that the cool couple they meet envies them for. Now we're not cooking with gas. Bob finally makes it off the years-long waiting list for a Riverbrook Lake Heritage turkey in time for Thanksgiving, and he's eager to have it fresh cooked in time for dinner. But when he tries to turn on the oven, he learns that a gas leak has caused the entire block to lose gas, and he has no way to heat the bird. So he resorts to starting a campfire in the alley, finding junk from the alley as well as the house that he can burn to keep a fire going for the hours it will take to keep the turkey cooked to perfection. In spite of warnings from the fire department, the family is sent off to gather flammables, with Linda becoming too sentimental of the old kids' crafts to find much, while the kids make it to the woods where they find and return a massive log. But this is too much to fit on the fire, and eventually it begins to rain, and the rest of the family gives up on keeping the turkey warm and dry. Tina finally offers to give Bob her gratefulness tree to burn, and he realizes that he's taking the cooking too far, just as the fire department arrives and Bob accidentally knocks the turkey into the fire. In the end, they sit around the table mentioning the things they're grateful for when Bob realizes that beneath the burnt outside, the turkey is perfectly done, and the family gathers around to eat the scraps of food. Once again, Bob takes his Thanksgiving Day antics way too far and ends up ruining things without realizing it, all in the interest of having the perfect meal. Perfect in this context refers to an ideal far beyond what's realistically achievable, and yet Bob's single-minded obsession with this ideal means that he ignores what's going on around him, namely that the family he's trying to cook for has lost the little interest they initially had in the food as more and more obstacles get in the way. Bob's enthusiasm is far more than anyone else's, so he doesn't understand that he's dragged them beyond the stage of diminishing returns, where you put in more effort than what you're getting out of the project. But the point of family is not to tell everyone else when you've stopped caring, but to try to stick with them for as long as you can, because sometimes your family's happiness ought to come before your own. Not so much that, for example, you demand they stand in the rain and destroy objects with meaning to them to cook a turkey, but enough that everyone makes sacrifices for one another, as they know that they've got plenty of people who will make sacrifices for them. And this is the message the episode ends with. Bob's turkey, despite all the hardship, ends up being cooked perfectly on the inside. Once you're willing to look past the rough exterior, you'll find that the greater happiness comes from putting up with people at their worst, like the Belchers humoring their father as much as they can bear to, and being rewarded with a turkey fitting to their sacrifice. All That Gene. Teddy is helping out at a theater that Kathleen works at that's currently struggling due to their only child actor leaving them. Realizing the opportunity, Linda signs up Gene to play the role, though he's way too energetic at the audition and does not get the part. So Linda returns to the director, Donovan, and offers to sell all the play's tickets and work as a stagehand in exchange for Gene getting to be in the show. Gene practices his part while Louise and Tina get to work on selling the tickets in exchange for being allowed to poke Bob's kidneys as much as they want. They struggle to sell any by harassing the customers into making purchases before coming up with the idea to sell all the tickets by visiting an old folks' home. But later, Gene learns from Mr. Ambrose that he only got the part due to Linda bribing the director, and his takeaway is that he should stop trying to be himself. But when every other actor but Donovan gets sick all at once and he tries to put on the performance to a packed house alone, Gene steps in and reverts to his old self, acting weird but entertaining the elderly audience. It's common for children to view their parents as perfect beings incapable of mistakes, but ultimately they are just people. Their opinions are subjective, their methods can be flawed, and sometimes they have to act on incomplete information like everyone else. The moment where a kid has to realize this about his parents, though, can still come as a shock before you realize the first mistake was a mistake, and that they weren't actually trying to hurt you. Gene believes Linda when she says that he's talented and entertaining, and he should because Linda herself believes it. But Linda's opinions are not everyone's opinions, and when he auditions for a part in a play and doesn't get it, Gene suspects that his mother was merely lying to make him feel better, and that he was a fool to believe her. But of course, every parent is going to be biased in favor of their own children. It's not a fault, but a benefit, a sign that they really do love their kids. But this love won't matter much in the real world when they're judged on requirements that don't match what their parents expect. Gene struggles to face reality for a while because he believed the words of what his mother was saying instead of looking deeper into what those words actually meant. Linda's affection for Gene wasn't something meant to shield him from the world, and it's the intention of her words that deserves to be recognized instead of the end result. And that end result even ends up being changed when a new audience is put in front of Gene, a new audience able to see him living up to his full potential, instead of floundering in an area that he's not meant to be in. Have yourself a maily Linda Christmas. Linda is working a temporary mail clerk job at the post office, but Bob requests that she be home before her family shows up, as he doesn't want them to be left alone with him. But while Linda is working, she finds a package that was undelivered, sent from a man to his nephew at the last minute. She decides to break protocol and send it to the plant herself, taking Louise and Jean along with her because they don't feel like their kids' gift exchange presents are good enough for Tina. But she doesn't get there in time, and the post office workers tell her to leave it behind to be delivered the next day. But Linda doesn't want to ruin Christmas for a young boy and takes the present herself, with the other employees planning to track her down to catch her for violating postal law. Mike ultimately catches the Belchers just before they can deliver the package, and he takes it for himself, only to turn around and deliver it anyway. Back at the house, Bob is trying to figure out ways to avoid Linda's relatives and the Ottoman story. But after trying to hide in the kitchen and in the bathroom, Tina convinces him to confront them directly, and he manages to hear both sides of the issue, eventually making peace when he calls Gail from the other room and makes up a lie about how successful she is, to distract the family. Linda has an abundance of Christmas spirit that's threatened by a wall of bureaucracy and proper procedure that prevents what she believes ought to happen from happening. This is a spirit that's been able to overcome smaller things, like how her supervisor was unimpressed by the hidden Santa game she set up, but nonplussed enough by the announcement to continue to be happy about the holidays. But while Linda might be able to stay positive against a few people not caring, what nearly wears her down is when she tries to deliver the package anyway, but finds that nobody else is as excited as she is. Linda constantly looks for assistance in delivering the last-minute gift, but everyone she turns to cites procedure and tells her to give up on her pointless quest. This is why the ending works. It's not just that Mike delivers the package, but that he caught Linda's enthusiasm, that there's hope that some people can still be convinced to care as much as she does. Bob makes a slightly hypocritical statement at the end of the episode, that the important thing about the holidays is being there with your family, despite the fact that he spent the entire episode trying to avoid doing just that. But the statement still ends up resonating because it's not just enough to be physically near your family, but spiritually and emotionally near them. Spending the holidays arguing with your loved ones is no way to spread holiday cheer. You have to spread the joy of the season too. Otherwise, there's no point in meeting up just to fight. Drum Forgiven. After once again playing with the drum machine at a local pawn shop, Jean eventually annoys the store's owner, Dino, and he's banned from the store. So Louise, in spite of Jean's warnings not to, creates a plan to get back at the owner by having some of the Wagstaff kids enter and play loudly to annoy him. This results in all children being banned from the store, just as Jean was planning to apologize to regain admission. He refuses to talk to his sister, but Louise still doubles down and plans on sending Dino a glitter bomb. But she rushes into the store to stop him from opening it after Jean enters. Jean is entered to challenge Dino to a drum machine contest. Though even with the biased audience, Dino still wins, and Jean accepts that he'll have to leave the store. But Dino was still impressed with Jean's attempt enough that he still allows him to come in once a month to play around, so long as he promises to wash his hands first. Meanwhile, Teddy is acting weird about a new job he's taken, and the fact that he's never hungry when he enters the restaurant anymore, eventually arguing with Bob when he admits that he's been working at Jimmy Pesto's. Bob isn't actually bothered by this, but at Linda's request he pretends to be anyway so the two guys can tell off Jimmy for trying to force a friendship to make Bob jealous. Jean tires of Louise always trying to fight battles for him, but he also knows that it's not a bad thing that she's protective of her brother. Her intentions are always in the right place. When someone offends a person close to her, she has to get even. But there's an unintended consequence of this strong-headedness in the fact that Jean feels as though his wants, despite being the subject of Louise's defense, are still being ignored. Jean wants to fight his own battles, and he wants to fight them in his own way. The value in this is shown in the way that Louise's attempts at righting the wrong only make things worse, whereas Jean is able to get a happier ending by taking a more level-headed approach, even though this does manifest as a drum machine battle. To some people, it's better to lose a battle on your own than it is to have someone else win it for you, as if you win in that way, it feels like you don't deserve the victory, whereas losing on your own terms means that you at least know the right order of things. And this is only a best-case scenario. If someone else fights your battles for you and loses, then not only do you lose some of your agency, but you get nothing for it except the knowledge that more losses are going to come your way, with you having no power to stop them. In the end, Louise is able to meet Jean's demands on his own terms, even though she disagrees with them, because defending someone without respecting them is worse than not bothering to defend them at all. A Fish Called Tina. Tina joins the Big Fish program, where 8th graders are teamed up with 4th graders, and she's eager to get to know her little fish, a bookish girl named Kaylee. But while all the other Big Fish's mentors are getting along with their mentees, Tina struggles to relate to Kaylee at all, and she starts to get jealous of their relationships, made worse when she gets reassigned to Rudy and then later dropped entirely. So she turns to her old Big Fish, Madison, in order to get advice on how to better bond with Kaylee. She then ignores this advice to contrive a situation where she can save Kaylee from being embarrassed when she has chili spilled on her, similar to a situation that happened to Tina when she was young. But this plan is messed up when Tina spills the chili on herself, so Louise, who's been helping Tammy fake selfies to make her cousin jealous, steps up and gives a grand speech to distract everyone while Tina leaves the room to clean up. Meanwhile, a gym opens up next door to Bob's Burgers, and Bob and Linda get a free trial day, eventually signing up for full memberships. But when their muscles are sore the next day and they learn that they can't easily cancel the memberships, Bob and Linda, along with Teddy, go next door to sweat and grunt as much as they can to scare off the other customers until the gym owner agrees to tear up the contract. The teacher-student relationship is one predicated on the idea of a student being willing to learn from a teacher who is willing to teach. No amount of one-sided enthusiasm can bridge this gap. A very energetic teacher isn't going to convince a student to leave their comfort zone, and an energetic student won't extract knowledge from a person unwilling to do so. It takes finding some sort of middle ground to meet on, where the mentee respects the mentor enough to show that vulnerability to them. And of course, the mentor has to respect the mentee. Otherwise, they'll realize they're being used for a selfish purpose and recess harder into their shell. Tina doesn't actually want Kaylee to learn anything from her. She only wants to feel like she's taught something to someone else. And the big fish-little fish relationship is supposed to be something that benefits the younger of the two, not something done exclusively for the older one. When Mr. Franz shows desperation for one of the students to thank him, it's considered a laughable offense. But Tina acts in the same way without acknowledging that she's coming across just as bad. The appeal to mentoring somebody is that somebody is growing up as a person because of your input, and so the satisfaction has to be secondhand. When you care more about your own feelings and the feelings of someone you care for, then nobody wins. Three Girls and a Little Wharfie. It's Spirit Week at Wagstaff, but Louise is uninterested in participating in any of the events, so she gets sent to paint banners in the gym alongside Jessica and Megan. While there, they discuss Wharfie, a sea monster that allegedly lives near Seymour's Bay. Louise is skeptical of Wharfie's existence, but after seeing something eat fried dough in the water nearby, she starts to suspect she's real. They recruit the help of a woman who once photographed the sea monster and ruined her life searching for it. Then they create a net trap to capture the monster that's tested out on Tina and Jean. Finally, the day comes where they set the trap in wait, only for something to rock the boat and destroy it. The girls agree that it was probably not Wharfie, but resolve to keep trying in the future. Meanwhile, Bob is watching an online course taught by a famous chef, though most of his lessons are about trying to discover the oneness of food, a concept Bob struggles to understand. But after several attempts at a palate cleansing, he finally manages to hallucinate a conversation with his burger, where he finally figures out that everything is connected, or something like that. Bob spends the whole episode trying to learn a valuable lesson from an experienced chef, taking in all of his teachings despite how incoherent they are and how little they really have to do with cooking. The guy doesn't even make food in his videos, he just talks a bunch of pseudo-philosophy to pad out the videos to be long enough to get another week of membership content out of. Good thing I don't do that. But Bob is eager to learn a lesson, so he keeps searching harder and harder to find one, ultimately making up his own idea about what finding oneness was supposed to mean, as he has an epiphany which, despite looking like it's about food, has nothing to do with food. The girls in the Wharfie hunting group are, like Bob, also trying to find a lesson where there might not be a lesson to find. They put a ton of energy into either proving or disproving the existence of a sea monster that, to find nothing inconclusive, is an unacceptable answer. They want some tangible gain for their efforts so much that they start to imagine proof where there is none, eventually turning to some sort of perceived friendship as the real treasure, before dismissing this as too corny, no matter how true, and thinking instead about how they can come back to the wharf later to do the experiment again. The more you want to find something, the more likely it is that you will find something, even if there's nothing there. Wag the Song. Tina starts to fear that she's not leaving a legacy at Wagstaff when Mr. Frond announces that the school will be redoing its school song via contest, with the students both entering songs and voting on them with an applause-meter. Louise realizes that the dumbest song is sure to win, so she teams up with Jean to write a song with repetitive, profane lyrics. Tina tries to write a winning song, but can't come up with anything other than the word Wagstaff. When Mr. Frond hears all the potential songs and realizes that every single one is terrible on purpose, he works with Tina to write hers for her. But the other Belchers point out that it's not really her song anymore, something Tina ignores to try to rig the applause-meter with pre-recorded clapping. But her conscience gets the best of her, and she admits to not actually writing the song, instead singing her original one despite it not being planned out at all. Despite Louise and Jean chanting pee-pee and poo-poo in the background, they still lose to Zeke and Jimmy Jr.'s as Mr. Frond asks the kids to promise not to tell their parents. Back at the restaurant, Bob and Linda are being blinded by Jimmy Pesto's new awning, and they try to come up with ways to block the light, eventually reflecting it back and blinding Trev. When they head over to apologize, they learn that Jimmy Pesto doesn't even like the awning and only kept it up because it annoyed Bob, though he does agree to have Teddy take it down to turn it into a trough urinal. Just as you can do the right thing for the wrong reasons, it's also possible to do the wrong thing for the right reasons. Jean and Louise recognize that Tina feels guilty over trying to submit a song that wasn't hers to the competition and thus violate the spirit of it. And yet, as they were themselves planning on exploiting the immaturity of their peers to get something stupid selected, that is, they were violating the spirit of the competition, Louise and Jean still managed to get their poo-poo pee-pee song sang in front of the crowd, but they do so to help Tina save face, as her bad on accident song gets associated with the bad on purpose song, resulting in a moment that isn't quite so embarrassing for her. It's one thing to ruin a competition for a laugh, but another to help your sibling with a laugh. Bob is convinced that he's got the right reasons in mind for trying to blind Jimmy Pesto with the mirror, giving him a taste of his own medicine for installing such an obnoxious awning out of spite. If it wasn't the wrong thing to do, then turning the tables wouldn't be a compelling counterattack. So Bob knows that he's not doing the right thing, but does it anyway to defend his restaurant. Jimmy Pesto is also doing something that hurt himself in keeping the awning there in spite of how much heat it was trapping, and the fact that it made a ton of noise in the rain. He just wanted to annoy Bob, and it worked at a similar cost to himself. Yurty Rotten Scoundrels. Gail sets up the Art Your Engines workshop by herself with a loan from the Belchers and rents a yurt in the woods to teach art to prospective students. But only one person signs up for this seminar, so Linda volunteers to go to spare her the embarrassment, bringing Tina along as she wants to learn how to draw a horse. The workshop goes predictably, with Gail making them draw with spit she brought herself and other absurd exercises, ending with Gail wearing a cardboard box and chasing Tina around the woods. While this is happening, Linda is investigating the only non-Belcher at the workshop, a woman named Annie who runs a blog where she writes Annie Sasson reviews that are exclusively negative. When Linda tries to wrestle her phone away, defending her sister in the process, she ends up destroying the yurt. But as it turns out, Annie was trying to reform herself and stop writing negative reviews all the time, and she actually found Gail's insanity rather inspiring. Back at the restaurant, Louise and Jean are searching for a missing cat to get a reward, though Bob won't let them leave the restaurant during busy hours, so they resort to ordering Rudy and the Pesto twins via walkie-talkies. In the end, they manage to catch a cat, but not the right one, meaning they get no reward for the animal trapped inside the employee bathroom. Linda goes into the art workshop with the specific mentality that it will be a disaster, and that when Gail learns it flopped, she'll be devastated. Her goal is to ensure that things go well by constantly praising it and padding out the numbers herself to make things less awkward, a tough task to do to a woman who's already so awkward herself. And there is a decent enough reason to believe in this outcome, as Gail has indeed proven that she tends to be inept when it comes to organizing anything, specifically her own life, and that she also often overreacts to her own failures. Linda also discovers Annie's blog, where she always goes out of her way to find the worst aspects of the experience she lives through, and assumes that she'll have the same type of negativity that she herself does. The difference being that Linda thinks the workshop will fail and that's a bad outcome, while Anne likely wants the workshop to fail as it gives her more to write about. But this isn't true. and Linda's initial perception was wrong despite how informed of a decision it was. Her mentality was one of healing, changing herself to find the best parts of an otherwise strange experience. But because she went into the workshop looking for the things that were going well, she got a lot more out of it than Linda did, and much more out of it than Linda could have. Flat top of the morning to ya. It's St. Patrick's Day, and Linda gets excited to dye various foodstuffs green while feeding it to Teddy. But the green meat scares off customers, so she and Teddy make sliders and take them to a bunch of drunk people at the wharf to promote the restaurant. Meanwhile, Bob is at a liquidation auction for a failed restaurant, Beecham Barbecue, and he starts to feel a fear of failure when he sees someone else's dream being shattered so he can get cheap plates. While inspecting the restaurant's kitchen, they meet Jules, the former owner, and he ropes them into his scheme to steal his old flat-top grill. But the plan is terrible as they have no way of getting it out of the store, so they hide inside of the secret spice closet where the seasoning was made. While in there, Bob learns that Jules has no idea how to cook, and that the restaurant shut down due to his lack of knowledge, as well as the fact that his real dream is to raise bees. So Bob tries to compromise by making sure the grill sells to a real restaurant owner and not just a reseller, though Jules runs out the door with it and hits his car with the runaway grill, once it rolls down a hill. Now damaged, the grill is unsellable to resellers and it goes to another man with an equally terrible sense for business, though it will at least be used. In the end, the Belchers return to Bob's Burgers to find that Linda's green meat scheme has packed the restaurant with hungry drunks. Bob admits to his children that he has a deep-seated fear of failure, that his restaurant may not be good enough, and that it could, like Beecham Barbecue, wind up shutting down one day for reasons outside his control and yet still deeply personal. What if he really isn't good enough to run a burger business and all his success so far was just a fluke? What if something changes for the worst and he has to give up on his dream? And this is a personal issue not just because of the potential for failure, but what the failure means. Bob has put so much of himself into his restaurant that the business shutting down would reflect poorly on him, that he's a failure of a person rather than just a businessman, that he doesn't deserve his restaurant or the family he tries so hard to support. But by the end of the episode, Bob learns that his family is totally aware of these anxieties and that they don't really feel the same way. Bob's Burgers has never been an especially lucrative business, but it still has managed to support his family for years and years. And of course, it's not just the store itself that he has to be proud of, but the end result of the store. Bob's family is an accomplishment in its own right. He has something that matters more than Bob's Burgers, like Linda, who fittingly is able to draw in a bunch of customers with her ideas, proving that as long as he has his family, things are going to be all right. Just the trip. Business is slow due to Teddy fixing a leak in the restaurant's ceiling, and when Nat comes by saying she needs to drop something off at her ex-girlfriend's animal sanctuary, the Belchers take the opportunity to make a road trip, despite Bob's insistence that something will go wrong. Once on the road, things are seemingly okay in spite of a hiccup where Nat reveals she is transporting a snake that terrifies Jean, until Louise pulls out a fake teenage boy's journal to make Tina vomit, forcing Nat's limo to pull over just outside the Madness Castle, a roadside attraction Louise wants to see. The snake manages to escape while Bob is helping Jean out of the limo, getting his, Jean's, and Tina's clothing all messy and forcing them to buy overpriced souvenir clothing at the castle. They then pay to enter the castle to search for the snake, eventually finding it when it wraps around Bob's neck. Ultimately, Nat is able to return the snake to the sanctuary, only to break down crying when she tries to propose but gets shot down. Bob snaps, saying the trip was a total bust, but his family assures him that the things that went wrong were what made the trip memorable, and they return home to the sight of Teddy sleeping in their bedroom after pretending to be Bob all day long. Bob has an idea in his head about how family trips are supposed to go, and then another idea in his head about how they usually go. And while only one of these is accurate, both ideas are misguided in their intention. Because family trips and excursions and so on are not meant to be a carefully guided tour of a very specific set of things to see and to do where everyone reacts exactly the way they should. Trips are meant to be new experiences that you do together. By trying to stick to an itinerary so closely, Bob ends up missing out on the real fun of being out with your family and overcoming some sort of chaos together. because you're not going to remember the trip where everything did everything right nearly as much as the trip that was a huge mess, but you survived. Louise is happy to have gotten to see such a lame house, as it gives her something to laugh about. Jean partially overcame his fear of snakes through exposure. Nat learned to get over her ex, and Bob even figured out that it's not the end of the world if he doesn't get to see animals hold hands. So the Belchers' trip with Nat didn't go as expected, but the parts of it that went well were still enjoyable. Bob had fun with the bag of garter snakes at the end, something that was absolutely not part of the original plan, and something that he would not have appreciated if he was not prepared to appreciate it. Tappy tappy tappy, tap tap tap. Tina is invited to watch Josh, her love interest from several seasons ago, tap dance before a big performance. She goes to the show, but only because she wants to tell him that she doesn't have strong feelings for him. But during the performance, the stairs he tries to climb roll over and he falls, injuring his knee. Tina suspects sabotage and investigates the stagehands to find out who unlocked the stairs, thinking that solving the mystery behind the sabotage will make it easier to let down Josh easy. But after a few interrogations and false accusations, Tina discovers the real culprit, Josh. He simply confused the sound of his tap shoe for the sound of the stairs locking. After solving the mystery, Tina continues with her plan to tell Josh her real lack of feelings, only for Josh to say the same thing, and that he only invited Tina to watch because of how intently she always watched his old performances. Tina then realizes that she invented the whole sabotage conspiracy because she wanted to distract herself from the stress of breaking up with Josh in the first place. Back at the restaurant, Bob is excited about a Burger of the Day contest between Louise and Jean, as he thinks it means that they're finally interested in cooking. But when it's time to judge the burgers, both are equally terrible, and after feeding them to a grossed-out Teddy, they just call the contest a tie. This episode is all about the characters' attempts to spare the feelings of another person, and the way that this can wind up making things much worse, be it for them or for yourself. Tina is hoping to spare the feelings of Josh, creating a grand conspiracy to destroy his tap dancing career that causes him to worry that his friends are all out to get him, and even dragging several people into arguments as they're forced to defend themselves against her accusations. But it wasn't just that she wanted to spare Josh's feelings, but her own, that she wanted her breakup to come on terms that would make things less awkward for herself, and as a result ended up putting in way more effort than she had to, all in the interest of doing the opposite. Bob and Linda also hope to spare the feelings of Jean and Louise in their burger contest, as it's Bob's hope that his kids might one day grow up to have the same interest in cooking that he does, and he doesn't want to squash the feelings early by telling them that they're bad at it. This is why he and Linda agree to tell the kids it was a tie, not only to spare the hurt feelings, but to encourage them to continue to compete in order to gain an edge over their sibling. Of course, the burgers ended up being terrible because they were made by children, and it probably would have helped to at least tell them to use more edible ingredients later on. But the Belchers already overcommitted to being polite, so they don't criticize a burger that nearly killed Teddy. The handyman can. Teddy is lamenting that he recently burned down a gazebo due to his poor electrical work and tells Bob to hire someone else to fix his lights for him. Bob worries that if he calls a different electrician, it might cost much more, and the kids worry that if the Belchers spend the extra money, they won't be able to afford a trip to the trampoline park. So they decide to tell hypotheticals about Teddy to convince him of his usefulness so he'll be confident enough to fix the lights at Bob's Burgers again. Louise starts with the story about a 100-year flood, where the entire earth is covered by water, and people survive by scavenging on boats. Teddy was able to convert the restaurant into a barge, and they keep serving burgers to passers-by. But when Louise, as well as puberty pirates, notice a map on Rudy's back that leads to a fabled candy island, a fight breaks out, with Teddy revealing a series of modifications to the restaurant he has made that are not ripped off from Mad Max. They're able to chase down the pirates and get Rudy's back map back, eventually settling on Candy Island permanently. When this doesn't convince Teddy to go back to work, Tina takes over with the story about Boys for Now getting stranded on the top of Mount Everest during a music video shoot. With no supplies and no catering, they're going to starve until Teddy reveals a secret hot air balloon he's built into the restaurant that they use to fly to the mountains to save the band. He uses a booth seat lift to rescue them just before a vertical avalanche carries them away, and the band is so appreciative that they record a video inside the restaurant, with Tina winning an award for directing. Finally, Gene tells his story about the Pesto twins' pet lizard, who drinks some radioactive pizza sauce and begins to terrorize the city. So Teddy reveals that the restaurant is actually a pilotable mech, and that the family can work together to fight back against the lizard's hazardous farts. The fight is evenly matched, until Teddy gets the idea to rewire the robot to allow for a pull-my-finger gag, which entertains Petzilla so much that he stops fighting to befriend the robot. In the end, Teddy realizes that his work is appreciated, and he calls Reggie back to repair the gazebo, though he's not ready to talk yet, so he just fixes Bob's wiring instead. Poops, I didn't do it again. Wagstaff is having a 4th grade lock-in at the aquarium, with Louise winning the opportunity to feed the sharks due to having the highest grade on a test. But when she tells her parents about the trip, Bob shows concern over whether Louise will be able to go on the trip, as she, like Bob himself, cannot poop in public toilets. Louise ends up psyched out by this, finding herself unable to poop for the next 4 days despite Bob helping her with the regiment of laxatives and some personal stories about his own shy bladder. But these don't help, and she ends up at the aquarium anyway, trying to wait out the night before giving up and calling Bob. But Bob feels bad about Louise ending up like him, so he encourages her to try again, even going to the bathroom beside her for emotional support. The two are ultimately able to get over their fear of public toilets, and Louise celebrates by feeding the sharks. Meanwhile, Linda finds out that her parents were impressed by a greeting card video played at the retirement community, so she makes the kids wear pickle costumes to perform their own video, which is why Bob was in a pickle suit for the second half of the episode. Bob is a good father in the sense that he recognizes when one of his personal failings is appearing in his children, and rather than allowing her to continue the cycle, helps her out, speaking frankly about his embarrassing experiences so she doesn't feel the shame that he did, and enabling Louise to accept help that Bob never would have gotten. Because it's often the biggest obstacle towards overcoming a problem, no one to turn to, creating a fear that you're an outsider. The man at the pharmacy even praises Bob's openness with his toilet problems as being a great thing, something that not many people get because parents are ashamed to look bad in front of their child or anyone else. But despite how maturely Bob is able to handle passing on trauma from one generation to the next, he still fails in one regard, that he assumes that because he was never able to conquer his fear of pooping in public, that getting over that fear is impossible. It's implied that the very reason Louise is afraid of using public restrooms is because Bob himself is, and his anxiety rubs off on his children, who then internalize the very same fear. Because he's so afraid, Louise is also afraid, and because he thinks getting over the fear is impossible, so does she. It takes Bob finally trying to get over his fears to make Louise realize that she ought to at least try to do so as well, with the parent learning from the child for once. And this is what ends up succeeding. Sometimes the best way to break a cycle of fear is to stop being afraid yourself. Local Shiro. Tina has to write a report about a place that inspired her and wants to go to New York City for this inspiration. But Linda feels upset that Tina prefers another place to Seymour's Bay, and tries to take her on a walking tour of the city to show off all the things that are great. The two enter a flea market where they find a CD by a local musician named Dove Shannon, who moved over from New York City. And Linda dedicates herself to figuring out where that woman is today so she can ask her what it was about the town that made her move. She pieces together her current location with her old album covers, and eventually ends up in a reclusive houseboat community, though when they find Dove, she wants nothing to do with them. So Linda proposes sneaking in through the water, only to be stuck in the mud, and the two end up rescued by Dove, who says that she only moved to Seymour's Bay because of the drugs. Despite this, Tina still has a newfound appreciation of where she lives after seeing the sunset with her mother. Back at the restaurant, Teddy is banned from a sports talk show and tries to use Bob's phone to finish his argument. But when this plan fails, Louise and Jean try to get him unbanned by talking about how pathetic his life is, so the host will feel sorry for him. Tina has great dreams of visiting New York City and finding some sort of inspiration while out there, finally being able to live her life, but only after going on the trip. Linda admits that she once felt the same way, and because she spent so much time daydreaming about the day her life would finally begin in earnest, she never began her life in earnest. She was so hung up on all the different things she might be able to do one day, she ignored all the different things she could have done then. And so life passed her by, and she missed it all, because she assumed there was nothing to miss. But because she lost so many years to unfulfilled yearning, she tries her best to make sure Tina doesn't end up making the same mistake. Her lesson then is to try to find someone else who recognizes what they have, as Linda herself struggles to put into words what it is that's so great about Seymour's Bay. She knows there is something great to be found there, but as they see the lack of sights and lack of scenes, Linda grows frustrated with the town not revealing what it was that was great until the very end, when the two Belchers realize that the best part of their lives was next to them all along. Each other. Prank you for being a friend. For getting too many detentions involving a bunch of fake roaches, Louise is put on probation. If she does one more prank, she'll be sent to the Think-Gineers to do math problems after school. She's prepared to retire her roaches until realizing that Kaylee has been following her, asking why to the explanation that Kaylee wants to get expelled from school so she can be homeschooled instead. Realizing she can absolve herself of responsibility while still letting a prank happen, Louise teaches Kaylee to be a better prankster, and even enrolls the Think-Gineers to assist in building a large, fake roach catapult in the lunchroom. But Mr. Frond calls Louise into his office, pointing out how much time she and Kaylee have been spending together and asking her to keep an eye out, even promising to remove Louise's probation in exchange for prank snitching. Louise intends to ignore the offer until Kaylee reveals the real reason she wants to be homeschooled. She hates people and wants to stay alone. So Louise sabotages the launch and Frond praises both of them, with Kaylee admitting that building the catapult was fun enough she wants to join the Think-Gineers full-time. Meanwhile, Bob is asked to drop off medication at Jimmy Pesto's apartment after he has a hernia surgery. But while there, Bob is fascinated by all the toys Pesto has. When Jimmy catches him waiting until he's unconscious to play with them, he decides to join him so that they won't be so lonely. Kaylee's motivation at the start of the episode comes down to the fact that she doesn't fit in with any other people, and therefore doesn't want to spend time around them. But the purpose of school is, despite appearing to be about learning, actually to force kids outside their social comfort zones so they can learn how to make friends in a stressful environment. Because public school will constantly put you into new situations, Kaylee finds the idea of staying there uncomfortable and prefers to risk being homeschooled, because her room is a known quantity. But the longer she spends with Louise learning to be a prankster and to accept making others mad at you, the more this idea changes. Because the real issue that Kaylee had insofar as her social anxiety was the fact that she's terrified of people not liking her. She can't pull pranks at first because she's afraid that the teachers she is pranking will be upset, and she's far too much of a people-pleaser to accept that or risk it happening. It's not until seeing how much fun Louise is having because she doesn't care about getting in trouble that she learns that this was all misguided. And more than that, she also learns to ignore her earlier assumption about the fact that she does not fit in. As it turns out, it wasn't that she disliked other people, but that she hadn't found people who she did like yet. Most people who consider themselves antisocial are not actually antisocial, they just haven't found anyone they feel comfortable opening up to yet. But once you do find your clique and grow comfortable with them, you finally learn to stop thinking in such a self-defeating way. Dream a little Bob of Bob. Tina wants to volunteer at an animal shelter and needs her birth certificate. Bob, lamenting how disorganized he is happy to go get it, as he remembers being responsible enough to have put it in a safety deposit box, though he doesn't remember where the key is as he left it in his car. When he goes out there, he throws out his back and has to lie down to recover, falling asleep and dreaming that he's inside of his glove compartment, talking to his old rubber band ball. Squeezy Ball and Bob head through the car, getting yelled at for never changing the oil and meeting with a self-help tape that he never finished listening to, where they narrowly avoid getting eaten by ants before finally finding the key. But this key is inside of a monster powered by Bob's lack of self-confidence, and the only way he can defeat it is by complimenting himself until he's large enough to grab the key from inside. In the end, Bob doesn't manage to find the key, but he does accept this, as there are some things he's just not good at. Back at the restaurant, Tina is jealous that everybody but her knows how to do a hand-slapping routine and tries to learn, failing again and again until eventually being taught by Linda not to think about it. Once successful, she decides not to volunteer at the animal shelter after all, because now she wants to join a marching band. Disorganization often manages to cause a chain reaction of other forms of disorganization, where having one part of your life look messy means that another part will look messy and so on. For example, Bob can't keep his schedule organized and never finds the time to exercise and keep himself in shape. As a result, his back has issues and he can't search his car without needing to lie down after a while. Because his car is so dirty, he accepts that it's full of ants. Because his finances are so poor, he accepts that his car is so dirty. Because he feels like a failure, he accepts every time he fails as inevitable. But it's not as though failure needs to work like a steady spiral. Ultimately, these things are largely unrelated outside of the associations Bob makes internally. Once he's able to divorce each facet of his life from each other, he's finally able to start accepting the small things that he does well, and then rebuilds his psyche out of these little bonuses. So maybe he's out of shape, but he is good at cooking. Maybe he doesn't have many friends, but his family gets along well with each other. Each thing Bob isn't good at is another thing that he's great at. And so looking only at his failures will cause him to feel like one, but looking at his successes will make him feel like one too. Worms of enrearment. Linda is upset that she never made the kids listen to classical music when they were younger and insists that everybody go to a free symphony concert that evening. But before they can leave, Gene starts scratching at his butt, and everyone fears he's gotten the pinworms that have been spreading around Wagstaff. Bob rushes to the pharmacy to get medication for the worms, and while he's gone, Tina, whose arm is stuck inside her dress, starts to suspect that she has it as well. This fear eventually spreads to Bob when he touches the shoes Gene's been playing with, and Linda when she remembers all the affection she's given her son. Finally, Louise is the only one not scratching, and she tries to flee as Linda's still insistent that they all go to the symphony. This chase eventually takes them into the living room, where Linda falls on top of the children's hamster slide, crushing it. She starts to lament that she's a bad parent, as her dumb kids have butt worms, but the Belchers insist that the really dumb kids don't make hamster slides or lead interesting lives. In the end, they give up on the symphony and stay at home with the medicine Bob bought, as they plan to rebuild the slide even better than before. It's highly implied that, aside from Gene, the pinworm infection spreading through the family is almost entirely psychosomatic, as Linda suggests near the beginning. Most of the contact that spread the worms happens to be rather small, or is something that happened long enough ago that the worms wouldn't have survived long outside of a host. Add on the fact that no one ever gets itchy until right after they start to suspect that they were exposed, and the pinworm infestation might be entirely in the heads of the Belcher family, except for Gene. On top of this, no one ever seems to feel itchy when they have something else going on to distract them. As the family is surrounding Linda, comforting her after she knocks over the hamster slide, nobody's really scratching anymore. They only scratch if there's nothing to distract them from the fact that they ought to be doing so. As for Linda, she's also selectively thinking about her other issue in this episode, namely that her kids aren't turning out smart enough due to the fact that she failed them when she was younger. And while classical music only has an associated effect on the development of children, that is, parents who are concerned enough about their children's development that they change their music habits to better suit them, are also the ones who are enriching their kids' lives more overall, it's safe to assume that Linda isn't actually failing her children, merely using stuff like grades to gauge something that cannot be objectively measured. Like Bob says, understimulated kids don't make elaborate hamster mazes despite not having a hamster. Just because the Belchers aren't doing well in school doesn't mean that they can't be talented at a lot of other things. Copacabana. The Fishoders have purchased a building that they plan on converting into a storage unit, but as the basement was a nightclub before, they give that part of the building to Felix, and have Bob work as a temporary chef. Bob is enraptured by the high-quality kitchen backstage, while Linda gets excited to sing a duet with Calvin. But as Bob is preparing for opening night, he overhears Calvin and Grover discussing the fact that Felix never sees things through, and that they plan on destroying the nightclub after a single night after he loses interest. Bob says this to Linda, unaware that Felix was listening in, and Felix takes this poorly, locking Linda in a closet so she doesn't stop him from breaking a sewage main during his brother's performance. But Bob is able to stop the attack in time, and, despite the failure of an opening night, he still gets a free month of rent for his work. Meanwhile, the kids convince Teddy to give them an old watering trough he's disposing of, and Louise gets the idea to host a basement pool party to try to make Chloe jealous. But after filling the tub with their peers, the rusty metal starts to leak, and she tries to absorb the water with stale hamburger buns, eventually making a squishy mess that everyone plays in anyway. Nobody cares about Felix's dreams. Calvin is only going along with the nightclub business as he is interested in putting on a single performance before the whole place gets gutted. Linda is also interested in sharing the stage regardless of what happens to the rest of the club. And Bob is just interested in using a very nice kitchen instead of his old restaurant. So when they learn that the nightclub is for a single night only, nobody has much of a reaction, aside from Bob's laments that it's a waste of a good kitchen. Even Felix isn't so much upset about the fact that there are no plans to keep the club open than he is about the fact that no one had faith in him to keep it open. In fact, his plan when he finds out he's been snubbed is not to try to prove anybody wrong, but to flood the building with sewage. Nobody cares about Felix's dreams. Not even Felix. The opposite of this behavior is what we see from Louise, who spends this episode jealous of the fact that Chloe is getting more popularity than she is, due to the fact that she has a nice pool and the Belchers don't. So she throws a pool party, no matter how ill-conceived the plan is. Not to have a party like Chloe, but to have a better party than Chloe. It's a difference in mentality in that Felix's response to a snub was to destroy everyone else's fun, while Louise's was to steal it. Neither one's viewed as the correct reaction, but Louise was at least able to get a happy ending by being adaptable enough to turn the stale bread pool into a party nonetheless. Heartbreak Hotel-oween. The Belcher kids are going trick-or-treating as a snail, as Louise wants to pop out to get vengeance on a house that she believes stilted her on candy for the last 2 years. But Tina is hesitant to actually go on a vendetta, so she uses a delivery to a nearby hotel as a means of delaying the scheme. While delivering a burger, they encounter an elderly woman named Dolores mid-seance. Learning that she's trying to call the ghost of her dead husband Roger so she can banish him to hell for cheating at a Halloween party 50 years ago. But Tina keeps investigating the mystery, hoping to convince Dolores to give up on her revenge and to teach Louise to do the same. After a bit of detective work, including an instance of the pictures from the party being stolen, she figures out the real answer. Roger simply developed a peanut allergy and went into anaphylactic shock. The woman he cheated with was a male doctor in costume, trying to help him out but misdiagnosing the problem. In the end, Dolores realizes that she held her grudge too long, and Louise agrees not to try to steal the candy bowl from the couple as she has been planning to. Meanwhile, Teddy convinces Bob to donate blood after finding out he's O-negative. In spite of Bob's fear of needles, he goes through with this only for the phlebotomists to mistakenly leave him alone too long, bribing him with extra cookies to keep his mouth shut. It's already played out to say that vendettas and vengeance in general are not things one should actively be trying to engineer or seek out. In this case, we get to see 2 examples of why, based around longevity. In Louise's story, she's trying to get vengeance against a couple who stilted her for candy 1 year and refused to give her double bars the following year. It's clear, though, that the couple didn't remember her at all, and the perceived slight was entirely one-sided. To Louise, she was denied 2 candy bars, but to the couple, they happened to run out of candy 2 years in a row. Likewise, Dolores has resented her ex-lover for 50 years without ever considering if there was another, more logical side of the story. She was so caught up in trying to get revenge, she never thought to question if it was the smart thing to do in the first place. This is why it's important that if you do wind up in a situation where getting back at someone feels like a good idea, you should consider that revenge is not a dish best served cold. If you're serving it cold, you're probably serving it to someone who doesn't remember ordering it. And in that case, you're not really jogging their memory, but rather, it's something that you're doing purely out of personal benefit. And even this is a limited amount of gain, as you don't actually end up better off for hurting another person. Fast time capsules at Wagstaff School. Wagstaff digs up its 50-year time capsule, with Tina being put in charge of burying the new one, as she was the only person to volunteer. Concerned with what people 50 years from now might think of her, Tina puts a bunch of effort into gatekeeping less worthy items from her capsule. So Tammy decides to make her own capsule that everybody wants to be a part of. Meanwhile, Louise is trying to win 2 tickets to a Boys for Now concert that are ultimately won by Harry, who intends to give them to Susmita as a gift. But when she breaks up with him, he throws the tickets into Tammy's capsule in his grief, resulting in a race to dig up the capsule and retrieve the tickets. The Belchers manage to dig up the tickets and make a fake pair before Tina and Louise argue over whether to use or rebury them. This argument ends when Tammy and Jocelyn demand the tickets for themselves, having made the same plans as the Belchers, though Louise gives them an extra fake pair. In the end, Louise manages to talk Tina down from burying the tickets and instead to go to the concert with her in the present, only to learn that her tickets were fake as well, and that Susmita also had the idea to dig up the old tickets to get back together with Harry. Back at the restaurant, Bob and Linda argue over the fact that Linda can't whistle and Bob can't roll his R's. Tina worries for her reputation in this episode. Not her current reputation, but her 50 years down the line reputation. In her eyes, she needs to make a great time capsule so that she can be remembered with something positive, a motivation we've seen from her before in episodes like Wag the Song. But while she focuses so much on the future, she lets the present pass her by. Louise offers her a chance to go with her to a concert for her favorite boy band, but she would rather get the approval of a bunch of people she hasn't met than to do something that she herself would enjoy. All of this in spite of the fact that the episode began with opening up the previous generation's time capsule and finding that the poorly preserved items left no impact whatsoever, a likely future for whatever she ends up doing. Her actions are then compared to Louise, who doesn't care about what she thinks she's going to leave for the future at all, but also doesn't think too heavily about the present either. Her selfishness causes her not to realize that her accomplice in digging up the tickets put a lot of her self-worth, metaphorically, into the time capsule. So while Tina is gatekeeping the objects put into the time capsule at a great cost to her current reputation, Louise is ignoring the desires of her sister at a great cost to the success of her mission. And of course, both girls being so caught up in this drama means that they don't even consider the possibility of someone else having the same plan as them, getting surprised by Tammy, and then later, Susmita. Bob Belcher and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad kids. It's the day before the Ocean Avenue Business Association's Ocean Fest on Ocean Avenue, and the Belchers are eager to win a statue-making contest that will get them a gift certificate. But the papier-mâché mermaid that Linda intends to submit is hideous, so each of the Belcher children sneaks out of their bed at night to add something, with Jean adding a wig but leaving the iron out, Louise adding sparklers that fall onto the hot iron, and Tina placing a fan there to dry a painted-on bikini. But the next morning, the restaurant burns down, and all three kids admit that they're at fault for doing it. Bob intends to stay open anyway and needs a replacement thermocouple to power his grill, with Teddy calling around but not finding one. So the kids plan on tracking down the missing part, using Teddy's conversation and an interrogation of a supply store employee to find another restaurant about to open that has it. Louise plans on throwing a brick through their window to get it off the counter, but after writing a preemptive apology, Tina talks her down. So they return to the restaurant to tell the story of what happened, only for Hugo to visit again and admit that him leaving greasy rags on the floor after an inspection actually started the fire. On top of that, the owner of the other restaurant found Tina's note and felt sympathy for the kids, delivering the thermocouple and allowing them to open normally. This is the 200th episode. But rather than making a big deal out of the fact, the showrunners instead took an opportunity to look back at earlier moments of the show with an updated lens, to more critically imagine what things would have been like had the tone of the pilot episode persisted. Bob calls his children terrible, basically as a habit. It's very nearly a catchphrase. But what really happens when you repeatedly tell your children that they're terrible? In this case, they internalize that message and start to act in such a way as to reflect it. Louise assumes that she's about to throw a brick through a window to steal something from another restaurant, all because that's the type of thing that a terrible kid would do. Just like burning the restaurant down, the action they feel an extreme amount of guilt for through the whole episode. And yet they didn't actually burn it down, they merely confessed to doing so before the truth came out, the result of a guilty conscience trying to correct for what they perceive to be a personal flaw. It's not as though this is something that's true though. Bob reacts very reasonably to the fact that his pride and joy has been destroyed. He's upset with the kids, but doesn't take out his anger on them. Instead, he simply accepts to move on as quickly as possible, making a big deal out of showing forgiveness, and yeah, maybe if his kids really were terrible, he might have had a more explosive or even violent reaction. But they're good kids, and Bob knows that, so his disappointment is temporary because he knows his family is not. Diarrhea of a Poopy Kid. Jean has a stomach flu and cannot eat Thanksgiving dinner. A shame, as Bob has an experimental new menu that he's eager to feed to the rest of the family. As Jean is locked in the back room until he's better, he asks his sister to tell him stories about food that will make him hate eating to make the time pass more easily. The first story is Louise's The Breadator. Jean is a soldier known as Dutch Oven, sent into the jungle to search for missing people. But he's attacked by a bread monster who keeps turning all his comrades into various baked goods, and soon is wrestled into a butter river. Realizing that butter makes him invisible to the predator's meat vision, he smothers himself in it and sets up a trap, overcooking the monster and flying into the sunset. The next story is Tina's Pear Force 1. President Jean is on his way back from a summit in front of a bunch of apples when pear-orists enter the plane and take over, threatening the people on board with fruit peelers, not to peel off their skin, but their clothing. This is Tina's story, after all. Jean allegedly abandons the plane in an escape pod, but because his wife is still on board, he secretly stays on, attacking the pears one by one and throwing them off the plane before declaring that pears are gross. The third story is Bob's Parmageddon. A Texas-sized ball of chicken parmesan is headed towards Earth, and the Space Place people need a man with sauce drilling experience to set up a bomb and destroy it. After a bit of training, Jean and the Belchers are sent up there to set up the bomb, but the crust is too old and thick to dig through, so Jean stays behind with the jetpack to manually eat the parmesan, getting sick from doing so and making waste stars rain down on Earth instead of destroying it. In the end, Bob says he knows Jean doesn't have a stomach bug, but food poisoning from eating old stuff out of the fridge, and that Jean was too embarrassed to admit that he basically ate garbage. In the end, he announces that he's ready to go back to the dinner table, though he is still too sick to actually leave the bathroom. The Terminator 2, Terminals of Endearment. Al and Gloria are at the airport and are going to have a layover an hour-and-a-half drive away from the Belchers, requesting that Linda come over to give Al cream for his eczema. Linda convinces Bob that it will count as their annual Florida trip, so they bring the family along to deliver the cream and chat long enough to count. But after searching for Linda's parents, who keep wandering away, Bob is left with Al, who immediately falls asleep, then wanders off when Bob stops paying attention. When Linda and Gloria, who tried to reboard the plane to get her free magazine back, and the kids, who have been searching for a pilot to give them commemorative wings, she learns of Al's disappearance, and they search the airport for him, with Gloria demanding stops along the way, including one when her purse falls down and reveals the phone charger that she stole from Linda a while ago. Bob finally grows upset with Linda, telling her that she's being far too nice to her family, while they do nothing but order her around, while Linda convinces Bob that he should put up with her putting up with them. In the end, they find Al due to something Bob overheard him mentioning, and everyone agrees that the trip to the airport should indeed count as Florida. Linda has a one-sided relationship with her parents, one that's all giving with very little given in return. She's expected to drive an hour-and-a-half to solve their minor issues, and then to clean up their messes after she arrives. In return, she and her family mostly get blamed for what's going wrong, all while Linda constantly apologizes on their behalf. It's not a wonder why Bob is so upset, not just with Al and Gloria, but with Linda for enabling the behavior. But this is where the question gets asked about why Bob is upset with Linda for what she chooses to do. Sure, her parents are depicted as bad people, but Linda still puts up with them in spite of knowing this. Bob's concerns are with Linda's emotional well-being. It's as if she's in an abusive relationship. But it's nevertheless something that she chooses to do, as she still cares deeply about her family in spite of the flaws they have. So while Bob's patience is shorter, Linda's patience is shown as more virtuous, even to the point of self-sacrifice. And Bob's relationship with Linda is meant to be defined by how he accepts her differences in opinion despite disagreeing. Because the plot of the episode is about one-sided relationships, and the internal conflicts about one-sided relationships. Mommy Boy. Linda joins a women's business owners group that meets once a week on Saturday, which Jean is upset by, as Saturdays were usually their spa-ter days. He tries to settle by having a spa day with Bob instead, but it's not the same, So on her next meeting, Gene goes with his mom to the group to listen in. But his real plan is to instead to try to lure her to the bathroom with spa music and then trap her inside by making her hands too slick to turn the doorknob. Linda escapes anyway, causing Gene to throw a tantrum in front of the other woman and eventually realize that he's being too possessive of his mother, who isn't just a mom but a person too. Meanwhile, Tina and Louise are watching Ham and Egger, a Rocky-like movie about a boxer that inspires them to teach each other how to fight. But Bob, having just learned Spa Day was a bust, offers to teach them instead as he has some experience, at least more than his daughters do. But despite his lessons, all three still wind up hurting their wrists with the first punch thrown, so they call it a day, trying to fight through the bruised egos and hands to make Teddy a burger. There's somewhat of a metaphor in this episode about abusive relationships, in the way that Gene becomes possessive over Linda's time, nearly refusing to let her go and complaining that he's betrayed every time she tries to engage with a hobby that's not directly related to him. This is a common behavior in abusers, for their self-centered attitude to overwhelm their partner without considering their wants, never allowing them to have free time without approval as they want someone available to them at all hours. Of course, Gene is not an abusive partner, he's just a kid who's too used to being smothered with attention to understand that he's not always going to be able to get it. Linda's not just mom, but she is Linda, too. She has just as much of a right to time outside of her family as anyone else does, regardless of whether their standards differ from hers. And it's not like either parent really wants to leave their kids without all the attention that they want anyway. Even Bob spends this episode trying to interject into the lives of his family as he wants the quality time together. Despite being completely unqualified to teach his daughters how to box, he still intervenes to show them the basics. This is not viewed as obsessive behavior, though, merely the desire for a father to want to get to know his children better. It's not toxic to love your family more than they love you, as long as that love never gets in the way of your respect for them. Yachty or nice? Bob's Burgers is invited to cater a Christmas event hosted by the Glencrest Yacht Club, though Bob himself is suspicious of the invitation as he is unsure why his restaurant would be recommended. They arrive at the Glencrest Marina and begin setting up while talking to Teddy, who's working as Santa on the final yacht of the parade, handing out presents, although there are only so many good ones available. The kids are upset that they'll have to work and won't get a good present, so they plan to sneak aboard the yacht with Gus's help to convince Teddy to give them a good gift, though he accidentally guilt-trips them into accepting that it's unfair to cut in line, and they decide against keeping their expensive presents, though Teddy still gives them a recalled RC car for their honesty. Meanwhile, Bob discovers that Jimmy Pesto is at the event and suspects that his rival plans on pantsing him during the ceremony as a prank. He binds his pants with makeshift suspenders before going on stage, eventually attacking Jimmy and falling into the water. As they're recovering inside the clubhouse, Bob learns the truth. Jimmy invited Bob himself as his food was good and he wanted to impress the other club members into letting him join. So Bob decides to speak up on Jimmy's behalf to increase his chances of making it in. And the episode ends with the mayor's assistant calling Bob's food so good that the mayor ate it off the floor. Bob has always been suspicious of Jimmy Pesto, assuming the worst-case scenario about the guy so much that even a small offering of support is met with an assumption that there has to be a catch, that nothing good could come of associating himself with his business rival and making a counter-scheme without first checking that there's an original scheme targeting him. Bob tries to get vengeance against a guy for historical wrongs, but cites an imagined one instead. And when your issues are all in your head, then people who are not in your head are going to be unsympathetic to the attacks against a person who ostensibly has only helped you out. Because of his paranoia, Bob ended up attacking a man who hadn't done anything wrong in the eyes of the people watching the attack. It's not as though this is something that's exclusive to Bob's relationship to Pesto either. Even before finding out the guy was involved, Bob was still jumping at shadows, refusing to accept that something positive had happened to the restaurant, and he ended up missing out on something positive as a result. The kids learn a lesson with the help of Teddy about understanding the burdens of others. They believe that it's unfair that they're stuck working the catering job while other kids get to wait in line for presents. Because they're working, all the good stuff will be gone before they get there, and so there's an assumption that the kids at the front don't deserve to have what they cannot. And yet, it's seeing a bunch of children standing quietly in line in the cold all evening that finally makes Louise learn the lesson that Tina and Teddy wanted her to. That it's not right to assume that you know what hardships other people are facing, just because you yourself are experiencing a tough moment too. Romancing the beef. It's Valentine's Day, and Bob and Linda have planned on making a list of 10 things they love about each other to read aloud with a bottle of wine, while Tina is going on an anti-Valentine's Day party, hosted by a single Tammy. But when the Belchers see the amount of effort that Jimmy Pesto has put into hosting for the holiday, they get the idea to rebrand as Urge for the night, advertising themselves as a high-end restaurant. This turns out to be a successful idea, though Linda notes that very few of the customers seem to be in a romantic mood, least of all Hugo, who has shown up for a blind date who it becomes apparent is not showing up. They lied to him, saying that his date has merely waited in the bathroom as Hugo claims that if he gets bored, he'll shut down the restaurant for not being up to code and lighting candles inside. But when Jean uses the bathroom and reveals the ruse, Bob has to shut everything down. Hugo's date does end up arriving anyway, and Linda starts confessing the 10 things that she loves about Bob, and that sometimes it's better not to do something big on Valentine's Day. At Tammy's party, Tina notices that the host is putting on romantic music and dimming the lights, and the entire event was just a scheme to get single guys and girls together to hook up. But Tina finds the only other guy there who's not with the girl and convinces him to run away from the party to stay honest to the original intention of that night. Valentine's Day is a stressful time of year, both for people in and out of a formal relationship. For those in a committed relationship, there is pressure to put on a good performance of your affection, where even people in a happy relationship will find out a bad date might make it appear as though they don't care. And those whose relationships are in a bad way will find even more pressure to try to avoid the things that are making it that way, despite the fact that there's not really anything different about Valentine's Day itself than any other day guaranteed to change things between the two of you, other than more stress. And for those outside of relationships, Valentine's Day is nothing but a reminder of your failure to get into one, for those who at least care about what others think of them. In this episode, we have two groups of people who both try to take advantage of these facts. Firstly, from Tammy, who's using people's insecurity about their relationship status on Valentine's Day to pressure them into moving quickly into a relationship. And then there are the Belchers, who use the holiday to drum up some extra business by pretending to be people that they aren't. But this facade slips. Not just the fake persona adopted by Bob and Linda, but the fake faces worn by the rest of the customers too. They're not deeply romantic types, and they don't really need to be. If you're really in love, then a burger at a burger place is enough, whether you're eating there or running the restaurant. Die card or card trying? Linda is putting down Christmas decorations while lamenting that they've received fewer and fewer cards every year. She deduces that this is because they haven't been sending cards of their own lately because they never have a good picture of everyone together. So she searches for a scenic place to have a photo taken and finds a 3-mile lookout. They drive there and hike for 3 miles as Tina struggles with her new hat, Jean blows into his harmonica, and Louise tries to solve a block puzzle she's struggling with. After a few tries, Linda finally manages to set up the camera just right to get a decent picture for the card, and then she drops the camera, barely catching it before it falls off a cliff at the cost of getting her arm stuck in a hole in the wall. They stay there for hours, trying to come up with a way to free her from the rocks until the park ranger starts asking them to leave. But just before they get kicked out, Louise solves her puzzle and realizes they just have to turn Linda upside down so she can bend her arm out of there. They manage to not only save Linda, but the camera too, and they have a decent Christmas card, despite being sent out late, while everyone enjoys Bob's juicer experiments. Linda has always been shown to have a deeply entrenched holiday spirit, and this episode is no exception. But in each holiday episode, her ideas are typically challenged in the sense not that she herself is about to doubt the validity of her feelings, but the fact that everyone else does. To her, it's not just about celebrating Christmas by yourself. The holidays are useless if they're celebrated alone, and that spirit needs to be shared to be valid. So her ritual of sending and receiving Christmas cards is an affirmation that the way she feels is positive, not just to herself but everyone else too. And of course, the more cheerful she can be, that is, the better her picture is, the more validated she feels. So, of course, she has to protect the dropped camera at any cost, as it contains not only the proof of how well put together her family is, but all the stress of the day leading up to that point. Linda finally manages a good picture and feels like it's a waste to let the camera go, because what's the point of having a close relationship with your family if you can't memorialize it or share it with other people? And while there's a good argument that the experiences and memories of the experiences are meant to be the more valuable thing than the tangible proof of them, There's also an argument that the tangibility is what makes the memory immortal. It's normal to want to remember something nice forever, and a picture can help with that. An inconvenient truth. The Belchers are at the flea market looking around for things to buy when Bob and Linda discover the Wheelie Mammoth. They recall how it was a massive obstacle to navigate around, and it didn't fit in any of the rooms of their house, so they had it hauled away as junk. But months later, when the kids finally realized it was gone, they started to ask questions, so Bob and Linda lied and said they gave it to a roller rink/orphanage. Bob tries to negotiate for the mammoth while Linda distracts the kids with knives, though they listen in on her cell phone conversations and find out the truth about their wheelie mammoth. So Louise challenges Bob to prove that he actually donated it, and they quickly make a plan to split up, with Linda and Gail bringing the mammoth to a roller rink while Bob slowly drives the kids around town. The manager of the rink is understanding of their situation and agrees to let the woolly mammoth out onto the floor, and when the kids arrive, they're surprised that their parents were telling the truth. But later, when Linda is trying to justify her actions to Gail, she compares what she did to her parents replacing Gail's goldfish, and she snaps, telling the kids about what really happened. In the end, the parents try to make up for the deception by retrieving the mammoth, only for the manager of the roller rink to refuse to let it go, as it's bringing in business. But when the kids see the amount of effort Bob and Linda went through to spare their feelings, they agree to leave the woolly mammoth in its new home. Bob and Linda commit to a sitcom-like plot that's atypical of Bob's Burgers, one in which they tell a small lie that spirals into a bigger and bigger lie that they then need to force to look true to spare the feelings of their kids. And while this differentiates itself a bit from generic plot beats by throwing in a little bit of continuity alongside the setup, it still touches on the same themes that have been visited and revisited so often in the past. But what separates this episode from so many other similar ones is the fact that all of this effort was put forth to avoid hurting the children's feelings, and then when it unraveled at the last second, they realized not that the people telling the lie were in the wrong, but that the children were, for being so unreasonable that they had to lie in the first place. They didn't play with the wheelie mammoth anymore. It was taking up space, it was obnoxious, and they didn't even notice it when it was gone until much later. And after they did notice, they proceeded to throw so much of a tantrum over the toy being given away that Bob and Linda were pressured to spare their feelings with the lie that they were then guilt-tripped into manifesting into reality. But when feelings are spared, feelings are not explored, and sometimes it's best to just do something unpopular to force the person you're doing it to mature, like giving the kids an ultimatum to throw away something that they don't use themselves. Mr. Lonely Farts. Bob is picking up a refurbished vent for the grill with Teddy and Louise and Jean volunteering to go with him. Linda takes Tina shoe shopping, with Jean also volunteering to go with them. But while he's flip-flopping on who to travel with, he winds up being left behind by both groups, home alone. He takes the time to himself to do a few things he wouldn't normally be able to do before deciding to grind up hamburger buns in the meat grinder. But when he goes into the basement, the old grill vent falls over and traps him inside, where his imaginary friend Ken has to leave him alone, an idea that he slowly accepts. Louise constantly warns Bob that the person he's buying the refurbished vent from might be a murderer, but he's just Adam Appliances, a normal guy. Though they start to become paranoid when he takes too long to make a receipt for Bob's purchase, and they hesitantly enter his house, eventually scaring the guy with makeshift weapons they brought from his kitchen. At the shoe store, Tina and Linda try to ignore the full price section, attempting to browse the discounted shoes but ultimately giving in to the higher quality goods and organization. But after trying on a few nice shoes, they realize they've left the full price section as a mess, though the one employee at the store sympathizes with them enough to offer a slight discount anyway. Gene gets left home alone and immediately starts to panic, his desire for physical closeness taking over as he has no one to be codependent with for hours. His later reaction is literally to fake a sort of emotional connection, talking to an imaginary friend on an imaginary phone as he tries to coax himself into a more comfortable zone mentally. But imaginary friends are a product of the imagination, and thus something one has full control over. It wasn't Ken who was talking to Gene, it was Gene. He knew all along that he had to learn to be left alone once in a while, and so it wasn't so much a guiding hand, but a sense of responsibility that he had all along. Bob and Louise start to fear that a man they're speaking with is actually a serial killer due to Louise's ideas of the type of person to invite strangers online to their house. Ironically, Adam ends up suspecting the same thing of them, although this is after the scare of seeing them in his house armed with cheese graters. Instead of keeping an open mind, Louise was skeptical from the beginning, and thus prepared only for information that reinforced her prejudices, and this kind of prejudice is contagious. Tina and Linda know that they're not full-price shoe people, resigning themselves to the slums in the back of the shoe store. It's a guilty pleasure then to pretend to be someone that they're not, but this imagination spot is immediately dispelled when they realize that they've made a mess of the nice places they visit. Some things are poor quality because of the people who use them, which leads to a cycle of attracting more careless types who leave everything the way they found it. She-Shank Redemption. After finding out all three kids got detention on the same day as a parent-teacher conference, Linda goes on a healthy power walk to come up with a punishment for them. But while she's out there, her healthy diet starts to catch up to her and, unable to find a bathroom in time, she jumps into a bush and is arrested for public defecation. Linda calls Bob over to pay the bail for her, and Bob tries to find the cash to pay, despite the banks being closed, and his kids wondering what he is raising the money for. Eventually he has to come clean and admit that Linda was arrested, and he's raising bail money, and later mentions what she was arrested for when Teddy won't help out with the cash until he knows. The kids, who have been terrified of the potential punishment Linda was planning for them, finally reunite with her, who's been worrying what her family will think when they find out. On the way to the parent-teacher conference, they discuss their fears that Linda was going to take away the TV, while Linda admits that she was afraid her kids would lose respect for her. But both parties learn that these fears were misplaced, and Linda swears that if they do mention this to the teachers why they were late, she would throw the TV in the ocean. Guilty people have a tendency to project their guilty feelings onto other people by assuming that they're going to be reacted to as extensively externally as they are internally. By this I mean that the kids feel bad that they actually made Linda mad, an emotion that she usually never shows, and begin to conflate her feelings with theirs. They feel bad, so she's going to treat them as bad as they feel. Likewise, Linda also feels guilty about getting herself arrested, and assumes that the disappointment she feels in herself will be on the same level as the disappointment her kids are going to feel for her, setting such a bad example. You spend more time alone with your thoughts than you do with the thoughts of other people, so naturally you will make something you're exposed to for longer a greater part of your thought process. But this sort of animosity is always overstated due to the fact that the conflict isn't really in the nature of any of the Belchers. If you tend to spend more time beating yourself up, you tend to assume that you deserve it more. But this isn't the case, especially in a situation like what occurs in this episode. The kids aren't guilty that they did something wrong. In fact, they explain why they got detention with a sense of ambivalence. But they feel guilty that they may have hurt their mother in the process. Linda isn't so much upset that she was arrested as she is with the fact that her kids are going to find out she was arrested. So these negative feelings are internalized not out of self-interest, but in the interest of supporting others. Y tu Tina tambien. The family is preparing for the school fair, with Linda and Bob being assigned to the water stand, a task that Linda tries to work into being cool despite how mundane the actual work is. Meanwhile, the kids form the Three Dunketeers, planning to practice their throwing during lunch so they can dunk Mr. Frond in the dunk tank water. But Tina is feeling the doldrums, unmotivated to do anything but sulk until she's told that she has to skip lunches to work on her Spanish by listening to a set of tapes. While listening to these tapes, she starts to imagine a boy named Rodrigo, one of the characters in the tape, and not only does her mood improve, but her Spanish as well. Yet when it's time to take her next Spanish test, she opts to fail on purpose so she can continue to listen to the tapes instead of allowing them to be sent to a student who's at home, also blowing off her siblings in the process. So Louise and Jean plan on recording over the tapes to guilt-trip Tina into returning to the fair, just in time to use their final ticket to dunk Frond with the skills she learned from Rodrigo. As they're celebrating, they notice that the water booth is crowded because people are looking for something cool after eating too spicy chili. Tina spends the first act of this episode trapped by feelings of depression that prevent her from really living her life. But after meeting Rodrigo, she's uplifted enough to start enjoying things again, and soon, things go more or less back to normal. She does wind up taking this too far, but this is something that happens in the interest of a sort of obligation to a person who was there for her when no one else was. People often over-attribute the positive things in their lives to changes that had a greater perceived effect. In this case, Tina is so thankful for Rodrigo's healing effect on her mental state that she continues to spend time around him to recapture that feeling. He helped her out at a low moment and got her through very tough times, and so she continues to stick around due to this. And in spite of the fact that Rodrigo is a fictional character who she only knows from his voice, Tina ends up making an association in her head not with the person, but with an idea of a person, as ideas and feelings are both intangible. So Jean and Louise wind up losing her not to a real boy, but one who exists entirely in her sister's head. So to get her back into reality, they have to compete not with the physical things in her life, like dunking Mr. Frond in stagnant water, but the emotional high of doing fun things with people close to you, instead of just imagining doing so. Fingers loose. The Wagstaff open house is occurring soon, and Mr. Frond asks Tina to investigate suspicious activity by some of the other students, using her hall monitor authority to stop it before it potentially ruins the event. She pokes around a bit, eventually discovering that her siblings are leading an underground hand-prancing stage during lunch, with Louise collecting tips while Jean performs as Mavis Middlefinger. Tina promises not to report the event to Mr. Frond, and even begins exploring the world of hand-prancing herself, dressing her fingers up in her equestronaut clothing and performing on stage. She leads a double life, switching from hall monitor to hand-prancer as Mr. Frond gets more and more on her case about not finding results. Eventually, the event is shut down by Frond when he discovers what's going on, and Louise refuses to talk to Tina for her betrayal of the secret. But on the night of the open house, Tina decides to hijack the camera to put on a performance with many of the other dancers, one that doesn't get her in trouble as the superintendent enjoyed the show. In the end, Jean admits that he was actually the one to tell Mr. Frond about it, as he was tired of missing lunch each day. In the B-plot, Bob and Linda come up with schemes to help Teddy sneak food into the movie theater, with Linda bringing back her old armpit hairnets, while Bob creates a vest full of secret compartments. From the narration to the plot structure to the composition, this episode is a film noir pastiche that draws comedic value from the disparity between the associated subject matter of the genre and the actual plot of kids dancing with their fingers in secret. But because the rest of the episode still follows the general guidelines of the genre's conventions, we still get to anticipate future plot beats based on these storytelling devices. We know that Tina is going to have a fall after getting deeper into the world of hand-prancing, and we know that her internal struggles of trying to keep herself honest to the rule of law versus honest to her inner self will make up the conflict of the episode as she has to decide which sacrifices are worth making. The underground hand-prancing movement that sweeps through the school is repeatedly mentioned as some sort of vice that allows a person to truly express themselves against a society that makes arbitrary rules against this sort of thing. There's nothing inherently wrong with hand-prancing, it's just putting doll clothes on your fingers and kicking them around a bit. It even has some social benefits, as Tina mentions that it's bringing kids from all classes together, be them popular or nerd. The genre conventions make it appear as though this is some sort of underground bootlegging thing, but between the cross-dressing performances and the expressiveness comes across as more of a secret drag show. Some kind of fender-benderful. Tina, Jean, and Louise are fighting over a bag of candy, and Bob tells Linda to take it away as they aren't responsible about sharing. Then, as he's trying to park the car around the back, he gets hit from behind and hits the car in front of him. This creates a four-way fender bender. Elaine, a traveling clown, in the front, Graham, obsessed with his phone, behind her, Bob, owner of the restaurant, behind him, and Patty in the back, who has a toy dog she was petting. Bob hopes that the incident can be resolved amicably, but just as Teddy warns him, Graham tries to form an alliance to absolve the two of them of responsibility by keeping their stories consistent. Bob rejects this offer, only for Graham to turn to Patty and make the same offer. So Bob tries to work with Elaine on a new alliance but realizes that it isn't right and walks away. But later, after realizing that Elaine will be blamed for the entire thing because she was in front, Bob admits that he didn't use his turn signal as he doesn't remember hearing Jean sing the turn signal song, and he wants to set a good example for his family. He ends up having the entire thing blamed on him after finding out why Elaine braked for no reason. The Pesto Twins' cantaloupe rolled in her way. But when he sees the kids sharing the candy later, he knows that he at least tried to do the right thing. There's a concept of morality referred to as the shopping cart problem, where you can tell a lot about a person's sense of personal responsibility by checking whether or not they return their shopping cart after buying groceries. There is no real benefit to doing this from a purely one-person perspective. You can be on your way much sooner if you simply leave your cart wherever. But these carts roll around and block parking spaces and can even dent other people's bumpers if they get picked up by the wind. So everyone else is mildly inconvenienced by you leaving the shopping cart out, but you yourself are inconvenienced if you have to return it when you're done. But if everyone returns their cart, then everybody gets the maximum amount of benefit to the system. But this is only in aggregate. One person who doesn't follow the convention will wind up better off for doing so. So this is the conundrum that Bob finds himself in during this episode. He could have walked away from the entire situation a few different times and been best off for it. No blame goes his way, and he continues on without having his premiums raised. But if everybody admits some small fault, then the blame is spread around and the penalty to each person is small, or rather, the penalty is equal to their actual guilt. But there's a direct benefit on the individual level if any one of the people involved in the fender bender shifts the blame away. The best outcome possible is an outcome where you hurt everyone else. Of course, this is only if your concern is with your own well-being, instead of the betterment of society as Bob's is. Bridge over troubled Rudy. Rudy's father is going out of town for 2 weeks, and Tina is being walked through the plants in his house that she's going to take care of, including his bonsai tree that requires extra attention. While walking the house, Louise sees a model bridge that Rudy owns, designed to be blown up, and when she asks him to ignite it there and he says no, she insults him before leaving. But Louise feels bad about saying this, so she hatches a plan to transport the bridge on their bikes across town, dropping it off at Rudy's mom's house. They encounter a few obstacles along the way, including sprinklers and an under-construction road, ultimately taking it through the bumpy roads behind his mom's house. Eventually, they wind up with their bikes stuck in a bush near a drop, with Rudy catching them and wondering why they're moving his bridge. In the end, he sets everything up for the explosion, and Louise finally apologizes using the noise as cover. Tina worries that the damage sustained by the bonsai during the bridge moving might be noticeable, but Rudy says it's fine. Back at the restaurant, the regulars practice a meditation session led by Mort. But when Jimmy Pesto enters claiming to be even better at meditating than Bob is, they have a calm-off, judged by Mort that Bob wins because he cares less. Louise faces an internal conflict in this episode between her guilt and repression of that guilt. She calls Rudy a weenie after he refuses to let her boss him around, and she almost immediately realizes that she's in the wrong. But admitting fault is hard for some people to do, so she rejects the idea that she's a bad person by refusing to apologize. To Louise, as long as she doesn't say she's sorry, then she has nothing to be sorry for, and apologizing is an admission of guilt. But the feeling eats up at her inside as she keeps trying more and more to repress it, eventually trying to bring an explosive bridge a long way across town on her bike just to say that she's sorry. And when even doing this isn't enough to get the feeling across, she actually admits her apology, and in the process her guilt, after realizing that actions alone are not enough. Because how much can an action truly mean when the context behind that action is so negative? In this case, Louise is trying to do a good deed for Rudy, all so she doesn't have to say "I'm sorry" out loud. And the more effort this task takes, the less willing she appears to be to admit to doing anything wrong in the first place. And that refusal to accept that you've hurt another person can only hurt them further, as Louise attempts to ignore that she's to blame. If she had apologized right away, everything would have been fine, and in the end, apologizing after a long time still carries the exact same intention, and to Rudy is an acceptable outcome. Steal Magazinolias. The Belchers are at Dr. Yap's, where Jean manages to win a magazine game against Louise, while Linda tells him all about the kids' later bedtime. Later that morning, Dr. Yap enters the restaurant, complaining about the fact that a magazine he had in the waiting room is missing, and he accuses the kids of having stolen it. Jean privately admits to Louise and Tina that he stole it because he wanted to keep the game that he won, so they plot to throw the magazine back in his car and act like it was never missing. But when Dr. Yap finds it there, he notices the missing page and recalls Jean's celebrations, threatening the kids by saying he'll tell Bob and Linda and their later bedtime will be taken away. So Jean finally admits that he stole the page and that he acted alone, But when he hears why Dr. Yap feels sympathetic, is he too feels jealous of the other dentist and allows Jean to keep it. Meanwhile, Tina is obsessed with a cartoon fox inside the magazine, while Bob and Teddy work to try to remove a large splatter of bird poop from the front window of the restaurant. Jean is the most overlooked Belcher, to the point that Teddy has more involvement in plotlines than he does, as Jean is mostly just along for the ride in most episodes. This is not due to a lack of strength in his personality, or lack of things for him to do, or any sort of behind-the-scenes reason, but rather, Jean is a middle child. Getting overlooked is what middle children do. As a result, anytime he has something in his life go right enough that other people have to acknowledge it, he grabs as much of the attention as he possibly can. Jean smothers his mother with affection that he won't get elsewhere. He rubs small victories in the face of his younger sister, and he even steals a magazine just to remember the rare victory he gets. It's somewhat telling that at the end of the episode, when Linda tries to cheer Jean up by pointing out all the things that he is good at, she mentions them vaguely. He really doesn't get to do much that his sisters haven't done already or better. But this sort of dynamic isn't so bad. While Jean might be overlooked a lot of the time, he rarely gets left out of their activities. When Louise and Tina learn that he stole the magazine, they don't leave him to his own devices, but rather, the girls work with him to try to figure out a way to return it, and to make it look like it was never gone in the first place. And he's even willing to step in to admit to working alone in stealing the magazine, despite his sisters involving themselves anyway, taking the best parts of being overlooked, and the worst, as they come. Tell me dumb thing good. While walking the kids home from school, Linda finds a trash can that's usually dressed up, devoid of any decorations, so she puts some tiny shoes on it. But later they learn that these shoes are gone, so Linda starts to dress up the trash can again and again, waging an unseen war against whoever it is who keeps removing them, who she eventually discovers is Cynthia Bush, working as an agent for the business the trash can is in front of, and trying to make it presentable enough for a pretzel chain to open up shop nearby. She even plans on proposing a trash can decoration ban to the city council. The kids, trying to come up with a Mother's Day gift idea, plan on raising support to shoot down the ban by talking to the various council members who are in cahoots with Cynthia. Eventually, Louise manages to astroturf the council meeting by convincing people to show up for free moving boxes, and then making the council members defend the decision to ban something harmless to their constituents. The bill does not pass, and Linda gets to continue decorating trash cans, while Bob meets with the man who's been posting pictures of his homegrown cucumbers online that he and Teddy have been obsessing with. Putting shoes on a trash can is just a small human touch on a city that adds character to the whole place. It's a little imperfection in an otherwise homogeneous area that proves that humans are still there, and that the place isn't just what's left over as suits and optimization take over the financial side of the world, and thus the rest of it. Because a wharf dedicated to making as much money as possible and being a blank slate for larger franchises to move in is one with no dressed-up trash cans, and no graffiti, and no damage on the handrails where skateboards have played on it. Essentially, there's an idea that the world ought to remain untouched by hands that don't own it, while others would argue that land is owned by whoever it is that inhabits and improves it. So a trash can that the public uses is owned by the public, and thus something the public has a right to deface in a cute way. It's somewhat ironic that there is such an attempt by some to make sure that human influence is as minimal as possible, that neighborhood houses have to be identical, and that standing out is an issue of aesthetics. That some people may choose to express themselves in the wrong way, and that the normal types might have to be inconvenienced if they look at the weirdness of their neighbors. So rather than risk anyone being offended, people are told not to live in the places that they live in, but to instead inhabit the world as though they're just guests on another person's property. Vampire Disco Death Dance. Bob is excited to take Tina to see Vampire Disco Death Dance, a campy movie involving sing-alongs and audience participation. But Tina is more concerned with trying to fit in with the other 8th graders who are concerning themselves with a game called Drinking or Not Drinking, where they try to guess if the others are drinking or not drinking. She invites them all to go along with herself and Bob to the movie, and they agree, despite Bob being a bit apprehensive about escorting a bunch of kids. They arrive at the theater as Bob and Tina start speaking along with the movie, but none of the others have entered as they're playing Drinking or Not Drinking on a stairwell instead. After Tina convinces them to come inside the theater, they start talking over the movie loudly, and she snaps at them, telling the other 8th graders off for ruining the experience. In the end, she and Bob do the dance moves together in the lobby, and eventually the others admit that the movie wasn't actually that bad. Back at the restaurant, Linda finds some old furniture and gets the idea to host a raccoon restaurant in the alley. But when the raccoons start fighting over the spaghetti she cooked, Linda realizes that the idea was bad, and she opens the garbage bin to stop them from fighting. It's natural to want to fit in with other people, and even more natural to want to fit in with your peers, the people you see almost every day. And so, if conforming to what other people are doing is what it will take to fit in, then it's natural to want to conform. But all this conforming for the sake of conforming has to be done with a consideration for the end result beyond just fitting in. The idea of having a friend group is to have a group of people you enjoy spending time with and vice versa. If you don't actually like your friends, then all the sacrifices you had to make to better fit in are completely pointless, as you're changing who you are to spend time around people who don't like you, but the version of you you're pretending to be. Tina was enjoying the movie with Bob. She was learning all the traditions that went along with it and the costumes and the quality family time. But her thoughts were with the other teens, and so she couldn't enjoy it as much as she possibly could have. This ends up being the point that Bob was attempting to make at the end of the episode. Sure, if you always stay true to yourself, then you might not become very popular for doing so. But the few people who you do remain close to, you will be very close to, as your friendship is something a lot deeper than just a shared interest, but a shared personality that brings you to the interest. Bob does not have very many friends, but the few people who are close to him are as close as he needs them to be. Manic Pixie Crap Show. Tina is concerned about Tammy and Jocelyn refusing to send her a link to a makeup tutorial, as they believe she's not girly enough to be a model. Meanwhile, Louise is invited/extorted into visiting the park for a Pixie Princess Promenade on behalf of Millie, who was banned for headbutting a gnome. Louise has to record the events so Millie can attend remotely and receive a wand at the end of the parade. But Louise hates the girly activity and tries to take the wands directly from the end, getting caught when Millie runs over to grab them all. She, Louise, and a few of the other girls who wanted wands hide from the pixies until Louise encourages them all to toss their wands into the lake to prove they don't care if they're banned. But Tina rushes over, encouraging Louise not to actually throw them in the water, as some people do enjoy that girly stuff. So Louise comes up with a lie to get Millie unbanned and to shift blame away from the other girls. Back at the restaurant, a dog-shaped bouquet arrives intended for Mort, one that resembles a dog Linda knew growing up named Bottlecap. But Teddy and Mort worry that Linda never properly processed the dog's death, and she's using the flowers as a replacement. Louise hates girly things and always makes a conscious effort to avoid anything she views as too stereotypically feminine. In spite of this, she still watches everybody around her growing up obsessed with these sort of things. Because it's just Louise who dislikes these things in her age group, she winds up all alone when it comes to certain events. The Pixie Princess Promenade is supposed to be the type of thing that a girl her age is obsessed with, but Louise is not. As a result, she starts to suspect that there's something wrong with her, as she can't fit in with everybody else because she has no desire to. And yet, Louise doesn't try to parse these feelings directly. Instead of thinking that there's something wrong with her, she accuses the rest of the world of having the issue. It's the girls her age who are in the wrong, and they ought to act more like Louise does in rejecting girly things. But after a while, she starts to see that those girls aren't so different from her, nor is having an interest necessarily a bad thing to do, with this lesson finally making sense after realizing that even Tina has some girly interests. If she rejects the people who act that way, she's rejecting her sister too, and this is something Louise is not willing to do. So in the end, Louise stops shaming people for being different than she is, because if she did, it would justify them shaming her for her differences too. Crystal Mess. Tina is nervous about a presentation she's meant to give, as she always gets sweaty during them. But when she talks with Mr. Frond, he gives a crystal he borrowed from his girlfriend that he says gives off positive energy. With this crystal, Tina is able to give the performance well, and she also starts to notice people around her are having more luck than usual. Louise begins charging people to use Tina's crystal, attracting someone's attention as it's soon stolen just after Frond asks for it back. They search anybody who would know about it, and soon learn that Tammy stole it, with the crystal breaking during the fight to get it back. Tina is nervous that she won't have the crystal with her anymore, but when presenting with Zeke, she manages to give a speech about how being sweaty isn't so bad. In the end, she learns from Fran that crystals can't really break and the energy was with her all along, while Bob insists that she was really just confident. Meanwhile, Bob buys a bunch of misshapen vegetables at the farmer's market, and they try to give the nearly rotten veggies a second life, eventually coming up with the idea to simply pickle them all, despite the whole house smelling like vinegar. If there's one thing that stops people from having confidence, it's the fact that they don't have confidence. This sounds tautological, but confidence really is a closed loop at times. If you feel self-confident, you do things confidently because you know you won't mess it up by being nervous. If you are not, then your fears are amplified by the fact that you have one more thing to worry about, which only grows and grows as you worry about more and more. Tina's crystal creates an interruption of this cycle where things stop getting worse because she believes that they won't. It's a wake-up call she doesn't know is happening, and as a result she is able to overcome her lack of confidence long enough to give a good presentation at school. But rather than letting this play out, she instead attributes the extra confidence to a rock. Because, of course, a person who lacks confidence is going to continue thinking that they're incapable of great things even after contradicting that idea. If she realizes that the power to speak with conviction lied within her all along, then Tina would have to also accept that all the nervousness and armpit sweat happened for no reason, that she's wasted so much of her life worrying over nothing. This is why the ending is actually a better outcome than simply delaying a future downward spiral spurred on by the next bad public speech later. It's not that Tina thinks she's no longer nervous, but that she stopped thinking that nervousness was so wrong. She embraces her faults rather than ignoring them. The Pumpkin Inning. Gail comes to the restaurant from a session with her life coach, where she warns Linda about a threatening pumpkin smasher letter she received. The two women assume that this is talking about an incident 27 years ago, where they smashed all the pumpkins in a carving contest to cover up the fact that Linda smashed hers by mistake. So they leave to investigate the other participants in the contest, going through a list until arriving at Scary Terry's pet grooming shop. They start to show fear when Terry tries cutting Gail's hair and run away, eventually winding up in a parking lot where their old high school principal exits his car on the way to pick up his dog. And when the pumpkin smashing story is relayed to him, he points out the shame that Linda's pumpkin would have won. As it turns out, Linda found out she was going to win early and smashed the pumpkin on purpose so Gail would not get jealous. Additionally, it was Gail's life coach, Dane Kang, who sent the letters to make Gail confront her past. Back at the restaurant, Bob decides to hand out good candy, making the kids jealous of the trick-or-treaters. But when the restaurant is swarmed by children, it seems as though he's about to run out, only to reveal that he kept some aside for his own children, before vowing to never give out high-demand candy again. Gail and Linda have carried the guilt of pumpkin smashing incident with them for nearly 3 decades. But both women have carried different types of guilt, and for different reasons. Gail was worried that the fact that she ruined a pumpkin carving contest might catch up to her, while Linda was concerned that Gail would not only handle the fact that she lost to Linda in the contest poorly, but also the fact that Linda had to intentionally sabotage herself to spare her sister's feelings. As if knowing that your own failures aren't just hurting yourself, but dragging the people down around you to compensate. This guilt changes the way they go through their trip to find out who was sending them the messages, as their extreme circumstances rubbed off on those around them. Gail and Linda were meeting up on what were, to the people they tracked down, regular circumstances, but they interpreted everything that was going on with some sort of sinister second meaning, because they themselves had a sinister second meaning. They felt guilty, so they assumed everybody around them had something to feel guilty about as well. It's not until the reasons for their guilt came out that both women realized they were worrying over nothing, not only internally, but in the panic they felt interacting with others as well. Driving Big Dummy. Bob needs to pick up a sink a few hours away, and at Linda's behest, he travels with Teddy, who's headed out there to drop off Big Dummy, a giant ventriloquist head. Bob is mildly annoyed by Teddy's constant small talk, the problems with his truck, and the fact that he insists on stopping repeatedly to buy hot dogs, use specific toilets, and generally chat with every single person he knows along the way. After failing to drop off Tupperware and having the truck fall into a ditch, Bob snaps at Teddy for making the errand take much longer than it should have, and admits that he only went on the road trip with Teddy because he felt sorry for the guy for being lonely. But after chatting with the tow truck owner, who they met while using the bathroom, Bob realizes that Teddy is not so much lonely as he is constantly seeking attention, and then admits that he looks up to him for being so social. Back at the restaurant, the family is busy without Bob around, so Linda tries to motivate the kids to work harder by offering ice cream straight from the nozzle to whoever sells the most specials. But when this doesn't work, she enters the contest herself, eventually outselling all 3 kids on her own, but lying about this when she sees how depressed they were over losing. There's always been a prevailing idea that Teddy was a deeply lonely man due to his desperation and seeking out more attention, but this episode puts an interesting spin on that idea. Teddy is an extremely social person, to the point that he needs someone in his life at all times, rather than being left alone with himself. By comparison, Bob rarely seeks out additional company and prefers solitude, and because of this method of thinking, he fails to understand Teddy's motivations. To Bob, who almost never goes out of his way to be social, seeking out other people is a sign of desperation, and we largely get his perspective on things, so this is how we, the audience, think of Teddy. But Teddy is the opposite of Bob, and he probably considers Bob to be the same way, in the sense that he rarely talks to strangers, and thus Bob must be the real lonely one. The Belcher kids take after their mother in that they never work especially hard, nor do they push themselves to work harder. Or rather, the Belcher children take after the perception of their mother, in that they never see her exhausted or at a breaking point from having been overworked. This is the impression that truly diligent employees can leave, or they work so effectively that they make their work look easy. The contest is sort of a wake-up call for the kids, where they learn that just because something looks simple does not mean that it is. But Linda also understands this, and rather than crushing her kids twice, gives them a small victory, not for winning the contest, but for working hard enough to deserve to. Tween again. Jean and Alex are working together on a school project that asks them to create an imaginary budget and work imaginary jobs. While at the community center looking for some kind of work for the project, he finds a kids club, and hoping to recapture some of his youth, pretends to be a 7-year-old to enter. He continues to blow off his project to reenact his childhood, using Gus as an adult to sign him out each day. But after a few days of this, he grows tired, only to learn that Gus is not around on Thursdays and he needs a real adult guardian to sign him out. So Bob shows up, ending the whole charade that the supervisor Erica knew about all along, and Jean returns to Alex, ready to take the project seriously. Back at the restaurant, Linda is watching all the people leaving the hair salon next door while growing jealous of the stylists. But she worries about what Gretchen might think if she uses a different stylist, afraid of her wrath. Ultimately, she does cave in and goes after an invite, but learns that the salon is shutting down due to the neighborhood and that it's better to stick with the stylist who knows your head. Gene's plot in this episode is about him slowly coming around to the idea of trying new things, even when you're unprepared to do so. So often we look back on the past with nostalgia goggles, where we focus on the great things about being a kid while ignoring all the hardships that can come with it and all the things that you were not allowed to do. After actually reliving his childhood again, Gene starts to understand why it's good to grow up, if not for the new opportunities, then to remove some of the old limitations. Having peers who wipe their nose properly for one. And while he acknowledges that there are many adult things that he's just not ready for yet, Gene also acknowledges that sitting around in a daycare pretending to be 7 years old is not going to make him any closer to being ready to do those things. Some uncomfortable situations need to be dove into head first. Linda's plot is the opposite of Gene's, where she's excited to try a new opportunity, only to learn why sticking to the old ways is sometimes the best option. The new salon is well outside her price range, and it's full of people who don't know her. And while there's still some time to get to know them and have the new people become experts at working specifically with her head, life is too short to abandon the people who know you the best just because you think you can do better. Sometimes the adjustment period after trying something new is too long, and you'll find that the people that you've grown used to can fill the time just as well. Just because you think you can do better doesn't mean you can't do a lot worse. Beach, please. Wagstaff is having a mandatory volunteering day, and some of the regular cast has chosen beach cleanup, assuming it will be an easy task. But as it turns out, the beach beneath the wharf is disgusting, and they're upset with how long it will take. Louise meets Mr. Fishoder and asks for additional motivation, negotiating for a foot-long taco dog for each kid who helps, as the volunteers are saving him money. But when Tammy complains about the payment, she renegotiates a free day on the wharf for all the kids. They celebrate this by working a bit harder, only to notice Mickey sneaking onto the beach with a bag of garbage, paid by Mr. Fishoder to sabotage the children's work right after he has a photo taken of the wharf for a pamphlet. But they find a hermit crab using a discarded cup as a shell, and take a photo of that, with Louise using the picture as leverage to demand that Mr. Fishoder keep his word, only for the wharf's owner to agree to instead simply pay the carnies to clean up the beach instead, and use the crab as a wake-up call for better optics. Back at the restaurant, Teddy reveals that he has grown a mustache so that he can talk mustaches with Bob. Bob is uninterested until Teddy reveals he doesn't like his new mustache at all, and only grew it to try to reconnect with Bob over an argument that he doesn't remember. Negotiations have to come from a place of power. In this case, the only way that Louise is able to get anything out of Mr. Fishoder is by threatening to withhold her labor and the labor of the other children, so that he'll have to pay to have the beach cleaned up, or else lose revenue from people who don't want to attend a park surrounded by trash. But when her demands start to increase, Fishoder starts to come up with an alternative plan. Handing out a few taco dogs is a small price to pay to not have to pay for a cleaning service. But trashing the beach again is an even smaller price proportionately to shutting down the whole park. As soon as Louise overplayed her hand, Fishoder changed the game so that her hand would become less valuable. And yet, after changing the game, the original goal was still there. The only reason he even heard her out in the first place was because he wanted to avoid paying the larger price. Once that price increased beyond the price of simply paying more employees, Louise lost her leverage, and the betrayal of the deal became an inevitability. It is always interesting to see plots where Louise spars against Fishoder. Even though he wins more often than not, his business acumen winds up benefiting Louise in most episode conclusions. And as Louise has stated that she intends to inherit Bob's Burgers at some point in the future, this extra knowledge makes it clear that the store will be in good hands. Loft and Bedslation. Tina and Louise are fighting over the use of the only desk in the house because of a report that Louise needs to write, and Linda gets the idea to build a desk underneath Louise's bed by lofting it into the air. As Teddy is not around and Linda is remembering that her parents never finished any of their handiworks, she offers to work with Tina and Louise to finish the bed with them. But when Linda trips and injures her elbow, she starts to worry that her daughters won't finish the bed without her, until her snoring/crying keeps them up at night, and they finish it anyway. They don't make too much progress, but Linda's still happy that she was able to pass on some of the work ethic anyway. Back at the restaurant, Bob is worrying about the lack of sales of his burgers of the day when a gamer named Shirley enters and asks to use a table at the restaurant for a game similar to D&D. While hosting this game, she tries something different and has the party turned into goblins, which they react poorly to. But Bob encourages her to stick with this idea, and they eventually manage to get really into the game while trying to shift back to their old characters, with the new experience teaching them to try new things again in the future. Linda's major concern with this episode is regarding the lack of real-world skills she inherited from her parents, as they never bothered to teach her functional things. While her father got distracted and never finished her old fort, her mother shot down the idea of building it herself, as she claimed they were not the type of people to do stuff. But not doing stuff is the most surefire way to make sure you never know how to do stuff in the future, and as a caring mother, Linda wants to pass on more than what her parents passed to her, namely the do-it-yourself skills needed to take care of themselves when the time comes. But her injury means that she cannot continue with the hands-on demonstration, and so her kids will never get the familial involvement she was also lacking in. But thankfully, Linda learns by the end of the episode that it's not about passing on the skill itself, but the ability to gain those skills, the work ethic to learn things themselves without relying on their parents, the same way Linda learned herself. As for Bob, he starts to feel as though his experimental burgers are not worth putting the effort into them, as most people prefer to stick with what they know best. While taking risks is nice every now and then, when you're trying to plan something for the sake of other people, it's generally better to stick to what you and they know. But then this can result in stagnation and boredom, and worse, boredom that people grow used to. New things are always uncomfortable the first time you try them, but rarely ever on the second try, because if it didn't work out the first time, there is no second try. Stuck in the kitchen with you. The Belchers are visiting a retirement home to give back to the community on Thanksgiving, which mostly consists of sitting around making paper turkeys. But Linda meets Sergeant Bosco there as he's trying to convince his mother to leave her room and be social, something that she refuses to do because she is waiting on a call from her other son who never comes, which makes Linda fearful that her own children might one day refuse to visit her. Yet after more arguing, Linda finally tells her off for ignoring the family who wants to spend time with her. Bob is asked to take over the kitchen when their chefs have to leave and quickly becomes a Thankszilla, controlling everything about the kitchen. Linda pressures one of the kids to help, which is chosen as Louise, who's at first excited about using a blowtorch, but changes her mind when she sees how controlling Bob is, and eventually tries to get kicked out on purpose so she can go back to the other kids, who are putting on a faux Thanksgiving Day parade as the cable is out. But Bob is also worried about his kids growing distant and tolerates all of Louise's bad cooking so that she won't leave again, culminating in kicking her out as he doesn't trust her to use the blowtorch anymore. But once he realizes that she's alone, Bob leaves to apologize to his daughter, eventually letting her use the torch for real as a successful Thanksgiving Day feast occurs. Linda, and later Bob, spend this episode fearful of the idea that one day they will be old and bitter and their children won't want to spend time with them anymore. But both of the Belcher parents view this in different ways, with Linda assuming that this is an inevitability of growing old and thus she has to try to make as many memories and connections as soon as possible before she eventually loses her children to her bitterness. Bob's idea is different. Rather than assuming that growing apart from his kids is inevitable, he thinks that it can be avoided and thus starts to change himself to be more agreeable to his children, even at the cost of Louise ruining the dinner that she's helping with. But both of these ideas are wrong because they're predicated on the idea that relationships change over time. It's not the relationships that change, but the people who do. Bob is trying to resist who he is to be more agreeable with his children, as if he's not already in a good place with them. Linda is also ignoring the present relationships she has as she gets more and more hung up on the idea that the future will be worse. So when she sees the relationship of Sergeant Bosco and his mother, she sees a similar mistake being made to what she's doing, ignoring the family she has in front of her, and instead focusing on something that's not yet there, assuming that it will be there at all. FOMO, you didn't. Tina is worried about her low grades in her photography class and the fact that she's on the D train. But she's also worried about the fact that all the other 8th graders skip class to visit a halfway abandoned house every day. She wants to go with them, but also wants to pass. While taking photos with Susmita, she accidentally gets the other kids skipping school on film, while also getting a decent shot of the fence. Tina plans to submit the photo, but Tammy tears it up before she gets the chance to, as she wants to cover up her truancy. But Tina eventually tapes the photo back together, its subjects now unrecognizable, but still getting a decent grade for the unintentional artistic choice. Jean and Louise are investigating Mr. Bronca as he keeps cleaning the same spot in front of the trophy case, and they learn that he damaged a model ship inside of the case and has been repairing it in secret, using the photography show as a cover to replace it. Back at the house, Linda has been showing the family that used to live in the apartment around, trying to keep it clean while tolerating all of their remarks about the different furniture placement before culminating in moving the living room around to recreate an old photo. As stated in the title of this episode, the plot deals with Tina's fear of missing out, that all of her peers are having fun while not taking photos and skipping school while she's left behind to work on an assignment that she struggles with. She spends a long time thinking about the things that she's not doing and not the things that she ought to be doing, struggling with both of them as a result of her split attention. When she finally gets the chance to sabotage the hooky playing that her classmates are doing, she thinks that the story is over and is finally able to give all of her attention to just one thing, the photography contest. And the reason she's able to stop thinking about the half house is because she actually visits it, and learns that it's actually very boring. It's telling that almost as soon as she and Susmita arrive, they stop worrying about how fun it might have been, and realize Tammy's plan to destroy the evidence that she skipped class. Linda meets a woman who is nostalgic about her old home, walking around it and reminiscing about her good memories in such a way that Linda herself starts to feel eager to experience the same sense of nostalgia for the present that Violet feels for the past. And as she wants her future vision of the past to be nice, she projects her feelings onto the family who takes over their living room and starts arranging things to be inconvenient for her and Bob, so that maybe they can justify being that selfish about their own memories one day too. Jean's Christmas break. Jean is annoying the family by pretending to be a Christmas DJ, playing old holiday albums in the living room, including repeatedly looping Percy McTinselbud's Tinsel Machine, an eccentric album from the 70s. But while sleeping with the record, Jean rolls over and breaks it, causing him to spend the next few days moping loudly and making things uncomfortable for the family. They take him around a few record stores to find the album, eventually winding up at Doug's house while he's putting up his Christmas lights, and learning that the copy Jean destroyed might have been the last one in existence. So the Belchers plan to re-record the album from memory behind Jean's back, giving him their finished tape, though he doesn't like their lack of talent and rejects the gift. But later, when dreaming about Percy McTinselbud, Jean realizes that covers are still music, and it's what the music meant that was important. He adds a few flourishes to the tracks himself to create something wholly new. Meanwhile, the regulars at the restaurant are doing a Secret Santa, and although Teddy is not happy about getting Mort, he comes around on the idea later when he gets a name plaque for his stool. Jean has always had an affinity for music, though one that he himself has not fully explored. While he's content with creating songs and playing them for others, he hasn't quite figured out why this brings him joy other than a recognition that it does. So when he breaks one of his favorite albums, he also breaks his ability to play it and assumes that his musical journey in that regard is over. The middle part of this episode is all about trying to replace what was lost instead of trying to analyze if it really went missing at all. And it's his family's lackluster attempt to replace it that finally wakes him up to the realization that it was not about the music itself, but the effect that music had had on those around him. To Jean, music was a way of communicating his ideas and emotions to others, and this feeling isn't something that can be broken as easily as a record. So when his family tries to replace the album, they're only really replacing the tangible thing instead of the meaning behind it. Jean is able to repair the album not by recreating it, but by reinterpreting it, because each person who hears a song is going to have a different association of what the song means to them. Bob thought the album was annoying, but Jean loved it, and one day he'll play the music for his kids, and they'll take something else from it. The way you perceive the world is unique to yourself, and yet, through music we can share a bit of our own worldview with those around us, and that's what Jean's remix at the end is all about. Touch of Evaluations. Wagstaff is having teacher evaluations, where the students review their teachers and the best performing educators receive priority parking in a closer lot. So every teacher is trying to act extra nice to the students in the hopes of bribing them into leaving a more positive evaluation. Louise realizes this and tells the student body not to turn in their reports until the end of the day, as the teachers will have to let them do whatever they want. And she uses this additional leverage to blackmail LeBons into changing her grade on a recent half-assed assignment. But LeBons refuses to change Louise's grade, so Louise leaves a terrible evaluation with Mr. Frond. But after a lecture from Tina and a later heart-to-heart with her teacher, Louise starts to regret being so hard on an educator that was merely trying to motivate a student who responded well to vengeance, and Louise decides to change her evaluation despite it being too late to do so. She instead hijacks the intercom system and leaves a rave review there, with LeBons getting her closer parking spot after all. Meanwhile, Mort finds out that Bob and Linda have not gotten their affairs in order and offers to help them with a will, only for the couple to argue over whether to be buried or cremated. In the end, Bob admits that he doesn't actually mind where his body ends up, as long as it's next to Linda's, especially when they see how much a traditional funeral will cost. Louise feuds with Miss LeBons in the same manner that she feuds with almost every other adult in her life. Though unlike so many of her other common arguments, with LeBons it's easy to argue that she's in the wrong. It's not as though LeBons herself is a bright or happy individual, and she has a tendency to be randomly cruel towards the students, but at the end of the day she still has a choice in career, and had stuck with teaching 4th grade for all this time. These flaws don't erase the fact that she still cares about her job, and tries to do it to the fullest extent that she's able to do so. In this case, she teaches Louise by punishing her with negativity, and capitalizing on Louise's desire to prove people wrong once they doubt her. While Louise's pushback may come across as justified, that justification only persists for as long as her retaliation is equal to the initial damage caused. But when she realizes that she might cause Miss LeBon's her job just because she doesn't like the woman, it becomes clear that Louise's retaliation has gone too far. Striking back harder than you're striked is an escalation of a conflict, and a person who escalates a conflict is just as guilty as the person who started it, assuming again that Miss LeBon's really did start it out of being unreasonable, which, from what we know of Louise, is unlikely. And all of this is on top of the fact that LeBon's is just doing her job. She's enforcing the rules she's required to enforce, and teaching the lessons to help the kids, not to spite them. Louise's problems with the system end up being taken out on the people who are just cogs in that system, rather than the system itself. Ferry on, my wayward Bob and Linda. Bob and Linda meet the owner of the Tomato House, a high-end King's Head Island restaurant, and they take the ferry over. But Bob gets them onto the wrong ferry and they end up on the far side of the island, trying to walk despite not being dressed for it, until they come across a sheep farmer. She offers them a ride if they help wrangle her sheep, which Bob manages to do by making the animals uncomfortable with a comparison. After riding in the back of the truck and getting covered in questionable substances, they arrive at the restaurant where Bob is unsure about whether it's polite to arrive late and covered in mud. But Linda encourages him not to concern himself with appearances by telling a story about how she won at air hockey with a bra full of ice, and they enter hand in hand. Back at the house, the kids are left with Jen, although her unusually strict behavior shuts down Louise's plan to buy discounted drugstore Valentine's Day candy. They soon learn the reason for this. She's invited over a notary named Christopher, whose arrival is treated like a date. After a bit of observation with the intention of blackmailing her, the kids start to feel sorry for Jen and reveal themselves to encourage the relationship. We never see Bob and Linda inside of the Tomato House. We don't learn if they really did fit into the company of that restaurant, whether the mud on their clothing disgust the other patrons, or if it's played off as a silly story or an icebreaker. But that's not the point of this episode. It's not about Bob and Linda fitting in with society, it's about Bob and Linda's concerns about fitting in with society. And often that's what matters more than the truth of whether people accept you or not. If you don't accept yourself first, then you'll behave like you don't belong there, and acting like you're an outsider will make it obvious that you are one, even if you, like Bob and Linda, were explicitly invited over. But after going through so much effort just to get into the front door of the Tomato House, it would be a waste to turn around and leave. Whatever Bob and Linda feel about belonging inside, they've earned that right in their own heads. As for Jen and Christopher, they also question whether they belong together as a couple, if they're just wasting time together, unsure of whether it's proper to make the first move, or if they're rushing things. Both of them are extremely eccentric people in a reserved sort of way, which initially sounds like they would make a good match. But put two introverts in a room together and you're not going to make a very riveting conversation. It's when the Belcher kids enter and start to question their relationship status that it needs to be put into plain terms. And often, simply defining something is the first step towards redefining something. Frigate me not. Teddy is worried about visiting his old Navy ship before it's decommissioned, as he's embarrassed to be seen in front of his old shipmates, who gave him the nickname Double Dip after falling overboard twice. But the Belchers encourage him to go, especially Linda, who feels bad after never getting over an embarrassing childhood nickname of hers. Upon arriving, Jean, Tina, and Bob go to a knot-tying workshop, where Bob struggles with the most basic knots. Louise and Linda try to encourage Teddy to be more social, but he mostly just stress-eats. When they find out that he was one of the only sailors not to request a piece of the ship as a souvenir, Linda notices a bell hanging loose from the ship's side and coerces it to fall off to give to Teddy. But this is the bell that they rang when Teddy fell overboard, and they get caught when he tries to return it, forcing him to come clean about how much he's hated his old nickname. But his old sailor buddies tell him that it was an affectionate nickname, and they really did look up to him, with the quartermaster saying that he can keep the bell after all, while Bob uses his new knot-tying mastery to assist in pulling another sailor back up on board. Repeatedly throughout the show, we see Bob's children disrespecting their father. They tease him for being bald, they tease him for being fat, and they make fun of basically everything else that he does. But what is not a question is the fact that despite all that they say, they still do respect the man. The Belcher children complain and complain about the fact that they have to do a full day's work at the restaurant every day, but they still do it. They accept and tolerate his weirder habits just as much as Bob himself tolerates their eccentricities. So there's a disparity between the way that they speak and the way that they act, and this is a disparity that Teddy himself does not seem to understand. His old Navy friends gave him a nickname based on an embarrassing thing he did once upon a time, and he internalized the bad feeling of being called that name rather than focusing on the actual intention behind the words. Because Teddy was older, they looked up to him, and so there's a difference between the nickname that Linda had and the nickname that Teddy did, in that one was a joking gesture made by friends and the other was a cruelty by those who intended to hurt her. Because Linda was projecting her feelings onto Teddy's experiences, she ended up reinforcing the worst parts of the past, that is to say, reinforcing parts that weren't there. Video killed the Genio star. Courtney is trying to recruit Jean for a music video her father is helping her to put together, and because Jean doesn't want to participate, she turns to his sisters instead, bribing them with candy. They start pressuring Jean to sing along, and he eventually caves, though through all the recording and preparation he shows his real feelings to Louise and Tina. Jean thinks that the song and the video are far too derivative and unoriginal. But he pushes himself to keep singing in spite of the auto-tune on his voice and the repetitive dance moves, right up until the finale, where he finally admits how much he hates the whole project. Courtney is devastated and runs away, so Jean tracks her down and admits that, despite hating the song and dance, he'll do it anyway for the sake of his friends. In the end, Jean comes around on the music video, not because he likes it, but because it's made by people he likes. Back at the restaurant, Bob and Linda notice a very serious man eating with a briefcase that he leaves behind. They investigate the case to try and guess what's inside, with Teddy accidentally breaking it open to reveal a bunch of walnuts. The man returns for his briefcase later, and believes a terrible excuse about why it's covered in duct tape, then acts as though he's never heard the sound of a walnut cracking before. As an aspiring creative, Jean puts a lot of stock in his integrity as an artist, having been shown to enjoy a large degree of creative control over any of the projects in which he's involved. So to work on someone else's project is already a stretch as he loses some of his freedom, but it's worse when he fundamentally disagrees with the message that the other song has sent. Not so much a message within the lyrics, but with the spirit of the production, or rather, lack of one. Because Jean appreciates music that is out there and that challenges existing conventions. He prioritizes weirdness over conformity if asked to choose, which makes the situation worse because he was never asked. But this music video is not about making a creative statement as Jean interprets it to be. It's just a silly thing that a bunch of kids are getting together to do. So rather than asking about the impact it will have on his future career, or the fact that his involvement is going to have a future embarrassment associated with it, Jean instead chooses to accept the video as it's intended to be. He's just having fun and doing a favor for his friends, and ideally most people who are worth associating with will consider it to be something silly, and not something serious with his full intellectual endorsement. Ancient Misbehavin'. Louise's class is doing an ancient Greece unit led by Miss Padaro, who rewards correct answers with clay coins that can be used in a faux marketplace at the end of each class. But her method of seating the kids in a circle results in her lecturing to only one half of the room, meaning that only one half of the students can earn rewards. Louise, Rudy, and Millie are upset about this, and after failing to convince her to turn around more often, they plan instead to steal a coin and make copies with clay impressions and an oven. The plan then is to pay for smaller things on the marketplace so as not to arouse suspicion, but Millie wants more and starts making her own, low-quality counterfeits that alert the teacher to the entire scheme. She says she'll cancel the party at the end of the unit if the counterfeiters don't come forward, which starts to put pressure on Rudy while Millie discusses silencing him. But Louise ultimately comes forward herself, admitting to the counterfeiting, while also airing her grievances about the seating arrangement, and in the end the counterfeiters are allowed at the party on the condition that they serve food and drinks. Back at the house, Bob sleeps on the couch because Linda keeps kicking him, eventually rearranging the basement into a second bedroom before Linda asks him to come back as the kids are tired of having slumber parties. Louise creates an underground counterfeiting ring to manipulate the 4th grade prize market. At first, the scheme is merely a means of benefiting themselves as they felt stilted by the lack of attention they were receiving, and this is something with a bit of risk but only to themselves. Louise is careful not to arouse too much suspicion as she tries to play it safe, It's not until later on, when the others start changing their minds about the original plan, where the moral implications start to get too far outside of acceptable range. Once the rest of the class is at risk of suffering from their scheme, suddenly it's too much risk to the amount of reward, at least to Louise, who exists in the middle of a spectrum for what's considered okay between Rudy and Millie. Millie feels no remorse for her involvement in the scheme, totally fine with counterfeiting more coins and putting up more risk, as the thrill of being caught is something that adds to the experience. But Rudy rates the risk as worse than the other two, to the point where he's not even willing to put up enough to get the swimming toy that he was hoping for. It's Louise who saw both the motivation and the outcome for the scheme as being connected instead of only focusing on one or the other depending on her wants. With Louise only putting forth enough of a risk for herself and the co-conspirators, but not willing to bet the entire class's enjoyment on a personal slight. Interview with the Pop Pyre. Tina has a school project to interview an older relative, and she chooses Big Bob as her subject, with the guy coming over to tell his tree story that the kids are speculating on. First is Louise's version of the story parodying Jack and the Beanstalk. In this tale, Big Bob is an old-timey police officer investigating the bread with ground-up villager bones inside. He suspects the local giant and climbs a beanstalk to get to him, but learns instead that it was the beanstalk itself responsible, trying to frame the giant. They are captured by the beanstalk, but they pick the lock with what the giant insists is not a human bone, and upon throwing his guards over the edge of the clouds, falls off himself. And then a nearby weed whacker saleswoman tests her instruments on the stalk, knocking it down to be arrested. Next is Gene's story, based on They Live. He tells a tale of Big Bob camping in the woods when he stumbles upon a cryptic message and a pair of binoculars that lets him see disguised aliens. These aliens chase him and a scientist, played by Louise, into a nearby cabin, where the park ranger Tina betrays them under the idea that she'll get a better job after the aliens take over. But Big Bob plays a glittery didgeridoo that destroys the radio signal the tree aliens use to disguise themselves, and once they learn they're visible again, the aliens all leave. Next, Linda starts to tell a version of the Giving Tree before Big Bob himself arrives. He gets interviewed by Tina, telling a very brief version of the tree story that leaves out so many details that Bob says is typical of the guy. They argue over the fact that he never opens up or speaks about himself at all, so his father then tells the full story. He was camping with his girlfriend when she left to pee, only for a tree to fall on the spot where she just was. Realizing how close she came to dying, Big Bob decided he wanted to propose to her, and that woman was Bob's mother. In the end, Bob and his father agree to talk more about the past before Bob's children urge their grandfather to come back to the living room for all the things they've prepared to show him. The Spider House rules. While returning home from school, Louise finds a mirror and tries to come up with a way to smash it, though her friends talk her out of doing so due to the risk of broken glass scattering around. After she gets home, she discovers a spider in her room that she names Phoebe. Her family encourages her to take the spider outside, but Louise simply keeps Phoebe in secret, catching flies to feed her new pet and getting Gene and Tina in on the scheme. When Phoebe goes missing, the family splits up to search for her, with Gene and Tina distracting their parents, while Louise searches their bedroom, where she finds her spider hiding in Bob's bed frame. Bob and Linda are upset with her for lying about keeping a pet spider, and Louise defends her position by saying that she sympathized with the creature as they're both misjudged. In the end, Louise and Bob compromise by releasing Phoebe in the basement to eat bugs down there. Meanwhile, Bob feels upset that he has no adult friends, and so with Linda's help, he texts a few of his contacts and ends up in an all-dad group chat. But after flaking on an obligation with them to help track Phoebe, Bob decides that his family are all the friends he needs. Louise feels as though she is unfairly criticized and judged by society, with her actions viewed as dangerous to herself and others, and that this danger is too bad of a thing to justify the joy in causing it. She likes that she can live a risky lifestyle and doesn't understand why others are so opposed to her antics. So when she finds a spider in her room, rather than doing the responsible and safe thing by removing it, she feels a pang of sympathy. The spider is viewed as dangerous, but she thinks of it as fun. Louise and the spider are both mischaracterized by society, and people who are outcast in this way ought to stick together. But for all the woes about being mischaracterized by other people, Louise herself is also guilty of misjudging her spider. She assumes a sense of sympathy where there is none. A spider is a spider. It doesn't feel sorry for you. It just looks for corners to nest in and bugs to eat. She is projecting her own feelings and insecurities onto an insect after so many others have projected their concerns onto her, and when she grows angry that Phoebe has run away, she's finally aware of the way others feel when they warn her not to do something she does anyway. Louise and the spider are both different, and they're different in different ways, so rather than treating the bug the way she wants to be treated, she has to treat the bug the way a bug should be treated, as they have different wants and desires, just like Louise is different from those around her. Clear and present Ginger. Nat comes over to the restaurant to tell the Belchers about an annual limo driving relay and asks them to assist her as the passengers for the event. They agree except for Linda, who's planning to host her friend Ginger that night. But Ginger calls and says she's having car trouble, so Linda invites Gail over instead as her sister is afraid the fold-out couch she bought is going to eat her. Soon, Gretchen arrives as well, and they have a girls' night doing prank calls until Ginger says her car troubles are over and heads out again. Linda tries to ferry the others out, and they grow upset about being second-choice friends. And when Linda feels guilty for doing this, she heads over so all four of them can hit the town together. Back at the relay, each Belcher has some role to play, and Tina is a prom queen. She takes her role far too seriously, though, and incessantly texts Jimmy Jr. prom-related things, only to get no reply. She begins to panic that she's going to get stood up at her real prom 3 years from now, and locks herself in the bathroom mid-event. But Bob and Nat convince her that there's no way she won't have fun on her prom night because of who she is, and Tina exits the bathroom in time to win the final event, which Nat assumes will win over the heart of a woman she's seeing. Tina's the type to overthink things that are important to her. In this case, she begins preparing for prom despite the event itself being 3 years away. As an overthinker, she starts to extrapolate on the limited information that she has, such as a lack of response from a phone she's blowing up with messages meaning that she is not the target of interest for the boy she wants to go out with. Of course, the thing about extrapolating from incomplete information is that it's incomplete information. If you don't fill in the blanks accurately, or if the limited information you do have is wrong, then you end up creating a negative outlook on the world that's not necessarily meant to happen. Tina assumes the worst, and then bases other assumptions off of her other assumptions, and then locks herself in a bathroom. Meanwhile, Linda has to settle for a different group of friends than she had hoped to spend her evening with. She puts out expensive wine for one woman, and then puts it away for another one, as if to send the message that they were not good enough for that wine. And while this is the message she sent and thus the message that Gail and Gretchen reacted to, it's not the exact intention she meant to express. It's not so much that her friends were not worthy of nicer things, it's just that they were more accepting of the cheaper stuff. They entertained themselves by making prank phone calls about diarrhea and not going out on the town. But if you don't treat friends like they're your best friends, then there's no real way to know that they aren't close enough to deserve the honor of best friend. A Sprout a Boy. Jean is ignoring a school project about growing microgreens to play a video game about dressing up a cat in weather-appropriate attire named Purbo. Bob is concerned that Jean is spending too much time with Purbo instead of focusing on more important or interesting things, like his school project, so he volunteers to help with Jean's schoolwork. When Jean still does not show interest, Bob confiscates the game, promising to watch Purbo while Jean does the work. But Bob accidentally leaves Purbo on the bread delivery truck, and after a long search, they find that Purbo has frozen to death. When Jean looks for a way online to resurrect the cat, Bob sees how active the forum is, and Jean shows his father a Purbo song that he's written, which interests Bob enough that he drops the idea that Jean is uninteresting. Meanwhile, Linda is waiting at the restaurant for an order of frozen salmon on Teddy's behalf, worried that she missed the wide delivery window until it arrives and Teddy says that he's sending over a bunch of other frozen goods as a thank you. Tina and Louise invent a game where Louise uses a sticky toy to eat jelly beans out of Tina's hand while riding on a children's ride, but they get kicked out when the store owner hears complaints that they're hogging the rocket ship. It's the fear of every parent that their child is going to grow up jaded and weird, that they end up failing to learn the most important lessons in life, and as a result, they become a representation of their parental failings that have existed over the last decade or so. Bob sees Gene spending his time playing a video game instead of working on school, as though the game were more important than his future. And so Bob assumes that the game is going to become his son's future. It's a dead end to sit around playing video games all day when there's so much more to life than what's on the small side of the screen. But Bob's real failure in this episode was not about his son not having an interest with benefits, but that he could not see the benefits of the interest. Gene is not growing into some kind of shut-in who obsesses over something trivial. He has an active social group of others interested in the same things that he likes, and works on passion projects using samples from the Perbo device. But these aren't immediately apparent things, as they're things that Bob himself would never have thought to do. The obvious things in life are the things that we have in common, but just because you don't share something in common with the person doesn't mean that they are not interesting. An internet forum is not something Bob knows too much about, but it's still more sociality than Bob himself usually gets. And Bob doesn't really get his son's musical ambitions either, but he still always supports them. So it makes sense that a song would be the thing to teach Bob that Gene does have control over his future after all. Sauce Side Story. It's Mother's Day, and Linda is showing off a few memories of her relatives while explaining a feud that's been ongoing for 3 generations. It started when Joey bought a house Tony had been looking at, and at a family dinner, Tony stabbed Joey with the fork, escalating when, at a wedding, a woman on the Joey side of the family wore white to Gloria's wedding, and she threw punch and a punch at her in retaliation. The kids hear about this feud and the fact that a sauce recipe was lost to the other side, and plan on going with Gail to the house of Lorraine to get it. While there, they try to play innocent with their distant cousin Nico about their intentions, but are ultimately recognized by Lorraine, the woman who had the punch spilled on her. So they lie about wanting to end the feud by trash-talking their own family, which works for a while until Gail accidentally stabs Nico with her fork and then drops a stolen recipe box on the ground. They're about to be kicked out when Louise tells the truth behind why they visited, and Lorraine mentions that she thought the recipe was stolen by the other side of the family. In the end, the kids return home and reveal that the recipe was lost to time, but also that the whole feud was dumb in the first place, and that gesture alone is enough for Linda to be proud of her family. In the B-plot, Bob and Linda try to help Teddy come up with a design for a tattoo cover-up for his mother before changing their mind and convincing her to try to make peace with the group that the tattoo was originally for. Linda's side of the family is made up of Joeys and Tonys, each of which represents some aspect of the similar personalities between Gail and Linda. Joeys are the type to be innocently insensitive, to offend people without meaning to, because their idea of what's acceptable to say differs from what is mainstream. Maybe buying a house someone else was looking at wasn't meant to be a snub, it was just a way to know that the house had been vetted in advance. And then the Tonys are the type to move aggressively and without thinking, accidentally stabbing someone or knocking down a hamster slide when they trip. It's Linda's excitement and enthusiasm for the littlest of things that makes her an interesting person, and both of those traits are forms of expression that she often uses. The feud itself is something incredibly minor, at least relative to the amount of bad blood that has formed over the years. There are other houses and weddings out there, and hands can heal, even in accidental stabbings. But constantly referring to a relative in an us versus them term dehumanizes people. And once a group has been reduced to something that excludes their humanity, then the potential for cruelty only increases over time until a minor slight turns into an outright bloodbath. Some Like It Bought, Parts 1 and 2. After saving up enough to buy a new horse t-shirt, Tina is horrified to learn about a new segment called Wow or Weird, where Tammy and Jocelyn make fun of things students in school are doing, and the segment declares that her new shirt is weird. Tina is upset and retreats to her room to write more of her friend fiction, pouring her feelings into a cyberpunk story that borrows from the first half of Blade Runner. In this story, Tina is a robot working in a factory about to have her memories wiped due to showing a sense of individuality when she escapes from their grasp and tries to blend in with the rest of society. After getting real work, she's captured and brought before Jimmy Jr., who decides not to run the test to detect if she's a robot and goes on a date with her, eventually captured by Zeke, only for the two hunters to learn they're robots as well. They try to escape from a police raid, but only Tina makes it out, infiltrating the Wagstaff Corporation to destroy the machine that wipes memories before her new friends are destroyed. Back at the restaurant, Bob finds out that a serial vandal has been writing crude phrases like "Bob's is poop" on the bathroom wall, and he feels hurt by it, working with Teddy to try to figure out who the vandal is. Linda's trying to figure out a good birthday gift for Tina, while Jean and Louise are hoping to cheer up their sister as she is one visit to the boba shop away from getting an extra large tea that she plans to share with them. So the family raids Tina's room to find out where she's been keeping her recent friend fiction so they can find a clue about how to cheer her up or shop for her. Bob discovers a secret stash and they read through a few pop culture references before finding her Blade Runner fic. As they read through, they get to the point where Tina overtly announces her intentions to smash the touchscreen used in the Wow or Weird segment, and rush to Wagstaff to stop her. Tina hides from the security while her family tries to find a way inside, only to meet outside the window of the AV lab. Once there, they try to talk Tina out of smashing the screen by comparing her plight to Bob's, that no matter what, people are going to find a way to judge you, if not on a news show, then by writing on a bathroom wall, and so Tina decides not to destroy anything. At the same time, Tammy enters the room and learns what she's about to do and why, only to point out that she only made the new segment on the news because she was self-conscious about getting new braces. In the end, Tina takes her siblings out for boba, Linda comes up with a gift idea, Bob overhears customers praising his food, and Tammy changes her segment to be more positive. There's a constant argument people make internally when choosing forms of self-expression, where they have to pick a point on a sliding scale between conformity and uniqueness. Conforming with what others consider to be normal will make you more friends and grant more opportunities to meet with people who you share an interest with. And while they might not like you, but the version of you you're pretending to be, once you break down that initial barrier of conformity, you can start to know people better. Strangers don't talk about the meaning of life or our role in the universe. You have to have a bunch of conversations about the weather to get to that point first. But people all want to be unique. The only reason someone chooses not to express themselves is to fit in. But sometimes you have no choice but to suffer some form of involuntary self-expression, where you can't hide a facet of your personality or appearance. Tammy gets braces, something that will obviously be noticed, so she comes up with the idea to deflect attention away from her braces by insulting other people, making their deviancy appear like a bigger issue than hers. And if somebody does go against the flow and point out that her braces are weird or something, then all of her weirdness accusations will make that term lose its meaning. The people crying wolf are sometimes wolves themselves, trying to cheapen the definition of wolf so their own faults appear less impactful. But Tina's reaction to this criticism, as well as Bob's reaction, is short-sighted as they learn that the cycle of schoolyard bullying and accusations is not a function of the tools used to spread rumors, but the people spreading them. Destroying a touchscreen will not stop Tammy from being insecure enough to make fun of people who are as different as she is. And the only way for Bob to stop his bathroom from containing rude graffiti would be for him to tear out the bathroom altogether. And then they'd probably just write things on the stools or beneath the table. To put yourself out there is to accept criticism. The only people who are never made fun of are people who basically don't exist. Total shut-ins, so to speak. So it's impossible to live your life in such a way that no one ever makes fun of you or criticizes you, and your feelings are perpetually spared as everyone is accepting. While it's nice to dream of a society that doesn't exclude anybody, that's an unrealistic dream to have. It's also a dream that prevents you from noticing the good in the world, namely the few people out there who don't think your shirt is lame or that your burgers are poopy. The key in life is not to obsess over the critics, but instead to obsess over praise. Find the people who like you, and try to make sure they keep liking you, because those are your real friends. The Bob's Burgers Movie. Bob is stressed out over the fact that he only has a week to pay back his bank loan or else the restaurant equipment will be repossessed. And despite Linda's attempts to keep him optimistic, the bank manager turns down his request for an extension. To make things worse, a sinkhole opens up directly in front of the restaurant, preventing customers from going inside and all but guaranteeing that the family will not raise the money they need. Louise is self-conscious about her bunny ears, made worse when Chloe calls her a baby to her face, so she declares her intention to climb inside of the sinkhole to prove how brave she is. But when she falls down there, she discovers a corpse with a distinctively shaped tooth that belonged to a carny named Cotton Candy Dan. This turns the restaurant into a crime scene, with Sergeant Bosco informing them that the crime scene might persist for a while the police are investigating Calvin Fishoder, who is the prime suspect. But because Calvin seemed the most agreeable to giving the Belchers some leeway on their rent payment, and Louise trying to prove she is not a baby, the kids set out to prove his innocence as they do not believe he could act that nonchalant about a 6-year-old corpse being uncovered. They ask the carnies about this, though they take offense to the suggestion that they killed one of their own and shoo the kids away, but not without a straggler informing them that he saw Felix arguing with Dan on the same night he was murdered. So the kids continue on their journey to visit Felix's treehouse, where they overhear his plans to flee the country before they themselves follow him to the wharf. While there, they see him entering the Molehill Ride and go through a secret tunnel into an underground section of the wharf the Fishoders have been using as a clubhouse. There, they reveal their plan to use a refurbished submarine ride to escape to Cuba, as it's unlikely Calvin will actually beat the charges, and that's when Louise pieces together the evidence, supporting the fact that it was actually Grover, their lawyer cousin, who killed Cotton Candy Dan, and framed the others so he could demolish the wharf and make a new park with his family's inheritance. Back at the restaurant, Teddy builds a mobile Bob Burgers to continue selling food outside the wharf, though they escape inside the park when Hugo parks nearby because they don't have a license for that sort of thing. Once inside the park, sales pick up dramatically, until they try relocating to throw off the fact that they're stealing business from the carnies and accidentally destroy a shrine to Cotton Candy Dan. The Belchers flee until finding the children's bikes, all ending up together in time for Grover to explain his plan. But Calvin assists the Belchers in fleeing, winding up in an abandoned cart lot and driving away as Grover chases them, though not before lighting a fuse that will blow up the park after he leaves to reestablish his alibi. This chase ends up with them in front of the restaurant sinkhole, where Grover shoves them inside the pit and starts to bury them under some dirt in their cart, as it has a stuck hatch. They begin to worry about oxygen running out, with Bob turning to Linda for emotional support, only to realize that he does this far too often. So he motivates himself to grind the cart's broken wheel against the sewage main to blast them out in time to use Teddy's phone to call Sergeant Bosco and arrest Grover before he can leave, returning to the wharf in time to put out the fuse and save the remaining Fishoders. In the end, Gene is given the chance to be put on a concert that he's dreamed of. Tina asks Jimmy Jr. to be her summertime boyfriend. Bob is able to pay back the bank with Calvin's help, and despite still being called a baby by Chloe, Louise does a flip where her bunny ears fall off and she doesn't care. As both the opening song and almost every episode explains, Bob wakes up every day anxious about the future of his restaurant, his family, and himself. He knows that it's a gamble to keep working in a risky business like restauranteering, where sales can slump for reasons outside your control, and even the best effort you can put forth is sometimes not enough. But a combination of passion and grit keeps him going back to it every single day. It's unsure if his restaurant will even be around in the future, but as long as he takes things day by day, he can at the very least say that he did his best. If he succeeds, he gets to do it all over again, and if he fails with no regret. Risky things are worth doing when you can ensure that both potential outcomes have you living honestly. Some people are just not made for normalcy. Gene mirrors his father's anxieties in this regard, his new instrument reflecting the daily specials that Bob makes as both men try to push their preferred medium of expression forward despite the limitations they have. Bob in that he needs to run a profitable business and can't experiment too hard or else he'll lose his store, and Gene trying to revolutionize the world of music despite being a middle schooler whose band consists of people playing with straws. And his revolutionary instrument is a modified napkin holder. But like Bob, he learns not to measure his success in terms of money or fame or influence, but whether the people closest to him know that he gave it as much as he could. Tina's concerns are about her relationship with Jimmy Jr., not so much the fact that she's unsure her feelings will be returned, but that her feelings were honest in the first place. If Jimmy Jr. says yes, then her fantasies of the boy stop being fantasies. Yet she's spent so much energy coming up with elaborate scenarios that real life cannot possibly stack up to the point that she might be better off dreaming about a future that's not worth experiencing. But ultimately, dreaming about something can never compare to even the most lukewarm things that happen in reality, so Tina will always be better off acting on her feelings than keeping them to herself. Louise's motivation is to prove to Chloe that she's not a baby, and to prove this fact on her own terms, that is, to do so without taking off her hat. So she tries to compensate for her hat by doing other brave things, diving into a sinkhole as a test of courage. But this doesn't do anything, at least not to her critics. Louise was surrounded by fascinated classmates and got to be the center of attention, but one person ignoring her and another comparing her hat to a kid's hat made her ignore all of that. So with her first plan failing, Louise then attempts to solve a murder mystery to save the restaurant, though by the end of the movie, this still is not enough to impress Chloe. Some people will criticize you no matter what you do, and compromising with haters does not change you for the better. Grover's ultimate plan in the movie was to destroy the existing wharf and replace it with more gift shops and other better moneymakers. For all the greed we've seen out of Calvin and Felix, neither of them have ever attempted anything similar. It's as though they're aware that Wonder Wharf is not a super profitable business, but like Bob, they know that some things are worth more than money alone, as no amount of profit can offset selling out. Outro. The Bob's Burgers movie was delayed multiple times due to, and as a result saw a disappointing opening weekend, never quite making as much money as The Simpsons movie, another Fox film from a franchise that I compared it to at the start of this very, very brief video. But as with all other comparisons one can make to The Simpsons, Bob's Burgers was able to make a name for itself in spite of the shadow cast over it. So many shows have tried to borrow the success of The Simpsons or to recreate it, and they've all failed. The only other big shows out there that are worth mentioning are the ones that have deviated from the formula enough to be worth watching independently. It's not a secret that I'm a big fan of The Simpsons. After all, I made an 11-hour-long video about it. So if I wanted to watch an adult-oriented cartoon in its vein, I would just be watching The Simpsons. And this is the real success behind Bob's Burgers, not just the show but the restaurant. It's not as big as any of the competitors, but it has a niche explicitly because they never view other shows or restaurants as competition. Bob's feud is with Jimmy Pesto, not with Jimmy Pesto's. He doesn't want the crowd that consumes frozen Italian food, he wants people who appreciate the little details and the amount of effort that he puts into his craft. And sure, it would be nice if the Bob's Burgers movie was breaking box office records, but it was never going to, and the audience for the movie wouldn't care even if it did. That's not what any of this has ever been about. At its core, Bob's Burgers was a show about rejecting so much of the sarcastic, facetious, and cynical standards set by the media that preceded it, but not rejecting the trends outright. The patriarch of the Belcher family gets insulted by his family the way that other bumbling TV dads might, but he still gets the respect of the dom-com family father that was the standard before. The family hugs it out at the end of each episode. Bob never strangles Gene, they don't make fun of Tina, and everyone genuinely loves each other. Breaking conventions and engaging with countercultural ideas is how one stands out from the crowd, and Bob's Burgers does this exactly. But rather than leaning towards an even more cynical and edgy outlook on life and society and family, Bob's Burgers dares to ask the question that no one else seems to consider. What if sitcom families liked each other?